may become real. Thiet Long flew into a rage and slammed the table, thunderous fury erupting as he roared. How dare you? How dare a minor official discuss the imperial son-in-law? Bok Kai-Fien fearfully bowed low and begged for mercy. This subject knows his fault. I beg your majesty to spare my life. Ground his teeth in anger and sighed, lowering his head deeply yet daring to do nothing. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. Bok Kai-Fien sat in his study reading secret reports, jealousy rising in his heart. He did not expect that his elder brother in Great Jin would be so highly valued. Suddenly a strange object like purple eyes appeared in his hand and asked, "Are you jealous of him?" Bok Kai-Fien trembled yet stubbornly denied it. "I am not jealous. Sooner or later I will surpass him." The grotesque thing crawled onto his face and whispered maliciously, "Is there truly not a trace of jealousy?" Jealous thoughts echoed relentlessly. Why could Li Yuguo build such an empire in Great Jin while I am only an ordinary civil official? Without him would I become useless? That thing poured into his ears that this was his true thought. Why suppress it? Hearing this, Bok Kai-Fien's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists. That is right. Why restrain it? That voice kept urging, "Release your jealousy so we can become stronger." Bok Kai-Fien seemed swallowed by dark energy as he roared, "Li Yuguo, I will definitely defeat you." A worried female voice sounded outside the door, "Husband, what is wrong with you?" She approached. Bok Kai-Fien's eyes shone blankly and his body trembled, causing his wife to call out in panic, "Husband." In the silent atmosphere, Bok Kai-Fien suddenly became rough and grabbed his wife's hand tightly, pushed her onto the bed, lust erupting as he tore her clothes apart, ignoring her cries of pain. Faced with such brutality, his wife could only cry in grievance and tremble as she begged, "Husband, please do not hurt me." The only response was a heavy slap. "Shut up. I have not allowed you to speak." His wife stiffened after being struck. Bok Kai-Fien seemed to go mad, covering half of his twisted face as he thought, "Why is my woman not as obedient as Li Yuguo's woman? That is right, I envy him. Why deceive myself?" Blinded by jealousy, he muttered delusionally, "If Li Yuguo dies, everything will be better," then continued his depraved act while his wife was tightly bound. At the same time, at a luxurious banquet with dazzling splendor, the central figure was Vo Yu. Today was her 15th coming-of-age ceremony. Her grandmother placed a wreath upon her head and congratulated her. "You have grown up." Vo Yu smiled happily and replied, "Thank you, grandmother." Suddenly Vo Yu waved and called down. Yuguo still drank coldly as if he had not heard. That action drew attention and someone curiously asked, "Who did Vo Yu just call?" Chaik Bayat quickly answered, "It was Li Yuguo. The hidden spies I planted beside the general have all been eliminated." The one asking was Kim Long Than, the crown prince of Great Jin. Long Than frowned with interest and turned to the beauty beside him, Ku Vai Ho, "Go invite him for a drink." She softly accepted the order, yes. On the other side, Yuguo was raising a cup with his brothers when someone toasted, "Hall Master, please have a drink." After eating and drinking his fill, Yuguo pondered, "The old thief too do already trusts me greatly, but for half a year Hao Thien nation has been silent. I wonder if something has happened." While distracted, a soft white bosom pressed against his face, and a woman's voice sounded, "Hall Master Li, my master wishes to share a drink with you." Qua coldly brushed her aside, "Get lost." Ku Vai Ho still refused to give up and flirted behind him. "Are you not interested in my body? Follow the crown prince and I will belong to you." Yuguo closed his eyes in silent recitation without responding. Votam, standing nearby, could not endure it, and was about to draw his sword while cursing loudly, shameless woman still clinging to the hall master. Ku Vai Ho pretended to act coy. "Little brother, do not be so fierce." Suddenly Yuguo released killing intent and said coldly, "You should know I am a supreme martial emperor. Today is Vo Yu's coming-of-age ceremony, so I spare your life. Get lost." That aura made her turn pale in fear. When Yuguo shifted his gaze away, Vo Yu had already walked over and asked, "What is everyone doing?" Vo Yu glanced at Ku Vai Ho, then pouted, "I called you earlier and you ignored me, so you were busy looking at another beauty." Yuguo broke into a sweat and hurriedly explained, "That woman kept pestering me. I do not like thick-skinned types." Vo Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled, and her cheeks flushed as she softly asked, "Then do you like someone like me?" The question left Yuguo speechless as he stared at her wide-eyed for a long moment. Then he changed the subject and gently rubbed her head. "Let us go. Today I promise to take you strolling." Vo Yu happily nodded, yes. Ku Vai Ho returned to her table in embarrassment, still casting a jealous glance with a faint snort. Two quickly arrived at a luxurious jewelry shop. Before the glittering items, Vo Yu exclaimed in delight. So beautiful, Vu Qua smiled like a wealthy lord. Did you not want to change your bracelet? Choose whatever you like. Vo Yu tried one after another, then asked, which one do you think suits me? Vu Qua sweet talk. All of them suit you, buy them all. At that moment, a large-built girl with strange makeup stepped out to serve them, making Vu Qua's eyes ache from looking. A hoarse voice like a goose rang out. There are many more items on the second floor. Would you like to take a look? Vu Qua nodded in agreement while inwardly lamenting how rough that voice was. Suddenly, a strange fragrance spread through the room, causing Vo Yu to feel dizzy as she softly called Vu Qua. Seeing this, he quickly supported her and anxiously called Vo Yu. It turned out the other person was holding a gourd emitting fragrance. Vu Qua's face darkened as he drew his sword and shouted, "What did you do to her?" The other party immediately removed the wig and the padding on the chest. The little girl is only asleep. Do not make a move. We are on the same side. Seeing clearly who it was, Vu Qua was stunned. Why are you dressed like this, planning to change your gender? That person was Thap Phuong Thong Han, who said helplessly, the old thief Tu Du is monitoring strictly, so I had no choice but to disguise as a woman. Vu Qua thought to himself that such a disguise going unnoticed was truly a miracle. Vo Yu had fallen fast asleep. Taking the chance, Vu Qua asked, "Is there any news from Hao Thien Nation?" Thong Han replied, "There is indeed something." Thong Han said seriously, "The third Prince Baoda has joined forces with the Crown Prince of Great Jin to eliminate Tu Du Wat Thuet." Upon hearing this, Vu Qua was startled. Vu Qua asked in shock, "The Crown Prince of Great Jin?" Thong Han nodded. "That is right. He has signed a pact with the third prince to destroy Tu Du Wat Thuet together, so the Crown Prince can ascend the throne." Vu Qua curled his lips in a sneer. Truly naive. By the time Tu Du Wat Thuet is eliminated, Great Jin will sooner or later be swallowed by the third prince. He slung an arm over Thong Han's shoulder and asked warmly, "It has been a long time. How has everyone been lately?" Thong Han folded his arms and replied sadly, "The princess misses you every day." Though she does not say it, her gaze always drifts toward Great Jin in a daze. His eyes darkened with heavy thoughts. "I also wish to return soon to see Mong and A Chai. I hope this conflict ends faster." Thong Han frowned in reminder, "Brother, the third prince has been very unusual lately. He suddenly favors Bok Kai Fien and secretly sent people to monitor you. Even the intelligence sent back has been rechecked." Vu Qua remained calm as he replied, "That old thief has always been suspicious and never truly trusted anyone. The system now notifies that the affinity of Nap Lan Thiet Long is 30%, Tu Du Wat Thuet 80%. He sneered inwardly, thinking the third prince only trusts him 30%, while Tu Du Wat Thuet has risen to 80%. After delivering the message, Thong Han immediately left. "It is inconvenient to stay here long. If Tu Du Wat Thuet had not loosened his guard on you today, it would have been hard for me to meet you." Vu Qua replied leisurely, "I know what to do. You should go." After a while, Vo Yu slowly woke up, rubbing her head in confusion. "Why did I fall asleep again?" Vu Qua lied without blinking. "You must have been too happy and tired." After saying that, he gently took out a green bracelet and held it before her. "Here, this is for you." Vo Yu accepted the gift joyfully and asked, "Is this a present from Brother Vu Qua for me?" He quickly replied, "A coming-of-age gift." Vo Yu blushed deeply and threw herself into his arms. "Brother Vu Qua is the best." A trace of sadness flickered in his eyes as he thought, "I also want this to last forever," but a dignified figure stepped down from a carriage before a modest house. Soldiers lined up in strict guard. Someone asked, "When does the general plan to tell Li Vu Qua?" The general answered in a deep voice, "It is still not the time." Wat Thuet asked the physician inside, "How is he now?" The silver-haired old man stepped out respectfully. "Still the same. This time I will change to a different medicinal soap." Wat Thuet pushed the door open and entered. "Old friend, I have come to see you again." While searching for herbs, he spoke to the man soaking in the tub. "Your son has arrived in Yenkin. I wonder if you can sense it. He is as outstanding as you were back then." That Wat Thuet glanced at the man and sighed. "It is a pity he is still risking his life for Hao Thien Nation. Otherwise, I would have let the two of you meet." He added several more herbs into the tub. With a solemn face, he continued, "I also know he came this time mainly to retrieve your remains. If he knew you are not yet dead, what would he do?" The one lying there was the great general of Hao Thien Nation, Lai Quang Engia, seemingly still unconscious. Wat Thuet opened the window and looked outside, asking painfully, "If my three sons had not died, would they have been as outstanding as him?" I do not blame you for killing them. Each serves his own master. The scene shifted to another luxurious carriage. Long Than sat inside and asked doubtfully, "Are you certain that old Tudu has already left Yenkin?" Hu Vai Ho beside him affirmed, "That is right. He even brought a large troop with him." At this moment, a masked man nicknamed Kui Ko presented the tiger tally. "Your Highness, the tiger tally has been obtained. With it, the iron cavalry will belong to you." Long Than asked further, "What about Li Yuguo?" Bayat immediately replied respectfully, "Reporting to your Highness, Li Yuguo seems unwilling to cooperate." Long Than frowned in anger. Does he not even heed the order of the Emperor of Hao Thin? He immediately commanded Chaik Bayat lead troops to surround the general's residence. Kwiko seal the 4 city gates. The two responded in unison, yes. Hu Vai Ho glanced over with her fair figure and asked, "Then what about me, your Highness?" Long Than replied sternly, "Follow me to pay respects to royal father." She obediently accepted, yes. Within the magnificent palace, the swaying footsteps of beauties and lewd laughter echoed. Beauty, do not run. Long Than's father was plump in body, a red silk cloth tied over his eyes, drooling with a lecherous grin. "My beauties, whoever is caught tonight will take her turn," surrounded by alluring figures. Long Than's footsteps hurried as he entered. At the door, a eunuch blocked him. "Your Highness, His Majesty is enjoying himself. Please do not make things difficult for this old servant." Long Than said nothing and immediately struck, piercing through the man. Inside, the scene was filthy. The Emperor, unaware of the approaching danger, still laughing and chasing the beauties amid coy voices. The Emperor reached out and mistakenly touched Long Than while laughing. "Beloved consort, why turn your back?" Long Than shouted coldly, "Royal father, the frontier is in crisis, and you are still here playing." The Emperor was startled and removed the cloth from his eyes. "It is you. Why have you come?" Long Than slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Without hesitation, he swung the sword across the Emperor's neck and declared loudly, "I have come to change the dynasty and ascend as the new king." After killing him, Long Than wiped the blood from his sword and ordered coldly, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Hu Vai Ho bowed her head, yes. He revealed her true form as a 9-tailed fox and slaughtered the remaining survivors in madness. The splendid palace was now filled with the stench of blood and strewn with corpses. Long Than left in satisfaction. "Very good. It is time for the next step." Late at night, Thiat Long and Bok Kai Fin stood atop the city wall looking down. He asked, "Strategist Great Jin has acted. Do you regret it?" Bok Kai Fin bowed and replied, "I am grateful for your Majesty's favor and have never regretted it." Thiat Long placed a hand on his shoulder in satisfaction. "Good. Once the great cause succeeds, I will enfeoff you as king." Bok Kai Fin answered respectfully, "Thank you, your Majesty. I am willing to devote all my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Bok Kai Fin's eyes flashed viciously, his heart full of schemes. "Li Yuguo, do not blame me. What you would not give me, I will seize myself." He recalled 2 months ago when he went to see Thiat Long. "This subject requests an audience with your Majesty." Thiat Long looked straight at him and remarked, "Your eyes are full of ambition. You may deceive Li Yuguo, but not me." Bok Kai Fin was startled and raised his head. "Your Majesty." Thiat Long leaned close to his ear and whispered temptingly, "I do not need you to help complete the great cause, but that means you must betray Li Yuguo." Blinded by fame and profit, Bok Kai Fin immediately agreed. Standing beside Li Yuguo forever is only being his shadow. "I am willing to brave boiling oil and raging fire for your Majesty." Thiat Long smiled faintly. "Very good. From now on you are my strategist." Bok Kai Fin kowtowed. "Thank you, your Majesty." The two quickly discussed strategy. Li Yuguo, in order to curry favor with Great Jin, targeted Great Liao spies, pushing the situation between Lu and Jin to extreme tension. Bok Kai Fin pointed at the map and proposed, "Internal strife is raging within Great Jin. This is the opportunity for your Majesty to attack under the banner of eliminating rebels. Once Great Jin is fully in hand, turning back to destroy Great Liao will be easy." Thiat Long said confidently, "This world will sooner or later belong to me." After finishing the discussion, Thiat Long left, leaving Bok Kai Fin sitting there with countless calculations. Li Yuguo, a wise bird, chooses the branch it perches on. "I have chosen another master. I hope you do not blame me." Late at night at the Buddha Hall, the surroundings were eerily silent. This was the place worshipping the suppressing nation, Great General Lai Kwang Engia. Thiat Long gripped the memorial tablet tightly, his voice icy. Acting for so long has made me tired. Lai Kwang Engia, father and son, will soon reunite in the Yellow Springs. At the same time, at the general's residence, countless soldiers holding torches surrounded it tightly. Not even a fly could escape. Chaik Bayat tilted his face and observed the surroundings with full vigilance. Kwa and Vo Tin hid silently on the rooftop to observe the situation. Vo Tin clenched his sword and said in a low voice, "They even dare to forge the tiger tally. It seems the imperial palace is more perilous than safe now." Vu Kwa gritted his teeth and reassured him, "Let us go down first and then decide." Vo Yu ran over in panic and called out, "Brother Vu Kwa, my father is still out there. What should we do?" He immediately comforted her, "Do not worry. With me here nothing will happen." He calmly analyzed. The moment the general left the city they acted. Clearly this was prepared in advance. Inwardly he guessed everything was likely related to that old fox Nap Lan Thiat Long. Votam angrily drew his sword and cursed loudly, "Those bastards dare to touch the Tudu residents. I will fight them to the death." Fortunately Vu Kwa stopped him in time. The Iron Cavalry are great Jin elites. Confronting them head-on is seeking death. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Tu Wat Thuet has been an old minister for many years. He must have prepared an escape route for himself. He turned to Vo Yu, who was full of worry, and asked, "Vo Yu, did the general ever mention any secret tunnel or hidden passage?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, father said if there is danger, go to the kitchen." Vu Kwa's eyes widened abruptly as he clearly sensed killing intent descending. He reacted instantly, pulling Vo Yu aside in his arms, "Be careful." Because of that, she narrowly escaped death. An arrow pierced into the spot where she had stood. Vu Kwa roared an order, "Kim Vo Tam, Dao Vo Tin, escort the young lady to the kitchen and find the secret tunnel." The two immediately answered, "Yes, Hall Master." As soon as the command was given, everyone scattered into action. Chaik Bayat shot another arrow and laughed smugly. "Lai Vu Kwa, this arrow will hit you no matter where you run." That moment a red dot like a beam of light appeared on Chaik Bayat's forehead. He was still bewildered and curious. What is this thing? Before he could understand, a bullet pierced straight through his head, sending him to meet his ancestors. Vu Kwa coldly held the modern weapon aimed forward. "The gun has locked onto targets. All of you drop your bows." Ignoring the warning, the soldiers charged forward recklessly. Immediately several explosive rounds were thrown into their formation, throwing them into chaos. By the time they understood, it was too late. Violent explosions rang out, and they were instantly wiped out. Vu Kwa turned away leisurely and left, bye-bye. He panted as he crawled out from the pitch-black tunnel, finally escaping disaster. The moment he lifted his head, he froze at the sight of Wat Thuet, already standing there with a heavy expression, "General." After reaching safety, Vu Kwa faced Wat Thuet. The man clasped his hands behind his back and said, "I did not misjudge you. You truly managed to withdraw unscathed." Vu Kwa looked straight at him. "It seems everything was within your calculations. Even the emperor's death was arranged." Wat Thuet replied calmly, "The old emperor was obsessed with women, and the crown prince was foolish. Great Jin sooner or later needed new blood." Hearing that, Vu Kwa's gaze darkened, inwardly cursing that old thief for cloaking his power grab in righteousness. Two stood on the bridge arguing. Vu Kwa retorted, "The crown prince holds the tiger tally. The Iron Cavalry are no longer under your command." Wat Thuet smiled faintly. "The tiger tally is only a token. Otherwise, how could I deceive the crown prince and his father-in-law?" Vu Kwa stared angrily. "You had people planted in the imperial city long ago and deliberately set up this scheme. Then why tell me?" Wat Thuet closed his eyes and smiled. "Because I have confirmed you are someone worth cooperating with." Vu Kwa replied indifferently. "I may not cooperate," Wat Thuet said calmly. "You certainly will agree," Vu Kwa sneered. "What if I say no?" Wat Thuet merely tilted his body and handed over a sealed letter. "Read it first, then speak." Vu Kwa opened the letter and was shocked the moment he read it. At the same time, the third prince led tens of thousands of troops, galloping forward on horseback. Thiat Long read the secret report and burst into hearty laughter. "The Emperor of Great Jin is dead. My son-in-law is indeed formidable." The soldier beside him, both worried and flattering, said, "The elder brother must be greatly rewarded later." Nap Lan Mong followed behind her father, and upon hearing the news her heart sank. She did not expect royal father to be so close to achieving his goal. The order to depart immediately rang out. On horseback, Nap Lan Mong looked up at the sky in worry. "Vu Kwa, I wonder if you are safe." The army under Thiat Long's command marched straight toward Yen Kin. As soon as they arrived, Long Than hurried to welcome them beneath the horses. "Third Prince, you have finally arrived." quickly join me in eliminating old To-Do. Thiet Long laughed loudly. There is no time to delay. Enter the city at once. The order to open the gates rang out. Bok Kai Fiend's face darkened, truly foolish, opening the door to invite wolves inside. Long Than led the way, charging straight into Yen Qin. The moment he entered, he heard the order to close the gates. He halted and shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" The armored commander standing above shouted, "Iron cavalry, heed the order. Hao Thin's soldiers who advance one step further will be killed without mercy." Long Than stood upright and raised the tiger tally before him. "The tiger tally is in my hand. Do you not see it?" Commander said in shock. "The true master of the military tally is the general." Thiet Long immediately dismounted and drew his sword to Long Than's throat. "Open the gate or I will kill him." Long Than trembled and asked, "Third Prince, what are you doing?" On the city wall, soldiers drew their bows. The commander ordered. The crown prince murdered the emperor and rebelled. Shoot him on the spot. Long Than frantically begged for help. "Third Prince, you cannot burn the bridge after crossing it." Thiet Long shouted angrily, "Useless fool. Only someone like you would dare let my 100,000 troops into the city." He restrained Long Than tightly with the sword at his neck and ordered, "Seize Yen Qin for me." The entire army responded in unison. Instantly, the 100,000 troops surged forward like a flood, pouring into the city. The guards, still bewildered, cried out, "Look quickly, what is that?" A massive banner fluttered high against the blue sky. Wat Thuet led his forces charging forward on horseback. Thiet Long's expression changed as he asked what is going on. Bok Kai Fiend turned pale. "This is bad. To-Do Wat Thuet personally led troops to attack our rear." Long Than broke free and waved joyfully while shouting, "General To-Do, save me." Thiet Long glared furiously. "Wat Thuet, you dare deceive me." The two armies faced off. Wat Thuet spoke first. "Third Prince, it has been a long time." With a sword at his throat, Long Than could not move and cried for help. Thiet Long looked straight at Wat Thuet. "You are pleased too early. Have you not made your move yet, son-in-law?" Words son-in-law were emphasized. Vu Qua lowered his head in silence. Seeing that, Thiet Long shouted angrily, "I did not expect you to side with that old thief and betray me." Calling the letter's content that Thiet Long promised to marry Nap Lan Mong to Great Liao for peace, Vu Qua said coldly, "I am only a discarded pawn. How dare you trade Mong and Hi away?" He could not hold back and spoke out. Nap Lan Mong behind him aggrievedly called Royal Father. Thiet Long replied calmly, "For the future of Hao Thin, anything can be done." Vu Qua gritted his teeth in fury. "You old bastard." Thiet Long did not waste words and coldly ordered, "Bring her out." Soldiers escorted Ian Nhi out. The moment Vu Qua saw his mother, he cried out loudly. Unable to restrain himself, he drew his sword and pointed straight ahead. "Nap Lan Thiet Long, you bastard, release my mother at once." Thiet Long pressed the cold blade against Ian Nhi's neck and laughed loudly. "You want me to release your mother? A traitor like you dares to order me. If you do not act, do not blame me for turning ruthless." Vu Qua was so furious that his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He drew his sword and swung it up, the tip instantly pressing against Wat Thuet's throat. Knowing he had forced Vu Qua into a dilemma, Wat Thuet calmly closed his eyes. Seeing their lord in danger, the guards anxiously drew their swords and stepped forward. Wat Thuet merely glanced at Vu Qua and said softly, "Go ahead and strike. You do this to save your mother. This old man will not blame you." Vu Qua gritted his teeth in bitterness. If he killed Wat Thuet, how would Vo Yu look at him? Would he be any different from the Third Prince? But if he did not act, how could he save his mother? Thin Thur Kai Ma appeared with a bizarre laugh. "It seems you are at a dead end again. Give me your body and everything will be solved." Vu Qua roared angrily, "Shut up." Seeing her son cornered, Ian Nhi lowered her head before the cold blade and said, "Vu Qua, since you were little I never cared for you well. I have always felt guilty. Now I have become your burden again. Son, do not worry about me anymore. Do what you believe is right." Vu Qua trembled as he looked at his mother. She smiled gently like spring sunlight and softly told him, "Live well." As if her wish was fulfilled, Ian Nhi decisively thrust her neck into the blade pressed against her. The entire world before Vu Qua seemed to collapse completely. Nap Lan Mong standing nearby cried out in horror, "Mother," while Bok Kai Fiend not far away revealed a satisfied smile. Jade pendant at Ian Nhi's neck fell to the ground and shattered in two. Vu Qua's desperate cry of mother echoed miserably as he rushed forward but was restrained by others. Nap Lan Mong knelt beside Ian Nhi's body and called mother in agony. Bok Kai Fiend said with satisfaction, Li Yuguo, how does it feel to lose a loved one? This is only the beginning. On the outskirts outside the city, a simple thatched house suddenly exploded, terrifying the people as bricks flew and wooden pillars collapsed. A purple-haired man with a wild body was thrown violently to the ground. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself up amid the ruins. After causing the tragedy, Didnt long tossed his sword aside and sneered, "Cheap woman, you have dirtied my blade." Nap Lan Mong embraced Ian and Hi and choked out, "Enough, father." Yuguo was different. He wished he could kill Didnt Long immediately and roared in rage. Nap Lan Didnt Long broke through the soldiers' encirclement and charged forward shouting, "From today on I will surely kill you." Didnt Long summoned his familiar sharp spear and snorted coldly, "You are courting death." Two instantly plunged into a life and death battle. Hi had been covered with a white cloth over her face. Bok Kai Fiend pretended to comfort Nap Lan Mong. "Sister-in-law, do not blame yourself. That was elder mother's choice." Nap Lan Mong lowered her head and murmured, "Why has everything become like this?" He ordered, "Give her a proper burial." The soldiers hurriedly cupped their fists and answered yes. Thuat observed the situation and said, "It is time." Lu Fai Long nodded, "Yes, Prime Minister." Both sides almost simultaneously gave the order. On one side Lu Fai Long, on the other Bok Kai Fiend. The entire army prepared to attack. Two forces crashed into each other like a storm. The clash of spears and blades rang sharply. Didnt Long's army also had archers shooting flaming arrows. The battle was extremely brutal. Everyone could see that Yuguo's side was gradually falling into disadvantage. The old and young civilians carried their valuables and fled in panic. Run quickly. A man escaping in haste suddenly bumped into the shoulder of a long-haired figure. That person stood still in the middle of the road, his demeanor strange as if preparing to do something. Back on the battlefield, Yuguo exerted all his strength and charged at Didnt Long, roaring, "Give me your life." Didnt Long sneered, "Truly overestimating yourself," then hurled the spear fiercely at him. Yuguo unleashed the dragon-seeking slash. Sword and spear collided violently, yet Yuguo was knocked far away, unable to touch even a strand. A strand of Nap Lan Didnt Long's hair drifted lightly in the air. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yuguo quickly calculated, "I cannot get close. It seems I can only use that." He exerted himself to block each strike with his sword. Didnt Long curled his lips in a smile. "It seems you have truly chosen to betray Hao Thien Nation and even your own wife." Yuguo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "I have wronged Manga and also Hao Thien Nation." Didnt Long's eyes gleamed mockingly. "So you will hand over the realm your father Lai Kwang Engia fought for to Great Jin." His pride touched, Yuguo roared, "Shut up. You are not worthy to mention his name." Didnt Long laughed harshly. "What is so frightening about that brat? Then let us go to hell together." At that moment, a figure rushed from behind him. Even so, Didnt Long immediately detected it. Loud explosion rang out as smoke and dust filled the air. Didnt Long laughed loudly in delight. It turned out even a martial ancestor puppet had been brought out. A puppet identical to Yuguo appeared and coordinated with him to charge forward. This puppet was clearly created to kill Didnt Long. The two acted simultaneously. Yuguo soared upward while the puppet closed in on the target. The puppet swung its arm and hurled several grenades toward Nap Lan Didnt Long. Violent explosions burst like fireworks. Yuguo shielded his eyes, waiting for the result. Yet before him he saw only the puppet pierced through the chest by Didnt Long's spear, while that man remained unharmed. "It seems I underestimated you." Horns suddenly grew from his head, and his eyes turned crimson. "You are worthy of forcing me to use this move." Votam shouted anxiously, "Damn it is bloodline manifestation again. The power has reached Martial Saint. Hall Master, be careful." Yuguo tightened his grip on the longsword and charged again desperately. He absolutely could not let that man have time to gather inner power. Sword had just swung down at Didnt Long when a dark shadow flashed past faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, Didnt Long was already standing behind him. Counterstrike sent Yuguo flying back more than 3 meters. Yuguo fell heavily, his back torn and bruised, groaning in pain as the longsword slipped from his hand. He raised his head in despair, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Even the martial ancestor puppet had been shattered by a single spear. What path remained to defeat that man? Unwilling to yield, Yuguo trembled as he reached for the sword. "I cannot die." But Didnt Long coldly stomped down on his hand. That man stood before him with a triumphant and contemptuous smile. Behind Didnt Long, the soldiers suddenly fell into chaos over something. Whoever rushed forward was blasted back. Didnt Long turned his head, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Dozens of blazing fists like fireballs shot forward, smashing straight into the ranks of soldiers. Vu Qua widened his eyes as his sword began to tremble violently, and it shot straight into the thick smoke ahead. Powerful hands seized the hilt. It was the ragged, long-haired man from before, Li Yuguo, Vu Qua's father, the man the world believed had long been dead. Thiet Long frowned and said coldly, "I did not expect you, Li Yuguo, to still be alive." Even Vu Qua was stunned. Why is father here? Li Yuguo said nothing, bent low, shattered the ground with a kick and shot forward. His target was Thiet Long. The two supreme experts clashed openly, their momentum erupting like a sea of flames. Thiet Long retreated to avoid the heavy blow and snorted coldly. Everyone hurried to help Vu Qua up and asked anxiously, "Brother, are you all right, Hall Master?" Votam argued with the newcomer, "Are you Hao Thien soldiers seeking death?" The other side hurriedly explained they were Vu Qua's allies. While Vu Qua stared at the battle, "Who exactly is that man? Why has the sun-moon blade returned to his hand?" Wat Thuet, standing beside him, said in a low voice, "That is your father, Li Yuguo. Vu Qua was shaken, my father. Did he not die long ago?" Wat Thuet slowly recounted. Back then, Li Yuguo had only one breath left. This old man used countless spirit medicines to preserve his life. He slept for over 20 years only to see his wife and child once. Whether this battle is won or lost, your father's life ends here. What meanwhile, Li Yuguo and Thiet Long continued their fierce battle in the air and on the ground without a victor. Every move of Li Yuguo was deftly evaded by Thiet Long. Seizing a moment of carelessness, Thiet Long unleashed a heavy palm strike. The blow struck Li Yuguo square in the chest. The terrifying force slammed him into the city wall. The soldiers atop the wall turned pale in fear. Li Yuguo still gripped the longsword, his body embedded in the wall as he coughed up blood. Before he could rise, Thiet Long with a mad grin rushed over and pressed his face deeper into the wall, still trying to stand. He grabbed Li Yuguo by the head and flung him away like a puppet. Thiet Long raised his spear high toward the sky. Killing intent gathered, spiritual power surged. A colossal dragon spirit rose from the depths of the earth. Thiet Long mocked, "Is that all? You are far weaker than before." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Thiet Long leaped up in time, avoiding a barrage of sharp spikes bursting from the earth. Li Yuguo's eyes blazed fiercely. He also summoned his spirit, a gigantic spider with long legs as sharp as blades. Vu Qua was stunned. "What is that?" Wat Thuet replied gravely, "That is the Li family's natal bloodline, the heavenly wolf blood spider. Once used, it means a battle to the death." Before everyone's eyes, the heavenly wolf blood spider was fully manifested. Thiet Long laughed with excitement. "So you finally used the heavenly wolf blood spider." That man gathered all killing intent into his spear and rode atop the dragon's head with a roar. "This battle will not end unless one dies." The soldiers of both sides panicked and retreated far back, leaving the battlefield to this life and death duel. The heavenly wolf blood spider roared threateningly at its foe. Dragon refused to yield, roaring and shaking heaven and earth. The two colossal spirits collided and tore at each other madly. The heavenly wolf blood spider opened its jaws and drove its long fangs into the dragon's throat, while the dragon bit deep into its opponent's neck. The dragon bit off one of the spider's legs, yet the heavenly wolf blood spider sank both fangs deeper into the dragon's throat. However, the spirits suffered. Li Yuguo and Thiet Long suffered the same. Crimson blood marks streaked across both their necks. Tin and Vu Qua watched in shock. Heavens, this is truly a battle of gods. No matter how many legs Thiet Long severed, the heavenly wolf blood spider clung to the dragon's throat without letting go. Thiet Long clutched his bleeding neck and roared, "Li Yuguo, do you intend to drag me down with you?" Blinding light erupted from the two spirit beasts, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Thonghan looked up in horror. "What is that?" Wat Thuet spurred his horse and shouted, "That is the bloodline inner core. Everyone fall back." The two spirit beasts, along with Thiet Long and Li Yuguo, entangled tightly and exploded in midair. Those standing on the ground were forced to cling tightly to the earth, struggling against the violent shockwave of the explosion to avoid being blown away. Almost everything was leveled. Thiet Long lay motionless with both legs gone, his neck covered in gruesome bloody wounds, while Li Yuguo had lost an arm, kneeling beside Ian Nha, his wife. Nap Lan Mong choked with tears as she called for her royal father, and Vu Qua turned pale, trembling as he called out, "Father." The two children rushed toward their dying father at nearly the same time. Vu Qua silently watched his father slowly release his grip from the sword hilt. Father Li Yuguo collapsed, leaning close beside his wife, his face serene as if he had let go of everything. He still tried to stretch out his remaining arm to embrace the most important woman in his life one last time. And in that instant, Vu Qua lost both his father and mother. The evil emperor and the generals moved to restrain the soldiers of Didnt nation. He asked in a low voice how they should be dealt with. Ngo Thuet replied that since the enemy general was dead, there was no need to waste troops and spark further war. The true enemy was still Dai Lu. The soldiers of Didnt nation, along with Nap Lan Mong and Yathiat, long quietly withdrew their forces and returned. Before leaving, Nap Lan Mong turned her head back and softly called out to Vu Qua. Mong Han hesitated as if wanting to say something, but Vu Qua, struck heavily by the blow, only lowered his head and said no more. I understand. Right now everyone needs time to calm down. Not long after, Vu Qua erected a tombstone for his parents, engraving the words tomb of Li Yuguo and his wife. Red incense burned brightly in the drizzling rain. Everyone stood silently behind. Only Vu Qua knelt in agony before the grave, clenched his teeth to hold back his sobs, tears streaming down. Though father and mother did not directly raise him, they gave him life. Whether he bore the surname Lai or Lu, they would forever be his parents. He only blamed himself for being unfilial and failing to protect them. Ngo Thuet stood in silence, sighing inwardly in regret for his old rival. If not for this tragedy, the younger generation might have become sworn brothers. Seeing Vu Qua collapse to the extreme, Vo Yu stepped forward and held his hand, unable to hold back her tears. Vu Qua, do not be sad anymore. I will always stay by your side. On the table lay empty wine jars scattered everywhere. No one expected Vu Qua to drown his sorrow in wine to such an extent, drinking countless amounts as if it were plain water. Those who came to visit all felt helpless. Thong Han waved his hand and sighed that the shock was too great. Vo Tin added that the sect leader being drunk every day and neglecting military affairs was truly unacceptable. Ngo Thuet stepped forward, snatched the wine jar from Vu Qua's hand, and sternly reprimanded him. Do you think getting drunk will solve everything? Vu Qua lost control and shouted, My affairs do not need your interference. Hearing that, Ngo Thuet hurled the wine jar to the ground where it shattered. Living like this betrays the deaths of your parents. He spoke sternly. Back then your father was gravely wounded, and it was I who preserved his last breath so he could meet his wife and child one final time. Your father endured half-living, half-dying pain for 20 years. What right do you have to destroy yourself like this? Those words seemed to awaken Vu Qua from a daze. That was right, there were still too many things waiting for him to do. How could he give up? Ngo Thuet advised in a deep voice. The more pain you feel, the more you must remember what matters most. You must remain strong until the end. Even that little girl Nap Lan overcame public opinion to become empress. You too should have a plan for yourself. He handed Vu Qua a letter. This was the 5-year peace proposal she sent. Look at how well she has done. Vu Qua took it in surprise and asked if it was from Manhwa. He read it carefully, then softly replied, Many thanks for your guidance, General. I understand what I need to do. Outside the study, Vo Yu sat absent-mindedly on a swing, her gaze fixed on the closed door. Her heart was filled with worry. After so long, she did not know how Vu Qua was now. Just then the door opened. Vu Qua stepped out clear-minded and neatly dressed as if ready for a new beginning. Seeing that, Vo Yu joyfully called out to him. You're all right now? Vu Qua gently rubbed her head and said, Yes. During this time I made you worry too much. So you are fine. Today take me out for a walk, all right? The two walked side by side into the city. The scene of people passing by was extremely lively. Vo Yu happily held his arm and pointed ahead. Vu Qua over there is so crowded. Another group of people excitedly invited each other to watch the commotion, saying that after the crown prince was executed, his subordinates were all arrested and were being displayed publicly. Hurry to see. Vu Qua turned to Vo Yu and said, Come, we will also take a look. She nodded and replied yes. Along the road, the people had locked Ku Vai Ho and Kui Ko into iron cages, freely throwing vegetables and cursing while demanding their deaths. Kui Ko suddenly noticed Vu Qua's figure within the crowd. Lai Vu Qua, it is him. Lai Vu Qua, I will definitely kill you. Ku Vai Ho also shouted in defiance, Do not be smug. As long as I am alive, I will not spare you. Hearing that, Vu Qua almost laughed. He waved his hand in response. Worry about keeping your own life first before talking, do you dare? Night fell. In the study came waves of violent coughing from Ngo Thuat. Ngo Thuat sat on the bed coughing heavily, his complexion visibly haggard. At that moment the physician entered carrying a tray of medicine and said, "General, the medicine is ready." Ngo Thuat took the hot bowl of medicine and asked the imperial physician how long he could live. The physician quickly reassured him that his body was still stable and not to that extent. But Ngo Thuat understood his own body best. He lowered his head and said, 20 years ago Lao Ku and Lai Kwang Engia were gravely wounded. One became crippled while I lost all my cultivation from then on my health decline. Speak the truth so I can prepare. The imperial physician had no choice but to bow his head and reply, "General, I fear at most you have only half a year left." Ngo Thuat sighed. Only half a year left. It is time to choose a successor to replace me in protecting Vo Yu and Dai Kim. Asked the imperial physician who could shoulder the responsibility. The old man thought for a moment and named Duong Hien Vu, Tong Than Long, and after brief hesitation also Lai Vu Qua. Ngo Thuat pondered while looking at the bowl of medicine in his hand. Lai Vu Qua. Very well, let Doc Thich and Vo Dien follow Duong Hien Vu. Kim Vo Tam and Dao Vo Tin follow Tong Than Long. As for Kui Ko and Ku Vai Ho, hand them to Lai Vu Qua. Within half a year, whoever proves most outstanding will succeed. Vo Yu asked Vu Qua where they would go tomorrow. He turned his head and replied, "Tomorrow will not do. I still have matters to handle." In the courtyard, Kui Ko was forced to kneel under the sun. Beside her, Phi Long stood guard. That scene caught the attention of both Vu Qua and Vo Yu. Ku Vai Ho and Kui Ko were shackled with paper stuffed in their mouths so they could not speak. Their eyes filled with hatred as they stared at Vu Qua. Phi Long smiled and said, "The general has handed them to you to deal with as you wish." Vu Qua understood and nodded. After finishing the handover, Phi Long quickly left. Vu Qua watched his back and thought why Tu Duangan Thuat had given these two to him. Could it be merely a gift? He stepped forward and stood before the two who were bound and kneeling on the ground. As soon as the gag was removed, Ku Vai Ho shouted curses, "Lai Vu Qua, you bastard. Sooner or later I will kill you." He smiled and asked, "Really?" Ku Vai Ho immediately showed fear and asked, "What are you going to do?" Vu Qua continued to tease as he raised his hand as if about to crush something. "Guess. Of course it is." He reached out and lightly poked Ku Vai Ho's tail, the corner of his lips curling up in satisfaction. He had not expected a fox tail to be this soft. Ku Vai Ho trembled and curled up on the ground, unable to stop soft moans from escaping. Suddenly he stood up, one hand covering his nose while the other waved as if to dispel a strange smell. Not bathing for so long is truly unpleasant. It is time to wash up. While Ku Vai Ho watched him with a dazed gaze, Vu Qua immediately called his subordinates. "Someone come, take these two to bathe and clean them thoroughly, then bring them to my room." 2 soldiers quickly appeared. In the bathhouse, Kui Ko and Ku Vai Ho leaned close and whispered. Ku Vai Ho with her full figure anxiously asked what Lai Vu Qua was planning, what he intended to do to them. The two were still shackled, their clothes removed, leaving only a strip of white cloth covering their bodies. A commanding voice ordered them to wash themselves clean. He wore only tight trousers, his upper body bare with a long blue bathrobe draped over him. Arms crossed as he leaned against the door and coldly said, "Help me bathe. I will remove your shackles." Ku Vai Ho hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You must keep your word." After that, the two stepped forward to attend to him. Vu Qua let out a soft groan of pleasure. It truly feels comfortable. He sat in the bath, seductive beauties surrounding him on both sides, his eyes half closed in satisfaction. Lower a bit more, that spot is still not enough. Helping him bathe, Ku Vai Ho suddenly noticed something unusual. She spoke up and asked, "You come from a noble family. Why are there so many scars on your body?" Vu Qua's expression darkened. "These are all injuries from protecting the friends and family I cherish. The ending was not perfect, but I have never regretted risking my life for them." He smiled and added, "If you are willing to follow me, I will protect you the same way." Hearing that Ku Vai Ho froze, Kui Ko also lowered her head in silence, pondering his words. Seeing neither of them speak, he asked, "Why are you both stunned? Here is some silver and a list. Tomorrow morning buy a few things for me." Ku Vai Ho asked in surprise, "Is that all?" Vu Qua stood up and replied, "If you do not want to, then take the money and find somewhere else to escape." The next day, Ku Vai Ho took the list to buy supplies, thinking to herself in disbelief that he truly only sent her to buy ingredients. What exactly was Lai Vu Qua planning? At the place she arrived, Hien Vu and Than Long stood assessing her. You are already Li Yuguo's person. You are sure you can still handle it. Hien Vu took out a needle and said, do not worry. This soul-seizing needle can control the mind. This time Li Yuguo is doomed. Than Long nodded and told him to act. As Ku Ho stepped forward and saw the two of them, she stopped. It is you. Than Long spread his arms and laughed. You changed masters and do not even show respect by inviting a drink. Ku Ho pushed him away in disgust and said, sorry, I am not free. Than Long frowned unhappily. Immediately after, Than Long flicked his hand and shot the soul-seizing needle toward Ku Ho. The soul-seizing needle pierced her head, and Ku Ho instantly froze. The basket and the shopping list fell to the ground. She stood motionless in the yard. At the military affairs hall, a solid structure lay in silence. Yuguo was leisurely drinking tea when someone suddenly entered. Before he could react, Ku Ho stabbed straight into his heart. He only managed to call her name. After stabbing him, she immediately pulled out the blade. His face turned pale. Not stopping there, Ku Ho even severed his head, holding the bloody head in her hand. The room was dyed red in an extremely brutal scene. At the Earth God Temple, Ku Ho stepped up the stairs one by one. Inside, Hien Vu and Than Long laughed and said Li Yuguo was nothing special. His injuries had not healed, so losing was understandable. Than Long recalled the instructions about choosing a successor. Holding the bag containing Yuguo's head, he laughed loudly and said, do not blame me. Blame yourself for blocking my path. Inside the cloth bag was his head, his tongue still sticking out. Hien Vu poked the severed head with his finger and said suspiciously, Senior brother, I feel something is not right. Than Long asked, what is not right? Suddenly someone flicked a green bullet that flew toward them, startling both of them. A loud explosion rang out. The bullet detonated and blasted Hien Vu and Than Long to either side. Than Long drew his sword in shock and asked Li Yuguo, how are you still alive? Opposite stood Yuguo with Ku Ho and Quico. His face was icy as he replied, whether I am dead or alive has nothing to do with you. Returning to before, he had already guessed the plan. When Ku Ho went to buy supplies, he and Quico secretly followed and discovered she was being controlled. He quietly pulled the soul-seizing needle from the back of Ku Ho's neck. Freed from control, she asked in shock, why am I here? He replied that she had been struck by the soul-seizing needle and manipulated. Yuguo thought seriously. The soul-seizing needle again? Could that person also be present? Back to the present, Ku Ho remembered everything and shouted about the soul-seizing needle. Yuguo looked at the two and asked, we have no grudges. Why do you want to kill me? Hien Vu rushed forward with a cold laugh. Because you are an eyesore, and because the general wants to choose you as successor. Yuguo immediately swung his sword in fierce retaliation, forcing Hien Vu to block. Knocked back amid dust and smoke, Yuguo said, for the general's sake, I will let this pass. He continued with a warning strike. If there is a next time, I will not show mercy. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the two behind. Than Long angrily asked, why not chase and kill him? Hien Vu replied, we cannot defeat him. Back on Yuguo's side, Ku Ho said in confusion, they wanted to kill you, yet you spared them. Yuguo calmly replied, they are the general's trusted aides. Killing them would cost Dai Kim 2 talents. Behind them, someone regretfully discussed that if those two had joined forces, they might have won. He clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance, saying Li Yuguo is a wolf of the battlefield, while those two are merely pampered cats. Even having just advanced to martial emperor, they are still no match for him. He decided it was time to begin the second trial. Night fell, one room still had its lamp lit. Yuguo lay drunk and murmured in his sleep, calling Mong Enhai's name. Ku Ho brought a bowl of sobering soup. He mistook her for his beloved and held her hand, calling Mong Nhai, you have come. He suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace, flustering Ku Ho. In his days, Yuguo whispered that he missed her and worried whether she was being mistreated in Hao Thien Nation. He gazed at her with intoxicated devotion and said he does not need the world as long as she stays by his side. Please do not leave. Those heartfelt words softened even Ku Ho. If only there were someone who loved me so deeply, how wonderful that would be. I held him tightly and softly replied, yes, I will not leave anymore. He lifted Ku Ho onto his lap and called her Mong Nhai. She blushed and whispered, let me help you ease this sorrow. His eyes shone brightly, filled with affection. In his gaze there was only Mong Nhai. He softly called her name. Ku Ho gently responded, husband. After that, the two of them clung to each other and kissed in deep intoxication. After a chaotic night, he jolted upright and called out loudly, mangacaps. His hand touched the empty space beside him, wondering whether it had been a dream or reality, not knowing how she was living now, whether she still remembered him. Just as he tried to sit up, his whole body ached. He hissed that his back hurt so much. This spring dream had felt unbelievably real. While rubbing his back, a hand pushed the door open from outside. It was Ku Vai-ho standing at the door. Behind her, Kwik-ho stood with arms crossed, observing. Why did you not tell the sect leader it was you last night? Perhaps he would have accepted you if he were pleased. Ku Vai-ho replied sadly, I am only a courtesan. How could I be worthy? Being by his side for that long was already enough for me. A few months later in a room, Hien Vu, Than Long and Vu Qua simultaneously clasped their fists in salute before the general. Seated on the chair, Ngo Thuet slowly asked, do you know why this old man summoned you here? Without waiting for a reply, he continued, Dai Lu has mobilized a great army to the border. War is about to erupt. I intend to send the three of you to the battlefield as part of the trial. He pointed at the map and said these are the three battlefields, Hong Hai with the Dai Lu Navy and pirates. Holding this place means protecting the camp. The second is Nam Kok, where our 200,000 troops must resist 400,000 enemies. The final point is Bin Tan Pass, originally part of Dai Kim's interior but already occupied. Within 1 month it must be retaken. Tan Long clasped his fists and said, General, I am accustomed to sea warfare and have 8,000 naval troops. I request Hong Hai. Ngo Thuet nodded in agreement. Hien Vu also stepped forward and said Nam Kok's complex terrain suits my tactics. The general nodded again. Hearing that, Vu Qua thought to himself, Nam Kok is easy to defend but hard to attack, and Hong Hai is already filled with fortresses. Those two truly chose the easiest parts. Ngo Thuet continued, only Bin Tan Pass remains. Lai Vu Qua, do you dare to lead 100,000 elite troops to reclaim it? He immediately replied, General, please rest assured. After assigning the tasks, he allowed the three to withdraw and ordered them to depart at once. All three answered yes in unison and left. When they were out of sight, Bai Long asked worriedly, Bin Tan Pass is so difficult to attack. Will that boy be all right? Ngo Thuet sat down and replied, this battle is extremely important. I can only place my bet on him. After speaking, he suddenly coughed violently, startling Phi Long, who called out, General. The handkerchief was stained with dark red blood. Clearly his illness was severe. He looked at the blood stain and murmured, Dai Lu has come at the right time. Next morning, the camp resounded with soldiers shouting as they trained, their weapons swinging with bold and heroic momentum. On the high platform, Nap Lan Mong stood silently observing the scene below. It was the Empress of Hao Thien Nation, Nap Lan Mong, her beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, her dignified, bearing radiating authority. The Chancellor of Hao Thien Nation, Bok Kai Fien, who was standing by at this moment, stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, the rebel forces in the capital have been completely suppressed. At present, no one in Hao Thien Nation dares to voice dissent. The Heavenly Wolf Guard has also expanded its ranks to 200,000 troops. Nap Lan Mong immediately asked, has Dai Kim Nation shown any movement recently? Bok Kai Fien bowed and replied, Dai Kim Nation is urgently mobilizing troops and arranging formations. From top to bottom, they are as tense as drawn bows. According to secret reports, it seems Dai Lu is about to make a move against Dai Kim. Bok Kai Keen lowered his head and added, Your Majesty, this is precisely the opportunity to surpass your elder brother. If we dispatch troops now to attack Dai Kim and form a pincer attack. Nap Lan Mong immediately cut him off. Chancellor, I have said that within 5 years we will absolutely not raise arms. You may withdraw. Kai Fien's expression instantly darkened, yet he still maintained proper decorum and replied, This minister obeys. On the high platform, Nap Lan Mong pondered silently. Vu Qua, the chaos in Hao Thien has been quelled, but I no longer have the strength to continue fighting. I cannot help you overcome this calamity. I only hope you remain safe and unharmed. Bok Kai Fien turned away, secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it, I am the chancellor of a nation after all. Yet Nap Lan Mong did not leave me even a shred of dignity. Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile. Sooner or later, Hao Thien Nation will fall into my hands. Qua led a troop of soldiers, all mounted neatly on horseback, imposing and valiant, banners fluttering with murderous intent. Vu Qua raised his hand to signal the army to halt. It is already late. We will set up camp here tonight. Soldiers quickly pitched tents and lit fires. both to guard against wild beasts and to keep warm in the cold night. Sitting around the fire, Vuqua handed Thong Han a jug of fine wine and said with a smile, "The watch is easy tonight, brother. Shall we have a few drinks?" Thong Han nodded at once, sure. He drank and laughed, yet shook his head and sighed. Drinking like this is not satisfying. At least we should have some food to go with it. Vuqua agreed. Then let us split up and hunt some game to bring back. The deep forest, after walking for a while, Vuqua came upon a lakeshore and had an idea. There are so many ponds and lakes around here. Catching some fish to roast should be fine. Suddenly something unusual caught his attention, and he blurted out, "Huh." He stepped toward a rock, bent down and picked up a few pieces of a woman's undergarments. His heart filled with doubt. Why would there be a woman's clothing by the lake? Ku Vai Ho and Kui Ko are both at the military office handling affairs. Aside from them, who else could it be? As if thinking of something, he pushed aside the nearby bushes, anticipation on his face as he hurriedly said, "Pardon the offense. I was only checking for suspicious individuals. I absolutely had no intention of peeping." The owner of those garments was a beautiful young girl with smooth, fair skin full of allure. That person was Vo Yu. She was using a cloth to wipe her body, her wet clothes clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her captivating curves, her damp and delicate appearance making it difficult for any man to look away. Sensing someone approaching, Vo Yu cast a glance over. Embarrassed and furious, Vo Yu splashed water in that direction and shouted, "You letcher, get out." Vuqua hastily covered his eyes and loudly explained, it is me, Vo Yu calmed down. Hearing the familiar voice, Vo Yu finally steadied herself, quickly covering her ample chest with a cloth as she asked, "Oh, brother Vuqua, why are you here?" He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Why have you appeared here?" Vo Yu shyly scratched her forehead and said, "Staying in the residence all the time is so boring. I lied to father that I was visiting grandmother and secretly followed your legion." Vuqua sighed, "You little girl. You dared to deceive your own father just to come out and play." The two of them were momentarily at a loss, staring at each other, the silence making their embarrassment even more apparent. Vo Yu turned her back, her voice subdued as she asked, "You saw everything just now, did you not?" He waved his hand and replied, "It was dark and my eyesight is poor. I did not see anything clearly." He said so, in his mind the image of that soft fullness surfaced. Though not fully developed, it seemed all essence was gathered there. That moment Thong Han walked over from somewhere, carrying a wild boar on his shoulder. "Brother, I caught a wild boar. Did you find anything here?" Vuqua snapped back to his senses and immediately plunged into the water as swift as lightning. He held Vo Yu tightly to block Thong Han's line of sight, softly making a hushing sound. Thong Han stood there stunned, utterly confused by the sight. Vuqua turned his head and forced a smile to brush it off. "I saw a tiger, so I planned to catch fish here. You should head back first." Thong Han nodded, "All right." Once the extra person had left, he let out a sigh of relief. Vo Yu in his arms was flushed red. Feeling something hard, she innocently asked, "Brother Vuqua, what is in your pants?" His face reddened to the tips of his ears. Vo Yu continued innocently, "It bumped into me earlier and hurt a little." Vuqua hurriedly explained, "That is just a fire-starting tool." Vo Yu tilted her head in confusion. "Oh, can a fire-starting tool move as well?" The next morning, the army continued its journey, weapons and supplies fully prepared. Vuqua picked up a rifle and loaded it. Thong Han asked curiously, "Brother, what kind of treasure is this?" He replied, "We are about to reach Bintan Pass. This is a weapon I prepared for everyone." After speaking, he raised the rifle and fired a test shot. 3 sharp sounds rang out in succession. 3 white birds immediately fell. Thong Han stared in shock. Vuqua calmly explained, "This is called a gun. Pull the trigger and bullets are fired. It can be considered a type of hidden weapon." Thong Han exclaimed in admiration, "This weapon is truly formidable. With it would breaching Bintan Pass not be as easy as turning one's hand?" He shook his head. "I only gathered 1,000 of them. The effect on increasing combat strength is limited. To break the pass, we must still rely on strategy." Inwardly thinking that the guns on Alamama are truly expensive, buying too many would lead to bankruptcy, Vuqua handed over a sheet of paper and said, "This is the revised version I edited last night. It clearly records how to use the guns, teach the soldiers to practice until proficient. There is an immortal fox pavilion in the nearby town. I will stop by to handle some matters." Thong Han glanced at him, the corner of his eye gleaming as if he understood everything. "Immortal fox pavilion. I understand. Go and take care of your business with peace of mind. I will train them." Vuqua was speechless and waved his hand. Do not think wrongly, I am only going to gather information. Behind a large tree, Vo Yu hid there and heard every word clearly, silently repeating in her heart, Immortal Fox Pavilion. After stepping into Immortal Fox Pavilion, Vu Qua scanned his surroundings and calculated. According to the information, there is a Dai Lu spy hiding here. I must quickly find her. Vu Qua immediately activated Heavenly Eye Insight. Each beauty within Immortal Fox Pavilion quickly revealed her true form. Suddenly a mark entered his vision. Vu Qua recognized the emblem of Dai Lu and secretly rejoiced, found her. He then disguised himself as a libertine and approached Ho Tam Doa, draping an arm over her shoulder with a playful smile. Little beauty, are you free tonight? Tam Doa cast a coquettish glance and replied, of course I am free, but this Ho Tam Doa is not cheap. Without 10 spirit stones, there is nothing to discuss. Hearing this, Vu Qua immediately took out a sparkling green pearl. Tam Doa became infatuated at the sight and smiled sweetly. This servant will certainly serve you attentively, young master. Tam Doa tugged at his clothes and led him into a private room. At that moment too, Du Vo Yu also quietly followed behind to observe. Seeing him dragged away by Tam Doa, she felt both angry and aggrieved. Humph, wicked woman, brother Vu Qua is mine. I will not let her act recklessly. Yet Vo Yu did not expect that she herself would be regarded as fresh young meat by the sisters in Immortal Fox Pavilion. The beauties surrounded her and teased, little handsome brother, why are you standing alone? Let your sisters serve you. Vo Yu cried out in panic, hey you all, let me go. Inside the private room, Tam Doa immediately pushed Vu Qua down onto the bed. Tam Doa wore only a thin doo-doo. She lifted his chin and called sweetly, young master. Tam Doa lifted his head and pressed it between her soft white breasts, causing Vu Qua's body to go numb, nearly making his nose bleed. A thought flashing through his mind, is this the legendary milk face wash? Very quickly he regained the initiative. Turning over to press Tam Doa down, she giggled teasingly. Young master is truly impatient. Vu Qua's face turned serious as he asked, by the way, have you heard that Dai Lu is about to attack Dai Kim? Tam Doa's face was flushed and her lips rosy, her eyes hazy as she replied, huh, what fighting? I know nothing. Vu Qua thought to himself, is that so? It seems I must be more forceful. Tam Doa wrapped her slender legs tightly around his waist, swaying coquettishly. Young master continued, this servant cannot wait any longer. At the height of the moment, Vo Yu suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in. Seeing the scene before her, she shouted loudly, brother Vu Qua, I do not allow you to do disgraceful things with her. Upon hearing the name Vu Qua, Tam Doa immediately turned pale, retreating as she trembled. Vu Qua, no wonder you looked familiar, so you are from Dai Kim. At this time, Vu Qua had already drawn a dagger and pressed it against Tam Doa's neck in threat. If you dare to shout, I will cut your throat at once. Inwardly, he guessed there were likely quite a few of her accomplices here. Vu Qua questioned coldly, speak. What is Dai Lu's true intention in mobilizing troops? Being restrained, Tam Doa had no choice but to confess. Dai Lu has suffered years of drought and famine. The land is barren and the people starve. The queen ordered to sustain war through war, attacking the wealthy grain depots of Dai Kim to save the nation. Vu Qua continued to ask, what about the military strength within Bintan Pass? Tam Doa answered in a low voice, there are 100,000 troops in the pass. The city walls are equipped with cannons and catapults, guarded by Zhen Nan King, one of the 8 great kings of Dai Lu. Zhen Nan King was renowned for his defensive prowess over a fence. To take down Bintan Pass without 500,000 troops was pure fantasy. At that moment, Tam Doa suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed toward Vu Qua. Seeing this, Vo Yu shouted a warning, brother Vu Qua, be careful. Vu Qua would never let her succeed. The blade in his hand flashed in a lethal arc across Tam Doa's throat. Fresh blood gushed out. Vo Yu covered her mouth in terror and trembled. Brother Vu Qua, you killed her. Vu Qua lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I am sorry, I should not have done this before you, but if I had not acted, the one who died would have been me. Elsewhere, the old steward carried in a bowl of medicine. Seeing Wat Thuet coughing violently, he advised, General, you should rest for a while. Wat Thuet took the bowl and replied, this old man does not have much time left. How can I think of resting? The urgent matter is to deal with Dai Kim's threat. He then looked at the steward and asked, where is Vo Yu? The steward replied, General, have you forgotten? Miss Vo Yu went to her grandmother's house to visit. You personally permitted it. Wat Thuet nodded. Going to her grandmother's house is good. Yen Qin is in chaos now. Staying away will be safer. I have only one daughter. I only wish for her safety. After Vu Qua and Vo Yu left Immortal Fox Pavilion, Vo Yu even casually turned back to wave goodbye to a girl. She then turned to Vu Qua and softly asked, "Brother Vu Qua, what about her?" Vu Qua replied briefly, "Ho Tam Doa had a complicated identity. Handling it that way avoids alerting the others." After speaking, he lightly pinched Vo Yu's cheek and said, "Perhaps there is a way here to cure your 9-yin severed meridian." Vo Yu sighed, "Do not comfort me. My father traveled north and south yet found no solution. How could this remote town have one?" Vu Qua did not explain. He simply turned and walked away, saying, "Follow me and you will know." After walking for quite some time, the two stopped before a place with a sign reading Tong Family Clinic. Vo Yu asked curiously, "Is this the place you said could treat my illness?" Vu Qua nodded. "It is said that long ago a general surnamed Tong was gravely wounded and came here. After consuming spirit herbs, he recovered swiftly. Only later was Bin Tan Pass built around this area." Vo Yu grew suspicious. "Surnamed Tong, and the clinic is also Tong. Could it be?" Vu Qua replied, "That is right. This is the place of the founder of the pass in those years. Let us go in and see." The two pushed the door open and called out loudly, "Is divine physician Tong at home?" Inside they saw only old Madame Tong drying herbs. She looked up and said, "The old man has not returned. Come back another day." But after observing them closely, old Madame Tong suddenly showed concern and walked toward Vu Qua. She said, "This young man's illness is not light. Blockage of the heart meridian is serious." Vu Qua asked in shock, "How did you know?" He thought to himself that ever since the battle with the three kings, the aura within his body had been in constant turmoil, and his cultivation had not advanced. Hearing this, Vo Yu looked over anxiously. "Brother Vu Qua, what is wrong with you?" Old Madame Tong glanced at her and declared, "Do not worry only about him. Your condition is even more severe. I fear you do not have long to live." Seeing her diagnose correctly at a glance, Vu Qua hurriedly cupped his hands in plea. "Please, senior, save her." Old Madame Tong turned her back and said, "This old woman dares not claim superb medical skill. I only know a little. Follow me inside." Vu Qua followed into the rear courtyard, looking around at the abundance of medicinal herbs and feeling moved. He had not expected such a remote clinic to store so many rare spiritual medicines. After sitting down, old Madame Tong looked at Vo Yu and said, "Little girl, give me your hand." Vo Yu stubbornly replied, "I am not a girl. I am a proper man," yet still extended her hand. As soon as old Madame Tong took her pulse, she cried out, "Is this the 9-yin severed meridian?" Vu Qua asked anxiously, "Senior, is there any way to save her?" Vo Yu turned angrily. "Who is your little sister?" Old Madame Tong said sternly, "Injury to the heart blocks the heart meridian. Once the heart heals, the illness resolves. But this young girl's situation is far more difficult." Just as Vu Qua was about to plead, a voice suddenly sounded, "Do we have guests?" Old Man Tong entered holding a wine gourd. Old Madame Tong called out, "Old man, you are back." She pointed to the two and said, "Quickly examine this girl." Old Man Tong looked and asked, 9-yin severed meridian. You must be a descendant of the Murong family." Vo Yu pondered before replying, "My mother indeed bore the surname Murong. Because of turmoil in the court we were separated. She was taken into a singing house as a courtesan. Later she married my father." Old Man Tong sighed. "The Murong family was once the foremost cultivation clan of Dai Kim. It is a pity that, when the 9-yin severed meridian erupts, one dies at 20 as the bloodline is severed. The extreme north snow lotus can cure it, but it appears only once in 100 years. Hearing this, Vu Qua quickly asked, "Aside from that, is there any other method?" Old Man Tong said at once, "Atop Heavenly God Mountain there is a dominant ferocious beast. Within its heart lies a 9-yin spirit jade that can reconnect the bloodline. Heavenly God Mountain lies within Dai Lu territory. To reach it one must cross Bin Tan Pass, and the beast is extremely dangerous. Years ago the Murong family sent a great army, yet none returned." Vu Qua clenched his fists in determination. "I must obtain the 9-yin spirit jade." Vo Yu tugged at his sleeve anxiously. "Brother Vu Qua, it is too dangerous. There are still 5 years left. As long as I can stay by your side each day, I am content." Vu Qua called out emotionally, "Vo Yu." But Old Man Tong exclaimed in surprise, "You are Li Vu Qua." Vu Qua pointed to himself and asked, "Senior knows me?" Old Man Tong laughed heartily while stroking his beard. "Who in Dai Kim does not know its hero? Do not be impatient. What belongs to you will come sooner or later." Seeing dusk approaching, Old Man Tong invited, It is getting late. Stay for dinner. The dining table was quickly set. Old man Tong pointed to the young man beside him and introduced, "This is my adopted son, Zhu Qingzhao." Qingzhao immediately cupped his hands. "Greetings, Lord Li." Wu Qua discreetly observed Qingzhao, thinking that this man's identity was not simple. Could he also be a spy like Ho Tam Do? With that thought, he activated Heavenly Eye Insight to examine him, discovering dragon aura on Qingzhao and that he bore the surname Zhu. Wu Qua asked suspiciously, "Zhu is the royal clan of Dai Lu. Could it be that you are?" Old man Tong spoke up. "He is the younger brother of the queen of Dai Lu." Old man Tong recalled that in those years, Qingzhao had been placed in a basket, set adrift on the river. Inside the basket was a letter from He Huang clearly stating his identity. "That is why I adopted him." Wu Qua looked at the glowing blood jade hanging on Qingzhao's neck and said, "This blood jade is a token of the Dai Lu royal clan. It seems you are the true heir to the throne." Qingzhao clenched the blood jade tightly, thinking to himself that the throne should have belonged to me, not Zhu Qiu. But outwardly he remained calm, turning to old man Tong and saying, "What is Lord Li talking about? What inheritance? I only wish to remain here and care for you both." Old man Tong laughed in praise, yet Wu Qua was not easily convinced. He remained vigilant. This man's ambition is not small, like Deep Quinn in the past. Whether for the 9-yin spirit jade or to eliminate Dai Lu's threat, he must seize Bintan Pass. Wu Qua smiled at old man Tong and said, "Vo, you and I are staying at a nearby inn. If divine physician thinks of a way to cure the 9-yin severed meridian, please send someone to inform us." Old man Tong replied kindly, "I understand," while Qingzhao remained silent. As night fell, Qingzhao saw that Wu Qua was already waiting. He asked in slight surprise, "You knew I would come?" Wu Qua smiled faintly. "You have harbored this for so many years. Would you truly miss the chance to cooperate with me?" Qingzhao nodded. "It seems you understand. That is right. I am the one worthy to be emperor of Dai Lu." Wu Qua shrugged. "But at present you hold no power or influence. What will you use to compete with your cousin?" Qingzhao replied, "That is why I need your cooperation. I will help you seize Bintan Pass. You will help me reclaim the throne." Wu Qua frowned and asked, "Do you truly have a way to take Bintan Pass?" Fan Chiu explained at once, "I am the personal physician of Zhen Nan King. I can bring you into the residence and disguise you as the king. When the time comes, the Dai Lu garrison will surely obey your orders." After hearing this, Wu Qua was extremely satisfied and burst into laughter. Deal. At the same time, within the imperial palace of Hao Thien Nation's capital, the queen of Hao Thien Nation, Nap Lan Mong, sat high upon the throne, her cold gaze sweeping downward as she spoke. "Simi Masai, let our treaty be settled as such." Simi Masai laughed loudly. "From this day forward, Hao Thien Nation will be the harbor for our pirates, and Hao Thien's territorial waters will be under my protection. It is just that being the queen of Hao Thien Nation seems rather dull." Simi Masai caressed the male favorite beside him and laughed in delight. "Look at these two treasures. Are they not born playthings? Would you like to try?" The male favorite even moaned in cooperation. Nap Lan Mong merely lowered her head and replied, "No need. If there is nothing else, then please leave." Simi Masai turned and departed, arms around the beauties as he laughed. "My treasures, let us return and indulge in pleasure." The maid beside Nap Lan Mong hurried forward and asked softly, "Your Majesty, must we truly form an alliance with pirates?" Nap Lan Mong replied sternly, "He is not merely a pirate. At 12, he commanded 800,000 naval troops and became the overlord of the seas. Cruel and bloodthirsty, at only 26, he has already stepped into the upper-rank martial emperor realm." At the same time, a male favorite beside Simi Mas asked worriedly, "Master, Nap Lan Mong is so beautiful. You will not be moved, will you?" Simi Mas sneered, "Rest assured. She even exploits her own man. Her schemes are deep and vicious. If my navy did not need a harbor, would I bother allying with her?" At the general's residence, a servant reported, "General, Nap Lan Mong has allied with the pirates." Wat Thuet said gravely, "Hao Thien is amassing troops like this. I fear a great move is coming. I just do not know whether they will strike the south or attack Dai Kim." Servant asked anxiously, "But did Nap Lan Mong not sign a 5-year truce with us? Moreover, Li Wu Qua is still in Dai Kim." Wat Thuet set down his teacup and replied coolly, "If one wishes to raise troops, can a mere treaty stop it? As for Li Wu Qua, before power, what is a single man worth? Pass down the order to block all news regarding Hao Thien. Absolutely do not let Li Wu Qua learn of it." We will speak after he retakes Bintan Pass. After finishing their discussion, Vuqua and Than Chiu packed their belongings and headed toward Bintan Pass. Soldiers stopped them for questioning. Who are you? What business do you have entering the city? Than Chiu replied calmly. General Triu invited me to treat an illness. I am the newly arrived physician. After passing the gate, Than Chiu said in a low voice, follow the plan later, act swiftly and cleanly. Vuqua nodded, rest assured, my men are ready. We can attack the city at any time. Entering the residence of Zhen Nan King at Bintan Pass, Than Chiu took the pulse and said, Your Highness, your complexion has improved greatly. After a few more doses, your stomach will be fine. Zhen Nan King laughed in satisfaction. Good. Once I recover, I will reward you handsomely. Than Chiu smiled. Many thanks, Your Highness. Than Chiu then handed the prescription to Vuqua and Vo Yu, telling them to brew the medicine for the king. Vuqua bowed deeply and replied respectfully, as you command. As they left, Vuqua whispered to Vo Yu, those two female guards are both martial kings. We must lure them away. Vo Yu nodded, leave it to me. The kitchen, Vuqua calculated the timing and sprinkled a sleeping drug into Zhen Nan King's bowl of medicine, muttering, it is about time. At that moment, the veranda of Zhen Nan King's residence burst into fierce flames. Servants cried out in panic, Your Highness, this is bad. The veranda is on fire. Zhen Nan King immediately ordered the two female guards, go see what is happening. The two answered in unison, yes. As soon as the two female guards left, Vuqua carried the bowl of medicine in and said, Your Highness, the medicine is ready. Zhen Nan King drank it without suspicion, then muttered, why does this medicine smell strange? Only 3 seconds later, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Than Chiu took out the prepared mask and handed it to Vuqua. This is Zhen Nan King's mask. Put it on quickly. Vuqua stripped off Zhen Nan King's clothes, changed into them and put on the mask, swiftly completing the disguise. Looking at his false face, Vuqua asked gloomily, are you sure no one will see through this? Than Chiu could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Than Chiu took out the tiger tally and handed it to Vuqua. Here is the tiger tally, take it. Suddenly the two female guards returned and shouted, so it was a scheme to lure the tiger from the mountain. Who are you to dare impersonate the king? Vuqua immediately drew his gun and aimed at the two female guards. Than Chiu smacked his lips at the sight. The face looks identical, but the rest truly gives it away. Without giving them time to react, Vuqua pulled the trigger repeatedly, causing the two female guards to fall on the spot. After finishing, Than Chiu asked, are you still confident? Vuqua calmly blew on the gun barrel, rest assured. My men have already ambushed outside the city gate with divine weapons. Vuqua assumed the role of Zhen Nan King and stepped out, shouting to the Dai Lu soldiers, the queen has sent reinforcements. Pass the order to open the city gates to welcome them. The soldiers responded in unison, as commanded. The soldier rode swiftly to the gate to relay the order. Zhen Nan King commands the gates be opened. The Dai Lu troops outside immediately replied, understood. The shout to open the gates echoed everywhere. At that very moment, the timed bomb placed beneath the walls of Bintan Pass detonated. The walls of Bintan Pass exploded instantly, shattering into fragments. Soldiers within the city screamed in terror, what is happening? Dai Lu troops looked toward the gate and saw the great army of Dai Kim raising banners and charging in on horseback. Soldiers cried out in panic, look over there. They saw Dai Kim soldiers galloping with pistols in hand, shouting, charge, reclaim our territory. Let the barbarians see the power of metal, charge. Wherever the Dai Kim army advanced, gunfire followed. The Dai Lu troops had almost no strength to resist. Dai Kim pressed the advantage and surged forward. Kill, drop your weapons. The battle unfolded in a flash. Before long, the banner of Dai Kim was flying atop the walls of Bintan Pass. Thong Han crossed his arms and said in satisfaction, Brother Vuqua, these weapons are truly formidable. We captured Bintan Pass in half a day. Vuqua smiled, of course, used them sparingly. Once they are gone, they are gone, inwardly pained by the high cost of future weapons. As the soldiers escorted Zhen Nan King, Thong Han asked doubtfully, but the troop numbers in the city are far fewer than our intelligence reported. Vuqua pondered and replied, it seems most have been transferred elsewhere. Looking at Zhen Nan King, Thong Han poured a bucket of water over his head. Vuqua pressed a sword to his neck and demanded, speak, where have those soldiers gone? At the same time, the southern valley was also enduring a fierce assault. A soldier rushed in to report to Xu and Vu, General, Zhenzai King and Zhendong King are jointly attacking the southern valley. The enemy numbers over 500,000. If this continues, we cannot hold for a month. We must request reinforcements at once. After hearing this, Xuanvu thought anxiously, we cannot request reinforcements. If a letter is sent to the capital, the general will surely be disappointed. Xuanvu slammed the table and ordered, pass down the command. Even if we cannot hold, we must hold. The Red Sea, a massive naval battle, was also erupting fiercely. A soldier reported to Qinglong, General, Zhenbei King has deployed 300 warships. Our cannons are nearly exhausted. Qinglong turned and shouted, activate the defensive formation. The soldier panicked. But the formation can only be used once. It will hold for 7 days. After that, Qinglong cut him off. Use it as order. In his heart, Qinglong sneered. By now, Li Yuguo must also be struggling in bitter battle and surrounded. As long as I hold out a little longer, it will suffice. Returning to the general's residence, Wat Thuet opened the letter sent by Yuguo. Long, standing beside him, immediately asked, General, what did Li Yuguo write in the letter? Wat Thuet frowned and replied, So Hong Hai, Nam Kok, and Bin Tan Pass were all bait. The real goal was to draw our Dai Kim forces elsewhere. The 4 great princes of Dai Lu have dispatched an elite unit straight toward Feng Min City. Wat Thuet continued, Feng Min City is a vital inland stronghold of Dai Kim. If it falls, then destruction will only be a matter of time. Bai Long pondered and said, Li Yuguo wants to seize the moment when Dai Lu's troops are depleted and strike directly at their core. Bai Long looked at Wat Thuet's back and said joyfully, if this news is true, then it is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Wat Thuet gazed up at the blue sky and white clouds, thinking that if Li Yuguo continues forward, perhaps he will create another miracle and resolve this crisis of national extinction for Dai Kim. On Yuguo's side, after capturing Bin Tan Pass, everyone decided to head immediately toward Heavenly God Mountain. Chiu pointed ahead and said, Brother Li, that is Heavenly God Mountain. The ferocious beast inside is extremely dangerous. Vo Yu held Yuguo's hand anxiously and urged, Brother Yuguo, perhaps we should forget it. I do not want you to take risks. Yuguo smiled and replied, What is wrong? Do you not trust Brother Yuguo? Vo Yu said awkwardly, It is not that. Yuguo understood she was only worried about him, so he gently patted her head and comforted her. Rest assured, I will definitely return safely. After that, they split into 2 groups. Yuguo went with Thong Han. Looking at Vo Yu following Than Chiu, he instructed, The mountain path is treacherous. Stay behind and take care of Vo Yu. I and Sat Hong going up the mountain will be enough. Than Chiu nodded, all right, rest assured. Dark clouds gradually gathered, and rain began to fall. Yuguo and Thong Han finally saw a plump monster lying on its back asleep. Yuguo asked curiously, This is supposed to be a ferocious beast. Yuguo's gaze fixed on the bright golden jade on the monster's forehead, certain in his heart that the glowing object was the 9-yin spirit jade. Yuguo looked again and laughed. This ferocious beast does not look fierce at all. Unexpectedly beside it, 2 rabbits were chasing and mating, tired then colliding into each other for another bout. To their surprise, the seemingly gentle beast suddenly went mad and charged over. It seemed the scene of intimacy made this single ferocious beast furious with jealousy. Yuguo and Thong Han were both stunned by the beast's swift reaction. The ferocious beast swung its arm and smashed the ground, sending stones flying and making the earth tremble. Yuguo sighed, just praised it for being gentle, and it turned hostile at once. Thong Han covered his face and said, This beast will be hard to handle. Yuguo pondered why it went mad the moment it saw those 2 rabbits. Could it be? His eyes glanced at the large rock nearby, and suddenly an idea flashed. There is a way. Yuguo had his puppet wear an orangutan's skin and carry along a female orangutan. He laughed inwardly. Ferocious beast, I will give you a special gift. Seeing the puppet orangutan about to kiss the female, the beast's wounded pride erupted and it roared wildly. Ferocious beast charged straight at Yuguo's puppet to attack with savage momentum. The puppet immediately chuckled and leaped aside. Ferocious beast could not stop in time and slammed headlong into the massive rock behind. The collision made the 9-yin spirit jade on its forehead shake and fall to the ground. Yuguo shouted success. While the beast continued chasing the puppet, Yuguo rushed forward and picked up the 9-yin spirit jade. He laughed loudly. The 9-yin spirit jade is in hand. Thong Han hurriedly urged, Brother Yuguo, quickly lure the beast away. I am getting dizzy. Yuguo thought briefly, then asked, Which direction is Lu Qin? Thong Han pointed northwest. Hearing that, Yuguo immediately ordered the puppet to change direction and run straight northwest. He laughed gleefully. Let us give Dai Lu a grand gift. This time, Vo Yu was sitting in contemplation by a cliff. She looked into the sky and murmured worriedly, "Why has brother Vu Qua not returned yet?" Than Chiu stood at a distance watching Vo Yu, sighing inwardly that this woman is truly beautiful. If only she belonged to me. His expression darkened as he calculated, "I am the future emperor of Dai Lu. What woman in this world can I not have? As long as Li Vu Qua keeps his word and helps me seize the throne. But would Li Vu Qua truly risk his life for me? No, I must make it so he cannot betray me." Than Chiu took out a vial of medicine and secretly sprinkled it into Vo Yu's food, calculating that Vo Yu is Li Vu Qua's sister. He dared risk his life for her to seize the 9-yin spirit jade. He thought that this sister is extremely important. If Vo Yu becomes my woman, then Li Vu Qua would be my brother-in-law. At that time, what reason would he have not to help me? After preparing, Than Chiu carried the tray over and said, "Vo Yu, do not worry. Brother Li will be safe. Eat something." Vo Yu replied coldly, "I do not want to eat." Seeing this plan fail, Than Chiu changed his approach. "Then I will take you for a walk. Perhaps we will meet brother Li along the way." Hearing this, Vo Yu nodded happily. The two walked side by side past a bed of flowers. While Vo Yu was not paying attention, Than Chiu secretly poured an aphrodisiac onto a flower, then brought the flower close to Vo Yu and said with a smile, "Vo Yu, this flower smells wonderful. Try smelling it," just as she stretched. Vo Yu's arm accidentally knocked into Than Chiu's hand, causing the flower coated with aphrodisiac to press directly against his nose. Vo Yu quickly turned and apologized, "I am sorry. I stretched and bumped into you." Than Chiu's face flushed red and his breathing grew rapid. Vo Yu asked worriedly, "Why is your face red? Are you all right?" Suddenly Than Chiu lunged forward and grabbed Vo Yu's shoulders tightly. He said excitedly, "Damn it, if you were drugged you would lose control too, so I might as well lose control first." Vo Yu pushed him away in panic. "What are you doing? Let me go, it hurts. Release me." Than Chiu's eyes burned as he laughed madly. "Do not resist and it will not hurt. Obediently belong to me. When I ascend the throne of Dai Lu, you will be empress." Vo Yu screamed in terror, "Get away." In the chaos, Vo Yu suddenly remembered what Vu Qua once taught. "Vo Yu, I will teach you a move to defend against lechers called upper strike lower kick. No need for much practice, just strike accurately." Vo Yu closed her eyes and shouted, "Get away," then kicked straight into Than Chiu's groin, causing him to collapse in pain. Than Chiu drooled from the pain and stammered, "You." He clutched his lower body and howled, "You dare hit me." Vo Yu retreated in fear and ran. But unfortunately, the ground ahead suddenly collapsed. Vo Yu fell straight into the ravine below. She screamed, "Brother Vu Qua, save me." Sometime later, Vu Qua and Thong Hen returned. Vu Qua called out loudly, "Vo Yu, I am back." Soldiers saw him and ran over to report. "General Li, Miss Vo Yu is nowhere to be found." Vu Qua asked in alarm, "Nowhere to be found? Did I not tell her to wait for me at the camp?" The soldier replied, pale-faced, "She was taken away by Dr. Zhu, but when he returned, he was alone. Moreover, that part of his body was practically ruined." When Vu Qua stepped into the tent, he saw blood flowing endlessly from Than Chiu's lower body. He frowned and asked, "What a pity for you. What exactly happened? Where is Vo Yu?" Than Chiu endured the pain and replied weakly, "I was walking with her when we encountered Lu soldiers." Vo Yu was taken away. But Vu Qua had already noticed a vial of medicine exposed in Than Chiu's sleeve. Rage flared as he clenched the vial and cursed, "Bastard, you dared drug Vo Yu." Than Chiu raised his hands in panic and stammered, "No, it is not like that." Vu Qua demanded through gritted teeth, "Speak. Where exactly is Vo Yu?" Than Chiu trembled in fear and answered, She fell into the ravine. At the same time, at Thien Lan Sec, Vo Yu hazily woke up on an unfamiliar bed. Looking around the unfamiliar room, she thought in alarm, "Where is this place?" Suddenly, a white-haired young man walked in from outside. He said gently, "You are awake." Vo Yu screamed in fright, "Who are you?" She shrank into the corner, trembling, and asked, "Where is this?" The white-haired youth was Muk Vo Kai, holding a bowl of medicine as he smiled, afraid. "When facing the ferocious beast, you were quite brave." Hearing that, Vo Yu was stunned, subduing the ferocious beast. That moment, hazy memories surged back. She remembered slipping and falling into the ravine, but landing on the ferocious beast. At that time, the beast was chasing Vu Qua's puppet, while she rode on its back, clutching its fur and screaming for help. Near the edge of the cliff, the puppet leaped across to the other side. The beast roared and followed, but Vo Yu could not hold on. Her hand slipped from the beast's fur. As a result, her whole body fell straight into the deep water below. Coincidentally, at that moment, Muk Vo Kai was cultivating underwater. Hearing the noise, he intended to look up to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, Vo Yu fell from the sky and struck him. Truly unfortunate. Recalling everything, Vo Yu widened her eyes and shouted, "You are that naked pervert." Muk Vo Kai sighed and replied, "You are the pervert. I was merely cultivating underwater and surfaced after hearing a cry. You nearly crushed my bones." Only then did Vo Yu realize her misunderstanding. Scratching her cheek and saying softly, "Fine, I am sorry, but where is this place, and who are you?" Muk Vo Kai set down the bowl of medicine and smiled. "This is Didnt Land sect in Van Trung City. My name is Muk Vo Kai, or you may call me second brother." Back in the forest, Vu Qua was following traces to search for Vo Yu's whereabouts. Seeing a small footprint and a gigantic one, he deduced they belonged to the puppet and the ferocious beast. Could it be that Vo Yu had been swallowed by the beast? On second thought, that was not right. There were no bloodstains nearby. She must have been saved by someone. Both the puppet and the beast appeared near Van Trung City. Following that direction would surely yield clues. At this moment in the Tu-Du residence, Bai Long hurried over with a secret letter and reported, "General, the spy says Miss Vo Yu did not go to her grandmother's house, but went to Bintan Pass." Hearing that, Wat Thuot angrily slammed his teacup. "What? Since when did that girl learn to lie? Send men at once to bring her back." Bai Long replied awkwardly, "I fear that will not be possible." Wat Thuot asked in shock, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Long frowned and reported, "According to secret intelligence, Miss seems to have disappeared." Wat Thuot staggered and shouted, "What, my Vo Yu?" Unable to withstand the shock, he coughed violently. Bai Long advised worriedly, "General, you are the pillar of Dai Kim. Please take care of your health." Wat Thuot glared and roared, "Dispatch men immediately to find Vo Yu. Even to the ends of the earth you must find my daughter." Bai Long accepted the order, yes. After Bai Long left, Wat Thuot walked to the wall and opened a hidden mechanism. Thinking coldly, Li Vu Qua, "If my daughter loses even a single hair, I will not spare you." Wat Thuot took a box from a concealed cabinet. He looked at the old steward and said, "Give me the returning light pill. I must go to Golden Dragon Gate." The steward replied in panic, "Using the returning light pill is no different from exhausting the last drop of oil. You must not." Wat Thuot opened the box and looked at the object inside, saying calmly, "This broken life of mine has long ceased to be worth anything. For Dai Kim, for my daughter, no matter what, I must go." In Dai Lu, Van Trung City. As he walked, Vu Qua thought, falling from such a height, Vo Yu must be injured. The pharmacies might have news. He immediately stepped into a nearby medicine shop. Vu Qua generously placed 3 silver ingots on the counter and asked, "Shopkeeper, have you seen a girl around 15 recently?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and he smiled, "I have not, but leave your lodging, and if there is news, I will inform you." Vu Qua said, "If you see her come to Tong Fuck In to find me," then turned and left. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, yes. Just as he stepped out the door, he was blocked by 2 men leading a flirtatiously dressed woman. One pointed and shouted, "Have you no eyes? Move aside." The woman stared at Vu Qua and thought, "This young man is handsome and a martial emperor. Bringing him home would be delightful." After thinking, she pushed aside the 2 guards and scolded, "How dare you bully this young master?" Then she turned to Vu Qua with infatuated eyes and said, "Young master, you are truly handsome. How old are you? Are you married?" Vu Qua stepped back and waved his hand. "I have urgent matters. I take my leave." She refused to let go and grabbed Vu Qua's hand, introducing herself, "I am Muk the Tin, daughter of the Didnt Land sect master Muk Dinh Hao." She then winked coquettishly, "Would you not like to visit my home as a guest?" Hearing this, Vu Qua was startled. Didnt Land sect again. Their intelligence network spans the world. Perhaps they can help find Vo Yu. He immediately changed his tone and cupped his hands. "So it is Miss Muk. I am Li Qua. I came to Van Trung City seeking my younger sister." Muk the Tin smiled. "Asking at a small pharmacy like this is useless." Vu Qua asked, "Then where should I look?" Muk the Tin hooked her arm through his gently and said, "Just follow me." Before long, Vu Qua was brought to Listening Wind Pavilion. Muk the Tin introduced enthusiastically, "This is where Didnt Land sect gathers intelligence. How is it?" "Not bad," Vu Qua nodded in praise. "Indeed, it lives up to its reputation." He could not help but feel astonished. He truly had not expected the intelligence network of Didnt Land sect to be hidden right in the heart of such a bustling city. It seemed Wu Yao must be safe and sound. The Qing turned to Vu Qua, teasing that she had already sent people to investigate. and that news of his younger sister would arrive soon. Vu Qua cupped his hands in salute and said, "Many thanks, eldest miss." Just then, a servant hurried over to report that Listening Wind Pavilion had not yet found any clues about young Master Li's sister. Upon hearing this, the Qing flew into a rage and shouted that they were all useless. Hearing that, Vu Qua rose to his feet, bowed with cupped hands, and said, "Eldest miss, please calm your anger. Since that is the case, I will not trouble you further. I take my leave." Vu Qua felt weighed down and stifled. Even Listening Wind Pavilion had no news. Where else could he search for her? If there were no clues about Wu Yao here, then staying was pointless. Suddenly, Vu Qua's arm was tightly grasped by the Qing. She switched to a coy expression. Her face flushed as she blinked sweetly and said, "Little brother, do not hurry to leave." The Qing advised him that with such strength he might as well join Tian Lan's sect and use their manpower to search. But Vu Qua firmly refused, thanking her for her kindness yet saying he was used to freedom and did not wish to be bound. Then he took his leave. Vu Qua's figure gradually disappeared from Listening Wind Pavilion. The Qing ground her teeth in anger. Li Vu Qua actually dared to refuse me. Investigate his background immediately. The black guard beside her quickly reported that his identity was the hall master of the military stratagem hall of Dai Kim, Li Vu Qua. And upon hearing this, the Qing cried out in shock. On the other side, Vu Qua continued wandering through various apothecaries. He stopped at different eateries to inquire for information, but only received head shakes. Never seen, do not know. If you are not eating, then go elsewhere. Some even said they had never heard of it, but if he gave a little money, they would help him ask around. Both angry and helpless, Vu Qua slammed his fist against the wall and lamented, "Yun Trung City is so vast, yet I cannot find a single clue. Wu Yao, where exactly are you?" That very moment, an arrow suddenly tore through the air toward him. Vu Qua immediately shifted his body and narrowly dodged it. Right after that, the Qing's furious voice rang out, "Li Vu Qua, do you enjoy provoking me?" Vu Qua replied coldly, "Miss Muck, what is the meaning of this?" In his heart, he already understood that the other side must have discovered his identity. The Qing clenched her fists and shouted that she had wondered where he came from to dare refuse her, never expecting him to be the hall master of Dai Kim, coming to Yun Trung City to scout military intelligence while pretending to search for his sister. Truly shameless. Vu Qua calmly responded that if he truly wanted to spy, he would have agreed to stay at Listening Wind Pavilion long ago. He had clearly said that once he found his sister, he would leave immediately and never break his word. The Qing naturally did not believe him and sneered in rebuttal. "Even Tian Lan's sect cannot find the intelligence. What will you use to search?" She spoke, she pointed straight at Vu Qua and ordered the guards, "What are you standing there for? Charge at him." Seeing the tense situation, Vu Qua also grew angry and summoned power from deep within the earth. His face turned cold as iron as he said in a low voice, "Since you do not believe me, then do not blame me for taking action." The subordinates of Thien Lang's sect fiercely rushed forward, shouting repeatedly to kill him. Vu Qua's eyes reddened as he looked at them, his blood aura erupting violently, and in an instant he controlled them one by one. Holding the electric gun in his hand, he thought that this trip would likely consume quite a few high-grade spirit stones. Then he immediately fired, the terrifying power causing those struck to collapse. Taking advantage of the chaos, two of the Qing's subordinates launched a sneak attack from behind. Vu Qua swiftly turned around to face them. He used his blood aura to suppress the two men. Immediately after, he poured all his strength into firing the electric gun straight at them. Gunshot rang out, and at the same time a huge explosion erupted, earth and stones scattering everywhere. Vu Qua calmly looked at the opponents and thought that martial emperors were indeed harder to deal with than those lackeys. The electric gun still lacked power against a martial emperor. Qing's face darkened as she remarked that he was quite capable, actually able to fight evenly against two martial emperors. She coldly told him to try this move and then released a hidden weapon. Vu Qua was slightly surprised, but quickly recognized it as the Snow Radiance flying dagger among the 10 great hidden weapons. Qing snorted coldly, her voice filled with killing intent. "Your eyesight is not bad, but it is a pity you are about to die." Facing such danger, others might have fled, but he calmly recited a string of strange symbols. Snow Radiance flying dagger immediately halted and obediently fell into his hand. Vu Qua smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I will not die, and this dagger now belongs to me." As he finished speaking, mysterious energy from the dagger wrapped around his body. merging with his own aura and filling him with vitality. Only then did the Qing truly panic, her voice trembling as she shouted, Li Yuguo, what strange trick did you use? How can this be? Did not bother to say more and directly threw a punch that knocked her off her horse, coldly saying, you reap what you sow. The Qing was beaten until she lost all face, her anger surging to the extreme. That moment, the two martial emperors from earlier also broke free from the suppression at the same time. Yuguo deployed a suppression array, but alone he was clearly no match for three people. Seeing one of them already charging forward, he suddenly felt anxious. This is bad, I cannot confront them head-on anymore. Finding Wu Yao is what matters most. Thinking so, he quickly took out a spray bottle. He smashed it hard onto the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke, taking the opportunity to retreat. When the smoke cleared, the Qing's group could no longer see Wu Kuo's figure. She gritted her teeth and cursed that he had escaped again. At the corner of a street, Wu Kuo carefully observed the situation, but the snow radiance flying dagger could not wait any longer and anxiously asked that he had said he had a way to help it. He replied in a low voice that he could not exactly say he would save it, but he could let its soul leave the dagger. The flying dagger clicked its tongue and nodded in agreement. Recalling the moment he had nearly been killed by the hidden weapon, he suddenly realized there was a spirit within the snow radiance flying dagger, which was why it obeyed its master. Although the world had been altered, some core things still existed. Thus he boldly asked whether it was willing to remain imprisoned. He could help it. That was why the snow radiance flying dagger obediently followed him. Returning to the present, Wu Kuo looked at the object flying beside him and thought that this spirit had been bound for 1,000 years. What it longed for most was freedom. The two of them walked slowly when suddenly the dagger sensed movement behind them and slipped into his body. Wu Kuo immediately became alert and shouted, who is there? He saw an old man with white beard and hair, yet a sturdy body brimming with strength. The man introduced himself as a blacksmith and frankly said he sensed an unusual aura on him and wanted to examine his weapon. Wu Kuo indifferently asked on what grounds. The old man laughed heartily and invited him to the forge to see for himself. Wu Kuo hesitated for a moment and then followed the old man to a small forge workshop. After secretly assessing him, he felt more at ease. This person had no cultivation, only slightly stronger internal force than ordinary people. To him, there was nothing to fear. Thinking so, Wu Kuo stepped into the room, put away all weapons except the snow radiance flying dagger, and said coldly, these are all my blades. If you want to see, then look, while secretly probing the old man's intentions. Seeing the pile of blades, the old blacksmith could not restrain his joy and excitedly praised, good lad, I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed someone who understands blades. Wu Kuo frowned and asked whether he knew the sun-moon blade. The old man quickly brought out a large weapon shaped like a hammer, its body radiating a brilliant orange glow. Wu Kuo was astonished at a glance and recognized it as the moonlight hammer, suddenly understanding that the old man might be the peerless smith who once appeared in the novel. He had not expected to meet him in reality today. Seeing the surprise on his face, the old man laughed heartily and said, lad, you already have so many fine blades. Do you want another heaven-bearing blade? Faced with this alluring proposal, Wu Kuo's resolve finally wavered. He took the snow radiance flying dagger along with one of his own blades and placed them before the blacksmith, cautiously asking whether the two blades could be fused. The smith's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied that was correct. These two weapons shared compatible attributes. Once united, they would become a peerless divine weapon. Hearing herself mentioned, the spirit of the snow radiance flying dagger glared at Wu Kuo in anger and protested that she did not want to continue being a weapon spirit. He had promised to save her. Wu Kuo reassured her to relax. Since he had said it, he would certainly accomplish it. To increase credibility, Wu Kuo turned to the smith and seriously asked, Master, if I separate the weapon spirit first and then fuse the blades, would that work? The old man exclaimed in surprise that without the spirit the weapon's grade would drop. Moreover, once the spirit left the body, it could easily dissipate. Doing so would be no different from harming it. Wu Kuo showed that he understood, his voice firm as he declared he had a way to keep her from dying, then asked to borrow a sealed room to perform the technique. Seeing he could not sway him, the old man turned and opened the door, saying that since the lad was so confident he must have his own abilities, please enter. The moment they stepped into the room, The two immediately began to execute their methods. After a while, the weapon's spirit was indeed successfully separated. What appeared was a sweet-faced young girl with a seductive figure. Having stayed inside the Snow Radiant's flying dagger for too long, she had forgotten about wearing clothes. The sight before him, blood streamed from Vu Qua's nose. Tears welled in his eyes with emotion, inwardly rejoicing that the puppet spirit body he had researched was a success. Outside the door, a figure kept peeking curiously. The smith's face unable to hide his curiosity, though he had no idea what was happening inside. He muttered irritably that the lad had locked the door tight and nothing could be seen. At that moment, the door burst open. Vu Qua rushed out and grabbed the old man, coldly asking what he was doing. The smith flustered as he explained he was only worried something had happened to him. Vu Qua handed the Snow Radiant's flying dagger to him and calmly told him to go fuse the weapons first. He still had personal matters to handle. The old man instinctively took it. Before he could ask anything further, the door was slammed shut by him. At this point, the smith did not bother to argue, his eyes fixed tightly on the two treasured blades in his hands. He excitedly exclaimed that he was about to create a peerless blade that would shake the world. But before long, sounds easily misunderstood drifted from the room. "Ah, it hurts so much, that is too much. You are truly formidable." Glanced toward the room and sighed that youth was truly wonderful. After letting his thoughts wander, he scolded himself for being old and overthinking. The two inside were completely unaware of how they were being misunderstood. Antiet put on new clothes and happily spun around, exclaiming that it felt far more comfortable. She had not expected to be reborn in such a flesh-like puppet body. Vu Qua could only helplessly tell her to stop running around because he was about to feel dizzy and nauseous. Realizing she had been overexcited, she shyly thanked him and introduced herself as Mo Dung Antiet, apologizing for her earlier impropriety, saying this appearance easily caused others to make mistakes. Inside, Vu Qua wailed in regret for having prepared the puppet's outfit too perfectly. Turning to the tin, after letting Vu Qua escape, she was furious to the point of madness. She continuously cursed Li Vu Qua as a bastard and swore she would make him pay. Just then she saw Vo Kai carrying a tray of food into a small room and grew suspicious about whom he was bringing food to. Tin immediately followed secretly from a distance. Witnessing Vo Kai feeding a woman while she appeared to enjoy it, she thought he was secretly keeping a woman in the house. That thought, the anger in her heart flared violently. The Tin called her subordinates and rushed over to catch him in the act, shouting the moment she saw him that Vo Kai had quite the nerve to fool around. She would skin him alive. Vo Kai startled and turned his head. Upon seeing her, he exclaimed, "Muck the Tin." Looking at the woman beside him, the Tin angrily ordered that Fox Spirit be seized and thrown into the great prison. Thus Wu Yao was escorted away right before Vo Kai's eyes. Vo Kai hurriedly tried to explain, but the Tin brushed him aside, mocking him to describe how the two of them enjoyed themselves in bed. After speaking, she left, not forgetting to threaten that she would deal with Wu Yao and then return to settle accounts. Vo Kai could only stand there watching. In his heart, he cursed the Tin as vicious. Thinking of Wu Yao falling into her hands, he panicked and cried that this was bad. At the blacksmith workshop, Vu Qua held the newly forged weapon and examined it with satisfaction, remarking that it was not bad. He named the fused weapon Jade Snow Cold Blade. Upon hearing the praise, the smith laughed proudly, saying anything he forged was naturally top grade and urging him to test it. Vu Qua said nothing more and directly handed him a large stack of money, causing the old man to ask in astonishment what this meant. He smiled and said it was a small token of gratitude for forging the divine weapon, and hoped the old man would not disdain it. But the smith angrily replied that all his life he pursued only divine weapons and did not sell himself for money. He roared in anger, asking whether he was looking down on him. Vu Qua quickly explained that he had misunderstood, but before his words could soothe him, an arrow carrying a secret letter suddenly shot into the door. Vu Qua opened the letter. After reading it, he fell silent. In the great prison, Wu Yao was bound to a large pillar and subjected to interrogation by the Tin. She shouted, asking about her relationship with her man, and threatened to slash her face. Wu Yao trembled as she explained that Vo Kai was only her older brother. The answer only made the Tin angrier. She drew a blade from behind her back, cursed her as a shameless fox spirit, and lunged forward. At that moment, footsteps sounded as Vu Qua and Antiet appeared. The Tin shouted loudly for her men. Vu Qua coldly demanded that she release Wu Yao. Seeing Vu Qua, Wu Yao cried with joy and begged for help. The tin immediately pressed the blade to her neck and threatened that if he took another step, she would kill her. Wu Qua sternly warned the tin not to touch her. She laughed loudly in provocation, saying the hostage was in her hands, so what could he possibly do? Wu Qua cast a spell that knocked the blade away, and at the same time pulled Wu Yao out of danger. Wu Yao joyfully ran over and threw herself into his arms, calling out Wu Qua brother that they had finally reunited. He embraced her and gently patted her head, apologizing for letting her suffer. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Wu Qua swiftly used the jade snow-cold blade to block, while reminding everyone to be careful. Manhwa, head of the Van family, appeared and pointed at him, warning him not to be arrogant and declaring he would let him taste the barrier of Tianlan sect. Wu Qua asked An Tiat to take Wu Yao away, promising to find them after settling this. She obeyed and told him he must return safely. Manhwa and his group immediately rushed up to surround Wu Qua, stood in a circle and joined forces to set up the yin-yang ceiling lock formation. Wu Qua swung the jade snow-cold blade and slashed down fiercely. The barrier was instantly frozen in the blink of an eye. Now all that remained was to shatter that layer of ice. Wu Qua once again raised the jade snow-cold blade, preparing to break apart the frozen barrier surrounding him. He swung his blade down, shattering the layer of ice, thinking he had succeeded, yet the crack that had just appeared immediately sealed itself as before. Outside, Van Ha and his group continued chanting without pause to maintain the formation. Wu Qua gradually grew exhausted, his limbs stiff and unable to move. This barrier was truly far more vicious than he had imagined. The tin laughed arrogantly and mocked him. "Stop wasting your strength." The yin-yang ceiling lock formation was created by generations of Tianlan sect elders. No one can break it. Before long, you will be refined into a spirit artifact. Elsewhere, Ngo Thuet and Vuong Truong went to Kim Long Mon to seek aid. "Greetings, sect master senior brother. Lao Tam has come to visit you." After calling out many times with no response, Vuong Truong worried that although they were martial brothers, they had not kept in contact for many years. He did not know whether the sect master was still willing to help. An old man stepped out and shouted at them to stop yelling. It sounded like wailing at a funeral. It was the sect master of Kim Long Mon. He glared and said this old man is still very much alive. It turned out the one crying outside like a mourner was his junior brother. He asked in surprise, "Are you Lao Tam?" Ngo Thuet smiled and praised that after 10 years apart, senior brother looked younger than ever. The sect master coldly reminded him that back then they had made it clear each would mind his own affairs and have no more dealings. So why had he come today? Ngo Thuet spoke in a low voice about the battle with Lai Quang Engia years ago. The other had been left half dead while he himself was gravely injured, his cultivation scattered, and his life not long for this world. The sect master of Kim Long Mon calmly replied to set that aside and asked what exactly he had come for. Ngo Thuet took out a box, opened it before him, and asked whether senior brother still remembered this item. Memories surged back to when they were young. Ngo Thuet had once worried that after days without food they would starve to death before the enemy even arrived. The sect master had scolded him for speaking nonsense and asked why Lao Tam had not returned from outside. Outside, a young man was being chased by a crowd shouting to catch the thief. He yelled to seize the bun thief. The sect master sighed in relief that they were not coming for him. Suddenly Lao Tam rushed in, startling both of them. Lao Tam was covered in injuries with tattered clothes, holding a large bun and smiling brightly as he said, "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, we have food now." The sect master looked at the remaining bun and asked Ngo Thuet whether without that bun they would have starved long ago, and whether he had come now to collect a debt. Ngo Thuet suddenly dropped to his knees. That action stunned the sect master of Kim Long Mon. Ngo Thuet cast aside his pride and begged, saying he had only one daughter left, now missing in Dai Lu, and hoped senior brother would help find her. The sect master hurriedly helped him up and said there was no need for this. Seeing him still kneeling, he sighed and agreed to send people to search. Ngo Thuet rejoiced in gratitude and casually added that if they encountered Li Yuguo in danger, they should rescue him as well. The sect master froze for a few seconds, then scolded him for pushing his luck. Li Yuguo was from the military stratagem hall. How could he be rescued at will? Ngo Thuet argued that his daughter's disappearance was all caused by that brat. Returning here, Antiet carried Wu Yao as they fled from pursuing soldiers. Suddenly, a man darted past in front of them. Just a few sword moves, that man swept away all the soldiers. Antiet stopped and asked who he was. The man removed his hood and turned around, startling Antiet. Muk Vo Kai, why is it you? Vo Kai happily rubbed Wu Yao's head and asked why she was not a Tian Lan sect but had run here. Antiet asked in surprise whether he had been Wu Yao's elder brother from the start. Clearly, they did not share the same surname. Vo Kai firmly affirmed he was indeed Wu Yao's biological brother, then turned to ask about Antiet's identity. Wu Yao said Antiet was her savior. Vo Kai immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Wu Yao urgently reported that Wu Kwa was imprisoned in the underground jail and begged Vo Kai to think of a way to save him. He hesitated and said as an elder of Tian Lan sect it was inconvenient to reveal himself, suggesting they first go somewhere safe. Wu Yao resolutely refused to leave, insisting on saving Wu Kwa brother and not letting him face danger alone. Antiet tightly held her hand to stop her from going. She told Wu Yao to stay while she herself would return to save him, moving Wu Yao to tears. Antiet suddenly recalled 100 years ago when she had been trapped within that formation. What was meant to come would come. Her karma had reached the time to be resolved by her own hands. The tin was furious and could not understand what Wu Kwa was scheming. It sat still for half a watch without resisting. The tin suspected he was plotting something, while Wu Kwa secretly gathered spiritual power to break the formation. A loud explosion rang out, startling the soldiers. It was caused by Antiet. The tin shouted at the soldiers to charge and cut down that wretch the moment she saw her. Seeing Antiet return, Wu Kwa asked in surprise why she had come back and where Wu Yao was. He calmly replied that Wu Yao was very safe. Antiet said she had once been trapped in this formation and understood that those inside could not break it by their own strength. She recalled the time when she had been the sword spirit within the snow radiance flying dagger. She had heard the elders say that only by attacking from both inside and outside could the formation be broken. Antiet charged straight toward Van Ha. He loudly told everyone to hold steady. Wu Kwa smiled in understanding. He was ready to coordinate in battle. Antiet and Wu Kwa stood side by side. The two joined forces and created astonishing power. The formation was shattered, everything gradually collapsing. Van Ha and his subordinates were all defeated. Antiet fainted from excessive exhaustion. Wu Kwa told her to rest and nurture the blade while he handled the rest. The tin gripped her sword and charged forward, screaming that she would kill Wu Kwa. Wu Kwa was not so easily brought down by her. He used a spell to bind her tightly, then coldly told her to rest assured Tian Lan sect would soon pass judgment on her. At the same time in Yuntrong City, a hideous and ferocious beast was rampaging and wreaking havoc outside the city. At this moment Vo Kai and Wu Yao were sitting and sipping tea. Vo Kai asked in confusion where that ferocious beast had come from to cause such chaos. Wu Yao happily replied that it was Wu Kwa brother's puppet. He had already been rescued. A puppet, so the ferocious beast was brought by Wu Kwa. Wu Yao continued, that is right. Brother's puppet is very formidable. It has reached the martial ancestor level. Vo Kai turned his head to look and saw Wu Kwa standing on the rooftop waving at them. Wu Yao cried out that her brother had escaped. Vo Kai embraced Wu Yao and flew straight up to the rooftop. Seeing Wu Kwa safe, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Brother being unharmed is truly wonderful. I was so worried. Wu Kwa smiled and reassured her that he had said he would be fine. The three looked toward the ferocious beast wreaking havoc in the distance. Wu Kwa asked Vo Kai whether the general knew he was still alive. Vo Kai replied that he did not know yet, but sooner or later he would find out. Vo Kai added that without entering the tiger's den one cannot catch tiger cubs. For Dai Kim, Tian Lan sect must belong to them. Since you are for Dai Kim, then help me seize Tian Lan sect. Wu Kwa nodded without hesitation, draped an arm over Vo Kai's shoulder, and said that if they shared the same goal for Dai Kim, then he would help him take it. Vo Kai narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly, while in his heart Wu Kwa secretly grew suspicious. He wanted to see what Muk Vo Kai's true purpose would be after seizing Tian Lan sect. The rear mountain of Tian Lan sect, Everyone stared in shock toward the peak. This ancient aura was surging violently. Could it be? The sect master had come out of seclusion. That ferocious beast's rampage had thrown the entire sect into chaos. Chased by the ferocious beast, the crowd fled in panic, constantly wondering where this monster had appeared from. Why did it dare invade Tianlan sect? Truly a beast. The sect master of Kim Long Mon roared in anger. He immediately rushed forward and struck a powerful palm toward the ferocious beast. Afar, Vu Qua and Vo Kai silently observed the sect master. The sect master of Kim Long Mon took action to suppress the ferocious beast. He deployed the Tianlan formation to forcibly restrain that savage creature. Vu Qua turned to Vo Kai and said that the sect master had forcibly ended seclusion and severely damaged his vital energy. He was fundamentally no match for the ferocious beast. Now it was your turn. He reminded Vo Kai to fly up and not forget his own puppet. Vo Kai replied to rest assured it was already in position. That ferocious beast was indeed terrifyingly powerful. The sect master of Kim Long Mon was completely no match for it. Having exhausted too much strength, he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Vo Kai rushed forward and shouted, "Sect Master." Vo Kai angrily slashed the ferocious beast once and loudly cursed it. Beast died. The ferocious beast suddenly turned its head toward the rooftop. Seeing its master Vu Qua waving at it, it immediately obediently ran back toward him. The ferocious beast retreated. Vo Kai snorted coldly and said it ran away. Here the sect master of Kim Long Mon weakly called Vo Kai's name. The others also hurried over. Vo Kai supported the sect master, was told that the ferocious beast might return, and was entrusted with protecting Tianlan sect. Vo Kai swore to defend the sect to the death. The sect master took out a token and handed it to Vo Kai, choking as he said, "From now on, Tianlan sect is entrusted to you." Before he could finish speaking, he breathed his last. Vo Kai cried out, "Sect master." Outwardly, Vo Kai wept in grief, but inwardly he rejoiced wildly. After enduring for so many years, Tianlan sect finally belongs to me. At the camp, Vu Qua carried Wu Yao back. Everyone rushed out to welcome them. Brother Qua has finally returned. Wu Yao is safely back. That is wonderful. Than Chiu looked at the two with a face full of worry. Knelt before Vu Qua and Wu Yao to apologize for past offenses and begged forgiveness. Vu Qua told him to rise and said now was not the time to mention such matters. Vu Qua immediately ordered the troops to pack up and prepare to withdraw, leaving everyone bewildered. He recalled the letter Vo Kai had given him. It stated that Tianlan sect was assisting the four great kings in hunting Li Vu Qua. He said that because he had stayed in Yun Trung City too long, his movements had been exposed, and the four great kings were in pursuit. At that moment, a soldier rode up urgently to report, "General Li, 10 miles away the Dai Lu army is approaching." Vu Qua was shocked at how fast they were. He immediately ordered Hoi Brother to divide the troops into 30,000 on each side. The remaining 40,000 split into 4 directions to retreat. Hoi Brother accepted the command. The army marched continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. The soldiers were utterly exhausted. Only the general remained vigilant, knowing the Dai Lu army could catch up at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly tore through the air. The arrow struck straight into the general's shoulder. Turned out the Ping Dong king of Dai Lu had approached the army. After shooting down the general, he ordered that none be spared. In an instant, all the soldiers were massacred, corpses strewn across the ground. Even more terrifying was on the Dai Lu side. King Bei King sat leisurely atop a rock piled with corpses, reading a letter and saying that the Eastern King had yet to encounter Li Vu Qua. It remained to see what harvest the Western King and Southern King would gain. In another direction, the forces of Ping Zai King and Thong Han were engaged in fierce battle. With his towering build and superior strength, the Western King was utterly confident of victory. He sneered that his opponent had some ability, but unfortunately his opponent was him. Western King slashed like a ferocious leopard pouncing on prey, a single strike knocking Thong Han to the ground. Lying there barely breathing, Thong Han cursed in frustration. Could it be that today he would lose his life here? For him, the Western King held his sword and charged forward with a savage and smug expression, certain he would send Thong Han to his death. But fortune did not stand on his side. Reinforcements arrived in time. It was Phi Long leading a cavalry unit of Dai Kim galloping in. Phi Long quickly helped Thong Han up, and amid his astonishment, explained that the general had been worried and had dispatched troops to Kai Viet for support. The two of them now had the task of joining forces to behead the Western king. Having said that, Bai Long and Thong Han simultaneously charged at the Western king. Seeing he could not withstand the two of them, the Western king hurriedly ordered his troops to retreat. Seeing this, Thong Han intended to pursue, but was stopped by Bai Long, who warned that once the enemy had withdrawn they should not chase. There might be an ambush ahead. Bai Long did not forget to ask about the whereabouts of Miss Wu Yao and General Li. Thong Han replied that they had split their forces to retreat. Wu Yao and brother Qua had gone in another direction. At the same time, Wu Qua was leading Wu Yao and a unit of soldiers when they discovered a dead horse lying across the road. He dismounted to inspect it and felt something was extremely strange. The village had been peaceful. How had it suddenly become so desolate? Wu Yao looked around and found an unconscious person by the roadside. She called Wu Qua over to examine him. Than Chiu stepped forward to check and recognized signs of infection, immediately warning that the entire village had a problem and ordering everyone to leave at once. Only then did Wu Qua understand why the village was so silent. The villagers had likely died of the plague and been dealt with by the authorities. Moreover, he remembered that this plague in the novel was extremely dangerous if it spread. Without hesitation, Wu Qua took out dozens of boxes of masks and ordered all soldiers to put them on immediately. He carefully put a mask on Wu Yao with his own hands. Night fell, the number of infected people increased rapidly. Coughing sounds echoed everywhere. Exhaustion piled upon exhaustion. The soldiers all slumped down in weariness. A preliminary count showed around 8,000 infected, yet there was no medicine to control the situation. Before the plague could be resolved, bad news arrived. The Southern King had caught up from behind with a large army. Plague had delayed them. The Southern King was closing in. Facing such a large number of patients, worry was evident on Wu Qua's face. The situation was bitterly ironic. Suddenly Than Chiu told Wu Qua to lead the healthy troops to withdraw first. He would stay behind to care for the sick. At present, this was the only option. After hearing that, Wu Qua sternly asked whether he knew what staying here meant. Than Chiu silently removed his mask. His face already showed signs of infection. In a sorrowful voice, he said he could no longer continue following him. He only hoped to do one final useful deed. Witnessing this, Wu Yao stood frozen and speechless. Than Chiu continued that this was perhaps his retribution, apologizing for once frightening her, urging everyone to leave quickly and not delay any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, many soldiers shouted in unison, "General Li, leave us behind. Alive we are people of Dai Kim, dead we are ghosts of Dai Kim. If we cannot survive, then we will drag a few Dai Lu down with us." The loyalty of the soldiers choked Wu Qua with emotion. He had never imagined a day when he would have to leave his comrades behind. And Than Chiu handed Wu Qua a token and said it was a relic left by his late father and might be useful. Wu Qua accepted it solemnly. He mounted his horse with Wu Yao and left the village. The uninfected soldiers followed them to provide support. Wu Qua looked back and thought that although they were only supporting characters in his story, they were all real lives. If there was still a chance, he would surely write for them a complete ending. Watching Wu Qua's figure fade away, Than Chiu silently wished Li Wu Qua would reclaim everything that had once belonged to him. Wu Yao was reluctant to leave and kept looking back. Wu Qua had to explain that life could not be perfect. Sometimes sacrifices were unavoidable. Not long after Wu Qua left, the Southern King also arrived with his army. Upon arrival, he snorted disdainfully and said, "A few rabble dare block my path." Though gravely ill, Than Chiu and the soldiers showed no decrease in morale. He ordered that the Southern King and his army must not be allowed to pass. The two sides immediately clashed. Than Chiu's side was clearly at a disadvantage due to exhaustion. Affected by the plague, the soldiers were cut down one after another by the Southern King's troops without mercy. Than Chiu alone still held his sword and charged forward to confront the Southern King directly. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great. The Southern King swung his axe across Than Chiu's body, causing him to collapse on the spot. Yet evil reaps evil. The Southern King was unaware that this area was plagued by disease. Soon rashes began appearing on his body. He himself had not realized he was already infected. The scene shifted to Honghai. It was no less tragic. Corpses lay everywhere. Within the city, General Song stood observing and confidently said Honghai had held firm the general would surely see him differently. Suddenly, a spirit message arrived. A troop was approaching the base wearing Dai Kim uniforms. It was Vu Qua's army. A soldier reported, General Song, "We are subordinates of General Lai. Please open the gate." Unexpectedly, General Song was treacherous. Knowing Vu Qua was below, he revealed a sinister smile. He muttered that Dai Lu had just withdrawn and they appeared. What a coincidence! He believed they were spies in disguise. Having said that, he falsely issued a military order to fire arrows and kill them all. The scene shifted again to Ngo Thuet's residence. Curses rang out everywhere. "Fools! You two are both foolish and greedy. How dare you ask for rewards? Not for Vu Qua causing internal chaos within Dai Lu and forcing them to withdraw. The pass you two guarded would have fallen long ago." Than Long and Hien Vu knelt drenched in sweat to accept punishment. Ngo Thuet was furious that public duty had been used for personal vendetta, causing tens of thousands to die. If Wu Yao had been among them. The mention of Wu Yao, Ngo Thuet grew frantic with worry. Than Long foolishly shifted the blame and said Lai Vu Qua was the one who had pushed the young lady into danger. Unable to endure it, Ngo Thuet ordered both of them thrown out. Hien Vu crossed his arms and coldly said that now the general trusted Lai Vu Qua. If he returned alive, there would be no place left for them in Yenkin. Than Long panicked and asked what they should do. Hien Vu replied briefly that there was only one way, to send the general on his way. Meanwhile, Vu Qua was intently studying a map. In order to avoid pursuit, they had taken a long detour and penetrated deep into Dai Lu territory. Looking at the situation, he realized everything was extremely unfavorable. Vu Qua decided to strike a supply depot near Dai Lu because this month's supply quota had already reached its limit. While pondering, a scout reported that ahead Dai Lu troops were escorting prisoners. Vu Qua immediately ordered to go and see. The person being escorted was none other than Bui Van Hai. He shouted wildly as he walked, "What nonsense, your grandmother! Release this old man at once." Sound of sniper fire rang out in rapid succession without pause. Every shot struck its target with perfect accuracy. There was no need to guess. It was clear that Vu Qua had appeared at the right moment and eliminated all the great Liao soldiers escorting Van Hai. Standing inside the wooden cage, Van Hai beamed the moment he saw Vu Qua. "Hey, looks like I am pretty famous. Brother, where did you pop out from? Hurry and help me take these shackles off." Vu Qua observed Van Hai and clearly saw his identity. This man was named Bui Van Hai. His cultivation was not high, but he was born with divine strength, once framed by villains and forced into banditry. Yet his nature still valued loyalty over wealth. After thinking it over, Vu Qua introduced himself. "I am Lai Vu Qua, Hall Master of the Military Strategy Hall of Great Jin." Van Hai widened his eyes after hearing that. "What the hell is that? Never heard of it. Do not care who you are. As long as you get me out of here, I will capture dozens of wives and present them to you." Vu Qua paid no mind and spoke bluntly. "Tell me where the military provisions depot is and I will save you." He guessed this bandit certainly knew the location. The answer came immediately. "The provisions, they are in Liang City, guarded by 3 old dogs." With the information in hand, Vu Qua immediately devised a plan to advance on Liang City. Because Van Hai had provided crucial information, Vu Qua directly broke the shackles and freed him. Vu Qua looked at him and said, "From now on you follow me. All actions must obey military orders." Having his life saved, Van Hai replied with immense joy, "Since you saved me, you are the boss. I will listen to you in everything." Not long after, Vu Qua led Van Hai and the soldiers to ambush at Liang City. This place had 3 martial ring-level experts, and his sniper rifle could only take down one. Vu Qua silently hoped Van Hai would not disappoint him. Those 3 were the Northern Suppression King, the Eastern Suppression King, the Western Suppression King, and the Southern Suppression King. They sat there lamenting bitterly. The Eastern Suppression King was furious that the Eastern Pacification King monopolized military power and forced them to guard the granary, while the Northern Suppression King cursed him to die of plague like the Southern Pacification King. They were discussing. News arrived that a madman was charging straight toward the city gate. The Eastern Suppression King said with disdain he was merely a lunatic, while the Northern Suppression King cautiously suggested going out to take a look. Standing atop the wall and looking down, the 3 of them exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is he holding?" Then immediately ordered the troops to shoot him dead. Contrary to expectations, Van Hai hugged the ultimate weapon and advanced while laughing mockingly. "Ha ha, you ants. Today I will let you open your eyes and witness old Bui's skills." That weapon was truly astonishing. Each shot blasted apart a section of the city wall. Even Vu Qua at the rear was stunned. Damn it, this Van Hai is too fierce. Seizing the chaos, Vu Qua ordered the entire army to charge in and seize Liang City. Outside the city, soldiers from both sides hacked and slashed in utter chaos. Inside, Van Hai hugged the cannon and laughed loudly. Boss, this thing feels amazing to use. Old Buey likes it a lot. I will sweep the granary clean for you. Vu Qua nodded and replied, well done, it is yours. With one hand he set fire and burned everything to ashes. Van Hai incinerated the entire granary and said this filthy stuff cannot be left behind. Vu Qua thought to himself he was not foolish at all. He even knew to cut off the supply line. From afar someone watched secretly and said coldly, Li Vu Qua, you will not escape. Vu Qua led the troops out of the city and shouted loudly, hurry up, great Liao reinforcements are about to arrive. Ahead of them, Vo Yo suddenly saw something and cried out in panic, Vu Qua brother, look over there. In the distance, the Eastern King rode forward roaring, you dare burn great Liao's provisions and still think of running, kill them all. Vu Qua's army immediately rushed out, each holding a machine gun to cover the retreat. Vu Qua's unit maintained formation and continuously opened fire straight at the enemy forces. Enemies hit by bullets nearly died on the spot. Their formation was quickly shattered. The Eastern King swung his blade and knocked away the incoming bullets. He growled, so you have divine weapons assisting you. No wonder you took down Bintan Pass and act so arrogantly. The Eastern King unleashed his dragon transforming blade technique and roared, but I am not trash like the Southern Suppression King. With just one move, he sent Vu Qua's gun-wielding unit flying. Seeing that, Vu Qua rushed forward and ordered everyone to retreat first. Vu Qua swung his sword and shattered the dragon phantom created by the Eastern King. The Eastern King revealed a brutally savage expression. Seizing the moment, Vu Qua charged forward and threw a powerful punch. A massive bolt of lightning shot out from Vu Qua's hand. Thunder shattered the enemy's formation. Though injured, the Eastern King still laughed loudly in delight. He stepped forward and said with contempt, is that all the skill you have? Vu Qua panted from exhaustion, thinking he had not expected this man to be a mid-level martial ancestor expert. Immediately after, the Eastern King charged again with a fierce attack. Vu Qua raised his sword to block the strike. Vu Qua was forced back. Vo Yo called out anxiously, Vu Qua brother, he replied, I am fine. Eastern King slowly approached and said coldly, Li Vu Qua, now is the time you die. Suddenly, the Eastern King panicked as something pierced straight through his chest. In pain, the Eastern King turned his head and said angrily, so it was you. Im Vu Long, sect master of the Golden Dragon sect, along with countless disciples, controlled flying swords as they charged in. Vu Qua clasped his hands joyfully and said, many thanks, Senior, for your assistance. The old man replied, no need for courtesy. I only came to repay an old debt. Come, the Golden Dragon sect will escort you safely out of Great Liao. Vu Qua bowed and said, now is not the time to return. I will stay with 3,000 soldiers. I ask Senior to take Vo Yo and the others away. Vo Yo refused and shouted, no, I must stay with Vu Qua brother. Vu Qua immediately struck and knocked Vo Yo unconscious. Vo Yo fainted in his arms. Vu Qua thought to himself, forgive me, Vo Yo. I cannot let you face danger anymore. In another city, the bustling noise of people rose along with the vendor's cry of hot crab roe buns here. In front of the bun shop, a long line formed. The vendor cheerfully handed over the buns, saying, here are your buns. Just then, a ragged, filthy beggar trudged over. The old beggar secretly reached out to grab a bun. Before he could touch it, the shop owner noticed and shouted, where did this filthy beggar come from? Get lost. Do not affect my business. Just then someone stepped forward and said calmly, I will buy all these buns. The person was Yuko. She ran to the beggar and cried out through tears, Deep Quin Dai Enhan. Deep Quin trembled as he replied, Yuko. He immediately threw himself into the woman's arms and sobbed. Yuko choked up and said, I have finally found you. Scene shifted to a high clear blue sky with scattered white clouds. Vo Hu lay face down crying loudly, sob, sob, sob. Ngat Thuet carried a bowl of porridge over and coaxed gently, good girl, do not cry. You must eat something first. Vo Yo sat up indignantly and said, it is all because of father. If not for father, Vu Qua brother would not have rushed into Great Liao. Ngat Thuet reassured her. Li Vu Qua is both brave and resourceful. He must have made thorough plans. Rest assured he will return safely. Vo Yo burst into tears and threw herself into Ngat Thuet's arms sobbing. Vu Qua brother nearly lost his life searching for Yin's spirit jade for me. If something happens to him, what should I do? Ngat Thuet hurriedly said, then I will go find senior brother and ask him to secretly protect Li Yuguo and Great Liao. Vo Yo asked joyfully, Father, you promise? Ngat Thuet nodded, all right, now will you eat? Bai Long, who was waiting outside, spoke up. General, do you truly intend to seek help from the Golden Dragon sect? Ngat Thuet replied, Li Yuguo has likely already entered Liao capital. Even if my senior brother gives chase, he may not make it in time. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fate. And how are those two rebellious disciples lately? Bai Long reported, Duong Haiyan Vu and Tong Than Long are secretly mobilizing troops, clearly preparing for a major move should we intervene. Ngat Thuet smiled faintly, so they finally cannot hold back anymore. Turned and left saying, no need to stop them. I want to see what tricks they can still play. Night fell at Great Lu Heavenly Sword City. A figure swiftly skimmed across the rooftops. He covered his face and quietly observed before sighing, at first I only wanted to use the ferocious beast to crush Great Liao's prestige. I did not expect to cause such devastation. It seems I was wrong. He noticed a room that was still lit and whose door was not closed. He immediately headed toward that room. Inside, Vokai was already waiting and smiled. You finally came. He removed his mask and replied, indeed it has been a long time. Vokai asked curiously, did you guess I would come? He sat down and said, you are the general's son. How could you be content to remain sect master of Thien Land sect? Heavenly Sword City is the inevitable path into Liao capital, so I knew you would wait here. He continued, just speak plainly. Vokai said in a low voice, I know you are about to enter Liao capital, but the time is not right. In the Imperial Palace, the #1 expert Li Yuguo stands guard. If you go in there, you will only die. He was secretly astonished. Li Yuguo should have died protecting his adopted daughter. This world was drifting further from the original plot. He said, since you warn me like this, you must already have a countermeasure. Vokai replied, I will provide you with intelligence. You cooperate with me in staging a play. I want to throw Great Liao into chaos. The scene shifted to the vast grasslands, where a group of people escorted something forward. Leading them was Li Yuguo, the adopted daughter of Li Yuguo. A soldier asked, the Thien Land sect master risked his life to capture this ferocious beast, so why not kill it? Yuguo replied, it has caused heavy losses to Great Liao. It must be taken to Liao capital for public display to stabilize the people. Suddenly the ferocious beast roared and broke its chains. Yuguo cried out in shock, what is happening? The ferocious beast glared with blazing red eyes, smashed the iron cage, and charged out attacking the soldiers. The surrounding soldiers were flung in all directions. Yuguo hurriedly ordered, quickly subdue it. The accompanying mages immediately cast suppression spells. Suddenly countless strange crystal shards shot down from the sky. The mages were severely injured by the crystals and could not continue casting. Figure stepped out. He strode forward proudly to stand before the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast roared and lunged, but had no time to react. Its massive body suddenly collapsed flat onto the ground. It clutched a pink teddy bear created by him in a daze. He thought to himself things were even easier than expected. That moment a scream rang out, let me go. Van Hai carried Yuguo over his shoulder and laughed. With such a pretty wife tonight my brothers will enjoy themselves. Yuguo cried in panic, if you dare touch me, my adoptive father will not spare you. Hearing this he frowned slightly and thought, adoptive father. He said coldly, put her down. Van Hai immediately replied, yes. He stepped forward and lifted Yuguo's chin saying, so you are Li Yuguo's adopted daughter. Tell me when Li Yuguo will leave the capital. Yuguo answered firmly, do not even think about it. I will not reveal anything. He sighed and said, then I have no choice but to offend you. Old Bui, take her away. Tonight let 3,000 brothers broaden their horizons. Van Hai laughed excitedly, understood boss. Yuguo was frightened and finally burst into tears. I will speak. I will speak. Adoptive father will leave the Imperial Palace in 3 days to go to the frontier and reclaim authority. Please let me go. He pondered 3 days later, then pulled Yuguo closer, making her scream in panic. What are you doing? I have already confessed. Before she finished speaking, he pulled open Yuguo's outer robe, causing Van Hai to cheer excitedly. Heavens, this is truly thrilling. He observed carefully and thought, the birthmark on her chest is still there. It seems many details of the plot have not changed. After looking, he draped a cloth back over Yuguo. Van Hai stared blankly and asked, boss, are you not continuing? He replied, Take her back to the camp and arrange good quarters. Without my order, no one is allowed to touch her. In another part of the building, women shyly called out, "Young Master 2." Young Master 2 walked in calmly. The two behind him praised, "Young Master 2 has just arrived in the capital, yet has already captivated all the women, and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We truly admire you." Young Master 2 smiled and replied, "You flatter me." Suddenly Deep Quinn came from nowhere and bumped straight into Young Master 2. Young Master 2 staggered in shock. The two beside him shouted, "Where did this ragged beggar come from? Young Master 2, are you all right?" Young Master 2 raised his hand to signal and said, "I am fine." Young Master 2's gaze changed as he looked at Deep Quinn indifferently and said, "Recently I discovered a newly opened pleasure house. Would you like to go take a look?" 2 laughed excitedly and replied, "All right then, I will reserve the top courtesan there first." The two men followed Deep Quinn to a deserted corner. One of them asked suspiciously, "Is it here?" Both of them glanced around and continued, "In such a remote place there is really a pleasure house. I did not expect you to find such a hidden spot." Deep Quinn revealed a calculating smile. Deep Quinn suddenly recalled the moment the beggar leaned into Yuko. The beggar had once said, "At that time I possessed the crow and nearly exhausted all my power. It took several months to completely seize the body of that starving beggar. I did not expect so many things to happen afterward." Yuko analyzed. "Now that Li Yuguo has left Hao Thien Nation, this is your opportunity?" Deep Quinn asked in surprise. "It seems you had already prepared a retreat for me." Yuko added, "Beside Naplan Mong there is a prince named Simi Masai. That man favors men. You only need to approach him." Turning to the present, Deep Quinn in the body of Young Master 2 had already killed the two companions and sneered, "Hao Thien, I have returned." 3 days later, outside Liao capital, the convoy escorting Great Liao Grand Steward Li Yuguo passed by the location of he and his group. Li Yuguo sat inside the carriage and lifted the curtain to look at the scenery outside. He hid behind a large rock, feeling that Li Yuguo's gaze just now had swept past him. At that moment Vo Kai urged softly, "The old eunuch has left. It is time to act." He raised his hand to signal waiting and reminded Vo Kai that the situation in Liao capital was still unclear. They could not act rashly. Tonight he would sneak into the palace to scout first. Tomorrow they would attack the city. Everyone agreed. At night he quietly infiltrated the imperial palace. To ensure safety, he decided to scout the military strength inside first. While hiding and observing, a series of strange sounds attracted him. From the room behind came the voices of men teasing and praising each other's bodies. Out of curiosity, he moved closer and peeked inside. Unexpectedly, he accidentally pushed the door open. Before him was a group of muscular men training. He was startled and blurted, "Damn it, what kind of place is this?" Trouble truly came from the mouth. The shout immediately alerted the whole group. Unexpectedly, he handled the situation with extreme agility. He calmly removed his outer garment and walked in like someone who had arrived late, even pretending to be shy and saying sorry for being late. In this situation, he had to blend in to avoid exposure. The man intimately draped an arm over he and laughed. "Little brother new here, later remember to serve the queen well." He panicked inwardly. Serve the queen? In my novel, Zukaio was not like this. In the end, the moment arrived. Someone came to deliver the order. Everyone is present, prepare to depart. A group of men entered together to pay their respects. They shouted in unison, "We pay respects to Her Majesty the Queen." Zukaio sat behind the curtain and coldly ordered the performance to begin. He had no choice but to play along, unexpectedly performing more smoothly than anticipated. Looking around and seeing everyone deeply immersed, he sighed and thought, "So that is all. I was overthinking." While distracted by wandering thoughts, his movements fell out of rhythm with the others. Zukaio's voice rang out, "What is happening?" The group immediately knelt and explained, "Your Majesty, this boy is new and unfamiliar with the rules. Please show mercy." He also hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Seeing his handsome appearance, Zukaio became interested. She ordered, "Come here and let me have a look." Though unwilling, he had to obey. He stood up and displayed a few movements before Zukaio. It indeed aroused Zukaio's interest. Her gaze fixed tightly on his body without leaving, truly to her liking. Zukaio's face flushed red as she stepped out and lifted his chin to ask his name. He replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, this servant is named Li Yuguo." Before he finished speaking, someone rushed and flustered, "Your Majesty, forgive me, this servant is late." Everyone inquired about his identity and learned he was the new male favorite. having gotten lost because the imperial palace was too vast. His face turned pale, knowing the risk of exposure. He quietly sought a chance to withdraw while all eyes focused on the newcomer. Quickly escaped through the window. The soldiers intended to chase, but Zhu Cairo waved her hand to stop them. No need to pursue, because she had a feeling that sooner or later she would meet that person again. After escaping the imperial palace, he immediately returned to rendezvous with Vu Kai. Vu Kai handed him a jade talisman and said, "This is the communication token of Thuong Lan sect. Crush it, and I will sense it to coordinate inside and out to seize the imperial palace." He nodded. "I know what to do." After that, everyone immediately prepared to launch the attack. The palace guards were numerous. They were completely lax in vigilance. Just a few volleys of arrows wiped out the guards. The army quickly flooded in, all equipped with bulletproof armor and sniper rifles, giving the forces inside the palace no chance to counterattack. He gave the order to open fire. The dense firepower left the enemy soldiers utterly unable to resist. In just a short time, corpses lay scattered everywhere. The leader had just appeared when he cut him down with a single slash, his head falling off. Inside the great Liao imperial palace, the court officials were entering to pay respects to the queen. Purpose was for Zhu Cairo to grasp information related to he. Someone reported that thief moves with extreme speed. There are still no clues for now. Cairo frowned and shouted, "You cannot even capture a single person, so what use are you?" Fortunately, I have ordered the Western King and the Northern King to seal the borders. Even if he grows wings, it will be hard to escape. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in panic and reported, "Your Majesty, something is wrong. Your Majesty, Li Yuguo has truly led his troops straight into the imperial palace." Tight Qiu blurted out in fury, "It is Li Yuguo again. That man is truly bold beyond measure." She immediately ordered the mobilization of the imperial guards. However, everything was already too late. Yuguo had long since infiltrated inside. Under Tight Qiu's stunned gaze, he coldly fired a shot straight into the head of the reporting soldier. The soldier died on the spot. Yuguo stood tall with his gun like a killing god descending upon the world, calmly saying, "There is no need to search anymore. All of your imperial guards have been dealt with. Li Anlian is not in the imperial palace either. No one will be able to save you." Tight Qiu looked helplessly at the man before her. It was indeed him. She turned and berated the soldiers, blaming them for their incompetence in letting him sneak into the imperial palace unnoticed. Raising such useless trash was worse than having none at all. Seeing her ramble on, Yuguo pointed his gun straight at Tight Qiu's head as a warning, lowering his voice to remind her to look at the current situation. Tight Qiu laughed and replied, "Last night you still wanted to compete for favor with me. Today you bring a gun to threaten a defenseless woman. Is this all the Grand General of Dai Kim amounts to?" Hearing the words male favorite, Van Hai felt an uncomfortable itch. His gaze immediately darted toward Yuguo. But Yuguo did not bother about what happened last night. He leaned close to Tight Qiu and said that since you have said so, why not let the whole world watch live? He was even confident that Tight Qiu would not be able to resist his looks and physique. Unexpectedly, Tight Qiu was far bolder than Yuguo had ever imagined. She suddenly seized the initiative, using force to push Yuguo down onto the chair. Van Hai witnessed the scene with his own eyes and stared in disbelief, unable to stop himself from blurting out, "This woman is truly fierce." In truth, Tight Qiu did this to use a beauty scheme to reconcile. She leaned close to Yuguo's ear and whispered, "As long as you are willing to withdraw your troops, I will let you enjoy something even better." Yuguo's nose bled and soaked his collar, yet he still forced himself to remain clear-headed. He revealed a meaningful smile in response to her seduction. "Your Majesty, the Queen truly plays big. Unfortunately, I, Li Yuguo, am a righteous gentleman." At that moment, soldiers hurried in and knelt before Yuguo, reporting that Thuong Lan sect had launched a surprise attack. More than 200 of our men had fallen. Yuguo pondered for a long while before saying coldly, "Vu Kai, you are indeed no good thing." Tight Qiu smiled brightly in mockery. "It seems your situation now is not very favorable." Yuguo turned and signaled to Van Hai, who immediately understood and did not delay. Outside the camp, Vu Kai had already led a massive army to tightly surround Yuguo's camp. He loudly ordered Yuguo and his soldiers to quickly lay down their weapons and surrender. In that case, he could pretend not to see and spare Yuguo a path to live. In her heart, Tight Qiu secretly calculated. Thuong Lan sect was at the distant border, yet suddenly appeared in Lukin and even knew Li Yuguo. Clearly things were not simple. Vu Qua signaled the soldiers to stop. This was not the time to recklessly charge forward. He looked at Vo Kai and said, "The Queen of Dai Lu is in my hands. What do you have to negotiate with?" Vo Kai laughed smugly and replied, "Lian Lian and the two grand princes are on their way back to the capital. If you want to live, then Vu Qua has no choice but to cooperate." Vu Qua coldly asked, "On what basis should I trust you?" Vo Kai pulled out a token and raised it before him. "With this, Thuong Lan sect must guarantee your safe return to Dai Kim." Vu Qua was stunned. If there was such a treasure, why not take it out earlier? Vo Kai explained that it was the sect master token. If he had shown it too early, would that not have aroused Vu Qua's suspicion? This moment was the most suitable. Vu Qua reached out to take the token, inwardly thinking that Vo Kai and his father were indeed alike, both cunning and unfathomable. Suddenly Vo Kai drew his sword and slashed straight at him while snatching back the token. Fortunately, Vu Qua reacted extremely quickly and immediately used the jade snow cold blade to block. Vo Kai sneered, thinking, would he trust a deceitful man? At this point, there was no need to pretend anymore. The two retreated simultaneously, each returning to their own forces. Vo Kai immediately ordered his troops to protect the queen and capture Lai Vu Qua Lai. At the critical moment, Van Hai dragged over a cannon. He spared no ammunition, aiming the cannon at Vo Kai and his army, firing continuously and catching them off guard. Vo Kai troops fell in heaps, their formation quickly thinning at a visible rate. Tight Kiu was utterly shocked. She had not expected Lai Vu Qua to possess such a terrifying divine weapon. No wonder he could charge straight into the imperial palace unnoticed. Vo Kai gritted his teeth and stuffed a pill into his mouth. In an instant, his strength surged several times over, crazily charged at Vu Qua, making Vu Qua inwardly curse, truly a madman. He even dared to swallow the life-draining soul-burst pill that consumes lifespan. He had truly lost his mind. Vo Kai glared at Vu Qua with venomous hatred, grinding out the words, "Lai Vu Qua, only your death will satisfy me." Vu Qua sneered and replied, "I am afraid you will not get your wish," then immediately prepared to counterattack. Vo Kai delivered a ferocious slash, but failed to touch Vu Qua at all. Vu Qua nimbly slipped behind his opponent. He swung his blade and slashed straight from the front, causing Vo Kai to scream in agony. The scene was too tragic to behold. Driven to the extreme, a person truly dares to do anything. Vo Kai crazily cursed that Vu Qua must die. He pulled a gun from inside his robe, causing Vu Qua to be slightly startled. Vo Kai pulled the trigger, thinking the bullet would end Vu Qua on the spot. But the gun did not fire at all. Vo Kai went mad and shouted, "Why can it not fire?" Vu Qua curled his lips and explained, "Did you think you could secretly take my guns without me knowing? From the beginning I knew you were no good. All the guns you saw were fakes, useless even if you took them." Vu Qua pressed his blade against Vo Kai's neck. He had no room left to maneuver and could only admit defeat. Vo Kai closed his eyes and waited for death. Vu Qua brought the blade down, making him tremble in fear yet not daring to resist. In the imperial palace of Dai Lu, corpses lay everywhere beyond count. Those still alive desperately fled to save themselves. Van Hai angrily cursed for letting the rats escape after they dared to ambush and kill more than 2,000 brothers. Vu Qua calmed him, saying the snake had lost its head. The remaining cultivators of Thuong Lan sect were not worth worrying about. Vo Kai collapsed from exhaustion, thinking he would be finished off. Yet in truth, he had only run out of strength and suffered minor injuries. Vu Qua searched his robe and took out a letter. Upon reading the contents inside, Vu Qua could not help but be astonished. Van Hai furiously shouted that keeping such a man alive was pointless, better to kill him outright. But Vu Qua stopped him. After all, he was Vo Yu's elder brother. Now that his martial arts were crippled, he posed no threat. Bring him back and take good care of him. Kiu called out to Vu Qua. At this moment, she wanted to speak to him properly and seriously. Tight Kiu pondered deeply. Her power was completely gone. If she cooperated with Vu Qua, she might still preserve her life. Vu Qua stepped forward to stand before the Queen of Dai Lu. He reached into his robe and took out an item. It was a jade white token engraved with the character Tight. He raised it and looked straight at Tight Kiu, saying, "Ceasefire." Tight Kiu was stunned. This was a bloodline token possessed only by the royal family. Why was it in Vu Qua's hands? Vu Qua calmly explained that Tight Than Chiu was your majesty cousin. The throne originally belonged to him. Tight Kiu hurriedly asked where he was now. Tight Kiu pressed for an answer. Vu Qua fell silent for a moment before replying. He is no longer in this world. Vu Qua seriously stated his position to Tite Kiu. He came here for the peace between the two nations, wishing to sign a treaty to end the mutual slaughter of war. Tite Kiu accepted Vu Qua conditions. She agreed to sign a treaty with Dai Kim, pledging not to wage war for 3 years, but on the condition that Vu Qua help her accomplish one matter before putting pen to paper. Hearing that request, he agreed without hesitation, affirming that he could help her reclaim her power and make everyone bow their heads in obedience. Tite Kiu smiled bitterly. Lu Qin might be the capital, but it was far less prosperous than the other great cities. Power had long been manipulated by the two princes. The military strength in the imperial palace was so weak that 3,000 troops were enough to breach it. That was why she had loudly questioned him, why he chose precisely the moment when Li Yuguo was absent to strike the imperial palace. He remained silent for a long while, did not answer directly, instead handed her a sheet of paper and told her to read it first. Tite Kiu was stunned as she read it. It turned out Li Yuguo had deliberately led his troops away from the capital to create an opportunity for Li Vu Qua to seize the imperial palace. She could not understand why he would do such a thing. He explained that the situation was very simple. Once he seized the imperial palace, they would have an excuse to accuse him of killing Tite Kiu. At that time, the two princes with royal blood would rightfully ascend the throne. Tite Kiu could not hide her admiration for his analytical ability. She asked whether he had long planned to cooperate. He replied that he could help her regain power and deal with the two princes. In return, she must keep her promise. Tite Kiu stepped close and embraced him, making his face flush at her allure. She gently caressed his face with tender eyes. As long as you help me reclaim my power, I can still. He stepped back, stammering, "Why are you coming so close? I am a righteous gentleman." Yet for every step he retreated, Tite Kiu advanced another. The two continued like that, one advancing and one retreating, locked in silent tension. Tite Kiu suddenly hugged him tightly, then pushed him down onto the bed. Facing that mesmerizing beauty made his whole body tremble. He asked in panic what she intended to do. Tite Kiu thought to herself that the young man before her was truly foolish. Such a delicacy delivered to his lips, and he still did not know to enjoy it. Could it be that he did not realize she was longing? Widened his eyes and blurted out, "Are you truly treating me as a male favorite?" Those words made Tite Kiu slightly angry. She pulled down her sleeve to reveal the virginity mark, proving she was still pure and had never belonged to anyone. She softly pressed her lips against his and said, "I do not accept just anyone either." Then what was bound to happen happened. The two naturally crossed the boundary. The following part is somewhat delicate and will not be described in detail. The scene shifted to a tavern. The table was laden with fine dishes. Two men sat drinking together. The one on the left was the Western prince. That man took a sip and said it was time to draw in the net. Luan replied thoughtfully, "It is indeed time to draw it in, but the price paid is too great." The Western prince raised his cup and laughed loudly, advising Lord Lai not to worry. Dai Lu under their hands would sooner or later flourish again. Hazy scene left one dazed. He slightly opened one eye. He raised a hand to rub his forehead and muttered inwardly, "Heavens, last night was truly beyond endurance." Tite Kiu also slowly opened her eyes, looked at him and asked, "Are you awake?" She teased with a smile, "Last night your service was not bad. I still want more." Her face flushed with longing made him panic, thinking how could his kidneys endure this. He hurriedly gathered his clothes and ran outside, saying while running, "The two princes are about to arrive. I must go prepare first." Tite Kiu merely glanced at him and smiled faintly. The scene shifted to a conversation with Van Hai. He patted his shoulder and laughed loudly, praising the boss mightily, even conquering the queen. He shot him a sideways glance and forced a smile. "Everyone already knows." He asked sternly where these magical treasures came from. Van Hai quickly replied they were all taken from Vo Kai. Being a sect master truly meant having quite a few good items. Pointed at one item and asked, was that not the possession of the late emperor of Dai Lu? Why was he keeping this? Van Hai showed a look of surprise when he saw him halt his steps. He laid out several more items and said it was rumored the old emperor once had a way to stabilize and govern the nation. It seemed Vo Kai wanted to borrow that prestige to win over hearts. A footstep appeared. Van Hai suddenly understood and asked, was it Tite Kiu father? Then picked up a mask and sneered. Using these things as disguise truly treats others as fools, yet they could still be exploited without being exposed. looked closely, and only managed to utter 2 words, "This is." As he examined it, he thought to himself that the sole puppet of the Wu tribe of the southern nation had overly harsh activation conditions. It required a voluntary offering of the soul to be used. He gripped the jade sword, his gaze firm as he looked at it, and said, "Untie it, I have a way." The scene shifted to another space within the imperial palace. Nap Lan Mong sat on the throne, appointing Vo Song as national preceptor for his meritorious support. Vo Song hurriedly knelt in thanks. Van Lai and Ny stood at the side, looking at Vo Song with disdain. Deep Hong stepped forward with clasped hands to remonstrate. Only by keeping the 4 great families restraining one another could they survive. Handing all power to one person was likely improper. Nap Lan Mong slammed the table and shouted, "You have committed a grave offense. My tolerance is already mercy, and now you still dare defy orders." Deep Hong replied with a trembling voice that he would not dare. She turned her back and waved her hand to declare the court dismissed. The officials could only watch her departing figure. Deep Hong's face darkened, thinking if not for Li Yuguo bewitching her, how would my good granddaughter fall to this state? Nap Lan Mong, you will regret this. Inside the tension eased, she smiled and said to Vo Song that previously Vu Qua had been cared for by him. Vo Song replied gratefully that it was his duty, then asked whether Brother Lai had made contact. Nap Lan Mong let out a soft breath, saying she had once sent a letter to Vu Qua but received no reply, nor did she know how he was now. Vo Song answered gently that he had heard Brother Lai was striking within Dai Kim internal ranks, likely too busy. Once matters were settled, he would surely make contact. She sighed worriedly, wondering whether he was outside flirting with women. Changing the topic, she asked why Bok Kai-Fin had not attended court today. Vo Song replied perhaps his health was unwell. Another veil of mist unfolded. Blue smoke drifted through the space. Hao Thien Kwok with his eerie eye revealed a crazed smile. The white paper in his hand gradually burned to ashes. Council meeting, everyone discussed heatedly. Someone voiced that letting a woman command Hao Thien was truly unsightly. Deep Hong angrily said Nap Lan Mong had repeatedly suppressed them, weakening the status of the 5 great families. What right did she have? Tyne La chimed in. They were all meritorious ministers who protected the nation and guarded Hao Thien. Yet Nap Lan Mong turned ruthless. Van Lai roared, HMPH. Vo Song is no good either, biting the hand that fed him and seizing all the glory and benefits. Bok Kai-Fin spoke softly to soothe them, telling everyone to calm down. Nap Lan Mong was after all a woman unsuited for this position. If it were him, he would not make the clan leaders uncomfortable. Deep Hong raised his cup and sneered that words were useless. Everyone knew your purpose, but how could they trust you? Bok Kai-Fin replied that he was merely a civil official. If he betrayed them, he could not escape the martial sects. His life lay in their hands, so what was there not to trust? The 3 fell into silence for a moment. Deep Hong finally spoke, "Fine, then let us cooperate once. If you break faith, I will certainly cripple you." Bok Kai-Fin saw them out, clasped his hands, and said a promise is worth 9 tripods. Please take care on your way. He revealed a sinister, calculating smile. It had finally come to this step. Most of the ministers had submitted. Next, only one key piece was missing. He looked at his own hands and softly asked how that piece should be dealt with. The hands answered that the time had not yet come. He immediately grabbed the pair of chopsticks placed on the table. Then he viciously stabbed straight into the hands with eyes of his own, roaring in fury, "Last time you said the same thing. What do I need you for?" Those hands coldly replied, "Soon. When the time comes, you will not need to act. Someone will strike in your place." He was stunned and asked again, "Help me." "Who is it?" It answered, "Someone you know and also your fate." The marketplace bathed in morning sunlight. A carriage slowly rolled through the crowded stream of people. Inside the carriage was Simi Mas, surrounded by handsome men enjoying life. One softly called out, "My lord." That man suddenly lifted the curtain, his gaze catching a familiar figure. His eyes met a refined young master, as graceful as drifting clouds. That man immediately blushed, his heart pounding. There could be such an outstanding man in this world. The beautiful men beside him curiously asked, "What is wrong, my lord?" That man suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop the carriage, stop it now." Horses were reined in abruptly. That man hurriedly jumped down and called out, "Young master, please stop." That man turned his head and searched around anxiously, then called out in disappointment, "Young master." In the magnificent castle, Tight Kiu exclaimed in delight, "Ayaya, this little thing is truly adorable." The cat in her arms struggled and cried, "Let me go." Tight Kiu happily stroked the cat despite its resistance. He thought to himself that he did not expect her to like cute things. He had assumed she only admired muscles. A subordinate hurried in to report, "Boss, we have received a secret message from Dai Kim," then handed him a letter. Letter read, "General Li, many border towns of Dai Kim have suddenly revolted. General Lu has led troops to suppress them. But Duong Quian Vo and Tong Than Long may take the chance to frame you. Please return to Kim at once to handle it." Signed Gui Ko Lu. After reading it, he fell into thought. The general's schemes as deep as the sea. Surely it has not reached the point of disaster. It was just Vo Yu. He wondered whether she was safe. His gaze looked out the door as he pondered for a long while. A bustling street appeared. A line of carriages passed one after another. Inside the carriage were Vo Yu along with Thong Han and Ku Vai Ho. She softly asked, "Is father truly fine staying alone at the residence?" Thong Han immediately replied, "Rest assured. The general has campaigned for many years and has long prepared. If we stayed, we would only be a burden." She still hesitated, "But I am still worried." He leaned close to tease, waving a hand before her and laughing. "The one you are truly worried about is General Li, is it not?" He quickly turned her face away, shyly whispering, "Vukwa Kaka has not contacted us for a long time. I do not know how he is now." Her two hands unconsciously clenched together. The scene shifted elsewhere. "You have arrived." Go Thuet held chopsticks as he spoke. Seeing the tall man enter with arms folded, he invited, "Why stand there? Come sit down." It was Hien Vu. He looked at him frankly and said, "General, our master-disciple bond has lasted many years. We do not wish to sever it. Take one step back and hand Dai Kim to us." Remained calm while picking up food and replied, "If so, I will give you one final question," then slowly asked, "What is the way of governing a nation?" Than Long immediately answered loudly, "Approachability without lowering dignity. The people are the foundation of the state. When the foundation is solid, the state is at peace." Hien Vu also quickly said, "Authority cannot have two masters. Governance cannot have two gates. Rule the nation by law, elevate the worthy above all." Go Thuet looked at the two and slowly said, "Each of you holds a different view, but there is only one position of succession. Have you ever discussed this?" Hien Vu faltered slightly. He placed a small cup of tea before them and added, "There is only one cup of tea. Whoever drinks it will succeed me." Hien Vu stared at the cup, his heart turning cold. This cunning old man, the tea must be poisoned. Drink it and you die. Tong Than Long was equally suspicious. Something so easy, he absolutely did not believe it. Thinking so, the two still pretended to yield. Hien Vu smiled and said, "Brother Tong is more capable than I. I yield this tea." Than Long pushed it back. "Brother Duong need not be polite. You drink it." Hien Vu's face darkened. "It seems Brother Tong shows no respect." Than Long replied coldly, "You know clearly in your heart." Hien Vu angrily knocked the teacup away and shouted, "Damn it. We were almost fooled. This old man is playing a divisive trick." Go Thuet sighed in regret. Suddenly both their faces turned pale. Black blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Both fell to the ground, clutching their throats and shouting, "When did you poison us?" Lifted another cup of tea, took a sip, and calmly said, "Every day." Hien Vu clutched his heart in despair. "Impossible. Every day I had physician Tran check my pulse. How was it not detected?" He slowly explained, "Dream Corpse powder is colorless and odorless. Before it takes effect, there are no symptoms. I had someone mix the poison into your food, then added the antidote each day. Only today there was none. That cup of tea was the antidote." Soldiers rushed into the room from outside. The scene shifted back to he. He closed one eye and looked through a telescope. "Oh heavens," he muttered, "an army as dense as ants. To deal with 1,000 men, they mobilized tens of thousands. Truly ostentatious." On the opposite side, the Western prince calmly instructed, "Be careful of Lai Vu Qua. He has many strange tricks." The man beside him sneered, "What is there to fear? Would 500,000 troops fear one young upstart?" Western prince dismounted along with Qua Vin and continued, "Chief Lai is not wrong, but better resolve it quickly to avoid complications." That man shouted loudly, ordering the attack. 500,000 soldiers immediately surged forward like a broken hive. Great army quickly surrounded the city where he was stationed. The northern prince rode his horse and looked around, saying, "I thought there would be an ambush, yet not a single Kim soldier is seen. What is going on?" The western prince replied, "Always stay alert. They have weapons called guns. Once hit, you lose your life." A thunderous boom resounded. Several figures appeared standing firmly atop the city wall. Northern prince and the western prince shouted in unison, "Be careful." Seeing he standing beside Tight Kiu, they immediately grew suspicious. Has this Li Yuguo submitted to the queen? Tight Kiu shouted loudly, Li Khan is resourceful and wise, now a trusted minister assisting me, and you two leading troops to the imperial city, are you plotting rebellion? The Western prince angrily shouted, Li Yuguo, you are bold, daring to bewitch the queen. That man immediately ordered, Chief Li, what are you waiting for? Seize this rebel and rescue her majesty. The chief replied as commanded. He flicked his hand and pulled her up as a hostage. Nhu Meng cried out in panic, adoptive father. Lian An trembled with anger and shouted, you despicable villain, release my daughter at once. He laughed provocatively. Chief Li, do not be agitated. If my hand slips and she is hurt, she will lose her life. Northern Prince turned and shouted, Chief Li, why are you still standing there? Kill him, the Western Prince said coldly. She is merely an adopted daughter. You can take another later, Lian An roared, shut up. He said calmly, he does not dare to act because Li Nhu Meng is his biological daughter. He immediately glared upward and shouted, brat, how do you know this? The Western Prince over there froze and exclaimed. What? The Northern Prince also frowned and asked, is Chief Li not a eunuch? What exactly is going on? He calmly explained, before entering the palace and being castrated, that man already had a pregnant wife. Later, he was implicated in royal infighting. To protect her, he took the child in as an adopted daughter. Nhu Meng burst into tears and pressed, adoptive father, is this true? He cursed inwardly, nonsense. I am the author, and even I did not know. Lian sighed and admitted, he is not wrong. Nhu Meng is indeed my biological daughter. Tight Kiu spoke coldly, Lian. If you lay down your weapons now, I can let everything go. I can also clear the Li family name and restore your daughter rightful status. If you remain stubborn, I will have her die with you. Lian hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. This old servant knows his crime. Please spare Nhu Meng life. The Northern Prince sneered mockingly. HMPH, useless old man. 500,000 troops, and still unable to seize a single imperial city. Amid roaring thunder and lightning, Tight Kiu spread her arms and declared with authority, you two rebellious ministers still refuse to repent. I will invite my late father to deliver heavenly punishment. The Northern Prince could not endure it. He drew his sword and roared, stop using the emperor name to scare people. All troops obey my command, kill. Tight Kiu troops immediately raised their smoking weapons. He lifted his sword high and shouted, former emperor, reveal yourself. Towering figure gradually appeared in midair, asking in a deep voice, who dares summon me back to the mortal world? Before tens of thousands of soldiers, the sudden appearance of that figure threw the enemy into panic. Is that the former emperor? Impossible. He has been dead for years. Lian wept and knelt. This old servant greets your majesty, your majesty. This old servant has missed you endlessly. Cupped his hands respectfully and called out, former emperor, reveal yourself. Tight Kiu also bowed with choked emotion. Father, your unfilial daughter has disturbed you. The scene rewound to before the battle. He had discussed with Tight Kiu that the former emperor prestige among the people was immense. They could borrow his name to win over the army. Tight Kiu agreed, but warned that no flaw must be exposed. Northern Prince said with a trembling voice, that figure looks even more robust than in the past. The Western Prince ground his teeth and shouted, this must be Li Yuguo trick. Do not believe it. The former emperor voice boomed like thunder. You two traitors dare even to scorn me. He pointed straight at the two rebels, his voice heavy with pressure. The two panicked and knelt, greeting the emperor and confessing guilt. Behind the curtain, the one impersonating the emperor chuckled smugly, damn it, being emperor truly feels good. The former emperor continued angrily, Prince of the West, Prince of the North, I once enfeoffed you to assist the young empress. Now the realm is in chaos on all sides and you covet power and rebel. The Western Prince hurriedly defended himself in panic. I came to rescue the throne, not seize power. The Northern Prince echoed, please calm your wrath. I led troops only to save the empress. Former emperor roared even more furiously, enough. All troops execute these two traitors at once. The soldiers looked at one another and murmured, to think the princes we followed for years are such men. Others shouted, kill the traitors. The Western Prince said in alarm to the Northern Prince, it seems His Majesty truly wants us dead. The Northern Prince cursed through clenched teeth, damn it, I will not wait to die. In the end, the two desperately charged into battle against the soldiers. Massive leopards suddenly appeared with overwhelming ferocity. The soldiers who rushed first were instantly knocked away and sent sprawling. Tight Kiu said in astonishment, With only a few words he turned the entire army. Father truly won hearts. He folded his arms and replied, "One day you will surpass him." More than an hour passed. As the saying goes, 2 against 1 means death or ruin. The 2 princes were covered in blood and miserable. The soldiers continued to roar, "Kill." At last those 2 had no strength left to resist. A hazy figure appeared again in the sky. The entire army knelt and shouted, "Your Majesty, the traitors have been eliminated." The former emperor smiled in satisfaction. "Good. From now on serve my daughter wholeheartedly. Disobedience will bring heavenly punishment." All the soldiers answered in unison, "We obey the decree." The scene shifted to the court of Dai Lu. The officials knelt and bowed before Tight Kiu, "Greeting your Majesty." Tight Kiu sat calmly and said to he, "From today Dai Lu and Dai Kim will sign a 10-year armistice and expand trade. What do you all think?" The officials praised in unison, "Your Majesty foresight is profound." "We are in awe," others added. "Your Majesty is truly a wise ruler." Suddenly the system interface appeared, displaying villain radiance 75% belonging to Li Yuguo, protagonist radiance 25% belonging to Deep Quinn. He stroked his chin in thought. Kim and Lu are settled, but Deep Quinn still lives. It seems the tribulation is not over. Tight Kiu suddenly spoke, cutting off his thoughts. "General Li has rendered meritorious service in protecting the throne. I appoint you as chief minister to assist behind the curtain." Cheers erupted. "Your Majesty is wise." He froze. Assisting behind the curtain is not that the Empress role. The thought kept circling in his mind. Leaned close and whispered, "Earlier it was only acting. I still have to return. I do not wish to stay." Tight Kiu replied calmly, "Dai Kim is already stable. What harm in staying with me a few days?" She pointed teasingly, "If you dislike the position, then go be a eunuch." He protested in alarm, "Would you really turn me into a eunuch?" He stepped closer, flaunting her alluring curves, and said, "Of course." Then she pinched him lightly and added with a laugh, "I would not bear to." His face flushed red from that action. Scene shifted to a room with only the 2 of them. He placed a hand on the table and asked if he should help handle state affairs. Tight Kiu said calmly, "Sooner or later you will leave Dai Lu. Let me handle everything." Little Fruit quickly massaged my shoulders. He forced a smile and agreed, inwardly annoyed. "Damn it, she truly treats me like a eunuch." His gaze swept over the pile of memorials, thinking being emperor is truly not easy. Meng Nha must toil daily for the nation. And as for Bok Kai-Fin, he wonders how the nether insight eye is affecting him. His expression darkened. It has been so long it is time to contact Hao Thin. He wonders whether Meng Nha resents him. In a fortified city named Hao Thin Imperial City, he was video calling Bok Kai-Fin, saying, "Soon I will return to Hao Thin to see you. And the nether insight eye still resides within you. If there is any abnormality, write to me at once." Bok Kai-Fin's face darkened as he crushed the phone, smiling viciously and saying, "Too bad she cannot see it." The parrot on the table mimicked, "Cannot see it." Nap Lan Mong suddenly entered and asked, "Bok Kai-Fin, are you inside?" Bok Kai-Fin hurriedly covered the broken phone with calligraphy and replied obediently, "Yes." Nap Lan Mong asked, "Have there been any messages from Vu Qua recently?" Bok Kai-Fin bowed and addressed her as Your Majesty. Nap Lan Mong said, "With no one else here, do not call me that." Kai-Fin frowned and replied, "Since the late emperor passed away, I have received no news from elder brother." Nap Lan Mong whispered sadly, "Could it be he has truly forgotten me?" Bok Kai-Fin comforted her, "Do not worry, elder brother still has matters to handle. Perhaps in a few days he will return." Shattered phone suddenly emitted a sound. "Meng Nha, wait for me." Nap Lan Mong startled and turned, saying, "I thought I heard Vu Qua voice." Bok Kai-Fin panicked and lifted the parrot to conceal it, saying, "It is the parrot I just raised. You must miss elder brother too much and misheard." The parrot cried loudly in protest, "Wrong, wrong." Nap Lan Mong could only believe him, her sorrowful face letting out a soft sigh. After that she instructed that any news from Vu Qua's side must be reported immediately. Bok Kai-Fin gladly agreed, understood. Outside the courtyard of Hao Thin Imperial City, Bok Kai-Fin saw Nap Lan Mong off, bowing respectfully to send off Your Majesty. Simi Mas galloped past on horseback, shouting only one word, "Move." Bok Kai-Fin was startled and hurriedly dodged aside. The eye within him spoke, "He has arrived." Bok Kai-Fin was shocked and asked again, "You mean the one who can help me?" The eye affirmed firmly, "It is him." Bok Kai-Fin continued doubtfully, "Could it be the one who just appeared looking for me?" Then secretly glanced after him. When he saw the scene before him, he could not help being astonished. Simi Mas spoke shyly, "Beauty, You made me search so hard. That man held Deep Quinn in his arms and stroked her face with a smile. Meeting the Overlord is truly an honor. Bok Kai-Fiend asked suspiciously, You mean this barbarian courtesan? The eye immediately replied with certainty, correct. Then him there is something similar to me, and it is extremely ferocious. The eye turned toward Deep Quinn and affirmed decisively. Bok Kai-Fiend asked in surprise, You mean he also carries a shimo? The eye answered, Yes, and he is also an old acquaintance of yours. Late at night he wore a gloomy expression. The spirit beast beside him approached and asked, What is wrong? You look unhappy, he sighed. It has been several days with no news of Meng Nha. I do not know how she is. The spirit beast ate while comforting him. Do not worry, she will be fine. He only gave a faint reply. Suddenly a pair of hands rested on his shoulders. A voice sounded, Well done, Li Yuguo. You dare think of another woman before me. Am I still not enough to satisfy you? Tight Kiu slowly leaned close and lifted his chin. He asked in alarm, Why have you come? The spirit beast stopped eating with displeasure, HMPH. Tight Kiu crossed her leg over his thigh and said coldly, Right now I am very angry. She shyly pulled down her robe and whispered, Give me some of your vital essence to make up for it. Before his eyes appeared a dreamlike place, with flowing springs called Lu Sacred Spring Pool. Tight Kiu broke the silence. This is the Lu Sacred Spring Pool. It opens once every 100 years, a rare cultivation ground. Its spiritual energy surpasses Thai and Gayat Cave heaven, but each time only one person may cultivate. Continued, You helped me overcome the crisis. I am not ungrateful. From now on you will cultivate here. He pointed at himself in surprise for me. Tight Kiu leaned close and gently stroked his face. What, you do not want it? He broke into a sweat and hurriedly replied, I could not ask for more. She turned and placed her hands on her waist, instructing him to cultivate well and not waste this century of spiritual energy. The spies just reported how Thien remains normal. He simply answered. Tight Kiu turned her face, revealing mesmerizing golden eyes and alluring features. After cultivation, return to your Hao Thien and Dai Kim. Once you recover your vitality, then come back to Dai Lu to serve me, ha ha. He stood stunned, eyes wide and mouth open, unable to speak. Scene shifted to Hao Thien Imperial Palace. A figure stepped into the hall. Deep Quinn sipped tea calmly and said, You have arrived, Bok Kai-Fiend replied. Long time no see, Deep Quinn. That man glanced at him and continued, It seems you already know. A memory from 2 days ago surfaced. A voice said recently there is another Shimo aura. That man asked in shock, Besides me there is another. The voice answered, It is the scholar who follows Li Yuguo. That man froze upon hearing this. The memory faded. That man smiled and stroked the teacup. Indeed, deeply hidden Prime Minister Bok Kai-Fiend raised his cup and replied, We should be allies and become the rulers of this world. Li Yuguo is the true threat. That man only uttered, Oh. Bok Kai-Fiend continued, Have you not wondered why your severed arm recovered? Every world revolves around its center, and you are that center. Quinn cried out in shock. What Bok Kai-Fiend added, Unfortunately, everything was derailed by that man. Deep Quinn's face darkened gradually, his muscles twitching with hatred. Li Yuguo. Two raised their cups to discuss. Bok Kai-Fiend spoke first. Since we share a common enemy, let us cooperate. Deep Quinn replied at once. Indeed, my strength has recovered. I can act at any time. In the mind of strategist Naplan Thiat long came a thought. He also carries a shimo. There will be a grand feast later. The nether insight I also secretly calculated. Deep Quinn can indeed become a tool against Li Yuguo, but this man is deeply scheming. Absolute vigilance is required. In the vast chamber, a mysterious purple glow spread, making the space eerie. Deep Quinn slowly put on a pitch-black robe filled with mystery. Subordinate entered to report, Your Highness. Simi Masa stepped forward and whispered in his ear, There is news. After hearing it, Deep Quinn shouted loudly, Understood. That man immediately ran out while shouting, Carry it out at once. His gaze suddenly shifted backward. His face darkened. Heavens. Before his eyes appeared the withered and terrifying visage of Deep Quinn. Before the city gate, the silhouettes of 2 guards appeared. Ship after ship slowly docked. A soldier shouted, The Overlord fleet has returned to reinforce us. The guard beside him quickly stopped him. Wait. Sturdy legs wearing strapped sandals stepped onto the shore. A band of bandits surged out like rain. The leader raised his sword and shouted, Brothers. The strangers rushed forward in waves, determined to slaughter without leaving any alive. As dusk approached, the scene shifted to the council chamber of Hao Thien Imperial Palace. Bok Kai-Fiend reported, Your Majesty. A large band of water bandits has invaded our coastal waters. Nap Lan Mong angrily asked, is not the sea region guarded by the Overlord? Where is his fleet? Bok Kai Fiend hurriedly replied, the Overlord fleet whereabouts are unknown. The water bandits have landed and are moving inland. Nap Lan Mong immediately ordered, summon all heavenly wolf guards and flying eagles, wipe out the bandits, and call Ko Vo Song to see me. The soldier answered, understood. Nap Lan Mong frowned thoughtfully. The water bandits appeared too suddenly, and the Overlord is missing. This must be investigated quickly. Bok Kai Fiend suddenly spoke, his face turning cold. What, am I the dignified Prime Minister merely for show? Does your Majesty not trust me? His voice made Nap Lan Mong realize something. Bok Kai Fiend looked at her with the gaze of a traitor awaiting his moment. He sneered and continued, even in Li Yuguo letter he reminded you to beware of me. Two truly are a pair made by heaven. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Nap Lan Mong. She panicked yet still replied, the letter was written by you. Those words were nothing more than smug boasting. And indeed so, it is just a pity that the letters you sent him, he has never received even a single one. As soon as Na Lan Meng heard that, the flames of anger in her heart blazed fiercely. She sharply demanded, what exactly do you want? Her whole body seemed to be fiercely scorched by crimson flames. She pulled out her spear to steady herself and said coldly, as long as you confess, I can spare your life. Bai Jai Fiend curled his lips into a provocative sneer, tilted his head and replied, why do you not try to guess? Na Lan Meng froze slightly for a brief moment. Immediately after, she collapsed to the ground, bracing herself with her spear as she struggled and questioned him. What have you done to Cam? Bai Jai Fiend leisurely stepped closer, his tone unhurried. In this imperial palace all are my people. Touching your food is as easy as turning over a hand. I am not like that despicable Li Yuguo who flirts outside all day. He looked down at her with malicious eyes, roughly lifted her chin with his hand and laughed in admiration. Such a peerless beauty being enjoyed by Li Yuguo is truly a waste. Better let me dote on you once instead. Na Lan Meng could only choke out a resentful sound. You, like someone falling into an abyss. Na Lan Meng could only despairingly cry out Yuguo's name. Husband, 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 save me. On the shore, Yuguo could only widen his eyes in panic and shout loudly, Meng-er. He jolted awake from the nightmare, his whole body shooting upright with terrified eyes. His throat tightened, he weakly coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Yuguo clutched his chest in pain, coughing repeatedly in front of Zhu Cairo. Zhu Cairo hurriedly pressed him. What happened? Did the breakthrough fail? Yuguo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied in a low voice, I can sense that Meng-er is in danger. I must return immediately. Zhu Cairo folded his arms and closed his eyes with a cold smile. Liao Jing is more than 18,000 miles from Rao Tian. By the time you run back on these legs, Meng-er will likely have long lost her life. Yuguo gritted his teeth and turned to ask to borrow. The former emperor once had a spirit beast that could travel 1,000 miles in a day. Can you lend it to me? Zhu Cairo turned his head and asked further, if you leave, then what about it? Yuguo froze and asked back. A massive, sturdy turtle stood blocking before the waterfall, its enormous body covering the flow and unconsciously drawing both of their attention. Powerful strike from Na Lan Meng's hand made Bai Jai Fiend spit out a mouthful of red fluid. She used all her strength to shove him several meters back. While his body was knocked away, he still had time to calculate. The poison in her body has been largely suppressed by her bloodline. Her strength is gradually recovering. Damn it. Being blasted away made him cry out in pain, yet he still revealed a sinister smile. Do you think that is enough to escape? Na Lan Meng's expression changed. Inwardly she cried that this was bad. Like a bomb exploding, the entire room shook violently. Everything was in ruins. Her body was also flung far away by the force, and she collapsed onto the ground. Yihang appeared at some unknown time, stood watching and mocked. How miserable, your majesty the queen. Beside him were Wan Li and Jian Lai. When she saw them, she blurted out, it is you. Had I known earlier, Cam would not have shown mercy and spared your lives. The three immediately attacked together. Yihang roared, if it were not for you and Li Yuguo playing tricks, then my nephew Yi Qiang would not be left with life and death unknown. Wan Li also coldly added, why waste words with her, kill her. Violent attacks rained down toward her in succession. At that critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared to relieve her. Wu Shuang and the others stood in front to block. He hurriedly said, your majesty, this subject arrived late. Yihang coldly warned Wu Shuang, do you truly want to become our enemy? Wu Shuang immediately retorted, Spare the nonsense. If you want to touch the queen, then step over my corpse first. Yihang roared in fury, his power erupting violently. Since that is the case, then this old man will kill you all. Wu Shuang strained to block the attacks to avoid affecting her and ordered, escort her majesty to withdraw. His subordinates immediately supported Na Lan Meng and left. At that moment, Bai Zhai Fin finally appeared, angrily shouting, "Damn it! Na Lan Meng cannot be allowed to escape." Suddenly a sinister voice sounded from his left arm. "Do not worry, am I not still here?" Dense rays of purple light shot out from his arm, charging straight toward Na Lan Meng. The two escorting her were immediately struck. Na Lan Meng gritted her teeth, her expression solemn as she summoned a mighty golden dragon. The golden dragon still could not suppress Bai Zhai Fin's ferocity. He sneered, "Go die," his crafty eyes filled with killing intent. The gigantic dragon roared and charged toward the faint streams of purple light. Suddenly she cried out in pain. It turned out her strength was still insufficient to contend. Her legs trembled and she could barely stand, her body visibly weakened. Bai Zhai Fin stepped forward smugly and said, "Na Lan Meng, today is your day of death." Though exhausted and unsteady, she still had time to think. Could it be that today came truly? A deep and powerful voice sounded from afar. Fighting has always been a matter for men. Ground trembled as gigantic green vines burst forth. Bai Zhai Fin cried out in alarm. What kind of monstrous thing is this? Wan Li sensed the abnormality and shouted a warning. "This is bad. It is poisonous mist." From above, the figure of the Poison Emperor appeared, his voice echoing, "You vermin, this place has already been enveloped by my poison. Obediently surrender." Wu Shuang stood in front of Na Lan Meng, his figure firm as he protected her. As soon as everyone saw his appearance, they cried out in shock, "Poison King." He leapt forward and said with a laugh, "Has the ghost awakened?" Stood steadily atop the gigantic tree, the tree like a living person holding a wine jar and grinning foolishly. "Then let us finish this quickly and go back to drink and play chess." The Poison Emperor strolled leisurely, green smoke spreading in all directions, the poisonous aura diffusing and causing countless people to collapse. Wan Li roared and called out his name, "Du Fang." Poison Emperor glanced over in displeasure. "Why are you calling the three of us? I am busy." Wan Li flew into a rage and charged up, both arms strengthened like drills as he rushed forward shouting, "I must kill you." Suddenly vines tightly wrapped around his legs. Unable to react in time, he was yanked away, his face pale as he screamed, "Aha!" The Poison Emperor folded his arms and withdrew his stance, also revealing surprise. "Command the forest to capture the rebels." Jian Lai, who was bound, saw the reinforcements and cried out, "Why have you come as well?" Wan Li angrily roared, "Come untie me." Sam Lam cast his gaze down at the battle between Deep Hong and Vo Song and laughed. "Oh, so there is still another interesting prey." Immediately after, his long roots lashed outward and tightly bound Deep Hong. Deep Hong jerked in shock and turned his head back. At the same time, the three rebels bound behind were revealed clearly. His face flushed red with fury as he roared, "Release this old man at once." Ainla swayed her supple body and tried her best to flatter, "Kind elder brother, can you let me go?" Wan Lai heard that and turned back with a mocking remark, an old woman trying to relive her youth. Deep Hong also sneered along, making Ainla ashamed and furious as she shouted, "Both of you shut up." Sam Lam raised a dark beam of light before her, preparing to strike. Ainla still refused to give up. "Just release me and I guarantee I will make you satisfied." Before she could finish speaking, Sam Lam used a radiant sun-like flower to seal her mouth as a signal and shouted, "Explode." A pungent fragrance instantly spread, turning the faces of the three pale. Poison Emperor below hurriedly called out, "Worthy king, you have drunk too much, go easy." Sam Lam only laughed foolishly in reply, "Ha ha, my apologies." After that he pointed toward Bok Kai Fin and reminded Na Lan Mong, "Na Lan's sister, now only this one remains." Na Lan Mong's gaze was resolute. She lifted her long spear and said coldly, "I will personally finish him." As soon as she finished speaking, she gathered all her strength and charged straight at Bok Kai Fin. Bok Kai Fin suddenly widened his eyes and cast her a sinister smile, causing the tip of her spear to halt midair. Terrifying pressure suddenly descended, nearly paralyzing everyone. Na Lan Mong cried out in pain, "This pressure is too strong. I can barely breathe." Even Poison Emperor shouted in alarm, "What is happening?" In that instant, Na Lan Mong's gaze abruptly lifted upward. A gigantic man eating flour rose viciously from the ground. It let out a roar that made Poison Emperor curse, "Damn it, why is this bloodline's demonic aura so heavy?" Vo Song also frowned and added, such an evil bloodline. Bok Kai-Fin excitedly broke free from his restraints with ease and laughed madly. You finally appeared, ha-ha. Deep Quinn stepped out from the flower's mouth and walked forward leisurely, speaking as he moved. You are truly late. These people should be handled by me personally. Lan Mong shouted angrily. It is you dare betray the pack. He laughed disdainfully in response. So what if I betray it? Today both you and Hao Thin are in my hands. Your day of death is already decided. Stepped aside and ordered abyssal devouring maw. It is your turn. The flower immediately opened its mouth wide. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying suction burst forth, dragging dozens of soldiers who could not resist. Sam Lam hurriedly extended his roots to hold Poison Emperor and Na Lan Mong tightly. Poison Emperor cursed loudly. This foul mouth is truly troublesome. Sam Lam immediately warned, absolutely do not let yourself be sucked in. Right after that, Poison Emperor unleashed a strike straight at the giant maw, curling his lips in a grin. Then let it taste this. Deep Quinn propped his hand and sneered. And you think this is enough to fight me? Then he continued to command, abyssal devouring maw, sweep this place clean for me. The flower shot upward, its horrifying suction dragging Sam Lam crashing toward Na Lan Mong. Even Sam Lam's massive roots were torn up from the ground. Everyone hurriedly held tightly to Sam Lam. He himself also strained to resist. But as soon as Na Lan Mong grabbed on, part of his roots snapped off. Immediately after, she was sucked straight into the mouth of the abyssal, devouring maw without time to resist. Deep Quinn instinctively glanced toward the direction where Na Lan Mong fell. At that very moment, a streak of light tore through the air like lightning. Na Lan Mong's body was gathered into the embrace of Li Yuguo. She was so frightened that tears streamed down. The moment she saw him, she cried out, Yuguo. Li Yuguo stood on the back of a blazing eagle and shouted loudly, little girl, I am back. Held her tightly and said gently, I am sorry for letting you be hurt. Leave the rest to me. She leaned against his chest and softly replied, as long as you are back, it is enough. The romantic air was immediately interrupted by the humanoid tree, brat. A little later, and you would have lost your wife. Poison Emperor also laughed loudly and added, worthy brother, you have finally returned. Na Lan Mong unconsciously asked softly, were you not in Dai Lu? How did you return so quickly? Li Yuguo only smiled and answered briefly, yes, fortunately I arrived in time. Earlier, when he had just appeared, Tight Kiu had stared straight at him and asked, how did you know about the existence of the blazing dragon falcon? Li Yuguo scratched his head and smiled awkwardly as he answered vaguely, how should I put this? Inwardly lamenting, I let slip the secret of Dai Lu. How can I explain this now? I certainly cannot say this world was written by me. Suddenly she pressed close to him, displaying her alluring curves, making his face flush red. She lightly placed her hand on him and whispered, knowing is knowing. In any case, what is mine is yours. After speaking, she turned her back and folded her arms as she continued. Finish Hao Thin's matter, then come find Cam, right? Dai Kim has also received the news and is withdrawing its troops. Bui Van Hai will lead 300,000 soldiers. Returning to the present, Li Yuguo gripped the sword blazing with sacred flames and said loudly, many thanks to all of you for protecting Mong Nhai. Leave the rest to me. The moment Deep Quinn saw Li Yuguo, his face twisted. Damn it, why has he returned? That man standing atop the flower tree calculated inwardly. We have not met for long, yet his strength has increased greatly, truly troublesome. Suddenly his gaze swept toward the remaining three, and he shouted, what is there to fear? Are they not still here? The gigantic flower immediately went berserk, its mad suction increasing without cease. Three were gradually dragged toward the center of the flower. Tynla cried out in panic, do not. In the end it happened. Deep Quinn seized one person in each hand. Under his terrifying grip, the bodies of the two quickly withered in his hands. Li Yuguo exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the technique. This is bad. It is the great art of emotion devouring. Thinking Deep Hong had escaped death was wrong. The next victim was him. Deep Hong widened his eyes and trembled as he stammered, you are deep Nhai. The image of Deep Quinn from years ago flashed before his eyes. He laughed madly. So this is the power of martial ancestor, ha ha. In a short moment, Deep Hong also dried to death in his grip. Deep Quinn threw his head back and howled crazily, Li Yuguo, today is your day of death. Colossal greatsword wrapped in dark green demonic aura was drawn from the center of the flower's mouth. The gloomy sword light tore through space as he charged straight forward. Li Yuguo also rushed out, and the two ferocious swords finally collided. A terrifying destructive force erupted violently. Li Yuguo's expression darkened as he said firmly, I did not expect you to still be alive. Deep Quinn maintained his mad smile and replied confidently, "It seems you already know. If I die, then who can kill you?" Hearing Li Yuguo mention that name, Mong cried out in shock. He is Deep Quinn. He stared straight at that man with eyes full of hatred and said coldly, "Deep Quinn, this time I will show no mercy." And in that very instant, the battle erupted. Qua channeled his power to strengthen the sword, causing its blade to glow crimson as if ablaze. He swung the sword and slashed straight toward Deep Quinn, his momentum soaring to the heavens. A massive flaming sword arc tore through the air and shot straight at the villain. Deep Quinn curled his lips in disdain. "You think that strike can injure me?" Immediately after, the abyssal devouring maw opened and swallowed the attack hole. Deep Quinn remained standing calmly, laughing arrogantly. Vuqua frowned slightly as he observed the situation before him. That man let out a savage laugh, raised several bluish-purple light spheres, and said, "Next let you taste the power of 3 martial ancestors." The 3 colossal elemental orbs carrying surging demonic force sped toward Vuqua. Immediately shouted, "This is bad." A violent explosion erupted upon impact. Deep Quinn and that flower tree merely stood at a distance watching leisurely. That man thought he had been blown to pieces and sneered contemptuously. Right after, that man's eyes widened in shock at the unbelievable sight. Vuqua was completely unharmed. His aura was even stronger than before. He summoned his own demonic beast, a mass of octopus-like creatures with countless crimson eyes. Deep Quinn turned to the evil spirit and asked, "Is this the strongest demon envoy you mentioned?" It replied in a deep voice, "Yes, you should be careful." Thousand-Hand Demon laughed and said to him, "Brat, I saved you once again." Vuqua replied, "Many thanks, old monster." Then it continued, "Your body is temporarily mine." Lam asked in astonishment, "Zohar, has the bloodline materialized?" Poison Emperor also questioned, "Why is his bloodline similar to Deep Quinn? The demonic aura is equally heavy." "Whether it is demonic aura or not, I believe in that brat." He smiled excitedly at the impending battle. Mong sat on the back of the demonic beast and thought, "Vuqua, no matter what you become, I will always remain by your side." Deep Quinn mocked as he pointed at him. "I thought you had some profound technique. Turns out you only rely on a demonic creature. You and I are the same, both monsters." Vuqua pointed the flaming sword at that man and replied sternly, "So what if I use a demonic creature? So what if I carry demonic aura? As long as my heart is not evil and I do not act against the heavens, that is enough." Vo Song, standing aside, could not help but praise inwardly, "Truly a fine lad. I indeed did not misjudge." Deep Quinn roared furiously, "Shut up. You are not worthy to judge me. I am the protagonist of this world. Everything I do is right." That man's demon envoy spiraled straight toward Vuqua, creating a terrifying oppressive force. Vuqua swung his sword and split the monster in two in an instant. It screamed miserably in shock. Deep Quinn felt the pain spread, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still laughed loudly. "Then try its true power." That man immediately summoned a series of gigantic skulls. Ferocious skulls glared as they charged straight at Vuqua. Vuqua's demon envoy hurriedly warned, "Brat, inside his body are 2 demon envoys and both have awakened." Quinn waved his hand to control the skulls to attack and laughed arrogantly. "Li Vuqua, taste the baptism from hell." Vuqua poured all his strength into resisting the fierce assault. Deep Quinn's demon envoy seized the chance to lunge forward, attempting to devour him in an extremely perilous moment. While resisting, Vuqua shouted, "Thousand-Hand Demon, are you not the strongest demon envoy?" Blood spilled from his mouth under the immense pressure. He roared, "Then show some of your strength." With a body full of wounds, Thousand-Hand Demon agreed to pour immense power into him. It said, "As you wish." Vigorous life force immediately erupted within his body. Painful groans sounded from Deep Quinn's mouth. The sinister flower behind that man also suffered devastating damage. Blood spurted from his mouth. Deep Quinn clutched his chest and shouted in panic, "Cough, cough. Why has he suddenly become so strong?" That man's eyes revealed trembling fear. "Impossible. It has completely awakened. We have lost." Vuqua laughed madly and raised his arm. A violent destructive force surged forth, crushing everything around Deep Quinn. Deep Quinn was blasted dozens of meters across the ground. The earth was gouged into a deep pit, showing the terrifying might of the strike. Even so, that man still sprang up and rushed forward, hurling shrieking skulls. "Li Vuqua, I must kill you." Vuqua did not hesitate. He charged straight ahead and used his clawed hands to seize that man's head. He slammed that man brutally into the ground. Before his eyes appeared Vu Qua's face covered in blood and wounds. That man's face was miserably twisted after being struck by Vu Qua. Just after dealing with Deep Quinn, Bok Kai Fiend's voice sounded from behind. "Not forget there is still me." Vu Qua merely turned his head slightly to glance and sneer. Before that man could react, he had already been pierced through by Vu Qua, blood splattering everywhere. Yet the moment the blade passed through, that body suddenly turned into a faint purple blur. It turned out to be only an illusion created by Bok Kai Fiend. Turning back, he saw him supporting Deep Quinn in retreat. Bok Kai Fiend said arrogantly, "Madman, I will let you live a few more days. Next time we meet will be the moment you die." Deep Quinn still roared, "Li Vu Qua, I will definitely kill you." Bok Kai Fiend hurriedly urged, "No more fighting today, leave quickly." Two quickly vanished into the flower's mouth and completely disappeared without a trace. Vu Qua immediately widened his eyes to observe the surroundings, guarding against a counterattack. But their figures had completely vanished. He roared in fury and madness, "Huh-eh." The outburst of rage made the ground tremble violently beneath his feet. Na Lan Mong worried for the man she loved and quickly ran over, calling out the moment she arrived, "Vu Qua." Seeing Her Majesty rushing toward Vu Qua, Vo Song immediately blocked her and urged, "Your Majesty, do not come closer." At that very moment he turned his head, his blood-stained face cold with a chilling smile that frightened her. Na Lan Mong trembled as she called his name, hoping to pull him back with old memories. Vu Qua. Suddenly, a violent force erupted from his body and shot straight toward her. He had no time to react or dodge. An urgent voice sounded in warning, "Girl Na Lan, be careful." The humanoid tree also shouted, "Something is wrong with this brat." Poison Emperor added at once, "This is bad. He has been devoured of his senses by the demonic creature." The tree exhausted its strength to block in front, resisting his terrifying power. He let out a pained roar and continued to shatter the tree trunk. Poison Emperor hurriedly leapt up to face him and shouted loudly in hopes of restoring his reason, "You brat, wake up now." In only a moment, the middle section of the tree had been completely destroyed by him. Poison Emperor was blasted away, spitting blood as he clutched his chest and coughed violently while looking up. He gripped the cold, sharp sword tightly, his crazed eyes fixed on Poison Emperor as if about to deliver the final blow. Na Lan Mong rushed forward in panic. She poured all her strength into a tearful shout, "Vu Qua, do you not remember me? You once said you would always stay by my side to protect me." Those words seemed to awaken something. Vu Qua suddenly froze. In his mind surfaced the happy memories with her that he had never forgot. He staggered and clutched his head in pain. The mask shattered and his body lost strength, collapsing before Na Lan Mong, who was sobbing. He instinctively embraced her, and she called out blankly, "Vu Qua." He smiled gently as she supported him and softly said, "Mongane Chai, how could I hurt you?" After speaking, he fainted amid Na Lan Mong's panicked cries. Poison Emperor stepped forward to reassure her. "Do not worry, this brat is only exhausted." Na Lan Mong let out a relieved breath. "That is good." Tam Lam returned to his original form and approached with Vo Song. Vo Song said gravely, "This place cannot be stayed in long. Bok Kai Fiend and Deep Quinn may have retreated, but their forces remain a threat. I know a secluded place where we can temporarily hide." Vo Song suggested to Na Lan Mong. A spatial gate leading elsewhere slowly opened. Bok Kai Fiend supported the heavily injured Deep Quinn back to their lair. Yuko rushed out in alarm to help him. Deep Quinn roared resentfully, "Li Vu Qua." Bok Kai Fiend stood beside him and snapped, "What are you yelling for? Even two demon envoys could not defeat him. Had I known you were so useless, I would not have expected anything." Deep Quinn angrily turned to question him. "And you still blame me? Was this not your plan? You can see the future. Why did you not foresee that he had such power?" Bok Kai Fiend furiously grabbed his collar. Bok Kai Fiend quickly explained, "The power of demon envoys is unpredictable. I also did not expect Thousand-Hand Demon to go all out for Li Vu Qua, but we have not yet lost. Arguing is useless. The enemy is Li Vu Qua." Bok Kai Fiend lowered his voice. Deep Quinn frowned and asked, "I devoured 3 martial ancestors and still lost. Is there any other way to kill him?" Yuko hurriedly shouted, "Call the physician quickly." The physician supported the exhausted Deep Quinn. Bok Kai Fiend continued, "How Thien's forces are all in our hands. Li Vu Qua is only a fish in a jar. Moreover, there is still a demon envoy within you that has not fully awakened." He recalled when Simi Ma once came to him, the thought echoing in his mind that there was still a demon envoy sleeping within his body. He urged inwardly, hateful abyssal devouring maw. Are you done yet? The demon envoy replied, this is thousand-faced ghost slayer. Its power is extremely terrifying. Have you thought it through? He gritted his teeth and answered, as long as I become stronger, even 10 demon envoys I will devour. It laughed in delight and agreed. Immediately after he was dragged into the demon envoy, only managing to shout, what is this? Deep Quinn broke free from his recollection and summoned a skull, muttering, fortunately it has not fully awakened, otherwise today would have been different. Kai-Fian reassured him, rest assured, I have a way, then let out a low laugh. Under the tranquil starry sky, at the Jai family's secret residence at night, Vu Qua lay unconscious on the bed after the brutal battle. Poison Emperor together with Na Lan Mong and Vo Song discussed matters. He gritted his teeth and said Bok Kai-Fian secretly raising troops to rebel with Deep Quinn is truly despicable. He turned to Na Lan Mong and continued, how Thien is now blockaded by the Tho family army. Spies patrol everywhere. Vo Song sighed and said the forces in my hands are too few to form an army. Na Lan Mong sadly blamed herself. It is all my fault. Had I seen through it earlier, things would not have come to this. Poison Emperor comforted her. The human heart is hard to measure. It is not your fault. Poison Emperor left after saying that Brat is severely injured and needs a few days of rest before we decide further. Vo Song bade farewell and followed. Na Lan Mong turned back to look at Vu Qua and whispered an apology. If not for me, you would not have been hurt. Tears silently fell without end. A hand gently wiped her tears. Vu Qua smiled and scolded softly, silly girl. Na Lan Mong joyfully threw herself into his arms and cried out, Vu Qua. He gently embraced her fully and whispered comfort. Mong and Chai, I will not leave you again. She replied wholeheartedly, as long as you are safe, that is enough. He lowered his head and joked, why are you so silly? What if I truly, before he could finish, her hand covered his mouth. She looked at him tenderly and said, I believe you will not forget what we have been through. A gloomy voice sounded behind the curtain. I heard everything you said. I am also to blame for taking in Bok Kai-Fian years ago and causing this disaster. Turning to the conversation, Vu Qua said in a low voice, I failed to protect you well. I thought I could prevent them from joining forces. It seems everything is fate. She blushed and pouted. So you have been awake for a long time and were pretending, making me worry. He laughed and rubbed her head. Did I not want a little private time? After laughing, she turned away and said softly, the human heart is unpredictable. I also blame myself for not seeing Bok Kai-Fian's ambition sooner. Then she quickly changed the topic. By the way, after so long, how have you been? He pulled her to lean against his shoulder and whispered in her ear, it is a long story. Quiet night passed as he told her about his journey. Her eyes suddenly sharpened as she asked suspiciously, then what happened? Between you and that queen there is truly nothing. He chattered endlessly in denial, claiming to be an upright gentleman while criticizing that woman in every way. His nose seemed to grow longer like Pinocchio. Suddenly he moved close and whispered, but Mong and Chai, it has been so long since we met. He gently pushed her down, revealing her soft curves. She suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. She sprang up, stared at him and asked again, earlier what color did you say Zhu Kaio's hair was? At the same time she raised what she had just discovered on him. Heavens, it was a strand of golden hair. He immediately trembled and stammered, it is over, this time I am truly dead. Her whole body ignited with fury, her icy gaze forcing him to hurriedly explain. Mong and Chai listened to me first. Before he could open his mouth, she kicked him more than 20 meters out of the romantic room, blood spurting from his nose as he groaned. Ah. Next morning, Poison Emperor beamed when he saw Vu Qua's miserable state. You brats sneaked around outside and got caught red-handed. He only let out a sorrowful sigh. HMP. Man slung an arm over his shoulder, stroked his chin and advised, we are both men, I understand, young and vigorous. A few more beauties do no harm. Just use the divine medicines you borrowed from my brothers last time. They also want a taste of ecstasy. He stammered in reply, maybe another day. The two walked a long distance without seeing anyone and began to watch their surroundings warily. Poison Emperor frowned and asked softly, what strange thing happened? Why is this street so deserted? Both sensed something was wrong. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes and noticed a gaunt, withered man standing motionless. He stepped forward and shook the man hard, asking, are you all right? From his mouth came only the muttering of 2 words, long live. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, what? Yet the other kept repeating long live. Poison Emperor remarked, The reaction is like being struck by heavenly poison powder, yet there is no toxin in his body. Truly strange. Suddenly the man threw his head back, blood spraying as he roared, "Sun God, long live." Hearing this, Vuquois suddenly formed a suspicion. In the blink of an eye, the man's body exploded, creating a terrifying shockwave. Poison Emperor hurriedly asked, "You brat, are you all right?" He replied calmly, "I am fine." Swiftly wiped some blood from the ground and lifted it to examine. As he checked, he thought, what exactly is going on? How can a person explode on his own? Ordinary poison cannot do this. Before they could understand, a group appeared behind them. Turning around, they saw people identical to the one who exploded, along with a figure standing on a rooftop. That man coldly gave a two-word order, "Kill him." The assassins immediately charged at Vuquois with longswords in hand. He glared and said coldly, courting death. He unleashed his power. Countless tentacles shot from his body, piercing the crowd and making them scream miserably. He looked at his hand and thought, after the battle with Deep Quinn and Bok Kai Fiend, thousand-hand demon still slumbers, yet my bloodline is stronger. Could the sacred selection amplifying the spirit have worked? The assassins were drained of spiritual energy one by one, their faces quickly turning gray and withered. Poison Emperor shouted in shock, "Heavens, what kind of monster is this?" Vuquois warned, "Something is wrong with them, be careful." Even with their chests pierced through, those people still rose and continued attacking. Vuquois and Poison Emperor counterattacked fiercely again and again. Poison Emperor cursed as he struck, "Let me give you a taste of poison." Yet no matter how many times they were beat, they rose as if unharmed. Vuquois sweated as he thought, Bai Ung Tiu was just a commoner. How did he become like this? Poison Emperor was surrounded. The crowd clung to him, muttering, "Kill, long lie." Vuquois' face turned pale as he shouted, "Watch out for these people." A sudden burst of energy erupted, causing the crowd to explode, blood splattering all over Poison Emperor. Vuquois ran over and asked, "Are you all right?" Poison Emperor coughed violently and replied, "How could a little miasma harm me?" That man waved his hand and laughed, "I only inhaled a bit of powder. Do you have to fuss like a mother?" Nalan Mong ran over and asked, "Vuquois, what happened?" Poison Emperor quickly answered, "Nothing, your man was just slow." Vuquois supported Poison Emperor back to the room and reassured Nalan Mong, "Give him an empty room, do not follow." She nodded, "All right." He placed his hand on Poison Emperor's wrist to check his pulse. Poison Emperor grumbled, "Done yet?" I said, "I am fine. I am Poison Emperor who survived 10,000 poisons. That little powder is nothing." He lay back leisurely with legs crossed. Vuquois still cautioned, "The pulse is stable, but we cannot be careless. You must rest these few days." Poison Emperor waved his hand, "I know, you nag too much." Vuquois left the room and closed the door. Nalan Mong and Vo Song stepped forward and asked, "Vuquois, is Poison Emperor all right?" He replied, "I checked his pulse, there is no problem, it is just." Nalan Mong anxiously asked, "Just what?" Said seriously, "We must quickly find Medicine Emperor." Poison Emperor answered leisurely, "What is there to worry about? I am still strong here." After speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes and muttered, "Long, long lie." Distant place, dozens of corpses lay fallen. Deep Quinn and Bok Kai Fiend were performing a ritual on a strange stone. An eye symbol gradually appeared on the stone's surface. Bok Kai Fiend glanced at Deep Quinn and thought, "Almost done. Before long, thousand-faced ghost slayer will fully awaken. Just uncertain whether this one can kill Li Vuquois." The demon envoy manifested and reassured, "No need to worry. The mysterious power has spread throughout the world. When the time comes, you can absorb external strength." Deep Quinn curled his lips and secretly fantasized about power beyond the world. Vuquois sat on a stone bench with a blade of grass in his mouth, looking at the sky and thinking, those people were controlled and brainwashed. This was not in the novel. Moreover, he once inhaled the powder and was fine. Could Bok Kai Fiend and Deep Quinn be behind it? Suddenly, several figures appeared in the air. By reflex, he immediately launched an attack. The strike landed, the other side cried out, "Vuquois, brother, it is us." Nine-tailed Fox blushed and called Hall Master. Seeing that, Vuquois was no less embarrassed. Nine-tailed Fox lost balance and fell into his arms. He instinctively asked, "Why is it you?" Longhan quickly explained, "The general was worried about you, so he sent us to reinforce you." Vuquois blushed at Nine-tailed Fox's soft figure, yet still asked, "How did you find this place?" She shyly replied, "The general guessed possible hiding spots and had us search them one by one." Longhan suddenly asked, "By the way, is this sister-in-law?" Hearing that, Vuquois stiffened, his senses freezing as the familiar figure of Nalan Mong appeared. Sensing trouble, he immediately threw Nine-tailed Fox out of his arms and turned to flee. Soon as Nap Lan Mong stepped forward, Vu Qua broke into a radiant smile and introduced our first meeting. I am Nap Lan Mong. He who had just been shedding tears like rain kept nodding and added, yes, yes, she is my wife. She immediately revealed a look of disdain, her face twisting as she replied, who is your wife? Those words were like knives stabbing into his heart, making his eyes brim with tears. Mong and Hi, I was wrong. Please listen to my explanation. The conversation between the two came to an end, and everyone returned to discussing the main matter. He sat down and continued asking about Dai Kim. Thong Han promptly answered, everyone knows the situation of General Hao Thien. He has already dispatched the Thien Lang Guard to suppress Thai Phi. Faceless One immediately interjected to add to the confusion. Why does Hall Master Lai of Hao Thien Pavilion always have such strange figures appearing? Speaking as he took a long drag of smoke. He even deliberately added more for effect, causing everyone to stare wide-eyed and murmur, it really does resemble someone. Suddenly he cast his gaze into the distance and nodded repeatedly, right, exactly like that man. He had not yet understood anything when he saw the Poison Emperor charge forward with crazed eyes, rushing ahead while repeatedly shouting long lie. Vu Qua immediately pulled the Faceless One back to shield him and shouted a warning, be careful. The Poison Emperor waved his hand and hurled several objects that quickly formed hazy streams of purple air. He hurriedly handed out masks to everyone and shouted, put them on now, fall back. The nine-tailed fox and Thong Han immediately obeyed. Poison Emperor was like a mad dog guarding its prey, relentlessly charging forward, leaving Vu Qua no choice but to dodge. As he evaded, he calculated silently. Just as expected, the Poison Emperor had been controlled. He calmly pulled a large syringe from inside his robe. It was the Tran and medicine. Grabbed the Poison Emperor by the neck and swiftly injected him, softly saying, sorry. After being injected, the Poison Emperor went limp and fainted. He gently placed him against the base of a tree. Only then did he dare remove his mask, thinking to himself that the sedative would only hold him temporarily. A thorough solution had to be found. He absolutely could not be allowed to turn into someone like Phi Ung Tiu. There had to be a way. Everyone immediately crowded around with urgent questions. Thong Han asked in panic, brother, what is going on? Doc Thich cut in. That scared me to death. Nap Lan Mong also looked at Vu Qua worriedly. What exactly is happening? He explained grimly, he is like you. All of you have been controlled. Just by contact you can turn into walking corpses, and then self-detonate. At that point he fell silent. He had thought only the capital was in trouble. Who would have expected other places to have fallen as well? Sternly instructed everyone, report immediately to Dai Lu and Dai Kim to seal the borders. Absolutely do not come into contact with Hao Thien. Doc Thich immediately accepted the task. Let me go, my lightness skill is the fastest. Nap Lan Mong stepped forward anxiously and asked, Vu Qua, what should we do next? The innocent commoners must be saved. He softly reassured her, do not worry, there will definitely be a way. Suddenly he opened his heavenly eye, his gaze piercing straight toward the Poison Emperor. He discovered that the spiritual energy within his body was rapidly dissipating. A thought flashed through his mind. That stream of spiritual energy was being drawn toward a very distant place. Could it be that someone was secretly gathering vital energy? The envoys wearing red double-headed hats were raising their hands to manipulate a massive source of power. Among them, a girl had begun to nod off drowsily. The person beside her immediately reminded her, stay awake. There are still 3 formations left unfinished. The girl startled awake and sighed, Mac Duong, I just find these commoners pitiful. Quien Duong laughed lightly and replied, Van Duong is tired. It is fine. Mac Duong coldly shouted, sacrificing for the great cause is an honor. If you cannot endure it, then go speak to the cult leader. Van Duong dejectedly replied, I am indeed a little tired. Quien Duong gently comforted her. Just endure a little longer. The world we desire is almost here. Before she could finish speaking, Mac Duong cast a glance over with eyes as cold as blades. Suddenly unknown tentacles tightly wrapped around the 3 girls, causing them to scream in panic. What is this? Vu Qua slowly stepped out and answered, something that will make you a little happier. After all, you are 3 beauties. Mac Duong angrily raised her weapon and shouted, where did this brat come from daring to touch the envoys? Let me handle him. Vu Qua merely sneered inwardly and let out a cold snort. Before they could react, the 3 were squeezed even tighter by the tentacles. Quien Duong screamed in disgust. Van Duong shrieked. While Mac Duong gradually lost consciousness, This is bad. The more we struggle, the tighter it gets. The three cursed while trying to channel their power to unleash techniques. How hateful. All three simultaneously summoned a monstrous beast to break the encirclement. The ferocious beast lunged toward Vu Qua, intending to swallow him whole. He cried out, "Void spirit serpent, did I not cripple it already? How is it appearing again? This is bad." Van Duong stood to the side and solemnly apologized. "Sorry, everything is for a better world," Qian Duong reminded. "Be careful, this person is not simple." Qian Duong raised a stone slab and explained, "Within 100-meter radius around the void stone, the primordial spirit will be damaged. The closer one is, the more severe it becomes. Yet he is completely unharmed, truly strange." From the body of the spirit python shot out dazzling bolts of lightning. Vu Qua burst out from the serpent belly, causing it to open its mouth in agony. He immediately formed hand seals and shouted, "Golden thunder summoning spell." Qian Duong cried out in shock. "How is this possible?" Vu Qua, covered in blood, smiled disdainfully and replied, "It is only a small snake. Wanting to hurt me is far too naive." Mak Duong flew into a rage, swung her blade and charged forward, roaring, "Anyone who obstructs the plan must die." Vu Qua easily dodged the pursuing strike. The remaining ones also drew their blades and surrounded him. He summoned the familiar flaming sword into his hand. With a single move, he knocked all three girls flying. He said coldly, "That is enough play. Let us finish this quickly." The flames burned away their clothing. Mak Duong roared angrily, "How hateful." Vu Qua gripped his sword and charged straight at her, saying coldly, "Let me see where you can run this time." He suddenly froze at the scene unfolding before him. Qian Duong was pushed forward to take the full stab meant by Mak Duong. Witnessing this, Van Duong burst into tears and cried out, "Qian Duong." Mak Duong leapt high into the air, activated the formation with the stone slab in her hand, and roared angrily, "Daring to obstruct the great plan of my lord, you will not meet a good end." After speaking, she dissolved into a stream of magical power and vanished before everyone's eyes. Vu Qua thought to himself, how ruthless. She even dared to strike her own companion. Van Duong held Ian Duong and sobbed, "Sorry, we did not mean to harm you. Please do not kill us." Vu Qua calmly crouched down and asked, "Tell me which organization you belong to and what your purpose is." She seemed to go mad, pulled out a dagger and stabbed straight toward him, shouting, "The glory of the sun god shall endure forever." He laughed loudly like a frenzied warrior, brandishing her dagger as she rushed forward, died. To him, this move was far too simple. He waved his hand and sent her flying, letting out a cold snort. She collapsed sprawled on the ground, her face flushed red as she fell unconscious. Looked at her with a thoughtful gaze. She had been so weak just now. How had she turned so frenzied in an instant? What exactly was this so-called sun god in her mouth? Suddenly he frowned as if catching a clue. "Wait, sun god." He began piecing together his memories. In the original story outline, there had once appeared a sect called the Radiant Divine Cult, whose sole faith was the sun god. They believed that by following the will of the sun god, the world would become better, even forcing commoners to join. In truth, merely using the banner of righteousness to commit atrocities. Back then, he had found this plotline redundant and deleted it, never expecting it to appear in this world now. He swiftly tapped the girl acupoint and said briefly, "Take her back first, we will decide later." Scene shifted to a sealed room. Inside the room were both Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong. Nap Lan Mong pondered and asked, "So the one behind this is likely not Deep Quinn or Bok Kai Fiend, but this evil cult?" He immediately replied, "That is right. Those controlled on the streets are very likely the Radiant Divine Cult." She crossed her arms and looked at him as she continued, "Then why did you save one of them?" He laughed and scratched his head, explaining it was only to extract information, while inwardly thinking her figure was indeed not bad. At that moment the door burst open, and the Medicine Emperor rushed in anxiously asking, "Where is that fourth fiend?" He hurried to the Poison Emperor lying there. He folded his arms and smiled. "It seems Senior still cares about the Poison Emperor." She vehemently denied it upon hearing him, immediately snapping, "Who would miss that fourth fiend? I even hope he dies sooner." Just then the Poison Emperor's eyes suddenly snapped open wide, sprang up and shouted loudly, "Long live the sun god, long live." The Medicine Emperor barked softly and tossed something into his mouth. "Shut up, you are too noisy." Nap Lan Mong hurriedly cried out, "Senior Medicine Emperor, Poison Emperor." The Medicine Emperor turned to Vu Qua and said, "The spiritual energy in his body is dissipating extremely fast. If this continues, he will self-detonate. Suddenly she held out her hand and demanded, "Give me some high-grade spirit stones." He immediately placed the dark purple stones into her palm and replied, "All right." The medicine emperor stared sternly at the poison emperor and shouted, "Fourth fiend, endure it for this old lady." Needles in her hand pierced into his body one by one. As soon as they were inserted, the poison emperor rolled his eyes white and screamed, "Long live the sun god." The medicine emperor immediately crushed the spirit stones in her hand. A layer of purple energy quickly enveloped the poison emperor. Even while suppressed, he still muttered, "Sun god." The purple aura grew denser and denser. He cried out in pain in broken fragments. After struggling for a while, he collapsed drenched in sweat, yet his mouth still groaned, "Long life." Nap Lan Mong asked worriedly, "Senior, how is the poison emperor?" The medicine emperor replied, "I have only temporarily restrained his spiritual energy. To cure him completely, we must find another way." At this moment, Vu Qua stepped forward and said to everyone, "We must extract clues from that girl." Captured girl immediately struggled in fear and screamed loudly, "No, do not kill me." He revealed a half-cunning, half-cold smile and raised his hand to stroke his chin. Vu Qua placed his sword before Van Duong and waited for her to wake before asking, "Awake." She immediately clasped her hands and cried in plea, "Sorry, do not kill me. I did not mean to harm you." Nap Lan Mong stood beside and reminded him, "Why are you scaring her? Hurry and ask the proper matter." He replied gloomily, "She wanted to kill me just now. Can you not care a little more about your husband?" He pressed the sword close to her neck and interrogated her about how they controlled the commoners. Van Duong trembled and confessed everything. "It is the void stone that makes people feel the light and power of the sun god, and then willingly offer their vital energy." During this, he recalled the strange stone from before. It seemed that was indeed the one. He asked further why they were not controlled. Van Duong replied, "Because we are envoys of the sun god." She suddenly clutched her head in pain and screamed, "Lord Sun God, save me." Vu Qua shook his head in disappointment. She cannot speak properly again. The medicine emperor took her pulse and said, "Her meridians are operating normally. There are no signs of being controlled." After hearing this, he thought to himself, could it be that she truly worships the sun god from the bottom of her heart? But he did not believe her claim of being an envoy. He let out a cold laugh and rushed toward Van Duong. The girl was startled when he held her tightly. Despite her crying out to the sun god, Nap Lan Mong angrily scolded, "Li Vu Qua, what are you doing?" He took out an item and showed it to Nap Lan Mong. Mong and Chai looked at it and asked what it was. Van Duong hurriedly said, "That is what the sun god bestowed upon me. Give it back to me." He injected her with a sedative to silence her and then explained to his wife, they must have a way to avoid being controlled by the void stone. It is precisely because of this. The medicine emperor saw the item and requested, "This medicine is not bad. Give me some as well." Nap Lan Mong further asked why he was not affected by the void stone. Vu Qua reassured her it was due to his bloodline protection, yet inwardly thought the thousand-handed demon was still asleep and could not be consulted. He raised Van Duong protective jade pendant and said, "Let us first check the void stone formation. With this jade pendant, we will not be affected." In a remote canyon, the void stone formation had already been set up. Nap Lan Mong followed behind, looking around, and asked where the void stone was. He replied, "I remember it is nearby." He suddenly discovered something unusual. Pulled Nap Lan Mong behind a boulder to observe. A group resembling Van Duong were discussing. The one squatting said the spiritual energy had been drained, and the void stone moved to another location. Another lamented that Qian Duong was dead. One standing nearby wondered who could be unaffected by the void stone control. They called to each other to withdraw. No matter who it is, they will eventually submit beneath the radiance of the sun god. Vu Qua signaled to Nap Lan Mong. Late at night, dark clouds blanketed the sky. Members of the sun god cult were carrying Ian Duong corpse back to their stronghold. One guard yawned widely. Immediately afterward, he was gagged by a tentacle and dragged into the darkness. Vu Qua searched and found a jade pendant like Van Duong. He said it is just as expected. Nap Lan Mong knocked down another guard and asked this is likely the stronghold. He said thoughtfully, "There are only two of us. If something happens, it will be easier to retreat." Vu Qua handed Nap Lan Mong a set of clothes and said change into their garments to blend in. She nodded in agreement. The two entered the stronghold. Nap Lan Mong whispered, "Why is this place so dark?" He thought that even using his heavenly eye he could not see any spiritual energy. It was too eerie. A dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted. Nap Landmong startled and exclaimed, "This light is too sudden." Two stood stunned at the scene before their eyes. An old man waved his arms before a massive red stone and loudly proclaimed, "Long live the sun god," declaring that the sun god had accepted their sincerity. More than half of Hao Thien had received the blessing, and now was the time to offer devotion. The controlled crowd clasped their hands beneath the stone and shouted in unison, "Long live the sun god." The crowd instantly went mad and charged toward the red stone like starving beasts pouncing on prey. Each of them wore a strange, incomprehensible smile. The moment their hands touched the stone, they all roared in unison, "Long live the sun god." A terrifying explosion resounded, and all of them were instantly reduced to ashes. Yuguo and Nap Landmong gazed forward with calm eyes. He let out a soft sigh. "This is far too cruel." The old man spread his arms to the sky like a madman, his fanatical face murmuring, "Very soon dawn will be restored. The light of the sun god will shine across the world." Nap Landmong clenched her fists and said angrily, "How can they be so vicious, slaughtering innocent commoners?" He hurried to reassure her, "Mong and Chai, I understand your anger, but we cannot act rashly now." He frowned in thought. The purpose of gathering vital energy is very likely to replenish the energy of the dawn fragment. The old man suddenly fell silent, then clenched his fist, saying in a low voice, "Moreover, recently there has appeared a group daring to obstruct the sun god." A blazing red sphere appeared between his hands, projecting an image. He gritted his teeth and said, "They refuse to follow the divine will and even dare to steal the energy meant for the sun god. Their crime is unforgivable." Within the sphere appeared the figures of Deep Quinn and Bok Kai Fiend sitting in cultivation. Seeing this scene, he secretly speculated, "It seems the divine cult is not directly related to them. Then why are they seizing vital energy?" The old man lowered his head and swept his gaze around as he shouted, "Besides them, the radiant divine cult has another enemy, daring to injure the envoy and barge in here. Who is it? Where?" His eyes were sharp like twin beams of light, scanning the surroundings. At last he roared and pointed straight toward the two of them, "Over there." Controlled cultists immediately turned their heads to look in that direction. Two of them with crazed faces shouted, "Kill them." Vuqua cried out in alarm, "We are done, we have been discovered." Nap Landmong replied coldly, just in time. A massive golden dragon appeared and swept the madmen away. She shouted angrily, "You beasts!" Even in danger, seeing her so imposing, he still blurted out praise. "Truly my wife, such presence." More and more cultists surged in and surrounded him. He could only lament, "What rotten luck. Just how many people does this divine cult have?" The cries of kill mingled with "Long live the sun god." Seeing the enemies increasing, he urgently reminded, "Mong and Chai, this is bad." She quickly decided, "We must retreat for now." The two rushed into a cave to shake off their pursuers. Before leaving, he casually tossed them a grenade. The crowd had not caught up when the bomb exploded. The blast flung them far away. As they ran deeper into the cave, he spoke while running. Mong and Chai put this on, saying that he threw her an item that looked like a monocular. Deeper they went, the darker the cave became. He turned his head and muttered, "Heavens, is this cult made of rats? Why are there so many tunnels?" "What now?" Nap Landmong turned back and replied, "We can only gamble, pick a random path and keep going. There will be an exit." Before they could decide, the crowd had already caught up, spotting them and pointing as they shouted, "They are there." Two cried out in unison, "We are finished." Suddenly shadowy figures emerged and forcefully dragged the two away. Candle was lit, its flame gradually spreading light. The two had not yet understood what was happening when suddenly he froze in shock at the familiar figure he had not seen for a long time. Qua, long time no see. Before him stood the two sisters Time Tran and Ngayat Tran. He was overjoyed to see familiar faces again. Time Tran and Ngayat Tran smiled and embraced him. Time Tran called his name happily while Ngayat Tran gave a soft snort. "Scoundrel." By reflex he held Time Tran hand and smiled sweetly. "It has been so long." She smiled in reply, "You have grown thinner." He did not notice Nap Landmong's angry gaze behind him. Time Tran quickly realized and called out, "Ah, Sister Nap Land." He gave an awkward smile while she turned her face away and spoke as if nothing was wrong. "It has been a long time." Seeing this, he silently wept inside because his wife was too understanding. Not letting the conversation drift, he hurriedly asked, "Right, why are you here?" And Ngayat Tran sighed and replied, "This is a long story." He began to recount. Father passing caused the Van family to weaken. Staying in the capital would sooner or later lead to being devoured by other forces. Therefore, we followed the map left by our ancestors and brought the disciples to a secluded land rich in spiritual energy. Isolated from the world to cultivate, our strength gradually recovered. We thought we were about to return to our peak, but the peace did not last long. One day those strange people in red robes stormed into our territory. Memories flooded back as she continued. They carried something called the Void Stone, controlling everyone including us. After being affected by the Void Stone, we fell into a dark world. Painful voices echoed in our minds. For some reason, the two sisters could still see each other and struggled to endure until we awakened. She went on, after waking we discovered we could not leave this mountain. It must be caused by the Void Stone. So we disguised ourselves and infiltrated the cult to investigate their purpose. Those cultists are actually brainwashed commoners. Only the clear-minded ones are the envoys. He frowned and stroked his chin as he asked, "So that is how it is. Do you have a way to destroy the Void Stone?" And Gayat Tran replied quickly, "If we can destroy the Void Stone, we can save the commoners." Time Tran smiled and added, "And without Brother Vu Qua, this cannot be accomplished." Returning to the oyster faction vegetable patch, the once indifferent faces suddenly jolted and burst into loud screams. "Supreme Divine Son, please cast your radiant light upon the mortal world. Any who dare show disrespect shall be purified by fear and dazzling brilliance." The Void Stone flared brightly in the dark night. All knelt in worship as before a deity, their mouths ceaselessly praising the Divine Son for protection. In the midst of the ritual, Vu Qua suddenly rushed out, lifting a mug and shouting loudly, "The Divine Son is foolish, homes destroyed and graves dug up, worse than dogs and pigs." Hearing him, the crowd flew into a rage and instantly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Not satisfied with his curses, he continued to berate them. "What are you looking at? You are all just as stupid. A hippopotamus trying to learn from a turtle, pretending to be kings and tyrants. I am standing here today. If you have the guts, then touch me and see." Their eyes flashed like two crimson beams, locking tightly onto him. The whole group went mad chasing after him, shouting "Kill, kill," daring to insult the Divine Son. As he ran, he fumed inwardly, "Heaven and earth. So the only thing I cannot do is this." They were lured into the trap as easily as walking a dog. Do not let him escape. Time Tran and Ngayat Tran had long been hiding behind the rock wall. Ngayat Tran whispered, "They have gone far enough." Time Tran sneered, holding the spirit stone ring and saying with certainty, "Hurry and seize the chance." Ngayat Tran looked at the pile of supplies and recalled Vu Qua's swift movements earlier, asking little sister, "Is this enough?" Vu Qua felt a flicker of heartache. Time Tran ignored it, clenched his fist and said, "If it explodes, then let it explode loudly. Throw it all in." Two piled up void stones along with several tons of bombs and immediately called to each other to retreat. "Run quickly." Nap Lanmong silently observed from afar with a cool sniper rifle. She aimed straight at the bomb crates and pulled the trigger, sending Nick out of existence. He quickly left the battlefield without hesitation. Returning to the battlefield and seeing everyone gathered, she hurriedly asked Vu Qua lover, "How is it? Is it finished?" He turned to look at the bewildered faces and foolish smiles and replied, "It seems they have regained consciousness." Each person confusedly wondering when they put on these clothes and where this place even was. While everyone was still rejoicing, Vu Qua suddenly frowned suspiciously and said, "Wait, this vibration is getting stronger. Just how much explosives did you plant?" Time Tran Slay replied calmly, "Of course, all of it." He immediately gaped in horror and said, "What?" Reacting swiftly, he pulled everyone to run. "Hurry up. This place is about to collapse." All of them fled the stone cave in panic to save their lives. Just as they escaped outside, no one had even caught their breath. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Time Tran worriedly lamented that the blast was so large. "Had I known, I would have reduced it." Vu Qua rolled his eyes to check everyone and said, "Fortunately, no innocent civilians were harmed." Just when they thought everything was over, a figure suddenly rushed out. "Heavens, it is Venerable Pho!" the Time Tran cried out in shock. "And he is still not dead." The man crazily shouted that followers of the Divine Son will not die. "The ones who deserve to die are you." He raised his magic staff high and without hesitation attacked straight toward them. A mysterious purple surge erupted violently. He quickly pulled everyone back and thought inwardly that this was bad. Seeing everyone safe, he turned back and ordered, "Take the civilians and withdraw first. I will handle this old man." Though worried, Ngayat Tran had to leave. The man laughed maniacally and said loudly that no one can escape. The power of the divine sun is invincible. A gigantic black sphere floated in the sky as he roared. Receive the cleansing right of the divine sun, thunder God's great wrath. Sphere shot out countless bolts of lightning that crashed straight toward him. He deftly dodged, and after evading he clearly felt the terrifying destructive force. He exclaimed in shock that the void stone was this powerful, inwardly vowing that he absolutely could not let that man continue controlling it. Full of confidence, the man raised his staff and pointed it toward the sky at the void stone, declaring that the will of the divine sun descends. Today you will surely die. Before he could gloat for long, the void stone suddenly vanished from his sight. His face froze in shock as if unable to comprehend what was happening. Then he shouted loudly, "You dare steal the radiance granted to me by the divine sun, seeking death." He sat atop the venerable and sneered in reply, "Try to chase me if you can." The man desperately lunged forward to snatch back the void stone, truly bold. But how could he catch it? Suddenly it surfaced right beneath his feet. He immediately pounced like a cat spotting fat. Who would have thought he would fall into Vu Qua trap? His whole head was sucked down into the ground, not Doraemon, so the pain was obvious. He stood above and clicked his tongue, saying that he could not even snatch a stone, truly weak. The man roared angrily and sprang up, his face twisted as he gripped the staff. He was no less formidable, drawing a sword wreathed in blazing flames. It was time to end this. He swung his sword and split the man's body in two, the blade piercing through and making him shriek miserably. After defeating him, he fell into contemplation, taking such a heavy blow yet not collapsing. It seemed the void stone had temporarily boosted that man's spiritual power. He looked at the man's body and suddenly realized something was amiss. The scene shifted to a place called the Secret Mechanism Manor. Vo Song was delighted to see everyone return, saying that the Yun family head had returned. Tran people immediately returned the greeting, "Mechanism family head, it has been a long time." He said seriously that now was not the time for pleasantries. Go check on Doc Hong first. Stepping inside, what met their eyes was his withered and exhausted face. Time Tran worriedly blurted that even Doc Hong had been controlled by the void stone. Duok Hong continued that if this jade pendant could cut off the void stone influence, then refining it into medicine should free Doc Hong from control. He let out a relieved breath and said that was wonderful. As he spoke, he took out several pieces and handed them over, asking if it was enough. Duok Hong immediately replied that to save this old man it was more than sufficient. Ap Lan Mong pondered and said that currently Hao Thien still had many civilians under control. This many jade pendants might not be enough. Frowned, raised his hand, and said in a deep voice that it seemed they had to think of another way. Vu Qua, Nap Lan Mong, and Thong Han rushed out together to clear the guards. They strode inside with confident expressions. Inside, it seemed, they were discussing something very tense. Hand with sharp claws slammed down on the table and shouted that they were useless, unable even to keep the void stone, truly disgracing the divine sun face, and even letting the lowly ones kill them all. All the subordinates bowed their heads in unison, saying, "Venerable, calm your anger. We deserve death." He coldly continued to ask who would take responsibility for this loss. Their eyes suddenly glowed like lasers. Cries of pain rang out in fear as they howled and begged the Venerable to calm his anger. One who had endured the pain trembled and said that Venerable, it was all because of that lowly one. The plan had gone smoothly, but he ruined everything. The person beside him hurriedly echoed that it was true, my lord. All the fault lies with that lowly one. He roared that they were useless. The Supreme Venerable beside him suddenly trembled and laughed loudly, saying that if that lowly one were willing to submit, he would become great support for the divine cult. The Soul Venerable also nodded and said it made sense. His face darkened as he ordered that 3 people be sent to persuade that lowly one to submit to the divine cult. As for the 2 lowly thieves who stole the spiritual energy, punish them severely. Just as those below were about to accept the order, the crooked, sharp hands of the Soul Venerable suddenly rose to interrupt. Wait. She sat cross-legged with a cold expression and said bluntly, 2 lowly ones dared to steal spiritual energy. I will personally handle this matter. Scene shifted to a place called the Foundational Garden, and Gayat Tran happily swung on a swing, laughing and saying that it was broken. Brother, see how high I am flying. Time Tran and Vu Qua watched her. Time Tran reminded her to be careful not to fall. Watching her smile, she thought to herself that it had been a long time since she had seen such a carefree and relaxed smile. She gently rested her head on his shoulder. Her cheeks flushed as she softly called his name, Vu Qua. Suddenly she threw herself into his arms and shyly whispered that meeting him made everything worthwhile. He embraced her gently and replied that she had worked hard these past few days. Suddenly a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and people ran over in panic shouting that with such bright sunshine, how could there be thunder and lightning? Time Tran looked up in alarm and called Vu Qua. Sky gradually cracked, fragments beginning to fall. The torn sky revealed the figures of the divine cult. Time Tran blurted out that they were people of the divine cult. How did they come out from there? He explained sternly that it was a void rift. Feet touched the ground. One stepped forward confidently and said, Li Vu Qua, you destroyed my void stone and killed cult followers. You should have been punished, but the divine sun is merciful. As long as you kneel and submit to the radiant divine cult, the divine sun will shelter you. Vu Qua curled his lips in a cold smile and asked, what if I refuse? That man seemed to have expected it and replied firmly that you will not. The divine sun will grant you boundless glory and make you ruler of the world. Pretended to ponder, raising his hand to his chin and hesitantly saying that being the ruler did not sound bad. Seeing that, the man smiled slyly and said that he knew he was different from the others. Come kneel before me and receive the cleansing rite of the divine sun. He slowly walked toward that man. He lazily raised both hands under the astonished gazes of Ngayat Tran and Vu Qua, then said indifferently that the ancients once said. As the distance closed, he lunged forward and threw a punch, shouting that villains die from talking too much. Before they could react, the merciless punch struck straight into the body of the man in front. The force sent a chill down his spine, his abdomen caving in as he flew several meters before being caught by his companions. Even so, he trembled non-stop. The others either broke into sweat or stared wide-eyed. One still arrogantly shouted that a lowly one was unworthy of the divine sun grace. I will punish you on behalf of the god. Another immediately called to spread out and form a formation. Quickly formed hand seals and shouted in unison, radiant light formation. Yet that scene did not shake Vu Qua in the slightest. He frowned and curled his lips, his disdain obvious. From his body, writhing tentacles began to burst forth. The tentacles lifted those people into the air, causing them to scream in panic. What kind of monster is this? One flushed red and shouted that the lowly one refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. He suddenly gave a foolish grin and turned to her, saying to try the new move he had just thought of. A sinister look appeared clearly on his face. Her clothes seemed to be torn to shreds. Seeing that act, she angrily shouted that a lowly one dared to insult the envoy. The divine sun would not spare him. He calmly picked his nose and replied that was so. The tentacles continued to give them the sensation of a roller coaster ride. Nearly half an hour later, he finally showed mercy and released them, then turned his back and said that was enough. Get lost. Those people still tried to threaten him, saying he should wait and see. The divine sun would not let him off. Coldly warned that if they wanted to leave, then leave at once. Say another word, and he would stuff their trousers into their mouths. The scene shifted to Deep Quinn. Bok Kai Fiend watched him from behind and thought that the Void Stone's spiritual power was indeed extraordinary. For long, Dean Quissat would likely awaken completely. While calculating, the link with Deep Quinn sounded, "Be careful that mysterious power has arrived." He asked in shock what. A young girl stepped out from the blazing red spirit stone and snorted coldly that a lowly one was worthy of touching the divine sunlight. Before Bok Kai Fiend could react, she immediately attacked. A stream of dark green energy burst from her hand and shot straight forward. Bok Kai Fiend would have nearly lost his life had Deep Quinn not taken the blow in time. He was struck and fell to his knees, angrily roaring that it was hateful and only a little more. Bok Kai Fiend hurriedly added that this person was not kind and could not be confronted. Without time to recover, Deep Quinn charged forward and shouted that he would kill her. She merely looked back coldly and replied that he did not know his own limits. An invisible force rendered him unable to move. That man panicked, inwardly thinking that this was the power of that world. He could not even see the move, yet was absolutely suppressed. Link between Bok Kai Fiend and Deep Quinn sounded once more. She is the soul venerable, able to use thought to control all things. The two of you are no match. The more you risk your lives, the more disadvantageous it will be. This is the best chance to cooperate with the divine cult. I will help you. Bok Kai Fiend spoke in fear that this junior did not know the soul venerable had arrived and begged forgiveness. Earlier we were foolish and delayed the grand plan of the divine sun. We sincerely apologize. She frowned and said coldly that a mere thief was worthy of mentioning the divine son. That she lifted both of them up and shouted that stealing spiritual power was an unforgivable crime. She would clear obstacles for the divine son. Bok Kai-Fiend trembled in fear. The link sounded again. Netherworld I, were you not going to help me? He replied in a trembling voice that when he was sealed in the tomb he had sensed a pure power from the dawn fragment. That was the purpose of their arrival. Suddenly he shouted that he knew the whereabouts of the fragment. Hearing the two words fragment, she immediately set them down. She stepped closer with a gloomy expression. Say you know the whereabouts of the fragment. Bok Kai-Fiend coughed, but still raised his head to look at her. It was our fault for stealing spiritual power. I am willing to join the Divine Sun cult and search for the scattered Hao-Thien fragment for the Divine Sun. Deep Quinn hurriedly added that he would join as well. Inwardly, that man wondered why Bok Kai-Fiend understood the divine cult so clearly. She glanced at the two and sneered that the Divine Sun cult was not something anyone could join. Bok Kai-Fiend immediately added that to know the exact location of the fragment they had to go to one place. She said coldly that he was stalling. Hao-Thien could no longer continue supplying spiritual power to the fragment in the venerable hand. That place was where crowds gathered and spiritual energy converged. He spoke as if he grasped everything clearly. Continued that by gathering spiritual energy while tracking the fragment, it would accomplish two things at once. In the end, she reluctantly placed her trust in the two of them. If so, I will give you one chance. Dare to play tricks, and I will make you wish you were dead. Mak Duong followed them closely. The servant immediately accepted the order, while she secretly thought that this lowly one understood the divine cult far too well. Who exactly was he and what was his purpose? Cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying that this humble one would never dare fail the mission. The figures of several people gradually faded, swallowed entirely by the blazing red spirit stone. The eye on his cheek echoed with a satisfied voice. Very good, you have done it. Just wait for the moment to seize the dawn fragment, and the power you desire will be in your hands. As Duok Hong treated Dak Hong injuries, Vu Qua asked Senior, can this truly help all the people of Hao-Thien awaken? Inside the jade pendant is the long-extinct soul-calming herb. Its effect should not be a problem. Suddenly Dak Hong snapped his eyes open. Duok Hong quickly exclaimed that he had slept for such a long time. Jolted upright and shouted, what is that not Ruk Hong, old lady? What wind blew you here? As soon as she saw him awake, Ruk Hong rushed forward and hugged him, calling him an old damned ghost. He flushed red and shouted that he was already a married man. Vu Qua watched the scene helplessly and said that earlier the senior mind had been controlled. If not for Ruk Hong arriving in time, he might have lost his life. Just after breaking free from Duok Hong's embrace, he grumbled that she once said she would never have anything to do with him in her life. Otherwise, he would not have angrily married her younger sister. Duok Hong hurriedly explained that she had spoken in anger and never expected him to truly leave. He stood at a distance watching with a faint smile, thinking that the casually written passage from years ago had so many hidden twists. Perhaps they should have had a better ending. The surroundings were suddenly completely engulfed in darkness. In the darkness, people were slaughtering one another. Fresh blood scattered everywhere, mixed with instinctive cries for survival. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight into the sky from the void. All those under control turned their heads toward that light. He sat on the back of a giant eagle, raising his gun and firing into the sky, causing the night to blaze with light. Everyone gradually broke free from control. Bewildered expressions filled with thousands of questions. A man unconsciously asked, am I here? Others also spoke up, feeling nothing but extreme fatigue and drowsiness. He turned back and saw everyone had returned to normal, smiling softly and saying that it had succeeded. Returning to the old house, inside Dak Hong was torturing Van Duong, who had been captured earlier. She trembled as she watched him approach and cried in panic, what do you want to do? Strolled forward holding a torn piece of cloth, smiling seductively as he threatened that little sister need not fear. Brother would guarantee her pleasure like an immortal. Her cries rang outside, do not? Vu Qua crossed his arms and smiled. Nap Lan Mong said helplessly that she had only become like this after being brainwashed by the divine cult. She was pitiful as well. He turned to reassure his wife, saying, do not worry, with Senior Ruk Hong here nothing would happen. She might even skin and dissect her. Back inside, Doc Hong had finished dealing with Van Duong. He stepped out with a satisfied expression after taking revenge. She stared blankly and muttered, "Divine Son, chaos, filth." He walked in and bowed slightly, asking directly what their true purpose was and where the remaining void stones were. She avoided his gaze and said sorrowfully that the dawn fragment was used to accumulate energy for the Divine Sun descent. The void stones were scattered everywhere. The scene shifted to Thien Phu Academy. He walked through the gloomy night with the Tran sisters, breaking the silence by saying he truly missed the days here with unlimited steamed buns. Time Tran immediately replied to find the void stone with Sister Mong first. Suddenly he sensed something wrong and asked warily who was there. Couples supported each other as they stepped out. The wife said, "Vu Qua, it is us." He recognized them and called Lin Hong old brother, and Gayat Tran quickly called out master. He hurried over to support him and asked what had happened. He leaned against a tree and said tiredly that earlier a pair claiming to be from the divine cult had controlled the entire academy. He immediately understood and quickly asked whether the senior knew where the mind-controlling void stone was. Lin Hong slowly recounted that a day ago the void stone had been moved by Bok Kai Fin together with people from the divine cult. He was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly something in his pocket vibrated lightly. He took it out to listen. Nap Lan Mong voice sounded that Vu Qua they had also discovered the whereabouts of the void stone, but only an empty formation remained. He murmured thoughtfully, "Could it be?" At the border of Dai Kim, several figures suddenly appeared floating in the sky and looking down. A soldier said in panic that they had arrived. That floating stone must be the void stone. They would be controlled. The person beside him calmly replied not to worry as Hong Tin General was here. General shouted loudly and pointed at the spirit stone, ordering them to stop and not take another step or he would show no mercy. The soldiers raised their crossbows in unison. Tan the Tunjia sat high above and merely waved his hand lightly. Fire burned everything. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The scene shifted. Everyone lay upon the back of a majestic eagle. All were captivated by the magnificent scenery seen from above. Nap Lan Mong sat beside him and asked if it meant the divine cult had shifted its target to Dai Kim. He replied in a deep voice. Possibility was very high. How Thien had been destroyed to nourish the fragment, so they were forced to change targets. Dai Kim was the closest. As he spoke, he thought that perhaps Vu Thuet would understand the divine cult better than anyone. Time Tran interrupted that Vu Qua they had arrived, and Gayat Tran exclaimed in awe that this was Dai Kim. From above, a vast imperial capital clearly came into view. He and Time Tran stared intently toward it. Before them was a horrifying scene of death. People unconsciously muttered long lie. He gritted his teeth and said in shock that the worst case had finally happened. A name surfaced in his mind, Vo Yu. Scene shifted. Doc Thich bowed his head and reported to Ngut Thuet that Hong Tin General had failed, and the divine cult influence had spread to Yen Kin. Ngut Thuet said in a deep voice that it had indeed failed. He took out a letter and said that day Vu Qua had sent him a letter. He had known this day would come sooner or later. The contents clearly stated that the people of Hao Thien were controlled by divine power and asked the general to withdraw troops to avoid contact. As he wrote, he ordered to abandon Tram Luen and escort the remaining civilians back to Dai Lu. Doc Thich accepted the order and immediately left like the wind. When Doc Thich left, he clenched the rolled cloth in his hand, his expression darkening as he said it seemed he could not peacefully enjoy his final days. Matters had reached this point and he was powerless. The rest would be entrusted to Lai Vu Qua. He opened the cloth, revealing a sinister blue glow. As if sensing something, his gaze turned toward the door. In an instant, the door was no longer intact. A group of cult followers rushed in. Behind them stood Mak Duong and Bok Kai Fin with confident expressions. He immediately threw something onto the table in front of him. It turned out to be the bald head of Doc Thich. He saw it, yet his expression remained utterly calm. Mak Duong drew his sword and pressed it against his neck, threatening coldly that old man had heard he knew the whereabouts of the dawn fragment. He did not reply, only hurriedly reached out to close Doc Thich's deep eyes, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cloth and calmly said to them, "I am afraid I must disappoint you. This old man has never heard of the dawn fragment you speak of." Seeing this, Bok Kai Fin stepped forward with a sly smile, saying, "Oh, really? I recall you have a daughter in her prime. I also know exactly where you have hidden her, if you refuse to speak. Hearing the word daughter from his mouth, he trembled with anger and shouted, "That beast, how dare you!" Mak Duong quickly turned to Bok Kai-Fin and asked in surprise whether he truly knew about the Dawn fragment. Bok Kai-Fin smiled with satisfaction, telling her not to worry, that this old man knew far more than she imagined. Suddenly the link with the eye on his cheek sounded. "Something is wrong. Step half a pace to the left." He had only time to utter a sound when a tentacle suddenly burst up from the floor. Mak Duong and he both cried out in shock. Vu Qua appeared in midair like a god descending, pressed his sword against the neck, and said with imposing force, "Apologies, General. I arrived a little late." Ngo Thuet quickly regained his composure and replied that it was not too late. The moment Bok Kai-Fin saw him, he shouted that Lai Vu Qua truly lingered like a vengeful spirit. The agile tentacles immediately helped him evade all of his attacks. Mak Duong also rushed forward to assist, though failing to land a hit, shouting confidently that anyone daring to obstruct the divine sun would only die. He merely curled his lips in a faint smile. Before he could act, she was already tightly bound by the nine-tailed fox tail. Even Bok Kai-Fin was instantly surrounded. A blade swept across his body, making him cry out in pain. Clutching his chest, he thought that Netherworld Eye had said there would be no variables. That Eye replied calmly not to worry, he would appear. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, he hurriedly shouted that, "Boss, it is me, Bok Kai-Fin. Earlier I was bewitched by demons and only followed orders. It was all its fault." Nap Lan Mong turned to ask him how to deal with them. He replied coldly that the brother he knew named Bok Kai-Fin had long since died. Kill them. Suddenly both sensed something unusual and turned toward the same direction. Each of them was abruptly struck by a palm-carrying terrifying force. Radiant divine cult, Tan the Tunjia has descended. Bok Kai-Fin and Mak Duong looked up in shock. He looked at them and angrily shouted that they were useless. Dealing with a single lowly one still required him to act. He stood below with cold sweat streaming down, thinking that the pressure was overwhelming. Who exactly was this person? He immediately told Nap Lan Mong and Thong Han to take Ngo Thuet away first. He cast a gloomy glance and said that they wanted to leave. His hand filled with purple mist and swung fiercely. The strike sent Ngo Thuet and Nap Lan Mong flying far away. He and the tentacles shot straight into the air to confront him. As soon as he approached, he was hit by a heavy palm, blood spraying from his mouth as he cried out in pain. With merely a casual wave, he caused his body to lose control. He was smashed into the wall, creating a massive hole. Nap Lan Mong cried out in panic, "Vu Qua." Ngayat Tran eyes reddened as she shouted, asking if he was all right. Despite severe injuries, he forced himself up and said he was fine and could endure, inwardly shaken that what kind of move could attack even the void. He laughed coldly and said that in this world, no one had ever been their match. Suddenly countless tree roots burst forth and tightly bound his body. Zam Lam suddenly appeared and shouted that before the virtuous king, how dare a junior act so wildly. Even bound by the roots, he still wore a disdainful smile. "A wooden man, interesting," he said calmly. A terrifying power erupted, tearing half of Zam Lam's body apart as he screamed in agony. Lai Vu Qua witnessed the scene and unconsciously shouted, "Virtuous king." Before he could react, he was restrained and suspended in midair, his body trembling. He gripped his neck and laughed confidently that lowly ones like them were unworthy of the divine sun notice. Seeing him lifted like that, Nap Lan Mong cried out in panic, "Vu Qua." Ngo Thuet's face darkened as he said it was time. His eyes burned red with anger as he said that he truly had to use this step. If he used it, he would die miserably. He had just turned his head to look at the eye on his cheek. A flock of eagles swooped in like arrows tearing through the wind. He immediately bent low to dodge. Seeing this, he shouted, "General." Ngo Thuet no longer bore the appearance of an old man, but transformed into a mighty half-man, half-bird. This move is called Heavenly Golden Bird. He panted and said that this aura was the general bloodline. Since the battle years ago with his father, the general had been unable to fight. Yet today he forcibly activated his bloodline. Ngo Thuet turned back and handed him a small purple pouch, telling him to take it and find Vo Yu. After throwing the pouch, he immediately left before he could finish calling out "General." Before he could secure the pouch, that man had already rushed forward to snatch it and swept away like the wind, laughing and saying it seemed this was important intelligence. He was astonished, thinking that this speed was unbelievably fast. Ngo Thuet calmly told him that the man was a universal venerable of the radiant divine cult, famed for his speed, and the sword in his hand blazed fiercely in response. Ngo Thuat stared straight at him with a contemptuous gaze and advanced with overwhelming momentum. Each eagle shot toward him without hesitation. He remained standing still and merely snorted coldly, saying childish tricks. It seemed he was also a powerhouse of this world. In that case, let him play a little. He suddenly rushed forward at terrifying speed, leaving others only time to utter a cry. Seeing this, Ngo Thuat pushed him away and shouted loudly, "Find Vo Yu. Do not forget you still have something more important to do." He cried out in panic, "General." The battle erupted violently as he charged like a bloodthirsty beast. The nine-tailed fox cried out in alarm, "General, this is." He looked at the scene before him and wanted to rush forward to assist, saying, "General, if they attacked together, they would surely defeat him." But Nap Lan Mong quickly stopped him. Ngo Thuat turned back to look at him and said sternly, "Boy, do not forget. Ai Kim was conquered by his own hand back then. Go." After speaking, he spread his arms as surging power poured forth. He immediately obeyed, riding the eagle while holding Zam Lam body. He gritted his teeth and swore that he would definitely protect Vo Yu well. Seeing him leave, he floated up slightly and said coldly, wanting to leave. Ngo Thuat eyes flashed like lightning as he shouted, "Not a chance." His body flared red in midair like a raging flame. Seeing an obstacle ahead, he ordered Mak Duong and Bok Kai Fin to pursue first, and both immediately responded in acknowledgement. Like a tornado taking shape clearly, a voice echoed saying, "Interesting." A technique shot forth within the whirlwind, carrying indescribable terrifying power. Storm quickly enveloped that cult follower. Just when it seemed successful, his voice echoed that they thought this could stop him. He counterattacked fiercely, with a kick that sent blood spraying everywhere. Scene shifted. Bok Kai Fin hid behind a pillar, muttering that Mak Duong was truly a fool, actually chasing after him. That venerable might not even defeat Tu Du Ngo Thuat. Just then the eye on his cheek warned that he was coming. He jerked around in shock and stammered, Venerable," floated before Bok Kai Fin, holding Ngo Thuat corpse and the purple pouch, saying calmly that it had indeed taken some effort. But killing him was unnecessary. Bok Kai Fin trembled in fear and knelt to beg for mercy, saying, "Venerable, spare his life. He had only lost the trail. The most important thing now was the fragment whereabouts. Perhaps the Venerable should see what this manual recorded." He responded coldly with a sound of acknowledgement. Sweat poured down like rain as he thought in shock that Tu Du Ngo Thuat had lost so miserably. Truly a miscalculation. The linked voice echoed that it had already said the power of that world could not be resisted. He emptied the pouch and sneered, saying, "Better luck next time." His voice carried anger as he said the manual was fake. He cried out in horror, "What?" clenched his hand, intending to crush the pouch, and roared that the lowly one dared to deceive him. The scene shifted. Everyone was crowded atop the eagle back. Dak Hong spoke first, saying if they had no value he would have long ago turned them into poison puppets. Duok Hong sat beside Zam Lam and worriedly told Vu Qua that the situation was not good. He had never treated a plant before. This tree kept muttering to lean. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said that in the end he still could not save the general, and had even caused the virtuous king to be gravely injured. Nap Lan Mong immediately comforted him, telling her husband not to blame himself. Facing such a master had exceeded their ability. Passed between him and Ngo Thuat resurfaced, making him fall into thought, saying that without the general he would have died under Hak Bao long ago. Now Vo Yu was missing and the general fate was grim. He had to think of the next step. Something was wrong. He anxiously reached into his pocket. Nap Lan Mong asked what was the matter. He smiled faintly and pulled out a small purple pouch, saying the general had indeed planned deeply. The stolen manual was only to divert Hak Bao Nam attention. This was what he had truly left behind. Pouring out the pouch, a small object fell along with a letter left by Ngo Thuat. Nap Lan Mong wondered why it was only a blank sheet of paper. His eyes lit up as he said no, it was not blank. He activated Heavenly Eye Insight and read the contents. Hurry to Bin Track Pass and protect Vo Yu. After reading, he shouted to head to Bin Track Pass at once. From afar, they could already see an imperial city after the long journey. Fai Long happily ran out to greet them, calling Vu Qua and Ban Chok brother, saying they had finally arrived. Fai Long looked around without seeing someone and asked where the general was. He lowered his head in sorrow and said the general, Fai Long expression darkened upon hearing this, saying it had still come to this, and told him to follow. He entered a cold and empty room. Vo Yu softly murmured, "Father." A knock sounded on the door, She said sadly to come in. Bai Long said loudly, Miss Vo Yu. Quickly see who has come. He also called softly Vo Yu. Seeing him, tears welled in her eyes as she trembled and called Vu Qua brother. She rushed forward and embraced him, choking as she asked where her father was. Had he not said he would return with him? Choked out an apology, saying he could not bring the general back. Her face darkened as tears streamed like a river, and her body trembled. He held her tightly and swore through gritted teeth that he would never let the general's sacrifice be in vain. The radiant divine cult would surely pay the price. She burst into tears like a child, crying father. At a place called the stronghold of Bin Track Pass, Bai Long spoke with a troubled expression. If it is as he said then that Pho the Tun Jia would likely be impossible to resist even if everyone here joined forces. Vu Qua immediately continued. For now we must quickly determine what the hidden fragment is and why the bright light divine church is collecting them. Otherwise we will fall into a passive position. His wife also promptly offered her opinion. From the beginning the general did leave a manual for you. Held the pearl the general had given him and said, I have read the letter. There is no information about the bright light divine church. Aside from the letter there is only this pill in the manual. Even using heavenly eye insight I found nothing unusual. Thong Han blurted out in alarm, could it be? Clasped his hands and said with a smile, is this not a pill that greatly boosts the user's strength? Vo Tam quickly added, if we eat this then there is no need to fear any Tun Jia. Vo Tin could only remain silent in helplessness. Doc Hong calmly said, this pill has no spiritual energy. It clearly cannot increase power. No matter how one looks at it, it resembles a magical artifact more. Startled and thought to himself, a magical artifact. He began channeling his energy into the pearl. The pearl slowly began to change and then expanded. He unconsciously asked, could this be a stream of blue mist rising? Hazy figure of Ngat Thuet appeared before everyone. He said, Vu Qua, if you see this message then it proves that this old man is no longer alive. He cried out in panic, General, the illusion continued. This old man time is short. You need not be injured because of me. What I say next must be heard carefully. This matter concerns the survival of the entire world. Scenes of the past resurfaced once more. He began recounting events from more than 30 years ago, during the Great War between Hao Thien and Dai Kim. This old man led troops deep into Hao Thien territory and entered Long Than. At that time there were rumors that Long Than hid the legacy of a former dynasty. This old man led troops to investigate and indeed discovered an ancient tomb. Inside the tomb was a passage. This old man followed it into a mysterious underground world filled with strange beasts never before seen. After many hardships, he encountered a mysterious old man. The old man claimed to be a guardian, protecting a treasure called the Dawn Fragment. This object sustains the existence of the entire world. Once it is seized, the myriad realms will collapse. And the goal of the Bright Light Divine Church is the Dawn Fragment to welcome the descent of the Sun God. After speaking, he clasped his hands toward Vu Qua. Li Vu Qua, you must obtain the Dawn Fragment before the Bright Light Divine Church to save the world. His finger pointed straight at him as he said in a deep voice, only you can accomplish this. Murmured to himself, Sun God, still wondering in his heart why the general said only he could do it. Everything had now strayed far from the original plot of the novel. His appearance was due to the wrath of the King of Hell, because he had altered the order of the world and become the one to prevent the final catastrophe. Nap Lan Mong firmly said to him, no matter what, we must stop the Bright Light Divine Church. Time Tran immediately agreed. We absolutely cannot let them continue slaughtering the common people. He asked further, Senior Drug King, how is Hien Vuong now? Drug Emperor replied helplessly. He has taken medicine for his injuries. Fortunately, he has stabilized. He clasped his hands and said, Lu Chuang Quan, please escort Hien Vuong and take Vo Yu to the Sage Forest to hide for a time. You must ensure her safety. Bai Long replied solemnly, rest assured, I will protect the young lady thoroughly. The giant eagle stood towering above the capital. He embraced Vo Yu and comforted her. I am sorry. The situation is too critical right now. Lu Chuang Quan will take you somewhere safe. She sobbed and said, Vu Qua brother, I know I cannot help, so I will not hold you back. Held her tightly and coaxed her. When everything is over, I will come to fetch you and take you to eat delicious food everywhere. Hearing this, she nodded and said, you must not break your promise. Just as she was about to run after him, she was suddenly held back by a tree spirit. Zam Lam hurriedly shouted, you brat, focus on the enemy. Her voice trembled as she called after him, Vu Qua brother. He ordered everyone move out. Nap Lan Mong hurried to reassure him, Vu Qua, do not worry too much. We will certainly overcome this. He said firmly, yes, but relying only on our strength is not enough. We still need additional support. In Lu Qin under the dark night, a young boy sat crying softly. Flames soared to the sky, spreading from one house to another. Those holding blades slaughtered while people screamed in panic for help. The scene was utterly chaotic. A blood-soaked executioner with vicious eyes revealed a cruel smile. At his feet were corpses submerged in pools of blood, his mouth shouting, "Long live the sun god." All around was chaotic slaughter. Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong rode on the eagle back, circling in the sky, observing below. Even the people of Dai Lu were implicated. The bright light divine church truly is a pack of beasts. Nap Lan Mong cursed in anger. Vu Qua urged that they must hurry. Night fell with stars glittering. By the Lu Than stream in the darkness, soldiers stood motionless as if soulless. Mixed among them were strange cries of long life. Li Nhu Mong looked around anxiously. What should we do? Everyone has been controlled, perhaps we. Tight Kiu calmly replied, do not worry. The formation of Lu Than stream has been activated. For now all talismans cannot penetrate. Van Hai cursed angrily. Damn it, I really want to blast those red-robed bastards. The rabbit on Tight Kiu's shoulder angrily pointed at him. Stay put obediently. You do not want to end up like those outside. Suddenly a massive beam of black light shot straight out. It slammed directly into the barrier, leaving everyone stunned. Laughter rang out. So you were hiding here. That man was the envoy of the Bright Light Divine Church, Van Vu. Long Vuong Kui panted heavily. Tight Kiu stood beside him on guard. How could the formation be broken so quickly? Long Vuong Kui roared in fury and charged forward. Van Vu smiled leisurely. In his hand he raised a glowing void stone. Long Vuong Kui was immediately left dazed by the void stone. Collapsed to the ground with eyes spinning and tongue hanging out as he fainted, his mouth still muttering the words long lie. Van Hai raised his gun and fired wildly, shouting for that man to die. Van Vu replied with contempt, is that all you have? Van Hai trembled in shock. His eyes widened as he stood frozen. Van Vu launched into attack stance and coldly said, now it is my turn. Van Hai wiped the sweat from his brow, gritting his teeth as he glared at his opponent with hatred. In the sky a giant eagle appeared. It swooped down, creating a fierce gale. Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong revealed themselves. Tight Kiu cried out joyfully, little Lai Zai. Van Hai was equally overjoyed as he shouted. Van Vu remained calm without the slightest fear, raising his hand to continue his move. Even with more people it is useless. Qua was completely unharmed and unaffected. He charged straight forward with his longsword in hand. Flames surged along the blade as it prepared to slash down, causing Van Vu to cry out in shock. Are you not controlled by the void stone? The flaming sword swept past Van Vu in a single arc. His body was instantly cleaved into two halves. The scene was utterly unbelievable. How could this be possible? Even the void stone was split in two. Tight Kiu pressed her body against Vu Qua back. Her full bosom was tightly pressed against his body. Lai Zai, could it be that you could not bear the loneliness and came to find me so soon? Tight Kiu spoke seductively while pressing Vu Qua's head into her chest, leaving him utterly helpless. Why was this woman so bold the moment she appeared? How was he supposed to explain this to Mong Nhi? Tight Kiu looked at Nap Lan Mong calmly and smiled. So the honored wife has arrived as well. Though anger burned in her heart, Nap Lan Mong remained composed and replied, speak of serious matters first. Vu Qua spoke up. As long as everyone carries this jade pendant, they can resist the control of the void stone. Then he handed a pendant to each person. Sitting on Long Vuong Kui shell, Tight Kiu said, I have never heard of the Bright Light Divine Church, but I will do my best regarding what you said. Besides, Senior will stay to protect me. The elder clasped his hands in farewell. We shall meet again later, big brother. Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong mounted the eagle and flew away into the distance. Tight Kiu watched them with deep emotion. Nap Lan Mong was truly beautiful. No wonder she left such an unforgettable impression. On Vu Qua's side, Nap Lan Mong crossed her arms and interrogated angrily, is that the Queen of Dai Lu? Her figure is not bad either. Vu Qua turned pale and raised 3 fingers to swear. Mong Nhi, it is all a misunderstanding. Tight Kiu was the one who took the initiative. I absolutely had no other intentions. Nap Lan Mong pinched Vu Qua's ear and threatened, once this is over we shall see how I deal with you. Moonlight filtered through the green trees as Vu Qua slowly walked into the building. Tran looked at him and asked, "Brother Vuquois, what are you worried about?" He replied in a low voice, "This battle is too perilous, and I am not certain of victory." Time Tran gently reached out and touched Vuquois' hand. Two clasped hands tightly. Time Tran smiled and asked, "Do you still remember the wolf affection heart bond art?" Vuquois replied joyfully, "Of course. Now that our strength is no longer what it was, we can surely break through to the highest level." In the quiet of midnight inside Vuquois and Time Tran room, she smiled and slowly removed her clothes. Two were entwined in an intimate posture. Time Tran let out soft moans in rhythm. Afterward, Time Tran rested her head on Vuquois' chest. She said sadly, "As expected, it still does not work. No matter what, we cannot break through the fourth level." Vuquois comforted her. "If once is not enough, then try a few more times. Sooner or later, we will succeed." Time Tran thought softly, "Perhaps I am not the most suitable person." Dawn sunlight streamed through the leaves. Nap Lan Mong woke and sat up to draw back the bed curtain. She was surprised to find a ring and a letter on the table. Under the clear sky, after the aftermath of yesterday's battle, everyone was being treated. Some pessimistically said, "Even the general has died, we likely will not live long." Others agreed, "That is right, what is the point of staying here? Better to end it sooner." At that moment a voice rang out, "Everyone." The two turned and saw Vuquois standing there with imposing presence. "I know the general death is a heavy blow, but now is not the time to drown in sorrow. Our homes, relatives, and friends have all been slaughtered by the bright light divine church. How can we ignore it? If we give up now, how can we face the general and the departed?" Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Some raised their hands, saying, "We cannot let the general's sacrifice be in vain." Others added, "We must protect our homes." Even the wounded shouted that they would never give up. Vuquois continued, "But our strength alone is thin. How can we protect our homes? That is right, relying only on us, we cannot defeat the divine church. If everyone unites, as one our power will multiply." Vuquois spread his arms and shouted, "Manga chai, and I have already sent people to seek aid from all sides, to unite every force. I hope everyone will march with me to Long Than to shatter the divine church scheme. Drive the invaders out." The crowd roared in unison to expel the divine church, protect our homes, and avenge the general. Vuquois raised his sword and shouted, "In that case, prepare your weapons and march to Long Than." Above the blue clouds, the soul of Tun Jia hovered with a colossal void stone behind him. Still unable to break through, truly useless, he sneered and muttered, "No matter, soon I will succeed." Bok Kai Fin was struck down to the ground. Tan the Tun Jia said with a threatening expression, "If you cannot find the fragment whereabouts, then keeping you is useless." With blood filling his mouth, Bok Kai Fin begged in terror, "My lord, I have another plan. Tu Dao and Got Thuet must have told the clue to Li Vuquois. We only need to wait at the heavenly city." Tun Jia released his aura, pressing down, clearly intending to stall for time. Bok Kai Fin hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. At that moment, Vo Thuong Tun Jia behind him spoke, "I think this plan can be tried." Bok Kai Fin froze. Vo Thuong Tun Jia revealed a sinister smile and clenched his fist with interest. "It is becoming more and more interesting." In the azure sky, the eagle spread its wings and soared high. "Speak the truth, and you will be spared." It was Vuquois' voice. On the eagle back, Van Duong, in tattered clothes with a centipede on his forehead, stared lifelessly and said, "Soul Tun Jia can use thought to control a power that splits the galaxy. Mak Duong is similar. As for Vo Thuong Tun Jia, he can manipulate their minds and actions while creating the void stone." Nap Lan Mong looked at the two DNHG kneeling before them and said gravely, "One Tun Jia is already hard to deal with, and now there are three more. This time it is truly troublesome." Vuquois continued to ask, "Then what are their weaknesses?" The two girls trembled and said, "Tun Jia weakness is." The two kept stammering. Vuquois stepped forward and lifted Van Duong chin and asked, "What is wrong? Have you gone mad?" Ho Song observed and said, "The energy of the goo worm is exhausted. I fear we cannot question further." Vuquois scratched his head and sighed in frustration. "Had I known earlier, I would have asked Doc Hong to leave a few more." The goo worm immediately burrowed deeper into Mak Duong's forehead. Mak Duong's eyes filled with red veins. In the blink of an eye, Mak Duong screamed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Four, including Vuquois, were shocked. "What is happening?" Mak Duong's face was no longer lifeless. He revealed a sinister grin showing fangs. With blood filling his mouth, he greeted the four. Vuquois immediately raised his sword, feeling uneasy, and shouted, Everyone stepped back. Mak Duong wore a ferocious expression as he looked at the blade before him, then scratched his head and chuckled softly. Ah! In an instant, Vu Qua was struck flying and fell onto the eagle back. Nap Lan Mong hurried to support Vu Qua. He placed a hand on his abdomen and frowned. I am fine. Vu Qua thought to himself, able to control Mak Duong actions and even merge consciousness into his body. Could it be that thing? Vu Qua lowered his voice and asked, Are you Vo Thuong Tun Jia? Mak Duong scratched his head and laughed mockingly. It seems you are not stupid. Do not worry, I only wanted to see what my toy looks like. Next, it will surely be very interesting. Qua eyes blazed with force. His longsword swung high in flames, killing intent surged like a manifested demon. Mak Duong looked at him with a ferocious yet intrigued gaze. Now that I have you to play with, she no longer has any value. Farewell, I will wait for you at Long Than. Mak Duong body emitted a dense stream of black aura. Loud explosion rang out on the eagle back. Dazzling light burst forth. The four, including Vu Qua, stared at the billowing smoke ahead. No one remained in sight. Vu Qua murmured Long Than. Elsewhere, at the place of Vo Thuong Tun Jia, Hok Kai Fin clasped his hands and cautiously asked, Tun Jia, how is it? Vo Thuong Tun Jia frowned in displeasure, raising his hand to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, only 4 toys, truly dull. He slumped onto the chair with a gloomy expression. Bok Kai Fin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only 4 people. Could it be the others have gone to seek reinforcements? Only then did Vo Thuong Tun Jia burst into delighted laughter, propping his chin as he said, That is more like it. The more toys, the merrier. Outside Long Than, before the city gate, 4 red-robed figures stood guard strictly. Vu Qua group hid in the bushes. He held binoculars to observe. Nap Lan Mong softly asked, How is the situation? Vu Qua lowered the binoculars. His expression darkened. Long Than has fallen into the divine church hands. We must find a way to infiltrate. Vodin Jia spoke up, Leave this to me. The other 3 looked over. Vodin Jia immediately transformed into Mak Duong and sneered, It is my turn to act. All 4 disguised themselves in red robes and entered the city openly. The guard bowed respectfully, Envoy sir. The 4 walked in and saw several people threatening a man, forcing him to accept the baptism of the sun god. Qua observed and thought they must seize the fragment soon to save the people. Nap Lan Mong softly called Vu Qua. Hearing her voice, Vu Qua turned toward the direction she indicated. 3 men were beating Lao Ngu while interrogating him endlessly. Where is the treasure? Speak quickly. He only clutched his head and curled up. I truly know nothing. His face was bruised from the brutal beating. Vu Qua suddenly recognized him as Vuong Lao Ngu, the man he had met upon first arriving at Long Than, who had helped him find the Grand Preceptor tomb. Clearly, he knew some clues about the treasure. Vu Qua said to the other 3, In the alley there is a young woman who needs saving. Vo Din Jia hesitated. A woman, acting rashly, might expose our identities. Vu Qua was resolute. Lao Ngu is a local and surely knows clues. We must act. One man raised his blade viciously to stab down. If you will not dedicate yourself to the sun god, then you do not deserve to live. Misfortune struck him as a red arrow shot swiftly toward him. The arrow pierced straight through him. Nap Lan Mong delivered a fatal strike. Blood splattered as he died instantly. Lao Ngu's face was swollen, his eyes half open in a daze as he looked at the scene. Nap Lan Mong reached out to support him. Ngu Mu, are you all right? He weakly called Mong Nhi's sister. The remaining men behind were swiftly taken down. Nap Lan Mong supported Lao Ngu and said, It is not safe here, we must leave first. Group chased from behind. Vu Qua activated Bono and threw several toward them. The Bono exploded consecutively. Thick smoke billowed and blocked the path. The group hid inside an abandoned house. Vu Qua surveyed the surroundings, for now no one should catch up. Lao Ngu was utterly exhausted, his face pale as if about to collapse. Nap Lan Mong tried to encourage him. Ngu Mu, hold on. Vu Qua checked his pulse, then shook his head. The meridians are nearly all severed. I fear he will not survive. Lao Ngu grimaced and said, Mong Nhi's sister, do not be sad for me. Then handed an item to Vu Qua. This is an ancestral treasure directly related to the Long Than treasury. Never let evil people seize it. After speaking, he closed his eyes and breathed his last. Nap Lan Mong held his body tightly and sobbed. Ngu Mu. Vu Qua stepped forward to comfort her. We must hurry to find the fragment. We cannot let them sacrifice in vain. Nap Lan Mong choked out, yes. Next we go to the location of the Long Than treasury. according to the map. Vu Qua compared the map. The marked point matches this temple exactly. The four began searching together. Vu Qua's foot accidentally stepped on a wooden plank. Sunlight shone through the roof, revealing a golden dragon statue inside. Vu Qua immediately shouted, "Step back." He reached out and pressed the red button on the dragon statue body. At last it is found. At that very moment, outside the temple, figure of Vo Thuongtun Jia hovered in the air, propping his chin and smiling with interest, playing hide and seek. "But I have already found you." He revealed a sinister smile. Beneath Long Than underground vault, the four, including Vu Qua, entered. Countless white bones lay around them. Vo Dingjia waved his hand. The air was damp and reeked of stench. Vo Song said in surprise, "Why is this place filled with skeletons?" Vu Qua warned, "Be careful. This tomb has many mechanisms." Unease rose in his heart. "These skeletons are likely the remains of tomb robbers." Nap Lan Mong softly said, "I feel this place is very unusual. Yes, we should not stay long. Quickly find the fragment." Vu Qua suddenly sensed something amiss. White bony hand suddenly touched Nap Lan Mong's shoulder. Vu Qua immediately severed it to protect her. Bones shattered everywhere. He said in a low voice, "How can these skeletons come back to life?" Vo Song replied, "I have heard of a formation that resurrects corpses when intruders enter." Vo Dingjia cried out in alarm, "Everyone look over there." The skeletons with blazing red eyes began moving toward Vu Qua group. "This is a human wave tactic." Vu Qua swung his weapon and charged forward to attack. "Then taste this." He fired the divine cannon in rapid succession. A barrage of exploding bullets shattered the white bones, fragments scattering everywhere. But Vu Qua quickly sensed something was wrong. "Wait, what is happening?" Skeletons flashed with light as if luminous threads bound them together. Even when torn apart, they still moved normally. Nap Lan Mong said in shock. Vu Qua looked. "These skulls are very unusual." From the scattered bones, they gradually rose and fused into a complete body, their eyes glowing eerily. The bone fragments merged into a gigantic skeleton. Vo Dingjia cried out in alarm, "This cannot be. Shattered bones can still reassemble." "I have never seen such a thing." Vu Qua instead smiled with excitement. "It seems we have found the right place." He continued firing at the skeleton, yet the attacks caused almost no effect. Vu Qua shouted, "Charge." Understood. Skeleton counterattacked fiercely. A blow slammed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The skeleton arm emitted dangerous streams of light. Four cried out in shock, "What is this?" The skeleton lunged forward and threw a punch at Vu Qua. He immediately raised his sword to block. Vo Song strained and shouted, gripping her sword, "The destroyed parts can regenerate. This time it is truly troublesome." Vu Qua suddenly noticed something unusual. At the very center of the skeleton body was a box. That is. Vu Qua immediately dashed straight toward it. Nap Lan Mong called out anxiously, "Vu Qua." Vu Qua took out the treasure left by Vuong Laoing and rushed toward the box on the skeleton body. He reached out and yanked the box free. Vu Qua clutched the box tightly in his hands. When the box left its body, the skeleton instantly stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Vo Dingjia exhaled and laughed. "Finally done." This toy was truly hard to deal with. Would have thought Laoing saved us in the end. Nap Lan Mong looked at the box and asked, "What treasure is this that made the skeleton come alive?" Vu Qua replied, "Open it and we will know." The box opened to reveal two strange fragments. Nap Lan Mong asked in astonishment, "What is this? I have never seen it before." Vu Qua held the two fragments and pondered, "This clearly does not belong to this world. What exactly is going on?" When the two fragments were separated, the ground beneath the four split apart in matching shapes. All four fell down amid cries of alarm. While falling, Vu Qua summoned the great Tunjia. It used ropes to bind the four tightly. All four landed safely. Vu Qua hurried to support Nap Lan Mong. "Manganachai." Vo Dingjia eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed, "Heavens." For them stood a dazzling mountain of gold along with countless weapons and treasures. Vo Song said in astonishment, "So many treasures? Could this be?" Vu Qua continued, "Yes, this is the treasure left behind by the sacred Dragon King dynasty." Vu Qua suddenly saw something unusual. "This is." Vo Song looked around and sensed, "I feel something pulling me forward." The four were each drawn in a different direction. Vu Qua opened a box in his hand. Inside was a mirror. He looked at its reflection and realized it was not an object of this world. Just as he understood, someone called out, "Vu Qua." Nap Lan Mong held a longsword and said happily, "Look, I found this in the treasury." Vu Qua was shocked to recognize it as Ko Ian Kai Thuong. a weapon of quality equal to Enhat and Gaia. The other two also obtained treasures. Vodin Jia held an ancient book in delight. I never expected the lost Kaian Kai Tan Qian to exist. Vo Song stroked her sword and laughed. Fine sword. Vu Qua looked at everyone. Each had obtained a suitable weapon and manual. Was this coincidence or prearranged? Suddenly an object on the golden mountain shone, causing Vu Qua to stare intently. The other treasures gradually vanished as if evaporating. Vu Qua hurriedly asked, "Why is the treasury disappearing?" Vo Din Jia speculated. Perhaps each person can only choose one item. Before them appeared a colossal golden platform. What is this? Vu Qua suddenly recalled that at Bintan Pass, Ngat Thuat once said there was a passage within the tomb. Vu Qua said in a low voice, "That is right. This is the path leading to the underground world the general mentioned." Vu Qua shouted, "This is the final battlefield. We must seize the fragment. We absolutely cannot let the sun god divine church obtain it." Nap Lan Mong stood beside him and replied firmly, "We will surely win." Vu Qua stepped forward. The four advanced toward the radiant golden platform. At the same time, in the cultivation chamber of the bright light divine church, Deep Quinte was refining a skull. Countless glowing skulls revolved around him. Suddenly, the skull in his hand emitted cracking sounds and split apart. The skull fell to the ground and shattered. Deep Quinn spat blood, his eyes bloodshot as he roared in fury, "Damn it! Why did it fail? How can this Thien Dien Quisat fully awaken?" Bok Kai Fien hid behind a rock holding the void stone and sneered inwardly. "Of course it was me, fool. If the Quisat truly awakened, I would not let you have the chance to surpass me." Bok Kai Fien sensed an unusual aura. He quickly knelt and said, "Tun Jia." Deep Quinn turned back suspiciously. "Bok Kai Fien, what are you secretly plotting?" The leader of the Bright Light Divine Church, Tan the Tun Jia, appeared, killing intent erupting from his body as he angrily scolded, "Useless trash," still unable to break through. Quinn hurriedly knelt and said with a trembling voice, "Tun Jia I." Tan the Tun Jia waved his hand. "All of you in this world are useless." Deep Quinn was immediately struck flying by an invisible force and coughed blood. Bok Kai Fien kowtowed in fear and said, "May I ask why Tun Jia has arrived? This subordinate has discovered clues about the fragment." "And begin the operation," he coldly ordered. Elsewhere under warm sunlight and lush grass, Vu Qua lay stretched on the grass, eyes closed in rest. He suddenly woke with a start. Strangely, he had fallen asleep, where are Mong Na Chai and the others. To be that gate teleported us to different places. Vu Qua looked around, then suddenly noticed a flower whose colors were completely different from the rest. The inner petals were blazing red, the outer ones deep shimmering blue. He stood staring in curiosity. What kind of flower is this? Suddenly a ferocious giant fish lunged out to attack. He was startled but swiftly sidestepped to evade. He leaped high and slashed hard at the water monster body. Only a sharp clang rang out. The water monster was almost unharmed. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of icy sharp teeth. From its deep cavernous mouth, dozens of purple spheres of varying sizes emerged one after another. The water monster twisted its body. A stream of purple energy shot straight toward him. Swung his sword and formed a green shield that blocked the attack. He muttered that ordinary attacks seem unable to harm this strange beast. Seeing the monster draw spiritual energy into the flower on its head, he thought the spiritual power is concentrated in the flower. Could that be its weakness? The water monster suddenly lunged forward. Fortunately, he reacted in time and dodged. He suddenly smiled faintly and said, "You have exposed your flaw." He sprang up and delivered a decisive slash, severing the flower from the monster head. The monster howled in pain and whipped its tail as it fled, diving into the ground and vanishing. He stared wide-eyed and muttered, "What on earth?" It actually ran away. At that moment, numerous red wildflowers sprouted beneath his feet. He cried out in shock, "What is this?" Beautiful flowers transformed into flower-shaped monsters with sharp teeth dripping with strange orange liquid. They charged at him together. He leaped up and narrowly avoided the deadly strike. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Sunflare blaze!" Fierce flames erupted and surrounded the flower monsters. They froze briefly, then suddenly pounced. He cried out in alarm, "What is going on? Not plants supposed to fear fire. This makes no sense." He was seized and bitten by them. He quickly opened his computer to calculate. If that is the case, then let us try this. He hurled a large wooden barrel toward the monsters. He shouted, "Summon Golden Thunder spell." Before the barrel touched the ground, it exploded. The monsters fled in panic, but too late. Liquid inside the barrel splashed everywhere, covering the ground. The monsters were all killed. He stood amid the acid rain, looking extremely imposing, and said calmly, "You should appear now." The earlier water monster suddenly lunged from behind him, roaring fiercely. He flipped aside to dodge and delivered a slash. The water monster was instantly split in two. He looked at the corpse and thought he must quickly find Manga if she also encounters such danger then. Suddenly he jolted and spun around. Another swarm of strange beasts rushed toward him. On Mong's side, she was already gravely injured. The monsters still surrounded her tightly. She could barely hold on. She thought, "Vuquar, I fear I cannot continue with you. You must obtain the fragment. Save the world." The monsters lunged forward. Her whole body trembled as she was about to collapse. That very moment, he rushed in and struck the monster away. She saw him and shouted, "Vuquar." Blocked the monster with one hand and turned to say, "Your husband has arrived." She thought wearily to herself, "Every time danger comes you appear. I have burdened you too much." The gigantic monster roared and charged. He was exhausted and knocked to the ground. His body was bruised all over without a single uninjured spot. She lowered her head at the sight, tears streaming down as she thought, "Perhaps I am not worthy of you sacrificing so much. If one day I am no longer here, you must still live well." He exhausted all his strength to fell the monster, then dropped to his knees leaning on his sword and gasping, while she collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing this, he hurried over to catch her. Holding her unconscious in his arms, he cried out in panic, "Mong and Achai." All the modern medical equipment was taken out by him. He lay on a large mat. He sat beside her, placing his hand on her chest, tears streaming endlessly as he kept whispering, "Mong and Achai, hold on. I will surely save you. Please wake up. Mong and Achai, I am sorry." He looked at her unmoving face. Tears fell even more. He choked out, "I failed to protect you. How did it come to this?" He remembered once holding her like this. She had also lain quietly in his arms. He embraced her tighter and cried out in anguish, "Why is everything truly unavoidable?" Suddenly a ring slipped from her palm. The ring on his hand also fell. The two floated in midair, emitting dazzling light. He exclaimed in shock, "This is." He raised his hand to shield the brilliant light. When he opened his eyes, he was in another place, standing on water amid countless beautiful petals. The scenery was poetic, but he had no mind to appreciate it. He cried out in panic, "Mong and Achai, where are you?" searching in despair. He fell to his knees, tears streaming endlessly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Mong and Achai, do not leave me." Suddenly he startled and turned around. At that very moment, behind him appeared a young maiden of peerless beauty. She gently lifted a flower branch to her nose and inhaled softly, her demeanor incomparably gentle. Vuquar spoke, his voice trembling as if he still could not believe what he was seeing. "Is it truly you, Mong and Achai?" He rushed forward and tightly embraced her. Mong stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening, only feeling Vuquar holding her close and repeatedly whispering apologies. She asked worriedly, "Vuquar, what is wrong with you?" He raised his hand to wipe the tear lingering at the corner of her eye, and softly said it was nothing, only that it felt as though he had just awakened from a long dream. In the dream, no matter how he called her, she would not wake. He had feared he would lose her forever. Mong gently comforted him and told him not to cry anymore. Vuquar took the flower branch from her hand and slowly placed it in Mong's hair, smiling softly as he said, "The flower and the beauty become one. Mong and Achai, let me place it for you." Mong and Achai, to me you are the most important person in this world. No matter where you are, I will certainly find you. Hearing that, Mong smiled warmly and nodded gently, saying that she would also find him. Two of them naturally shared a deep and lingering kiss. Beneath the blooming peach tree, their love grew steadfast to the seventh layer, swearing to live and die without parting. Returning to reality, Vuquar continued holding Mong until late into the night. Seeing that she was fully awake, Vuquar joyfully called out, "Mong and Achai," as if to prove this was not a dream. Mong softly responded, "Vuquar." Vuquar held her in his arms, silently thinking that within the boundless world everything had already been arranged for him, and Mong and Achai looked at the two rings resting in his palm, his gaze gradually becoming resolute, silently vowing, "Mong and Achai, I will certainly change your ending in the book." Suddenly Mong blushed in his embrace and softly called his name, Vuquar. But right after that she was gently pushed down by him. Vuquar pressed over her and said, "Mong and Achai, it is truly good that you are fine," she shyly murmured, Vuquar. Followed was a scene of passionate spring fading into hazy obscurity. This was intentionally left blank, for we believe each person's imagination is limitless. Look, that is the light emanating from the soul, carrying blessings. Blessings for the pair of lovers who finally laid bare their hearts. Say nothing, listen closely. They are merging into the rhythm of love. The canyon at the very end of the sacred dragon ruins. A gigantic bat suddenly dived from above straight toward Nap Lan Mong and Vu Qua. Seeing this, he immediately became alert and turned to her. Mong and Chai, try using that move. Nap Lan Mong nodded at once in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Vu Qua swung the sword in his hand. At the same time, Nap Lan Mong hurled her holy spear forward. Two cooperated flawlessly, and in the blink of an eye brought down the gigantic bat. Gravely wounded, the bat crashed heavily to the bottom of the canyon, blood splattering everywhere. Nap Lan Mong frowned at the sight and sighed that they had finally reached the end. This canyon was truly long. Vu Qua surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Let us go. We have already delayed for quite some time." After saying that, the two continued forward side by side. They stepped into a desolate grassland. Ahead stood a colossal ancient tree. Vu Qua exclaimed in astonishment, "This place is." Suddenly he jerked around. Beside the massive tree near them, a strange glimmer of light flashed. Nap Lan Mong suddenly cried out loudly, pointing in one direction and saying, "Vu Qua, quickly look over there." For them was an old man with snow-white hair sitting beneath the ancient tree, a chessboard set before him, his eyes closed, one hand stroking his beard as if pondering the game. Vu Qua looked at the old man, inwardly unable to suppress his surprise. How could someone appear within this secret realm? This old man must be the guardian that the general had once mentioned. Thinking so, Vu Qua stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. "Senior." Before they could finish speaking, the guardian said, "I have been waiting for someone to play chess with me." As he spoke, he stroked his beard and lifted his head to look at Vu Qua, inviting him to sit. He thought perhaps this man knew clues about the fragment whereabouts. After thinking it over, Vu Qua sat down opposite him. Time passed quietly. Dry leaves drifted down with the wind. The guardian gently placed a white chess piece on the board, causing Vu Qua to be startled. At the spot where the piece landed, the board suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The old man calmly said, "I know the purpose of your visit." From the glowing point, a small hole appeared. Light radiated out, and a quadrilateral fragment rose into the air. Qua was inwardly shaken. Could it be that the old man had known in advance he would come? Everything was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Only then did the guardian slowly say, "The Lamin fragment is the core of a world. If used recklessly, it will bring immeasurable disaster. I cannot directly hand it to you. First, listen to a story from me." Vu Qua raised his hand in salute and replied, "Please speak, senior." Half of the guardian face gradually turned blood red. His voice deepened as he recounted that thousands of years ago there existed the Didnt ghost god, cruel and tyrannical, bringing chaos to the 3 realms and 6 paths, forcing the realms to join hands to seal his power. Didnt fell into a deep slumber, yet his disappearance did not bring peace to the world, because his followers in the mortal world continued slaughtering and frantically searching for fragments to resurrect Didnt, thus forming the Quang Min then Jiao. He exploited the forbidden techniques he left behind, committing countless atrocities, even opening a gateway to another realm and spreading calamity to other worlds. Their ultimate goal was to gather fragments from every world and use that power to break Didnt's seal. Hearing this, Vu Qua fell into thought and understood that Quang Min then Jiao did not originally belong to this world, but was an invading force from elsewhere. He then asked the Guardian how they could obtain the fragment, whether he could directly hand it over to them. The Guardian closed his eyes and replied that if 2 opposing forces appeared here and conflict arose, he would be compelled to hand the fragment to the victor. That was the law of this world. Even if he had personal desires, he was powerless. "I am merely an executor in place of another. I have no authority to interfere with the overall situation." Suddenly he gave a soft snort and continued, "It seems the opposing force has appeared." These words caused Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong to be shocked at the same time, blurting out in surprise what was happening. Right behind them, 2 gigantic beasts were charging forward. Vu Qua hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. Nap Lan Mong also drew her holy spear ready for battle. Vu Qua shouted in confusion why demon beasts could rush in here. Suddenly a screen of thick smoke burst forth. From within came a familiar voice hurriedly saying, "This is bad. Do not strike the wrong person." As the smoke gradually dispersed, the figures of Vo Dinh Jia and Doc Thich appeared. Doc Thich spoke to Vu Qua, "Third brother, it is us." Vu Qua looked at them with suspicion. From his experience, he sensed something was wrong. second brother and the others could not be enemies, then could it be? At that moment, a pitch-black rift appeared in the sky, gradually widening. From within the people of Kwang Min, then Gyro stepped out leisurely. The clear blue sky instantly turned gloomy, the four of them facing more than 10 experts of Kwang Min than Gyro. Yuguo calmly said they arrived quite quickly. Looking at them, he suddenly understood that his movements had always been secretly monitored by those venerables. At this time, Vo Thuongtun Jia sat cross-legged on a chair. A young man raised his hand and laughed mockingly, saying, "We meet again. I heard everything. The reward of this game is truly troublesome." Standing beside him, Deep Quinn could no longer endure it. That man ground his teeth and roared, "Li Yuguo, I will definitely kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, that man charged straight toward him. As he rushed forward, a large shield suddenly blocked his path so that he could not stop in time and slammed hard into it, his mouth still continuously shouting. The one who created that shield was Tan the Tun Jia, the leader of Kwang Min than Gyro. He coldly shouted that Deep Quinn was trash, told him not to hinder his move, then immediately get out of the way. Hearing that, he let out a mocking laugh and said to Deep Quinn that it seemed being an informant over there was no better than anyone else. Deep Quinn lay sprawled on the ground, grinding his teeth until they bled, forcing out only a single word through clenched teeth, "You." At this moment, Vo Thuongtun Jia excitedly cried out that he wanted to strike first. Lin Huntun Jia immediately placed her hand before her chest and respectfully said that if his lord made a move, what chance would they have left to play? And the Tun Jia also turned to the young boy and said to let them make their move first. It would not be too late for him to act afterward. After hearing this, Vo Thuongtun Jia showed a hurt expression. Then, as if making up his mind, he slammed the chair down hard, closed his eyes, and loudly said, "That makes sense. Let them amuse themselves with you first." In the blink of an eye, Tan the Tun Jia appeared before them, causing he and his companions to tense up, thinking it was all or nothing. Otherwise, they would lose everything. Tan the Tun Jia and Lin Huntun Jia immediately unleashed their moves together. Shout echoed out, and the place where they had just been standing exploded violently, the four of them hurriedly scattering to evade. He and Nap Lan Mong were blasted far away by the shockwave. He immediately drew the sword in his hand and charged straight toward Tan the Tun Jia. That man remained calmly standing still, yet just before the blade reached him, he leapt back. Seeing this, Nap Lan Mong also rushed forward, shouting at him to go die. Tan the Tun Jia merely turned slightly to the side, easily dodging her attack, even mocking Nap Lan Mong as nothing but lowly trash. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm toward Nap Lan Mong, sending her flying. He cried out in horror, "Mong and Achai." He instantly rushed forward to catch her, fortunately preventing her from being seriously injured. Nap Lan Mong panted, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and told him she was fine. Seeing that the two could still care about each other, Tan the Tun Jia could not help but ask in astonishment whether taking one of his blows left them completely unharmed. He and her immediately counterattacked. He smiled and replied that of course it was thanks to their golden lotus love. Hearing this, Tan the Tun Jia grew furious, pushing both hands forward to form two streams of purple energy that shot toward he and Nap Lan Mong. Shouting that flowery words were useless, he immediately gripped her hand tightly. A pair of wings quickly appeared behind them, carrying them soaring into the sky. He and Nap Lan Mong exchanged a knowing smile, their love resolute and enduring for eternity. Two streams of purple power struck the spot where they had stood and instantly exploded violently, countless sharp ice pillars thrusting upward. Seeing that they were still safe and sound, Tan the Tun Jia thought that even that move could not harm them. He and Nap Lan Mong stood hand in hand behind a massive block of ice. Nap Lan Mong said that although they had blocked the attack, they still could not completely suppress him. He looked at the ice block and nodded, saying it was all or nothing. Otherwise, they would go home and stare at naked chickens. From Tan the Tun Jia perspective, he only saw two beams of light suddenly shoot out in opposite directions from behind the ice. He and Nap Lan Mong circled above his head in the air, moving so fast that dust and smoke swirled thickly. And the Tun Jia lowered his head, his pale white eyes emitting dense killing intent, a violent streak of purple spiritual power flashing from his eye sockets. He disdainfully said it was nothing but cheap tricks. Suddenly, within the dusty haze, a pitch-black figure appeared, approaching. When the figure stepped out of the smoke, Tan the Tun Jia realized it was he. In anger, he threw a punch and shouted that he would take his life. Yet his fist passed straight through his body without any blood, leaving him shocked. Face showed no trace of pain. He calmly seized Tan the Tunjia wrist, making that man cry out in panic, asking what was going on. At that very moment, a cold gun barrel was aimed directly at his head. From afar within the smoke, the real he slowly walked out, leisurely saying it had been a long time since he used a puppet. A dry gunshot rang out. A bloody hole pierced Tan the Tunjia forehead. His face still frozen in shock as he fell backward, he regretfully said farewell. On the other side of the battlefield, Vo Dinh Jia and Doc Thich were also battered and bruised, eventually being forced back. Lin Hun Tunjia's face was icy cold, her voice full of contempt as she said that with only this bit of ability they still dared dream of seizing the fragment. Truly laughable. Vo Dinh Jia and Doc Thich lifted their heads to stare straight at her. The two gritted their teeth in fury, provoked by her words, and charged forward together, shouting for her to die. Lin Hun Tunjia's expression did not change in the slightest, clearly not taking them seriously. She coldly said that she had already told them it was useless, then lightly waved her hand. Vo Dinh Jia and Doc Thich felt as if struck by lightning, their eyes turning white as purple spiritual power shot from their eye sockets, both sent flying backward. Vo Dinh Jia regained consciousness in time, immediately clasped his hands, and circulated spiritual power to create a giant mass of green sludge. The mass cushioned their landing safely. Vo Dinh Jia gritted his teeth and told Doc Thich that this woman hand could directly attack the soul. Lin Hun Tunjia saw they were still safe and began observing carefully. She wondered what kind of bizarre method this was. Suddenly Vo Dinh Jia shouted for her to taste this move, the green sludge behind him instantly swelling. It spewed out, forming a thick white smoke that enveloped the surroundings. Lin Hun Tunjia laughed in disdain, saying that trying to obscure vision for a sneak attack was too naive. But immediately afterward, Lin Hun Tunjia seemed to notice something, her gaze swiftly darting behind her. Doc Thich rushed out from the side and slashed at her, but was blocked by the chains around her body, golden chains tightly wrapping around his arm. Lin Hun Tunjia calmly said that someone like him also wanted to injure her. She coldly ordered a sacrifice to the sun god, then extended her hand toward Doc Thich, the chains instantly tightening around his entire body, his eyes turning white, veins bulging, his mouth crying out in agony. After finishing him off, Lin Hun Tunjia indifferently said there was still one more. Some unknown moment Doc Thich had mounted his sword and flown behind her, causing her to start in shock. She exclaimed in disbelief, how was it possible? Had he not already been? Before she could finish, Vo Dinh Jia's voice rang out from within the green sludge, telling the old hag not to underestimate them. He controlled the vines to wrap tightly around Lin Hun Tunjia's body. Suddenly bound tightly, she cried out a curse in panic. Doc Thich swung his sword and charged forward, shouting that he would let her understand what true martial meaning was. He unleashed the dragon command move, charging straight toward Lin Hun Tunjia alongside a purple dragon. A heaven-shaking explosion resounded, gouging a massive crater into the ground. Doc Thich appeared high above and said to Vo Dinh Jia that using illusion to take on his form as a feint was truly brilliant. Only what was the matter with these vines? Vo Dinh Jia rubbed his shoulder and said that before leaving he had casually taken a few branches from old Hien Vuong Place, adding the cultivation method from the treasury, which allowed him to restrain Lin Hun Tunjia just now. He and Nap Lan Mong ran over calling second brother. Doc Thich smiled and replied it was nothing. They had already handled everything. Suddenly a voice rang out accompanied by clear applause. Excellent. Vo Thuong Tunjia clapped as he laughed and spoke. Those two were actually defeated by you. Truly entertaining, truly satisfying. The young boy expression darkened. He sighed and continued that unfortunately he could no longer participate in this game. Those two were indeed too strong. Suddenly the ground trembled violently, causing the four of them to panic. This is bad, what is happening? Lin Hun Tunjia shot up from the deep pit. Vo Dinh Jia widened his eyes and cursed that he was 70 years old yet had never seen such a bizarre situation. Doc Thich gritted his teeth and muttered that it was truly bad luck. Immediately after, Tan the Tunjia behind them also crawled back from the brink of death. He secretly grew worried, thinking it seemed he had underestimated their strength. Two flew up into the air together, sneering that no matter how ants struggled they were still ants, except divine punishment. The four on this side immediately charged forward together to meet the attack. Lin Hun Tunjia swung her fist carrying corrosive force straight toward them. quickly raised a shield before himself to block the blow. She continued controlling a barrage of flying stones that shot rapidly toward them. They coldly declared, "Go down and meet your ancestors." The shield shattered. He and Nap Lan Mong were struck and cried out in pain. Bok Thich and Vo Din Jia did not hesitate and continued charging forward to counterattack. Lin Hun Tun Jia revealed a cold smile and used a small jewel to point straight at the two of them. In an instant, both of them spat blood and were blasted far away. At this moment, Vo Song and Vo Din Jia flew over within a shroud of green smoke. Vo Din Jia warned to be careful because the opponent technique was extremely bizarre. Vo Song immediately responded in acknowledgement. Right after that, Vo Song leapt out of the green smoke. He held his sword, a colossal dragon appearing behind him in majestic fashion. In the distance, two figures hovered in midair. Yet before he could display his power for long, an unexpected change made him start in shock. A barrage of glowing darts surrounded him tightly, causing Vo Song's face to turn purple with pain. Seeing this, Lin Hun Tun Jia mocked that his internal organs had already been shattered by her, asking how it felt to live worse than death. And the Tun Jia declared that the game was over. Lin Hun Tun Jia echoed that the Lamin fragment could only belong to the sun god. Hearing this, those on their side could not help but feel humiliated. He spoke up to reassure them, saying he was still fine. Fortunately, he had arrived in time at the end. Hearing that, Tan the Tun Jia widened his eyes in surprise. Lin Hun Tun Jia also turned and asked what he was holding in his hand. He raised the magical artifact in his hand, thinking to himself that this setup had actually been adjusted long ago. The magic mirror suddenly enlarged. He loudly called out Hong Lang Kai Kin, the only artifact capable of large-scale communication. It turned out he had summoned reinforcements. Nearly 100 brothers stepped out from the giant mirror, solemnly declaring we have arrived. Lin Hun Tun Jia and Tan the Tun Jia still showed no fear, sneering that more lowly trash had come seeking death. Lin Hun Tun Jia smugly agreed. But before the two could prepare themselves, they were ambushed, both crying out in shock at what had happened. Their situation instantly became perilous, enormous hands suddenly appearing to seize both Lin Hun Tun Jia and Tan the Tun Jia. Immediately after, the leader of the Vu tribe of the Southern Kingdom, Nam Quoc Vu Hoa Man, manifested, holding a straw doll and smiling that he did not expect in his old age to still use puppet sorcery. The strongest cultivator of the Southern Kingdom, Nam Enham, coldly said that with people like them they still dreamed of destroying the world. Thong Han stepped forward to support he and asked about the situation. He pretended to be fine and replied that his life was not so easily taken. This time Vo Song was being treated by Duoc Hong. She seriously instructed him not to move. Meanwhile, he sank into thought that he had long known the Long Than treasury concealed Hong Lang Kai Kin. So he had ordered Time Tran to split the forces and seek aid everywhere, although the world was in turmoil. For now it seemed he had gambled correctly. In this critical moment, only by uniting all forces could the world be protected. Just then Vo Thuong Tun Jia suddenly appeared, laughing that it was becoming more and more lively, truly too interesting. The young boy sat on his chair with his evil subordinates looking utterly villainous, ordering everyone to charge so the game would become more exciting. Those people answered in unison, understood, and they rushed forward like soulless beings, raising their swords and shouting, "Long live the sun god." On this side, everyone also advanced together with imposing momentum, some shouting charge, others echoing that the sun god was still trapped. Kill them all. Two sides immediately clashed in close combat, fists and kicks flying, the other side quickly beaten into disarray. At that moment, Deep Quinn suddenly appeared in the air and rushed straight toward him, gripping his sword and shouting, "Lai Vu Qua, I will kill you." At that very instant, an unexpected turn made him panic. With little skill yet fond of showing off, a torrent of water mixed with flames slammed straight into him. At that moment, two beautiful figures suddenly appeared. It was the twin sisters Time Tran and Ngayat Tran. They coldly said, "Deep Quinn, it is time to end all grudges." From afar, two phoenixes shot straight toward him. Deep Quinn appeared with a completely different appearance. He cleared his throat, raised his hand to control countless magical skulls to attack, then said if they still remembered old feelings they should follow him. He could spare them a path to live. Ngayat Tran swung her glowing sword, smiling in contempt as she scolded that a toad dared crave swan flesh. He was worse than a beast, not even worthy of a bird. No matter how he changed form, he was only like a toothpick. Humiliated before everyone, Deep Quinn furiously shouted to shut up, saying that back then her elder sister had abandoned him to follow Li Yuguo. Today he would make them pay the price. As soon as the words fell, the two clashed fiercely, forming a violent melee. Quinn swiftly bent down, narrowly avoiding a fatal slash. But how could an evildoer remain at ease? In the very next move he was kicked flat to the ground by Tran. She coldly said, "Deep Quinn, the one who must pay is you." He could only scream. After struggling to his feet, he clutched his face reddened from friction, letting out a venomous sneer that they were doomed. Behind him, a purple carnivorous flower covered in sharp thorns suddenly sprouted, its gigantic mouth opening in midair as it condensed a sphere of demonic power. He swung his arm and struck forward. Abyssal giant maw immediately fired, the sphere of demonic power shooting out. The two sisters coordinated flawlessly, shouting in unison, "Do not even think of harming our sisters." When the attack collided with the phoenix, it was clear to the naked eye that the damage dealt was almost negligible. Quinn grew frantic to the point of madness, roaring that damned abyssal giant maw. "Where has your strength gone?" The carnivorous flower groaned and confessed that someone was secretly absorbing its power. It did not take him long to remember who that person was. He gnashed his teeth and roared in fury, "It is you." Amid his chaotic thoughts, the two sisters had already rushed forward, their blades piercing straight through his body. Deep Quinn let out a miserable scream. The two gently turned their heads to look behind them. He lay face down in a pool of bright red blood, eyes wide open and lifeless. "Deep Quinn was dead, little sister, let us go." On another battlefield, the sky gradually darkened, as if heralding an approaching storm. The cultists shouted long live in unison. Longhand dodged attacks while angrily shouting, "Damn it, these people are truly a bunch of lunatics." Kim Vo Tin pressed close behind Thong Han and coldly said, "Kill however many there are and be done with it." Suddenly two figures appeared in the sky, Lin Hun Tun Jia and the leader of Quang Min then Jio Tan the Tun Jia. That man shouted loudly, "You lowly trash," still refused to stop. From afar, someone held a straw doll covered in talismans and gently stuck a needle into it. Immediately Tan the Tun Jia screamed in pain, as if a needle had pierced straight into his flesh. Lin Hun Tun Jia rushed before him and coldly mocked, "And you dare call this manipulation technique?" The doll in Vo Din Jia hand was torn into pieces. Tan the Tun Jia collapsed and spat out a large mouthful of blood. When everything briefly settled, behind Lin Hun Tun Jia a gigantic shadow suddenly stretched across the ground. She turned her head to look back. A colossal earthen giant appeared, each small movement causing the ground to tremble. The earthen giant swung his fist and roared, "Taste 5 punches from this old man." The fist had barely descended when it was blocked by a barrier erected by Lin Hun Tun Jia. She exerted her full strength to withstand the terrifying pressure. Her gaze grew colder and colder, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her lips. And the Tun Jia immediately reinforced his own arms. He struck a palm toward the sky and roared, "Break for me," the terrifying force shattering rocks everywhere. His arms quickly returned to normal, trembling as he clutched his painful wounds. The sect master of Kim Long Mon flicked his horsetail whisk and coldly said, "It was you who killed my junior brother." He rose into the air, a dragon appearing and spewing down a sea of flames. Nap Lan Mong and he exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. The two charged upward simultaneously, lover bond art Earth 6 forms, standing close together as they extended their hands forward. Midair a sword wrapped in blazing red light condensed. This finishing strike aimed straight at Tan the Tun Jia group. Lin Hun Tun Jia unconsciously stepped back. You all. Thunderous explosion resounded, smoke and dust billowing everywhere, leaving only panicked figures fleeing. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lin Hun Tun Jia and Tan the Tun Jia lay collapsed on the ground. The surrounding earth had sunk into a massive crater. The sect master of Kim Long Mon stroked his beard and remarked that their physiques were astonishing to still not dissipate. He frowned and said, "Let me finish them all." Lin Hun Tun Jia, covered in blood with disheveled hair, still tried to provoke them. "You think this is the end?" Tan the Tun Jia weakly said the glory of the sun god would eventually spread across the world. He stepped forward, the blade in his hand engulfed in blazing red flames. Nap Lan Mong suddenly cried out when his expression abruptly changed. He unexpectedly pressed the blade against his own neck, as if controlled, applying force until fresh blood seeped out. Fortunately, Nap Lan Mong knocked the blade away in time. Thong Han leapt into the pit and ran over shouting he wake up quickly. He touched the cut on his neck and muttered in shock that he had been controlled just now. The two corpses on the ground suddenly staggered to their feet, At the same time, a regretful voice sounded that they had truly lost. So now was it his turn to step up. Thuong-tun Jia sat on his chair holding each of their heads in one hand, disgustedly saying, "You two are truly useless. I want to kick you in the rear." The chair and that bizarre figure appeared within a spatial rift. The young boy smiled and said, "Wait a moment, let me return," then slipped into the rift. He clenched his fists, intending to pursue. The opponent's eyes gleamed like a hunting beast. The young boy smiled and said he had almost forgot. Everyone raised their heads at once, a streak of purple light appearing in their eyes. Immediately afterward, all lost their sanity and began attacking one another. Thuong-tun Jia waved his hand and laughed, telling them to remember to wait for him. In another space, that rift opened like a door. Thuong-tun Jia threw Lin-hun-tun Jia out and laughed that it was time to punish the losers. Both were terrified and knelt begging for mercy. Lin-hun-tun Jia repeatedly kowtowed, pleading for another chance, and begged him not to report this failure to that lord. The young boy rested his chin on his hand, dark circles visible under his eyes, sighing that if you lose a game you must accept punishment. So what would be interesting now? He thought for a few seconds, then exclaimed that he had it. The hearts of the two trembled as they kowtowed and begged him not to, asking him to spare their lives. Thuong-tun Jia's eyes shone brightly, demonic power and light surrounding his body. His childish voice chilling to the bone as he said, "Obediently eat this candy, and you will become very strong." The sky suddenly darkened. Nap Lan Mong and he had been fighting for a while. In their minds remained only the thought of killing the other. Two swords collided, creating pale pink sparks, petals drifting down. Both quickly regained their clarity. He clutched his head angrily, saying he had been controlled again. It seemed lover bond art had helped them recover their minds. Nap Lan Mong tightly gripped Tai Thuong and looked around anxiously, asking what to do if the others were still controlled. Thong Han swung his sword and charged from behind, the strike swift and vicious. The sky was suddenly torn apart as two phoenixes of fire and water manifested, Time Tran and Gayet Tran. Time Tran held a defensive stance and asked in surprise, "Deep Quinn has already been dealt with. What exactly happened on your side just now?" Vu Qua immediately warned, "Be careful. Everyone is being manipulated by the Venerable." He pressed his lips tight, sweat pouring from tension, secretly calculating to prioritize attacking those not yet controlled. This situation was truly troublesome. Thuong-tun Jia clasped his hands together and laughed excitedly, then let the second round begin at once. After taking the medicine, Tan-the-tun Jia and Lin-hun-tun Jia both their bodies and strength transformed. With a mere flick of the hand, they sent opponents flying, killing intent surging. Thuong-tun Jia grew more thrilled as he watched and shouted to continue playing. In the end, he was only a hyperactive child. The battlefield instantly turned into a sea of blood. Bok Kai-Fin stood among corpses, the stench of blood rushing into his nose, the scene no different from hell. The boy looked at Deep Quinn lying on the ground and smiled. "You see, Deep Quinn." The boy half knelt and half sat, pulling out a purple stone brimming with power, a sinister smile on his lips. "Rest assured, I will not let you die easily. Those foolish divine cult fools still do not fully understand the Void Stone. Next, your power will belong to me." Vu Qua and the others charged forward together to counterattack. Lin-hun-tun Jia raised his claws, his gaze disdainful, his expression arrogantly contemptuous of all. Vu Qua's side immediately took the full force of the counterattack, beaten so badly that their strength was nearly exhausted. Nam Enham gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let this old man lend you a hand." Vodin Jia clasped his hands and formed a hand seal. Straw effigy shot into the air. A series of earthen puppets were imbued with life, rising and charging straight at the enemy. Yet Tan-the-tun Jia needed only a single punch to shatter all those stone puppets. The puppets vanished. Nam Enham suffered backlash and immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Watching the crowd slaughter one another, Thuong-tun Jia cheered excitedly like a child, raising his fist high. The more players, the more fun. Elsewhere, Ku Vai Ho and several female cultivators were knocked down and rolled on the ground, fiercely strangling each other, their clothes torn to reveal skin. Vu Qua braced on his knee and struggled to stand. Realizing the two venerables were stronger, yet their movements stiff and slow, dried blood flaked from the corner of his mouth. He clicked his tongue and thought that child only controlled low cultivation cultivators to kill one another. Flash of insight crossed his mind. So Thuong-tun Jia could only forcibly control the two venerables, unable to make us slaughter each other. He hoisted his blade and roared, "Kill that brat first." Time Tran behind him nodded in response, agreed. Time Tran and Ngayat Tran soared into the sky, their hands interwoven. The Duong Than sword pointed straight upward. "Little brat, taste your sister's move." The two phoenixes entwined and unleashed a blinding beam of light. Vo Thuong Tun Jia sat on his chair watching with delight. "You all want to play with me?" "Very good." Tan the Tun Jia also rushed out. The purple stones on his body lit up simultaneously. A circular magic array appeared before him. All attacks were swallowed whole. Above Vu Qua's head, two magic circles identical to spatial gates appeared. The spell of the Time Tran sisters descended and startled him. Why was the attack aimed at the venerable appearing before him? The two sisters cried out in panic. Vu Qua stood in front of Nap Lan Mong, his face smeared with dirt, maintaining a defensive stance. The surrounding ice walls had reduced the damage. "I am fine." He wiped the grime from his face and asked, "Poison Emperor, is there any poison strong enough to kill that old man?" Poison Emperor hesitated, then nodded. "There is, but it must enter through a wound to take effect." Taking the vial of poison from Poison Emperor's hand, he smiled and said, "Thank you." This moment Tan the Tun Jia had lost his senses. Leaping up and swinging his fist, he thought to himself if his guess was correct. Vu Qua stood still without dodging, directly taking the fatal punch, blood spraying from his mouth. The corner of his lips curved slightly, revealing satisfaction. Suddenly Tan the Tun Jia's body began to boil abnormally. He screamed as patches of skin peeled off and fell. Vu Qua wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a breath. Tan the Tun Jia's ability was Hidden Gate of Rapid Transmission. When attacking, he let his fist pass through a portal to strike distant enemies, then instantly closed it to create the illusion of an attack from the void. Earlier, he blocked bullets the same way, using a portal to shield his head. In the end, a venerable was still mortal flesh. Once poisoned, he would surely be injured. I did not injure him directly, but when he struck me, he would suffer backlash and be poisoned. He raised his shield. The counter-armor remained extremely effective against physical attacks. Vu Qua tightened his grip on the blazing red blade, obediently accept death. Vo Thuong Tun Jia looked at his bloodied subordinate lying everywhere and grew flustered. "My toys." Boy pouted. "If lost, then so be it. There are many toys." His spirits immediately lifted again as he laughed cheerfully. Vu Qua caught sight of Lin Hun Tun Jia trying to seize the chance to launch a sneak attack on him. That moment Quan Tiat appeared from afar, raising her staff and slamming it down. Ice waves erupted. Lin Hun Tun Jia was instantly frozen solid, completely unable to move. Qua turned toward the voice, "Young master, I have returned." Cold air spread in all directions. She stood with her subordinates, her imposing aura overwhelming. Quan Tiat wore a pale blue dress, her white hair billowing in the wind. Vu Qua cried out joyfully, "Tiat Nhi." Brat Vo Thuong Tun Jia saw Quan Tiat and excitedly jumped. "Oh, a new toy." The boy giggled, "Then let us see whose toy is stronger." Tan the Tun Jia was infused with more power again, roaring as he charged forward. Ra manifested with a rough shell covered in sharp spikes, its eyes blazing. Vo Thuong Tun Jia and Vu Qua were stunned in shock. The queen of Dai Lu Tait Kiu stood on the turtle's back, her face furious. That old bastard drained the sacred selection water the moment he heard he was going to save you. Van Hai hoisted a massive cannon and laughed loudly. Vo Thuong Tun Jia bared his teeth in a grin and thrust his hand into the magic circle like a teleportation gate. "That big turtle, let me see what is inside its shell." Tan Thai Tun Jia's entire body shone violently. Like a ticking bomb, Vu Qua shouted a warning, "Be careful." A violent explosion erupted beneath Qui Ra. Its body blasted into the air. Jumped to Vu Qua's side and anxiously asked, "Is Qui Ra all right?" Pat on Vo Thuong Tun Jia's head fell off. The child laughed until his voice grew hoarse, continuously absorbing the power of Lin Hun Tun Jia and Tan the Tun Jia. So fun, truly fun. He pressed his lips and shuddered, breathing heavily, absorbing the power of two venerables. "Everyone be careful." But the person beside him snorted disdainfully. "Just a child." Vo Thuong Tun Jia finally entered the battle himself, flying straight over. "Yes, yes, I am just a child, come play with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the heads of those around fell simultaneously, blood flowing into rivers. Quan Tiat rushed forward, sharp ice crystals aimed at Vo Thuong Tun Jia. "Do not harm young master." A rain of ice poured down from the sky, each shard several times larger than Vo Thuong Tun Jia's body, yet almost none could touch him. so he even knows transformation spells, truly formidable. Closely, I only need to blink once to change form. The boy charged forward and slashed across Quan Taiet's waist, the entire motion happening in an instant too fast to react. She frowned slightly, her staff pointing straight at the opponent, Ice Soul's solitary frost. Small body was instantly frozen solid by icy cold. Vo Thuong Tun Jia stunned, as his whole body was trapped inside a round sphere of ice. Immediately after, he was clamped tightly into Quiz jaws. Tight Kiu sneered. After drinking more, the strength increases too. The ice sphere was immediately smashed to pieces by it. Nap Lan Mong and Vu Qua poured out all their strength and rushed forward at full speed. Blade and sword intertwined. The ground where Vo Thuong Tun Jia stood cracked apart. The boy spread his legs and laughed loudly. How fun. Two blades erupted with dazzling radiance. The boy shot upward, the collision creating terrifying force that made spatial pressure surge. Vo Thuong Tun Jia threw a punch, a single blow piercing straight through both their abdomens. Tight Kiu screamed in shock. Little lie. Quan Taiet witnessed the scene and broke down in panic. Young master. Time Tran and Ngayat Tran also turned pale, anxiously calling out Vu Qua, Sister Nap Lan. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, only Vo Thuong Tun Jia stood firm in the battlefield, the other two unconscious. The boy spun once. The game is over. Everyone rushed forward to surround the child, shouting loudly together, "Kill him." Boy raised his claws and sneered. Why the hurry? No one could touch the boy, his small hand drenched in fresh blood. He laughed eerily. It is over now, you have lost. Vu Qua lay prone as blood slowly spread. His weak voice sounding, am I about to die? In the end, I still could not defeat Vo Thuong Tun Jia. I could not save anyone. He trembled and reached his hand toward Nap Lan Mong. Mong and A Chai, I am sorry, I could not protect you. She placed her hand over his, feeling the remaining warmth. Vu Qua, there is no need to apologize. In life, everyone carries countless regrets. Vision blurred, her figure and voice fading. You have protected me too many times. Being able to meet you is the greatest happiness of my life. He gritted his teeth as tears fell endlessly. Mong and A Chai. Suddenly, a layer of green light flared up around the two of them. The piercing wound in the abdomen rapidly closed, as if it had never existed. Elsewhere, warm sunlight filtered through the gaps between forest leaves. Vo Thuong Tun Jia jumped up excitedly. Uncle, I won. The fragment belongs to me. The guardian who was playing chess spoke softly. The game has not yet ended. The moment those words fell, two swords shot forward simultaneously, piercing through Vo Thuong Tun Jia's body. The boy jerked his head around, his voice filled with shock. You are still alive. He had never expected that Vu Qua and Lan Mong had appeared behind him. Vu Qua said coldly, I am the protagonist who cannot die. Do not dream of taking that fragment. As soon as he finished speaking, both withdrew their swords together, Shizu splattering outward. Even though the outcome was clear, Vo Thuong Tun Jia refused to accept it. No, this round I clearly won. They cheated. I already killed them all. After his tantrum, the boy's gaze turned sharp. Vo Thuong Tun Jia had no idea the trump card had been used, because reaching the martial emperor rank had unlocked a passive skill. When everything seemed over, the system activated True Rockman mode to recover for 10 minutes. He still remembered that moment, though the two appeared to have lost all fighting strength. Thanks to the system, everything reversed. As long as not dead, I could use tender wolf affection art to heal Mong and A Chai. It seemed the heavens did not yet wish to destroy me. Vu Qua and Lan Mong opened their eyes simultaneously. The situation shifted unpredictably. A clean sword strike sent the opponent away. The game officially ended. Demise lay sprawled on the ground witnessing the scene in shock. The three venerables had all been defeated by Li Vu Qua. Bok Kai Fiend stroked the gem in his hand, then turned with a smile. You are still alive, but not for long. Deep Quinn, you know this thing. Those who once fused with the Void Stone all carry hidden roots, and the Void Stone can freely absorb their power. During my time in the Divine Cult, only I researched the spell to control the Void Stone. Jimmy Massa gritted his teeth in fury. What do you want to do? As he spoke, he swallowed it whole like a snack, of course. In the blink of an eye, Bok Kai Fiend completely mutated. That man laughed wildly, releasing evil power. It was unclear how that thing attached itself to him, seizing the abyssal Great Maw from its former master. Vu Qua and Nap Lan Mong lowered their heads to avoid the overwhelming pressure of the abyssal Great Maw. He gritted his teeth. Is that not Deep Quinn's bloodline? Nap Lan Mong shut her eyes tightly. Not good. Its power has grown stronger. Bok Kai Fiend's eyes turned white. a strange eye mark appearing on his cheek. He laughed madly, netherworld finger eye. This is power beyond the world, I can feel it. The abyssal great maw also agreed. The whole world will be ours. Suddenly his gaze contracted, veins bulging across his forehead. What is going on? Has this guy finished his lines? Kai Fiend pinched his own cheek and laughed with delight. This toy is truly smart. It even knows the secret of the void stone. Now I want to play another round with you. Seeing that abnormal behavior, Naplan Mong immediately understood that smile and tone belonged to Vo Thuong Tun Jia. Vu Qua gaped. Impossible. He is not dead yet. Dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning struck, tearing the ground apart. Vo Thuong Tun Jia laughed loudly as he discarded the form of a child, his body transforming into a grown man with long red hair and horns on his head, a red stone embedded in his chest. It has been long since I used the power of the solar divine mother. He bit his lip, his mind numb. Are you kidding? This boss even has a third phase. Countless branching tentacles grew from the boy's body, flexible yet full of power. He laughed loudly. Try my new skill. Tentacles obeyed and shot forward, piercing through Vu Qua's body. Consecutive strikes rained down, dust billowing and obscuring vision. Boy stepped forward, tentacles swaying behind then retracting like the tails of Ku Vai Ho. So impressive, Vu Qua lay flat on the ground, his hand clenching unconsciously. Thinking it is not good, the recovery speed cannot keep up. Thin Thur Kai Ma's voice sounded in his mind, coaxing, boy, fallen into a dead end again. Do you need my power? Snorted coldly. That is all you are. If I hand my body to you, my will shall be devoured. Thin Thur Kai Ma changed tone, mentioning the unconscious Nap Lan Mong. What are you still hesitating for? Without relying on me, how will you protect her and this world? Offer your body and heart to me. He braced his hands and sat up abruptly. Stop talking nonsense. Several octopus-like tentacles grew around him. He grasped Nap Lan Mong's hand, his gaze softening. Mong and H.I., do you still have strength? Go quickly. She stirred slightly. Vu Qua, what are you planning to do? He released her hand. She burst into tears, tears streaming down. Vu Qua, no. Red tentacles wrapped tightly around his body. Vu Qua roared. Thin Thur Kai Ma, release all your power. A blinding light erupted, his figure gradually being swallowed. In its place stood a completely different existence. Though Vo Thuong Tun Jia changed form, his childish nature remained. The boy cried out, transform. Nap Lan Mong no longer had strength to sit up, weakly calling his name, Vu Qua. His hair gradually turned white, half his face covered by a red mask. Wings sprouted from his back, boosting his speed. Wherever his figure swept past the earth and stone warped and twisted. Vo Thuong Tun Jia continued to perform transformations. Black blade appeared midair. He blocked it in time. The boy looked down from above and marveled. Those horns are truly beautiful. I want them too. He was pushed sliding across the ground. He swung his sword and knocked the opponent far away. Vo Thuong Tun Jia touched his own head dreamily. Wearing those horns must look adorable. Spread his wings and shot into the sky, the sword in his hand blazing red like fire. Vo Thuong Tun Jia dodged to both sides, laughing as he teased, missed again, missed again. He gritted his teeth, anger surging beyond control. He swung his sword in a direct slash, as if to split the opponent in two. Vo Thuong Tun Jia suddenly appeared behind him, eyes brimming with killing intent. Giggling, I am here. He failed to react in time and was slashed from behind. He was knocked backward, using the long red tendrils to counterattack toward Vo Thuong Tun Jia. The boy also swung black tendrils in response, excitedly exclaiming, you can use this magic too. The two closed in. He laughed provocatively, just a little slower. Vo Thuong Tun Jia landed and slid backward. The ground seemed plowed by thousands of blades, shattered everywhere. Minutes later the boy vanished, then suddenly reappeared. The black blade piercing through his abdomen, blood dripping through his fingers. I have wanted those horns for a long time. Let us end the game. The boy grabbed his hair and yanked his head back, and slammed him hard into the ground, the impact shaking the sky, his body soaked in blood. Everyone below cried out his name in panic. Vu Qua. Nap Lan Mong sobbed, clutching her chest. Vu Qua, no matter what you become, I will always stay by your side. He was in such pain he could not make a sound. Vo Thuong Tun Jia stepped on him. The boy widened his eyes and tore off the horn on his head, throat dry and burning. He screamed in agony, the opponent laughing viciously while slashing wildly, truly fun. Deep Quinn stood in the distance, lowering his eyes with a cold smile. Lai Vu Qua, you are only this much, so what if you defeated me? In the end you are still trampled underfoot. You are like me, both losers. Suddenly a voice rang out. Are you truly willing to accept this, Deep Quinn? Quinn was startled and shouted, Who is speaking? Countless images of himself in other versions appeared in his mind. Deep Quinn looked around in confusion. Are you all me? Those figures mocked in unison. Trash, losing is losing. Yet you seek excuses to comfort yourself. Your enemy is risking his life to save the world, and you dare call yourself the protagonist. Quinn stammered. The voice continued pressing. The world is about to be destroyed. Will you accept being a loser forever? Deep Quinn clutched his head and roared, I refuse. How could I accept it? A realization struck. Li Yuguo cannot die now. Only I may kill him. I am the true protagonist of this world. A gigantic skull appeared within the gloomy black light. The abyssal great maw had been taken. Your original bloodline can recreate the light. Then I shall help you. Blue flames engulfed Deep Quinn, his eyes turning hollow. His appearance changed. He spoke coldly, furious wave dragon abyss, long time no see. Clad in white armor, hair tied high, holding a skull greatsword, sweep away these ghosts for the venerable to see who the true protagonist is. Vo Thuong Tun Jia stomped hard on him. Reverted to your original form already. He looked at the boy, the opponent smiling brightly. Relax, I will crush your head gently. Suddenly the boy sensed killing intent behind and turned around, immediately taking a full punch from Deep Quinn. Lay motionless, softly calling Deep Quinn. His hair fluttered in the wind, dust unable to conceal his aura. Keep that lowly life and watch closely. I am the protagonist. After finishing the venerable, I will kill you. Vo Thuong Tun Jia sprang up, tendrils lashing everywhere, the boy frowning, not happy at all. Why is there someone ruining things? The giant gorilla behind bit off a tendril. Deep Quinn swung his greatsword and charged straight ahead. If you want silence, then go to hell. Demon Slaughter Star descends. Vo Thuong Tun Jia was struck by such a fatal blow. The boy staggered, unable to stand steady. His face darkened. You dare tear my clothes, I am angry now. Deep Quinn swung his sword and severed several tough tendrils. Lay beside them, breath intermittent, wondering, am I still alive? Didnt Kai Ma sighed, who would have thought exhausting your power would wake you. This brat is truly lucky, but everything is about to end. Deep Quinn cannot defeat the venerable. The world will still perish. Dropped to his knees. Could it truly be that all hope is gone? Suddenly a flash appeared beside him. He looked up and saw a purple stone. This is. He picked it up. Didnt Kai Ma said, this fell from the child venerable. I can sense immense power. Deep Quinn at this moment was also gradually exhausting his strength, no longer able to maintain the upper hand. Seeing him bite and shatter the stone, Didnt Kai Ma cried out in alarm. Are you insane? Ignoring him, he thought coldly, I will gamble once. Blood flowed down Deep Quinn's forehead. He still forced himself upright, raising his sword stubbornly. I am the protagonist. I want to be a hero once. Vo Thuong Tun Jia flicked his hand, sneering. Object pierced straight through Deep Quinn's forehead. The troublesome toy is finally finished. As soon as the words fell, Vo Thuong Tun Jia turned his head back. Saw him roaring as he charged forward. The boy horrified. You dare eat my candy. His power, speed, and reflexes all surged dramatically, his wounds visibly healing. He swept past Vo Thuong Tun Jia, his aura erupting, causing the boy to take a full slash, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. You dare defile the power of the solar divine mother. The boy's palm ignited with scorching heat and dazzling light. I must destroy you. Extinction purple light burst forth. His mask shattered. He swung his blade in counterattack. Sun-devouring radiant slash gradually flared with brilliant light in midair. The entire tail was split in two by him in an instant. Vo Thuong Tun Jia could not believe his eyes. No, impossible. The boy's body was torn into two halves. This game is truly no fun at all. In the end, everything scattered like ashes in the wind. The dark clouds dispersed, sunlight streaming through and illuminating the forest. Crowd panicked, all bearing injuries, murmuring among themselves, why are we here, have we won? Ngayat Tran supported her elder sister and asked anxiously, are you all right? Duok Hong shook Dak Hong, who had turned purple, old poison-free. Wake up. Nearby, Vo Ditch covered in wounds helped Vo Song to his feet. Brother, are you all right? On Vu Qua's side, blurred images appeared before his eyes. He vaguely saw Nap Lan Mong with tears in her eyes looking at him. When she saw him awaken, she burst into tears and cried out, Vu Qua, you are awake. He weakly asked, am I still alive? He struggled to rise in pain and apologized. Mong and Chai, I made you worry. She hurried to support him. You are badly injured, do not move. He smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I am not dead yet. We still have important matters unfinished. Hearing that, her tears flowed even more. You truly only like making others worry. She helped him stand. Around the battlefield, the wounded were tending to each other and erecting graves for the fallen. A stone was hurled forcefully at a nearby tombstone. Gayat Tran glared angrily at the gravestone and shouted, "Do not think helping us at the end can erase your past sins." Kim Tran stood beside her, pulling her arm to comfort her sister. He looked at the gravestone and thought, Deep Quin's ending can be considered a deserved death. Not in vain that I wrote him as the male lead. Everyone walked toward the guardian standing beneath the ancient green tree. He was supported forward and called out. "Senior," the old man smiled in reply. "The fragment now belongs to you." The guardian held out a glowing golden crystal in his palm. Crystal emitted a dense aura, he explained. The Dawn fragment is extremely powerful. It can create or destroy a world. He extended the crystal toward him and asked, "How do you intend to use it?" He answered honestly, "If the fragment continues to exist, it will cause more wars. Can you seal it with your power? Do not let anyone possess it." The guardian fell silent after hearing this and looked at him thoughtfully. Golden chains appeared, locking the Dawn fragment tightly. He laughed loudly. "In 1,000 years, this is the first time I have met someone who thinks like you. Then I shall grant your wish." The stone shone brilliantly in midair, its power spreading everywhere. Then it gradually vanished into nothingness. Lan Mong supported him and smiled in relief. "This time it is truly over." He looked at the sky and replied softly, "Yes, it is over." Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Vuqua." He and she turned to see Gayat Tran and the others ready. "You rascal, let us go." He looked at his gentle wife and called softly, "Mong and Chai." She understood and replied quietly, "Yes." He let her support him as they walked toward the wandering heroes. "Let us go home." Suddenly his body was racked with intense pain. Lan Mong startled in terror. He floated upward before the worried eyes of everyone below. "Vuqua, you rascal." His eyes grew hazy, confusion rising within, so dizzy what is happening. His eyelids darkened and closed. Below, everyone kept calling his name. He was pulled farther away, unable to speak, screaming inwardly, "Mong and Chai, everyone." Then everything sank into darkness. Xiao Cheng of the Mystic Continent appeared, ancient wooden houses standing under sunlight and mountains. He opened his eyes again and shouted, "Mong and Chai." A copy of Golden Lotus rested open-faced on his body. He sprang up from the rock, his head hitting someone who cried out, "Who is that?" Ha Long rubbed his forehead and complained, "What are you doing? That hurt me to death." Is Mong and Chai a beauty in the book? Recalled the intimate night with his wife, closed his eyes and shut the book. Yes, a peerless beauty who shared a tender night with me. He gritted his teeth in grievance, after so much effort to change the ending. Yet, damn Yama. He raised his middle finger to the sky and shouted, "I quit. If you have the guts, come down here." Ha Long looked at him as if at a madman. In Jia Continent, Xiao Cheng, the streets bustled with people. In the academy, sunlight streamed into the wooden corridor. Master Mok pointed at a large map and lectured. Legend says the Mystic Continent has 5 great dragons guarding it. When calamity descends, they will manifest to save the world. He rested his chin on his hand, listening in boredom, frowning. He recalled standing before the gates of the Hall of Yama, ox head and horse face guarding both sides and leading him inside. He looked at Yama in confusion and asked, "What exactly happened that I returned to the underworld?" Yama happily congratulated him for altering the world-destroying ending. Next, he would go to another world to carry out a mission. Oxhead and Horseface dragged him away amid his protests. He roared in fury, "I do not want to save any world. Release me and send me back. Mong and Chai is still waiting for me." Yama behind waved his hand with a laugh. "You do not belong to that world. Crossing over already drained my power." Ignoring his curses, he ordered them to take him away. "This time you will be reincarnated to live a full life in a new world." Meng Po, standing beside, asked softly, "This time you still will not let him drink the soup?" Yama explained sternly, "He is about to face a danger even more brutal than before, so there is no need to erase his memory. If he can overcome it, then I will feel at ease and trusting that mission to him." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the desk and shouted, "Damn it." A teacher who heard thought he was being cursed and rushed over angrily shouting, "What, you dare insult your instructor? Li Vuqua, get out for me." Driven out, he casually tossed the book back and turned away, muttering, "If you say get out, then I get out." The man pointed at Li Vuqua furiously. "You." Ha Long stared blankly and called Vuqua. As he walked out of class, he recalled being born in his mother's arms. Since Yama forced him to reincarnate, 16 years had passed. Born into a prosperous merchant family, Then he remembered the wives from the old world. From the start he knew he could never forget the Hao Thien world. Manga chai, time tran, vo yu, but perhaps there was no way back. He lay beneath a tree outside the classroom, secretly deciding that if reality could not be changed, then he would lie flat and enjoy it. He muttered resolutely, "Whether the world is destroyed or not, I do not care. This time I will smash everything. Whatever happens, I will not bother." Just then footsteps approached, calling Vu Qua. Long panted as he ran over, and he silently evaluated this friend. "How long is my good brother in this life? A bit weak in character, but not bad, and he looks exactly like Zai Huang." Seeing him also outside, he sat up and asked, "Long Zai, why are you here too?" Ha Long smiled and said, "Brother, how can I let you go alone?" Then eagerly invited, "Let us go drink." The two left the academy and walked to a place lush with trees and flowers. Ha Long suddenly remembered something and asked, "Vu Qua, when will the new chapter of Great Jin's Storm Chronicle come out? I want to see how Tu Du and Gat resolves the crisis." He patted his shoulder and smiled brightly. "Do not rush, it updates monthly. It is not time yet." Recalled writing Great Jin's Storm Chronicle, based on his experiences in the Hao Thien world adapted into a novel, returning to his old trade to earn money. Unexpectedly, it became very popular in Ku Tiu City. Suddenly, a girl appeared ahead, startling both of them. Ian Nhi glared and demanded, "Li Vu Qua, how long did you anger my father again?" Her gaze was sharp as blades. Holding a black leather whip, she said coldly, "I knew you would take this road to the tavern. Today I must teach you a lesson." She swung the whip and chased. The two turned and ran. He sighed inwardly, forgot about this fierce star. Though her appearance resembled Tight Ninny, her personality in this life was more straightforward and strong. Their existence gave him a trace of comfort in this strange world. Seeing they could not escape, he grinned at Ha Long. "Brother, I will slip away first," then shoved him with a chuckle. Ha Long fell forward, his hand accidentally touching Ian Nhi's chest, making her blush in embarrassment. Knowing he was doomed, he inwardly howled at him, "Good brother." He raised 2 fingers in salute, winked and smiled, "Love you guys." Ian Nhi fumed. Ha Long quickly let go while running and shouting, "Ian Nhi, I was wrong." Whip lashed again. He watched with a smile, wondering if he would meet familiar people in this world, eyes full of anticipation. At the Li family residence, sunlight shone on the roof. He stepped through the gate, stretching and yawning, thinking the peaceful day was over. Time to return to his room to update the new chapter. Li Trung Tung ran over holding papers and shouted, "Young master, the book sales money this month has arrived." He asked in surprise, "What?" He skimmed memories of Li Trung Tung, once sold into slavery by war, brought to the Li family because he resembled Zai Huang, unfortunately remembering nothing of his past. But every time he smiled, it reminded him of Zai Huang. Just then Li Trung said, "Young master, everyone in the study is waiting for you to update the new chapter." He took the banknotes and replied, "I will update tonight." Li Trung asked in surprise, "Young master already receives 500 taels monthly. Why bother earning yourself?" He smiled, "It is my passion." Suddenly a shout thundered, "You are selling books again." Li Tran angrily strode over, scolding, "Is the money I give not enough that you still write such vulgar things?" He thought, "These are my parents in this life, looking exactly like those in the previous life." He retorted loudly, "On what basis do you call my book vulgar? Are the things you do to earn money so clean?" Li Tran was speechless, clenching his fist in anger. He remembered in the past life Li Kuang Engia died protecting him, but in this life his deeds made him disdainful. He recalled discovering at 12 that Li Tran trafficked people, so he resolved never to use his money again. The image of Li Tran riding a horse pulling cages of people surfaced, even beastmen among them. Also the reason he returned to writing to support himself. Back to the present, father and son argued. Thatch too tried to mediate. Li Trung was ordered to take young master away and answered yes. Li Trung gently held his hand. "Young master, let us go." He left with hands on hips, dissatisfied. Behind Thatch too complained, "Why must you be so harsh?" Li Tran interrupted, "The time has not come." Thatch too sighed, while Li Tran smiled smugly. Moreover, it is good he lives by his own ability. At night, under bright moon and cool breeze, he sat in the study writing, regretting that if Alamama were here he would have a computer to type. Suddenly, a rustling sounded outside the door, making him mutter, "Something is happening." He immediately grabbed his sword. then jumped out, climbing onto the roof. He quickly noticed something unusual and glanced down. On the rooftop, he saw a masked girl being chased. The men behind shouting, "Stop." One man extended his hand, releasing a strange force, and shouted. Silent sound wave. The girl's body flashed. Struck in the abdomen, she fell back screaming. Touching her stomach, she fell, yet remained alert, shouting, "I know nothing, you caught the wrong person." The other sneered. "You think you can hide from Thong Min too? Tell us the whereabouts of that item." Watching from the roof, he wondered why Thong Min Tu of the Viet Kingdom royal family appeared in small Ku Tiu city. He shook his head, telling himself better not wade into muddy water. Lie low for peace. Suddenly, the girl looked up and saw him. He shouted loudly, "Husband, you are here, quickly save me." He froze while those men shouted warily, "There is an accomplice." He scratched his head, standing on the roof, cursing his bad luck, then tried to explain, "Everyone, you misunderstand. I just passed by and do not know this young lady." Before he finished, they rushed forward. One sneered, "Thought who it was, turns out a 16-17 brat. Dressed like this, surely some rich young master. Capture him and take him to Thong Min Tu to plunder wealth." The others replied, "Yes." Seeing no escape, he prepared to draw his sword and laughed darkly. "You brought this upon yourselves." He continued to strike with absolute decisiveness, his figure gliding past like a slick eel, each sharp slash sending fresh blood spraying everywhere, miserable screams echoing out. At last he halted in the most arrogant stance he could muster. Leader saw the exquisite swordsmanship and the blade still dripping with blood, his legs trembling as he stumbled back and stammered. The aura of a martial emperor. "Who exactly are you to dare attack the men of the holy superior of Thong Min Tu?" He coldly cut him off and asked in return, "If I kill all of you, who will know it was me?" Seeing the sly smile on Vu Qua's face, the girl panicked and blurted out, "Could it be that you plan to kill me as well to silence me?" Noticing her anxiety, he softened his tone and replied, taking such a great risk, "I should at least see clearly the face of my future wife." As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked off the cloth covering her mouth. When that face was revealed, Vu Qua froze on the spot. The name slipped unconsciously from his lips. Unable to restrain his emotions, Vu Qua pulled her into his arms and trembled. "Time Tran, is it really you?" Girl immediately shoved him away. Her face flushed as she shouted, "Pervert, let go of me. You butcher with a brain full of pig meat." Before he could react, she kicked him straight in the groin, his face turning pale. Damn it. He collapsed to the ground, spirit shattered and in excruciating pain. Xiao Bai dusted off her hands and turned away, commenting, "Let me tell you, even if you saved me, I am not that kind of casual woman." Only then did he hurriedly apologize. "I am sorry. Perhaps I mistook you for someone else." Yet in his heart he roared in confusion. Could it be she truly is not Time Tran, only somewhat resembling Ha Long? Xiao Bai turned around and waved her hand. "All right, thank you for saving me. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Suddenly she let out a soft cry of pain. "You," quickly supported her by the shoulder and asked, "You are injured. Follow me home at once to treat it for now. The poison of Thong Min Tu will be life-threatening if left too long." Hearing that, Xiao Bai immediately grew wary and questioned, "To your house. Are you planning to take advantage of me?" He covered his mouth and laughed teasingly. "You were calling me husband just now. How can you change your face so quickly?" Xiao Bai fumed with anger. That was only because the situation was urgent. "Do not get smug." Then added, "My name is Bok Kot Ai." He politely replied, "I am Li Vu Qua. Rest assured I am a true gentleman." Yet inwardly he thought, Bok Kot Ai is indeed a strange name. Xiao Bai also secretly observed him, thinking he did not look like a bad person. If he truly intended to act, with his martial emperor cultivation, she would not be able to resist. In the end, she said cautiously, "Then I will trust you once." That night in the inner room of the Lai residence, Vu Qua reminded her, "It may hurt a little, endure it for a moment." She nodded and replied. Inside the room, Vu Qua poured medicinal liquid from a small bottle. As the medicine touched the wound on her leg, Xiao Bai cried out in pain. "It hurts so much." He swiftly bandaged her. Xiao Bai asked suspiciously again, "Are you really only 17 years old?" The crown prince of Viet Kingdom used countless spirit pills and only reached martial emperor at 20. She continued to wonder, "If this matter spreads, I fear the major forces will fight to recruit you. So why do you remain in a small place like Ku Tiu City?" Vu Qua answered calmly, 17, genuine and true. "Do I look fake to you? Everyone has different ideals. I only want my parents to live well, have enough money to spend, and a lifetime of peace. That is enough." After that, he pondered deeply. realizing the cultivation system of this world was similar to Hoa Thien, divided into spell cultivators and martial cultivators. He analyzed to himself, spell cultivators use magic, martial cultivators train fists and kicks. Thinking of this, he even imagined a burly man swinging his fists. In the end, he concluded that perhaps because he had cultivated in his previous life. In this life, he reached martial emperor before even turning 17. In his mind, he smugly folded his arms, golden aura soaring to the heavens. Yet aloud he said, "The bandaging is done," and casually added a teasing remark. He smiled and said, "I saved your life. Do you not intend to repay me a little, for example, by offering yourself?" Xiao Bai crossed her arms and retorted, "Who is your wife, you scoundrel? Fine, then tell me your condition. If I can do it, I will help. Consider it settling the debt." Hearing that, he grew serious. "Then tell me why those people were hunting you down." She answered honestly, "I came to find my twin sister named Bok Kot Ai. I heard she robbed officials who were delivering birthday tribute to the Empress Dowager, so I came looking. People of Thong Min too mistook me for her, so they hunted me." Vu Qua stroked his chin in thought. Elder sister and younger sister. The personality is also like Ngayat Tran, even more alike. Could it be that the two-time Tran sisters both reincarnated here? To ask for more clues, he continued, "Then what kind of person is your sister?" Xiao Bai replied frankly, "We were separated since childhood, so I have never met her. I only heard from clan members that she appears and disappears unpredictably. Her cultivation is very high. She once single-handedly wiped out more than 80 people of a sect." He kept his hand on his chin and commented, "Hearing that, your sister truly is a female devil who kills without blinking." Suddenly a loud voice called from outside, "Vu Qua, are you in the room?" Hearing his father's voice, he frowned. This is bad, inwardly panicking because his father had ties with Thong Min too. If it could be avoided, it should be avoided. He hurriedly whispered urgently, "Hide quickly." Xiao Bai did not understand but still crawled under the table. Outside the call continued, "Vu Qua." His parents pushed the door open and entered. Lai Tran stood at the door and pressed, "Vu Qua, are you all right?" He pretended to hold a brush and write a book as he replied, "I am busy writing." His father looked around suspiciously. There was strange movement in the residence just now. "Did you encounter anything unusual?" Vu Qua covered up, "No, I have been writing the whole time." Then whispered to Xiao Bai that it was cramped here. "Endure a little. If discovered, it would be troublesome." He feigned a yawn, his face reddening as he complained, "I am so sleepy." "If there is nothing else, then father and mother should go rest. I will sleep as well." Lai Tran nodded and left. Suddenly a physiological reaction startled Xiao Bai. She cried out inwardly in confusion, "What is this?" Vu Qua's face turned as red as a tomato, forcing himself to endure until his expression twisted. Unable to bear it, Xiao Bai flipped the table and shouted, "Ah, Lai Vu Qua, why did you put an eel in your trousers?" Having been discovered, Xiao Bai stood shyly before the two elders, blushing as she greeted, "Greetings, uncle and aunt." Lai Tran asked sternly, "Who is she?" While his mother stood there stunned. He hurriedly pulled her into his arms and awkwardly explained, "Her name is Xiao Bai. I met her on the road today. Saw that she was pitiful, so I plan to take her in as a maid. Tomorrow morning she will formally present herself." Xiao Bai stammered upon hearing this, a maid. Understanding the hint, she lowered her head and cooperated, "I am an orphan wandering to Kutiu City. I hope uncle and aunt will take me in." Lai Tran frowned and questioned, "How can we casually take in a beggar?" Hearing that, he stepped in front of her protectively. "There is nothing wrong with saving someone. Father, why say that?" Lai Tran trembled with anger, glaring at him and enunciating each word, "You." In the end he sighed, "Fine, you are grown now, do as you wish." Thatch, too, beside him gently reminded, "Qua Nhi has matured, remember to take care of your body. Do not overindulge." The two left, Xiao Bai still holding his hand as they silently watched them go. She turned to him, blushing as she questioned, "Lai Vu Qua, why did you put an eel in your trousers? You nearly scared me to death just now." He gave an awkward laugh and pointed as he explained, "Ah, that was a late-night snack. I like to eat fresh things raw." Xiao Bai truly believed it and stammered, "Eat it raw, how cruel." Vu Qua hurriedly ran outside shouting, "Fine, I will not eat it tonight. I will take it to release it." 15 minutes later he returned and shut the door. Xiao Bai asked, "Have you released it?" He let out a breath and replied. She bent down and tugged at his clothes suspiciously. "Why is there a strange smell on you?" Pressed by her questioning, he forced a laugh and waved his hand. "Forget it. Rest early. Tomorrow morning I will go with you to find your sister." Xiao Bai was startled. "Wait, you mean I am staying here tonight?" Qua took out bedding and laid it down. looking at her as he said, "It is the middle of the night. Where would you go? What if you run into Thong Min too? Your sister probably has not left Ku Tiu City yet. Stay here and I will arrange things conveniently to gather information and also protect you." He spoke a few words of advice. Xiao Bai stepped closer, wondering if he was spreading bedding on the floor while she would get the bed. She asked in confusion why he treated her so well, while Vu Qua silently arranged the mattress. Seeing that he did not answer, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Perhaps this person truly is not bad. Before the mood could stay serious for long, he switched to a teasing tone. A husband helping his wife is only natural. Hearing that, Xiao Bai darkened and raised her hand to point at him, scolding loudly, shameless. At that moment, she accidentally tripped over his leg. Her whole body lost balance and fell straight toward him. Yet Xiao Bai immediately kicked him away, pervert, while Vu Qua covered his face and grinned foolishly. The familiar scent of face wash was truly pleasant. In the capital at the Prime Minister's residence by the Lotus Pond, a silver-haired old man slammed a book on the table in anger. This work too do and got Thuet reads, as if the writer truly experienced it. This person must deeply understand power schemes. If recruited, then my great cause will have hope. He immediately pointed and ordered his servants to investigate the author's identity. The subordinate bowed and replied, "As you command." In Ku Tiu City, the streets were bustling under brilliant sunlight. Vu Qua looked at the wanted notice. Beside him, Xiao Bai smiled and asked, "Well, my sister is quite beautiful too, is she not?" He stroked his chin and commented, "You two truly are sisters, yet your temperaments are entirely different." Xiao Bai snorted softly. "Of course we are different. I do not have cultivation as high as hers." Suddenly Ha Long walked over waving. "Vu Qua, are you also going to the academy?" He replied, "Ha Long, you came early today." Ha Long quickly noticed the person behind and asked quietly, "This young lady is?" Vu Qua startled and turned to look at her, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, has it been exposed?" Long smiled in praise, "Truly pretty, a new maid you took in." Vu Qua patted her shoulder proudly and replied, "That is right. My eye is always sharp," inwardly sighing in relief that the veil and hairstyle were indeed useful. Behind them, a sharp crack of a whip sounded along with Ian Enhai's angry voice. Li Vu Qua, daring to flirt with decent girls in broad daylight. Just hearing it made both of them pale and swallow. Nhai chased without mercy. Vu Qua panicked and shouted, "This is bad, the tigress is here." She angrily yelled, "Stop. Today I will definitely teach you a lesson." Xiao Bai asked in confusion why he only ran away. Ha Long explained that Ian Nhai had high talent and was already a martial spirit at a young age, while Vu Qua did not know martial arts, so he could only run. He added that the three had known each other since childhood and had a very good relationship. Hearing that, Xiao Bai was slightly stunned, not expecting this man who knew no martial arts to be so skilled at playing foolish. Vu Qua ran while turning back to make faces and tease. "If you are capable, then catch me," not noticing someone standing ahead waiting with a mocking smile. Those people deliberately stuck out a foot to trip him, causing him to stumble. Vu Qua fell flat and cried out in pain, "Ouch," while they turned around laughing gleefully. He sprang up and dusted off his clothes. Ha Long asked worriedly if he was all right. Vu Qua stared at the other party and demanded, "Pham Keen, did you deliberately humiliate me?" Pham Keen turned back with a sneer. "I wondered who it was. So it is the little monkey from the human trafficker family." Everyone angrily rebuked. "Pham Keen, what are you saying? Do not think having some power lets you look down on others." Pham Keen arrogantly replied, "Is this not young master Ha Long of Lai Fuang Lao and Mok Ian Nhai? All gathered here, truly birds of a feather flocked together." Ian Nhai swung her whip in cold warning. Ian Nhai shouted, "Your crime of harassing decent girls is not yet settled. Now you add causing trouble. Today I will have you thrown into prison." Pham Keen still sneered fearlessly. He mocked, "Two grown men hiding behind a woman's skirt. It truly makes me feel ashamed for you." Pointed straight at Vu Qua and cursed, "Especially you, Li Vu Qua, uneducated and useless, only knowing how to run, fleeing whenever trouble comes, truly a waste." Xiao Bai was about to speak up in defense, but Vu Qua covered her mouth to stop her. He quietly told her not to say much, inwardly worried about exposing his martial emperor identity. Pham Keen suddenly snatched Xiao Bai's veil. "Why hide and cover up? Are you so ugly that you dare not face people?" When he saw her breathtaking beauty, he froze stiff in place. Pham Keen exclaimed, "This girl is truly beautiful. Surely your father tricked her here. Sooner or later you will inherit the human trade." Might as well sell this maid to me. Vu Qua let out a cold, disdainful laugh. You want to buy my person? Raised his hand with 5 fingers spread before him. Seeing this, Xiao Bai felt disappointed and thought she had misjudged him, choking as she was about to say, you. The surrounding crowd laughed mockingly, like father like son. Young Master Lai also sells people. Pham Keen called for money to be brought. 500 taels, bring it here. Before he finished speaking, Vu Qua's hand had already swung across his face. He said coldly, I mean to give you 5 slaps. Pham Keen was struck rolling on the ground. His attendants rushed over in panic. Vu Qua cold-faced raised his middle finger while pulling Xiao Bai back with the other hand. Declared, my person is not for sale. Xiao Bai blushed with joy, thinking she had misunderstood him. Vu Qua pulled her as they ran and shouted, hurry, otherwise his lackeys will catch up. After a while the group stopped in a deserted alley. Ha Long asked, they probably will not catch up now. Long reminded, Pham Keen's family background is powerful. You dared to hit him, truly bold. Vu Qua frowned and replied, what I hate most is being said to resemble my father. Xiao Bai curiously asked what selling people meant. Ian Nhi explained that at 12 years old Vu Qua discovered his father trafficked people for money. So from then on he did not use a single coin of his father. Everyone felt indignant. Pham Keen truly had no shame saying that. They parted ways. Ian Nhi bid farewell and told him not to anger her father. Vu Qua said he would go to Tran Thur Kuk to wait for Dai Kim Fong Van Luke to update. Ha Long reminded him not to be late. Xiao Bai said softly, just now I thought you would truly sell me. Vu Qua smiled and asked, do you want to be sold? She shook her head in denial. Vu Qua patted her head in comfort. From now on, follow your brother. I will protect you. The two continued walking. Xiao Bai complained that her hair was all messy. Suddenly, Vu Qua's expression changed. Ahead appeared a squad of soldiers searching and loudly interrogating. Soldiers ordered the two to stop for inspection. Vu Qua thought to himself, this is bad. They have been noticed. Seeing Xiao Bai tense, he reassured her, I am here. She nodded. The soldiers observed and said, she looks similar but not entirely. The appearance is similar, but the temperament is far different. In the end, the soldiers decided to take both back for questioning. Vu Qua hurriedly stepped in front of Xiao Bai. Officer, please wait. My maid is gentle and would not know how she offended anyone. He secretly handed over a silver ingot and whispered, I have urgent matters. I hope you can be flexible. The old soldier accepted the silver, then nodded and let them go. This woman does not resemble the female devil. Moreover, the birthday tribute case belongs to another unit. We still must catch the one who wrote the rebel letter. Any delay will bring trouble. Vu Qua thanked them repeatedly on the surface, yet inwardly he was puzzled about what this so-called rebel manuscript actually was. Just as the two had left, someone appeared and barked, what are you gathering here for? Pham Sat stepped forward and coldly interrogated, how is the investigation into the rebel manuscript progressing? The soldiers hurriedly replied, sir, please calm down. It was only a misunderstanding. We thought we saw Hoi Kat AI earlier, but were mistaken. A soldier spoke up. Boss, we should return and carefully read that rebel manuscript to find the author soon. Perhaps there are clues in the carriage repair passages. Pham Sat frowned and scolded. A bunch of pig brains. You only remember carriage repair. Do not forget the superior is urging us to arrest someone. Soldiers burst into laughter, while Pham Sat silently watched Xiao Bai's departing figure. A trace of suspicion flashed across Pham Sat's face. Seeing Xiao Bai lost in thought, Vu Qua asked, what are you thinking about? She replied worriedly, I am afraid for my sister. If she is discovered by them, what should we do? Vu Qua put an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. Do not worry. I will definitely help you find your sister. Once we reach the book bureau, I will have people inquire for news. Xiao Bai happily thanked him. Vu Qua answered firmly, of course it is true. Yet inwardly he calculated that as long as he met her sister, he could confirm the reincarnation identity. Suddenly he shifted to a teasing tone. But before that I must straighten you out a bit. Xiao Bai panicked. What are you going to do? Upon arriving at the underground book bureau, Xiao Bai discovered that everyone around wore masks. Vu Qua handed her a mask. We are here, put it on. Xiao Bai took it with trembling hands, unable to speak. She cried out in annoyance, is this strange hairstyle what you meant by straightening me out? It is unbearably ugly, Vu Qua replied calmly. I think it looks quite fine. Vu Qua led her around the bureau. Xiao Bai marveled that the entire place belonged to him. At such a young age, he already managed such a large enterprise. Vu Qua proudly asked, Well, not bad, right? He smiled charmingly and teased, are you so impressed that you want to offer yourself in return? Bai immediately brushed it off. I only praised you twice, and your true nature is already exposed. As they passed a desk, Bai noticed a different-looking volume. He picked it up and asked, why is this one different? Vuquois explained that it was the collector edition of Dai Kim Fong Van Luke, printed 100 copies each time, priced at 1,000 taels. Bai was astonished. Ordinary books sell cheaply, yet this one is expensive. Only a fool would buy it, Vuquois nodded. There is no shortage of rich fools. This edition always sells out. Vuquois called out Lai Trung. Lai Trung immediately appeared. Young master, what do you need? Vuquois instructed, go investigate the whereabouts of a woman named Hoi Kot Ai. Lai Trung replied, understood. Just in time Lord Truong has arrived. Vuquois said, lead me to him. Two entered a room. Lai Trung carried a box. Vuquois greeted Lord Truong. Nhu Tung responded respectfully, young master has arrived. Vuquois opened the box, revealing it filled with silver, causing the man's eyes to gleam. Vuquois asked, did you come to collect this month's payment? The Bureau can operate thanks to you, so we dare not delay the money. Nhu Tung waved his hand, saying it was not that. Then sternly reported that a high official in the capital wished to meet the author of Dai Kim Fong Van Luke, but Thong Min Tu had sent people to arrest him, fearing it was not a good matter. Vuquois nodded in thanks, inwardly realizing that Thong Min Tu's target was himself. It seemed he must avoid the storm for a while. He asked further, recently there is a bandit Hoi Kot Ai in Ku Tiu City. Have you heard? Nhu Tung replied, who has not? The robbery of the imperial tribute stirred the whole city. Vuquois quickly denied any involvement, only saying he wanted material for writing and hoping the Lord would inform him if there was news. Nhu Tung left carrying the silver chest, agreeing to pay attention before taking his leave. After he left, Vuquois ordered the temporary suspension of Dai Kim Fong Van Luke updates because it had been labeled a rebel manuscript. Lai Trung worriedly asked whether they should halt business. Vuquois confidently replied, I have a new inspiration. I will release a new book along the way. Before class, Vuquois told Bai to go to the backyard to play with the maids and page boys, reminding her not to cause trouble. She replied irritably, I am very gentle. Vuquois arrived late and peeked into the classroom, thinking he did not know what mood the teacher was in today. Seeing the class full yet missing teacher Mok, he wondered in surprise. He leaned over to ask how long, and learned that Pham Keen was causing trouble at the door, and teacher Mok had gone to handle it. Vuquois hurried outside. From inside the room came shouts telling him not to cause chaos. Luke Sin gently explained that teacher Mok's reputation was enough that Pham Keen would not dare go too far. Outside, Pham Keen led people in a noisy uproar, demanding that Lai Vuquois be handed over. Teacher Mok calmly said Vuquois was not at fault first. Pham Keen arrogantly accused him of being ignorant. Vuquois rushed out and loudly exposed that Pham Keen wanted to forcibly buy his maid, affirming that Bai was his family. Teacher Mok quickly pulled him back. Bai stood behind hearing this and froze. His family. Teacher Mok advised Vuquois that he was about to go to the capital for the examinations and should not get entangled further. Pham Keen laughed provocatively. Vuquois thanked the teacher, then mocked that since they came to his door, how could he not step out to see? Pham Keen angrily roared, who are you calling a dog? He ground his teeth and shouted the name Lai Vuquois. Pham Keen proposed that during the upcoming temple fair they compete in poetry. The loser would never again be allowed to go to the capital for examinations. Long and Luke Sin objected, saying cutting off one's examination path was an insult to scholars. Pham Keen mocked that if he did not dare then, he only needed to call him Papa once. Crowd gathered to watch. Vuquois boldly accepted, causing Ha Long to worry. He set a condition that if he won, Pham Keen must hand over the ancestral black steel inner armor. The other party hesitated briefly. Vuquois deliberately provoked him, saying Pham Keen was cowardly and frightened upon hearing the request. Pham Keen fell for it and roared in agreement. If he lost, then Vuquois must call him Papa before everyone. Vuquois nodded firmly. It is settled. Both sides confirmed the wager. Pham Keen ground his teeth in secret hatred. Pham Keen's group left. Teacher Mok turned toward Vuquois, reminded that literature varies and losing would cost the chance to take the examination. Vuquois smiled and said that even without becoming an official it was fine. Living ordinarily was also joyful. Teacher Mok sighed and dismissed the class, Vuqua thought that for the teacher's support alone, he must win this match no matter what. The Lai residence, Xiao Bai rubbed her stomach and said to him, "Vuqua, I am hungry," he replied in slight surprise. "Huh, then let us quickly go to the kitchen to find something to eat." Just then a voice called out from behind, "Vuqua." Tam Nguyen approached with a dark expression. "The matter of you accepting the challenge from the Pham family has spread throughout Ku Tiu City. Why act so impulsively? Your father still hopes that next year you will go to the capital for the examinations and achieve good results." Tam Nguyen turned to instruct Xiao Bai. "Since you are a maid of the Lai family, then do not follow the young master in causing trouble. When he is stubborn, you must know how to advise him." Xiao Bai lowered her head softly. "Yes, Steward Lai." Seeing her tense, Vuqua took her hand and pulled her away, speaking as he ran. "Uncle Tam Nguyen, do not worry. Since I dared to accept the match, I have my own confidence. Let us first find something to eat." In the kitchen, Vuqua slurped noodles non-stop, praised in satisfaction. "The noodles made by Aunt Lai are truly delicious." Seeing Xiao Bai had not touched her chopsticks, he teased, "If you do not eat, I will finish it all." She shook her head. "I will not let you." Xiao Bai asked curiously why he issued a challenge to that man. In class, he did not seem diligent. What would he use to win? Vuqua replied calmly that he had his own purpose. When the time came, she would just watch the show. Xiao Bai took her first bite and froze. It was truly delicious, so good that sauce smeared the corner of her mouth without her noticing. Tam Nguyen reported to Lai Tran that the people of Thong Minh too did not come targeting them. He had only worried too much. Lai Tran replied calmly that since they had appeared in Ku Tiu City recently, they should restrain themselves a little. Tam Nguyen continued that the corpses of the Thong Minh 2 scouts had all been handled, their belongings dissolved in iron water. Lai Tran nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done." Although Kwarane Chai hit it well, the aftermath must still be finished by them. Tam Nguyen asked, "What about the younger sister of the criminal Bok Kot Ai? Should they just ignore her?" Lai Tran replied that if Kwarane Chai liked her, then let it be. The girl was a spell cultivator with decent background and sincere toward Kwarane Chai. In the future, she could be taken as a concubine. Tam Nguyen proudly said the young master was meticulous. Only by changing hairstyle and clothing, that girl seemed like a different person. Becoming a martial emperor at such a young age was truly rare talent. Lai Tran said sternly that this secret must never be exposed, or it would affect the plan. Lai Tran added that at the poetry gathering he only hoped Kwarane Chai would not reveal flaws. The grand matter was still in preparation, and they should not act too early. Tam Nguyen accepted the order and withdrew. Lai Tran coldly ordered that the corpses be completely destroyed, smashed and scattered into the lake for the fish. A few days later at the temple fair, Pham Sat and the people of Thong Minh too were still diligently searching for clues. They discovered a faint smell of blood and signs of digging from about 2 days ago, not understanding why the bodies had to be exhumed and handled again. The group speculated that the first attacker acted smoothly but left many flaws, while the one who handled afterward was clean without traces. Boycott AI appeared suddenly and had not vanished. It seemed Ku Tiu City hid many secrets, perhaps not done by the same group. Pham Sat looked at the subordinate who had taken a bribe, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He immediately ordered them toward the temple fair. Although the birthday tribute case was not their jurisdiction, the murdered scout could not be ignored. Shifting to the temple fair, Vuqua and Xiao Bai strolled like young lovers, the atmosphere lively beyond compare. Vuqua bought her a skewer of candied hawthorn. Xiao Bai's eyes shone like stars, that candied hawthorn sugar. While eating, she said that the temple fair mixed strangers, and it was easy to encounter Thong Minh 2 scouts. He should not have come. She hoped perhaps to meet her sister, and besides she had him by her side. Fireworks bloomed under the full moon. Vuqua sighed that the moon tonight was beautiful. Xiao Bai shook her head, saying she did not like the full moon because each time her body felt uncomfortable. Vuqua stepped closer and placed his hand on her forehead, asking if she still felt unwell. Xiao Bai shyly turned away, perhaps because she was no longer wandering hungry and cold, and could eat delicious candied hawthorn. She felt better. Vuqua teased that she was only hungry. Today the young master treated everything. Whatever she liked he would buy. Xiao Bai excitedly asked if it was true, and said she wanted the coconut cake over there. Vuqua suddenly stopped before a hairpin stall. He picked one up and called her over. "Look at this. This flower hairpin is beautiful." Bai pouted, asking why he was looking at that, and whether he intended to give it to another girl. Bai deliberately teased that she guessed correctly, and asked her to help him choose. Bai frowned, saying she was not here to help him test hairpins for others. Bai told her to close her eyes. Bai warily asked what he intended to do and warned him not to take advantage. Bai gently placed the hairpin into her hair. Beneath the brilliant fireworks, they looked like lovers. He softly said it was for her. Bai placed his hand on Bai's cheek. The atmosphere between them turned ambiguous. Suddenly, he noticed people from Thongmin too passing by. Bai quickly embraced Bai to avoid them. Though they passed, Pham Sat still glanced back. Subordinate wondered it was only newlyweds. Pham Sat shook his head, saying perhaps his eyes deceived him. After they went far, Bai released Bai and said it was to protect her. Bai blushed and scolded that it was all his fault. The coconut cake had fallen. Her hair was already ugly, so why fear recognition? Clearly he took advantage. Bai took Bai's hand and pulled her along. He urged her to hurry to the poetry gathering. At the Ku Tiu poetry competition, the atmosphere was heated. Everyone gathered. On the stage, the judges were all heads of academies in the city. Thankok seemed to notice something. Turned out he saw Bai and Bai laughing and chatting happily. Thankok mocked Teacher Mock that bringing a concubine before the public was improper. And with his ability, how could he defeat Pham Keen? Teacher Mock calmly replied that when dogs bark by the ear, there was no need to mind. Instead, why had Pham Keen not arrived yet? Perhaps he was afraid. Thankok angrily shouted, afraid of battle. Do not forget my Fong Family Academy ranks first among the 4 branches of Ku Tiu. He pointed down at the stage, telling him to look. Pham Keen's elder brother was Assistant Officer Pham Sat, who had arrived. This match he would surely lose. Bai, standing nearby, thought that Pham Keen's elder brother was actually from Thong Min too. Not far away, Ha Long and Ian Nha were holding hands. Ha Long awkwardly said could he not even hold her hand a little. Ian Nha worried not to let her father see. Ha Long smiled, reassuring that just holding hands would be fine. Bai turned and told Bai that so young Master Ha and Miss Mok were. Before she finished, he nodded and said she was a tigress reincarnated that only Ha Long could handle. Unfortunately, the 2 families had grudges, so their parents opposed. Bai sighed that suddenly she felt he was somewhat pitiful. Bai asked why. She replied that among 3 childhood companions, if only 2 became a pair, then the remaining one must be lonely. Bai lightly tapped her nose and smiled. How could he be lonely when he still had her? Bai shyly turned away, saying he only knew how to tease her. Suddenly, Bai felt a sharp pain in her chest. Bai hurried to support her and asked. She softly said it was nothing. Every month there were 1 or 2 days like this. Just as the referee's voice rang out, the poetry competition was about to begin, and contestants were invited onto the stage. Bai worriedly asked if he should escort her back to the residence. Bai thought it was her monthly cycle, but still told him to hurry onto the stage. She would wait below. Bai, still uneasy, called someone to look after Bai, then stepped onto the stage. Lai Trung immediately replied, understood, young master. Bai casually asked Ha Long when the 2 planned to speak clearly with the old master. Ha Long replied slowly that they would wait for a suitable opportunity. Old Master Van, with the status of judge, stepped forward to announce that the content of the first round was couplet matching. Ta Quinn stepped forward to introduce himself. This junior Ta Quinn has shallow learning, and today offers a small display. Pham Keen felt confident, thinking Ta Quinn was one of the top 3 students of the Fong Family Academy, and sending him first would suppress the opponent's momentum. Bai intended to volunteer first, saying, let me. But Ha Long held him back. Wait, brother, Pham Keen is their pillar and you are ours. This minor role I will handle. 2 stood facing each other on stage. The time for matching was 1 stick of incense. The old judge saw they were ready and ordered the start. Ta Quinn smiled faintly and presented the first couplet. Heaven paired with earth, rain paired with wind, vast land paired with endless sky, mountain flowers paired with sea trees, crimson sun paired with blue firmament, thunder rumbling and rain misting, beneath the sun paired with the bell of heaven. As soon as Ta Quinn finished, Thankok jumped up, applauding loudly and praising its elegance and refinement. Teacher Mock broke into sweat, thinking the opponent prepared well. Ha Long, do not disappoint me. Ha Long showed no panic, clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward calmly, then responded loudly. Broad river paired with hand peaks, Green hues paired with rosy glow, storm shaking paired with smoke tower embracing cavern, moon illuminating dream sky, paired with clouds locking jade expanse. Morning sun dimming mortal world paired with mountains and rivers awaiting the crossing boat. Ha Long's fluent response delighted teacher mocked. Than Kok sneered, saying best of three would decide. It was not settled yet. Ta Quinn was angered but shouted stubbornly that matching the first line showed some skill, yet the next would not be so fortunate. He waved his fan with imposing air and continued. God paired with noon, summer paired with winter, summer pavilion paired with tall pine, youth paired with white candle, ancient cypress paired with blue pine, immortal crane paired with divine elder. The couplet caused cheers of admiration, truly exquisite and rare. Long's expression changed and sweat beaded, inwardly cursing the opponent's cunning. The first gathered all fine words and the second suddenly raised difficulty. Ta Quinn laughed arrogantly, urging why he did not respond. Nguyen Nhi below anxiously asked Vu Qua if it was too difficult. He hesitated, then said it was hard, but believed Xiao Long would answer before time ended. Suddenly Vu Qua sensed something unusual. He blurted that someone was using air force to hasten the incense burning. A thin stream of force immediately shot toward Ha Long. Vu Qua thought he could not let the opponent succeed and released another force. The two forces collided beside the incense, causing it to be knocked aside. Sam sat watching from afar, clenched his teeth angrily as the scheme failed. He coldly ordered that there was another expert nearby and to investigate at once. The green-haired man accepted. On stage, Ha Long still closed his eyes, calmly thinking. Suddenly he clapped his hand and exclaimed that he had it. Ta Quinn frowned in confusion. Ha Long excitedly responded. Spring paired with stone, hard paired with soft, green bamboo paired with drooping willow, mountain pavilion paired with waterside terrace, mist rain paired with furnace fire, 5-colored brush paired with 10 fragrant books, prior text paired with later tale, leaving Ta Quinn speechless while the crowd praised it as the finest in years. Teacher Mock laughed and mocked Than Kok that his disciple seemed slightly superior. Than Kok was furious yet speechless. Old Master Van clearly announced that round one belonged to Ha Long. Composing such a couplet was not easy. This champion cake was his. Ha Long bowed in thanks. Nguyen Nhi joyfully raised her hand, cheering for Ha Long. Qua also congratulated him, saying winning this round brought him closer to Ian Nhi. Luke Sin praised that matching within one incense stick truly fit the name Ha Hein. At this moment, Pham Keen stepped forward with clasped hands, saying he and Lai Vu Qua had private grievances and requested to compete with him first. Old Master Van stroked his beard and nodded, saying warriors discuss blades while scholars compete learning. Reasonable. Luke Sin said with interest that it was Vu Qua's turn and not to shame their academy. Vu Qua replied confidently that he would win. He stepped forward and bowed, saying Old Master Van he was ready and requested the topic. The old man calmly said round 2 was also best of 3 with the theme of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Hearing the theme, Pham Keen's eyes lit up. He excitedly shouted that 7 emotions and 6 desires meant affairs of men and women, and he had a poem to present. Old Master Van hesitated slightly, then invited him to proceed. Qua was startled, thinking it was that fast. Perhaps Pham Keen was not incompetent. Pham Keen flushed, and in a coy tone recited a poem of romance filled with flowery yet shallow words. After he finished, the entire square fell silent. Teacher Mock glanced at Than Kok, who trembled in anger. The crowd began throwing filth and cursing Pham Keen as faithless. He panicked and argued it was only poetry, not reality. Old Master Van said calmly that though somewhat crude, it had subtlety, inviting young Master Lai to recite. Vu Qua softly repeated the theme of 7 emotions and 6 desires. He recalled feelings he had experienced and recited a poem filled with longing and the barrenness of life. The poem continued with shattered dreams and loneliness amid fading spring. Listeners were moved and praised it, some recalling wives separated for years. Old Master Van asked how youth possessed such deep insight. Vu Qua replied that reading Dai Kim Phong Van Luke helped him understand the emotions of Qui Qua and Nap Lan Ma. Old Master Van laughed, praising Dai Kim Phong Van Luke, and declared this round his victory, taking Volume 2 as the next topic. Pham Keen secretly rejoiced, thinking the women in the book were many as clouds. He immediately recited a poem set in Dai Kim, filled with ornate boasting words. Hearing this, Than Kok's veins bulged on his forehead. Teacher Mock mocked why he was so agitated. Vu Qua calmly said it was his turn. Qua spent half his life seeking revenge so he would compose about vengeance. He recalled brotherhood from a previous life and recited of life and death, betrayal and revenge. The poem ended with blood staining the capital. Fam Keen behind stood wide-eyed in shock. Below the stage they marveled at this young master's talent, some recalling days fighting with brothers. Old Master Van laughed loudly, saying the poem carried resentment and unyielding spirit as if the writer had lived it. Youth should possess such vigor. He awarded the champion cake, declaring round 2 belonged to Qua. He bowed in thanks. Fam Keen immediately objected, demanding 5 rounds best of 3. Qua joked, asking if the Fong family academy lost too miserably to accept. Fam Keen's face twisted in rage as he pointed and shouted at him. At that moment, Qua suddenly felt something was wrong. He glanced at the tree behind Fam Keen, who was blazing with anger, suspicion rising in his heart. Where had Tiu Bok disappeared to? Qua cupped his hands and bowed to take his leave, respectfully informing the teachers, "I have urgent matters to handle. Please allow me to withdraw first." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off like the wind, leaving everyone stunned. Van Lau cried out in panic that the competition was not over yet, while Ha Long shouted after him, Qua. Fam Keen roared furiously, "Li Qua, come back here. The match has not been decided." Than Kok added irritably, "According to the competition rules, leaving midway counts as a loss." Qua rushed to Lai Trung, who lay motionless, and called out in alarm, "Lai Trung, wake up." He anxiously examined Lai Trung's injuries and thought to himself, there are no signs of resistance. Clearly knocked unconscious in an instant. Lai Trung is a martial spirit. For the opponent to strike like that, his cultivation is absolutely not low. This time it is troublesome. Gently helped Lai Trung lean against the tree and said in a low voice, "Rest here for now." Qua sped forward with a tense face filled with anger. "Tiu Bok, you must not let anything happen to you. I will come save you immediately." In the gloomy night sky, a blood moon gradually emerged, bringing a chilling sense of sorrow. As he ran, he worried. In a small place like Ku Tiu City, those who reach martial spirit can be counted on one hand. Who exactly has the ability to capture Tiu Bok? Qua froze when he witnessed the scene before his eyes. A young girl wearing a hood that concealed her face was surrounded by assassins wielding blades and swords, their killing intent surging. One of them growled, "Hoi Kot AI, we have searched for you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, the other assassins immediately charged forward, angrily shouting, "Those detectives who died cleverly must be related to you. Today we will take your life as repayment." From Tiu Hoi's body suddenly shot out countless thorny vines, sweeping straight toward the ferocious assassins. He coldly provoked, "With just you people you want to kill me." Qua hid behind a tree watching in astonishment. Hoi Kot AI. Her appearance is identical to Tiu Bok, but her aura is completely different. It seems this is her elder sister, Time Tran. Seeing his subordinates beaten miserably, Pham Sat roared angrily, "Do you think we came unprepared? Form the formation." His subordinates immediately responded, understood. In an instant, talismans ignited with eerie green flames that flared violently. Tiu Hoi was immediately trapped within a formation called Devouring Green Formation, set up by Pham Sat. That man sneered wickedly, "This formation is made to restrain spell cultivators. It will continuously devour your vital energy." Tiu Hoi scoffed in response, "Is that all you are capable of?" During that, he ground his teeth and roared, "What did you just say?" She did not answer but slammed her hand onto the ground. Thorny vines exploded outward in attack, sending several assassins flying in all directions. With cold eyes, Tiu Hoi continued to shoot thorny vines straight toward Pham Sat. He was tightly bound by the vines until his face turned purple, trembling as he uttered, "You." In panic, his mind spun, and he hurriedly blew a blood whistle to call for reinforcements. A black eagle swooped down from above, clawing fiercely at Tiu Hoi's arm, causing her to frown in pain. Pham Sat struggled to speak. "Hoi Kot AI, if you kill me, your charges will only grow heavier. In this world, how many can escape the pursuit of Thong Min Tu? Release me and hand over the life essence steel. I can let bygones be bygones." Hearing that, Qua frowned in thought. Pham Sat is a deputy officer of Thong Min Tu. If he dies, it will alarm the headquarters. When reinforcements arrive, it will be even more troublesome. I must quickly find a way to stop this. Braced himself and looked up at the sky, racking his brain before suddenly exclaiming, "There is a way." From behind the tree suddenly rang an aged shout. Who dares to disturb this old man's secluded cultivation? Everyone looked toward the source of the voice in shock. Qua sat on a tree branch looking down. secretly circulating spiritual energy to make his voice sound older, hoping to frighten them. Li Yuguo frowned in doubt and thought to herself, the aura of a martial emperor. I should observe the situation first and decide later. Famsat's face turned pale as he wondered. This is clearly the presence of a martial emperor. Why would such a powerhouse appear in Ku City? He stepped closer to the tree and bowed respectfully. Senior, please calm your anger. We are from Thong Min 2, pursuing this female demon who stole the life essence steel. We have absolutely no intention of offending you. Tiu Hoi also stepped forward to explain, Senior, the life essence steel was originally the sweat and blood of the common people seized by corrupt officials. I merely took it back and returned it to them, acting on behalf of heaven. What is wrong with that? Famsat shot her a threatening glance. This old man does not care about acting on behalf of heaven. Disturbing me comes at a price. Seeing that you are still a virgin, why not let me capture you to refine into a pill? Tiu Hoi angrily shouted, as a hidden cultivator you collude with the court. You truly disgrace those in seclusion. Vu Qua spoke coldly from the tree. Save those words for when you are inside this old man's pill furnace. He secretly cast the voice transmission technique. Vu Qua transmitted his voice to Tiu Hoi. Listen to me. Quickly play dead. Consider it for the sake of your younger sister Bok Kot AI. Otherwise, both of you will be hunted by Thong Min 2 for life. She questioned in confusion. Who are you to know about my younger sister? He continued explaining through voice transmission. She is a maid in my household. Tiu Hoi replied, half believing, fine, I will trust you this once. As soon as she finished speaking, she was struck heavily in the abdomen by a palm force, crying out in pain and shocking Famsat. Tiu Hoi clutched her stomach, writhing before collapsing onto the cold ground. Famsat's expression darkened. Killing an enemy so easily from afar, the strength must be at least peak martial emperor, perhaps even. Looked in terror toward the deep forest, where a gigantic figure shrouded in eerie red light silently observed. Was stunned. How could a poor place like Ku City have a great martial ancestor appear? Famsat suddenly recalled an older powerhouse. Could it be that his descendant was mistakenly captured, forcing him to reveal himself? Famsat trembled as he clasped his hands to beg forgiveness. Senior, please forgive us. We were disrespectful earlier. You may take this woman to refine into a pill. I only ask to retrieve the token on her body to report back on my mission. Vu Qua's voice suddenly turned sinister. The corpse must not be damaged. If the pill goes wrong, can you bear the consequences? Whoever is afraid can get lost. Or do you also wish to be refined into pills by this old man? The group, along with the crow, hurriedly knelt and kowtowed for mercy. Vu Qua hid behind the large tree, smiling disdainfully at how inexperienced they were. He calmly released a strand of curse power to cut off a lock of Tiu Hoi's hair. This old man is not unreasonable. Take it and get lost immediately. Do not let me see you again. Famsat broke into a cold sweat, but still bowed in gratitude. Many thanks for your mercy, Senior. May I ask if you are the Yin Mountain ancestor who once roamed the world? Vu Qua did not expect that and thought to himself, who is this Yin Mountain ancestor? Yet he still threatened in a stern voice, brat, the less you know, the longer you live. Famsat believed he had truly encountered a legendary figure, his face turning even paler. Indeed, it is true. Immediately afterward, he and his subordinates hurriedly retreated, running like the wind and leaving Tiu Hoi lying alone in the forest. Senior, please take your time. This junior will take his lead. After they had run far away, one of them said in a trembling voice, capturing someone for pill refining and still surviving is truly fortunate. Famsat was still shaken. That man is likely the Yin Mountain ancestor who escaped the pursuit of Thong Min 2 500 years ago. We must return immediately to report. In the quiet forest, Vu Qua jumped down from the tree and said, get up. They have gone far away. Tiu Hoi struggled to rise but still shouted, do not come closer. He helplessly raised his hand to reassure her. Do not be afraid. I am not any Yin Mountain ancestor. He thought to himself, it seems she no longer remembers who I am. Perhaps reincarnation is only my one-sided fantasy. He stared intently at her golden eyes and long silky hair. In any case, she and Time Tran truly look identical. She demanded, why do you know my younger sister and why is she your maid? Looked up at the sky and replied thoughtfully, that is a long story. He and Tiu Hoi sat on two opposite branches, leaning against the tree trunk as they chatted leisurely. She softly recounted everything and blamed herself for acting impulsively in stealing the royal steel and implicating her sister. He crossed his arms to comfort her. You are not wrong. The fault lies with those officials. If something similar happens again, I will still support you. She softly expressed her thanks, her voice light as a passing breeze. A sudden thought flashed through Tiuhoi's mind. So there is truly someone in this world who sincerely cares about her sister. She tilted her head and asked, "But why do you treat my younger sister so well? She is not your wife." Yuguo puffed out his chest and laughed smugly. She is my wife." Tiuhoi immediately flared up and spun around, pointing straight at him as she shouted, "Since when did she become your wife? Are you that desperate for one?" He calmly sat back down in his place and replied evenly, "From the very first time we met, she was already mine." Seeing that continuing the conversation was pointless and that her injuries had stabilized, she swiftly leaped down. "Fine, with you here I am at ease. My sister is safe. Later go west to find the way out of the forest and you will see her." Vuqua hurriedly called after her from behind, "Hey, do not leave so quickly. My house is spacious. Why not move in with us? Your sister truly misses you." She turned her head and answered from afar, "No need. Just tell her not to come looking for me. I will always protect her in secret." Vuqua looked after her and continued, "Wait, I still have something to tell you." She stopped and turned back to look at him, her clear voice blending with the wind and echoing through the forest. "Whatever it is, we can talk next time we meet. Remember this. Do not harbor any intentions toward my sister. Otherwise, I will never spare you." Vuqua still stood on the tree branch waiting, but all that answered him was an empty clearing with only a trace of drifting dust. He gently took the tender green leaf, caressing it between his fingertips in the stillness of the night. Longing for her surged back with aching intensity. The night had grown late. A crimson moon like blood stood out against the dark violet sky. The clash of weapons echoed through the air, calling the name Ziobai. Ziobai stirred from her hazy slumber and softly let out a faint sound. "Wake up quickly, Ziobai." The image of Vuqua before her gradually became clear. He held her tightly and wept miserably, sobbing, "Ziobai, why did you leave me like that? It truly hurts me to the core." She lightly patted his back in reminder, "Hey, I am not dead yet." He cried even louder, "Ziobai, if you were gone, how could I possibly live?" Ziobai gritted her teeth and lunged forward to bite hard into his neck. "You did that on purpose," he screamed miserably. "It hurts. How did you suddenly come back to life?" She let go helplessly and rolled her eyes. "This lecher actually dared to curse me to death." He clutched his shoulder and groaned, "Ah, it hurts so much. Is this the mark of love my wife has given me?" Hearing that, Ziobai grew even angrier. "Love your head." A flurry of movements followed so quickly that he could only cry out once. He leaned against the tree trunk, resting her chin in thought, "Right? Why did I wake up here?" He rubbed his chin and replied, "I even have a big bump on my head. When I did not see you at the poetry match, I hurried to look for you. And I ran into your elder sister fighting the people from Thong Min too. I guess she saved you and brought you here." She was momentarily stunned. "My sister, wait. Did you abandon the competition because of me? If you lost, then you would not be able to enter the capital for the examination later." He blushed with excitement and hurried to boast, "Fame and fortune are not as important as my wife." Ziobai was startled by such a blunt confession and instinctively raised her hand to cover her flushed face. "You really are a fool. Who is your wife?" Vuqua noticed that a large part of Ziobai clothing was torn and reminded her, "Your clothes seem damaged. You should change into another set." She lowered her head to look at her frayed sleeve. "That is true, but I did not bring anything to change into." He immediately took out a brand new outfit and turned to show off his handsome profile. "It is fine. I prepared in advance." She hesitantly accepted the clothes. A sudden question left him speechless. "Why are you carrying women clothing with you? Do you have some strange hobby?" He placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "What nonsense are you thinking? I measured your figure and had someone tailor this for you." Ziobai felt as if struck by lightning. "Measured? When did you measure me?" He put on a serious face and gestured in the air as if squeezing. "At night you sleep like a log. I could measure anywhere." She flushed crimson with embarrassment. "What are you saying?" Still did not know when to stop and continued, "Your little immortal buns will not do. They are too small and not enough." Ziobai imagined the frightening scene and felt goosebumps rise. So angry she was speechless. "You." She pounced and bit his hand tightly without letting go. "You bastard, who allowed you to touch randomly?" He struggled in pain with tears in his eyes. "I was only joking. I used the old measurements from your clothes." Ziobai turned her face away in a huff. "What little immortal buns? Mine are not that small." She went behind the large tree to change. He turned his back and folded his arms as he teased, "Otherwise let me measure again to be sure." Ziobai blushed and stuck her head out to shout, "Get lost. Close your eyes, I am changing. Behind the tree, she removed her outer garment, one hand lifting her hair, the other covering the soft curves faintly visible beneath the thin, loose fabric. Yuguo walked farther away, regret filling his heart. If only I still had the heavenly eye ability. After she finished, Xiao Bai called him. It is done. You can turn back now. He unconsciously turned toward the soft voice that had just sounded. She stood beneath the bright moonlight in her new outfit and asked softly, how does it look? He gazed at the peerless beauty and fascination and gave a thumbs up. It suits you perfectly. A streak of green light suddenly flashed across the silent space. Xiao Bai cried out in surprise as her body tilted. Yuguo hurried forward to catch her. Xiao Bai, what is wrong? She answered drowsily. I slept too long, so my legs felt numb when I stood up. Yuguo effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. It is already very late. We must go back at once. Xiao Bai protested shyly. What are you doing? Put me down. What if someone sees us? Replied calmly. So what if they see you are my bridal maid after all? She argued back. That is not true. And the two slowly walked toward the end of the road. In Kutiu City, the night was deep. The streets were deserted. Rows of houses nestled in darkness. Yuguo carried Xiao Bai proudly along the empty street. She gently leaned against his chest and whispered, right? You said you met my sister earlier. Where did she go now? He thought of Xiao Hoi and his gaze softened. After she told me everything about you, she left immediately. Perhaps she had urgent matters. She also told me you did not need to look for her. She will always protect you in secret. Deep sorrow mixed with endless longing flickered in her eyes, sister. Yuguo also thought silently. Time Tran, I wonder when we will meet again. He suddenly realized something. Why is it so lively here? In the direction of the city gate, Lai Trung hurried over. Young master, you have returned. He quickly knelt to plead guilty. I failed to protect Miss Bach well. Please punish me, young master. He hurried to help him up. Xiao Bai is safe now. You do not need to blame yourself. Stand up. Looked around and asked further. But what is going on here? Are there guests in the residence? Lai Trung clasped his hands and replied, after you left, the competition continued. At first you were judged to have lost, but President Didnt declared you the winner. Now the Lai residence is holding a banquet to celebrate you, young master. Yuguo stepped into the luxurious hall. Dozens of people were already seated. A feast of wine and dishes spread before them. He respectfully greeted, President Didnt, I have returned. Thatch too hurried to receive him. Yuguo, why are you back so late? Quickly greet the gentleman. He clasped his hands and bowed. This junior Lai Yuguo greets you all. President of Kutiu Academy smiled kindly. Young Master Lai is too courteous. At such a young age you can compose poetry with such profound meaning. Even I must admire you. Thankok coldly handed him a red box. Take it. He asked what it was. That man replied indifferently, the wager you won. He opened the lid of the box. Inside was a blue armor gleaming under the candlelight, drawing every gaze. He was inwardly astonished. Kilin treasure armor. Outside in the courtyard, the moon had risen high, its pure gentle light enveloping all things. Yuangha kept praising Yuguo. So young, yet your poetry holds such deep imagery. Truly a talented youth. Lai Tran patted his shoulder proudly. You flatter him, sir. This boy only likes trivial literature. Hurry and thank the president. Otherwise you would have lost. Clasped his hands in salute. Many thanks to the president for your support. Yuangha calmly asked. The competition determines victory by talent. Yet you left midway. For what reason? He scratched his head and smiled. My maid suddenly fainted, so I took her to find a physician. Though he said that, inwardly he was suspicious. Strange. Why does President Didnt carry such a peculiar fragrance? Yuangha grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. Young master values loyalty and treats servants as family, truly admirable. It is late now. I shall take my leave. Lai Tran personally escorted him out. President, take care. He remained sitting absent-mindedly by the tea table. His mother stepped out from behind the screen. Thatch too quickly recounted everything. Kutiu Academy is the largest academy in the city, yet the president personally came to our residence. It is hard to believe. At that time your father was so happy he could not stop smiling. Yuguo smiled knowingly. He merely wanted to build momentum for me. She patted his shoulder and advised, you rascal. No matter what, he has shown you considerable favor. The wooden door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Xiao Bai stepped in and reported, young master, the bath water is ready. He turned to greet Thatch too. Mother, we will take our leave first. Hearing that, she teased with a smile. It is late, so do not make too much noise, and Xiao Bai as well, take care of your body. Some matters should not be excessive lest they harm you. She lowered her head shyly. Yes, this servant understands. This moment he was soaking comfortably in the tub. Seeing Xiao shy, he teased. The water is warm and pleasant, thank you, my dear wife. No sooner had he finished speaking than she poured a ladle of hot water onto his leg, turning the skin red. Xiao tapped his head lightly with the ladle and scolded, "Do not talk nonsense. Who is your wife?" He hurriedly drew his legs back in the tub and cried out, "So hot." Then she seriously asked his opinion. "Earlier, when those people passed by, I smelled a strange fragrance on them. Why did it smell like cosmetics?" He rested his legs and replied leisurely, "You smelled it too. That scent was on President Doan, probably picked up from some young lady. That reminds me. The fragrance on your sister was also very pleasant. Her hair was beautiful too, just like..." Before Vuqua could finish, she dropped down trembling with anger. Immediately after, Xiao poured a ladle of cold water over his head. Vuqua cried miserably, "So cold." She exploded in anger. This fellow has food in his bowl yet still longs for what is in the pot. He was still shaken from the shock, yet his mouth quickly asked, "Right? Why do you and your sister bear unlucky titles like White Bone Sorrow and Ashen Bone Sorrow?" She turned her back and replied calmly, "That is a private matter between my sister and me. You do not need to interfere." Vuqua keenly sensed it and nodded. "All right, then I will not ask any more." Xiao remained deep in thought and softly said, "But if my sister is in Ku Tiu City, why does she not come to see me?" Vuqua calmly explained, "I think she must have her own unspoken difficulties. But one thing is certain, your sister has always been protecting you in secret. Perhaps she is standing outside the window watching you right now." She looked toward the faint moonlight with reddened eyes and sighed softly, "Sister." Suddenly she caught sight of a figure swiftly passing by. It was Thatch too. Xiao immediately cried out, "Perhaps I was mistaken. I think I just saw my sister." He casually agreed. See, I was not wrong, yet inwardly he thought otherwise. That woman was probably only an illusion. Thatch too was drenched in sweat as she leaned against the wall. One hand pressed to her chest to steady her racing heart. That was dangerous. I was almost discovered. In the room, Vuqua had already dressed neatly. He held Xiao by hand and smiled. "Now that we have finished bathing, let us do the proper matter." She did not understand and asked what. Outside, Thatch too secretly wondered what they were about to do. In the warm room, he led her to the table where the exquisite blue armor was placed and proudly said, "I want to give this treasure to you. Take a good look." Xiao's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "I have never seen such a thing before. It seems a little large for me." Outside the window, Thatch too heard him reply, "The size will definitely fit. Come closer and look more carefully." The ordinary words sounded ambiguous to the eavesdropper. She blushed and silently scolded, "This brat is truly shameless, letting a young girl look so closely. It seems the girl is quite satisfied with Qua Nhi treasure." Xiao admired the shimmering armor and softly said, "This must be very precious to you. I cannot accept it." He spread his arms and laughed. "This treasure has never been used. Do you not want to be the first? If you do not like it, I can throw it away." Outside the window, Thatch too was so startled she broke into sweat. "Throw it away? Does that mean cut it off? That cannot happen. If so, the Li family would lose its lineage." Soon she heard Xiao's voice soften. "Do not, I want it." Thatch too immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully. He watched her carefully touch the armor and asked, "How does it feel?" Xiao answered honestly, "It feels a bit hard." Vuqua looked at her meaningfully. "It is better when it is firm. Come, try it on quickly." She blushed at the implication and pretended innocence. "All right." The silent midnight, her cry rang out even more clearly. Outside, Thatch too was moved to tears of joy. Vuqua firepower is just like his father in those days. So impatient. This is wonderful. I did not expect to hold a grandson before 40. Xiao stood in the room, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her fair skin flushed pink. She softly exclaimed, "Ah!" Vuqua propped himself up and looked at her eagerly. "How does it feel? Is it comfortable?" Xiao steadied herself on the table. "Wearing the new armor, yes. It feels very warm, truly a fine treasure." Shadows swayed under the candlelight against the paper window. He beckoned, "Come here." Change to another posture and try a new feeling. She turned in confusion. "Change posture how? I do not understand." Outside, Thatch too grew even more excited. "Change posture. It seems Qua Nhi really knows how to play." He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and gently guided. "Do not be afraid. I will teach you. Lift your left leg a little. That is better." She braced herself with her hand behind and lifted her leg with a soft murmur. Suddenly, Xiao's foot stepped into a puddle of water on the floor. Losing her balance, she slipped and fell. her whole body leaning toward him, her hand hurriedly pressing against his chest. She cried out, "That hurts." He reacted and said, "I am the one underneath, I hurt more." Outside, Thatch too imagined a series of improper scenes and worried silently, "Are they all right?" Zio's face flushed red as she complained softly, "It is all your fault. I told you not to change posture." Thatch too sighed inwardly. The youth these days are truly bold. Zio shyly stood up. Vuqua lay on the ground and looked up. "Are you hungry? Shall I call someone to bring food?" Outside, Thatch too grew even more embarrassed and left with a red face. "Eating at a time like this? These youngsters are too much. It is better to stay far away." Hearing a strange sound outside, Zio said to him, "It seemed there was someone outside just now." He frowned in suspicion. "What?" She leaned down from above, the curves beneath her clothes striking his eyes. "Right? Why did you give me something so precious?" He answered awkwardly, "You are foolish and your cultivation is low. What if you meet a bad person when I am not by your side? Wearing it can protect you." She was so moved, she was almost in tears when she suddenly noticed something. "Why is there another loach hidden below you?" Vuqua replied calmly, "I am used to it. I cannot give up the habit of eating loaches raw." Elsewhere in a dim, luxurious room shrouded in darkness, one of the 10 great commanders of Thong Min Tu sat firmly in his chair. Still no result. Pham Sat Kui respectfully reported below, "This subordinate is incompetent. The whereabouts of the author of Dai Kim Phong Van Luke remain unknown, but we have found clues about Hoi Kot AI." That man immediately asked, "Where is he?" The subordinate gritted his teeth and replied, "He died at the hands of A.M. Sun Lao Tu. The body was taken away for pill refinement." He was stunned. "A.M. Sun Lao Tu? He is in Ku Tiu City." Pham Sat presented his deduction. "All the martial emperors of Nam Viet are recorded. Only Am Sun Lao Tu ever operated in that area, and with his preference for refining pills from virgins, no one else fits." Finding it reasonable, he ordered, "Set aside Dai Kim Phong Van Luke for now. He is merely a scholar. That lord will not blame us. Quickly investigate the whereabouts of A.M. Sun Lao Tu. This matter must not be handled carelessly." The subordinate replied, "Understood." Next morning, as tender shoots swayed in the sunlight, Mock Jia School became lively. Queen Nhi stood holding a whip and loudly instructed, "Today Master Mock has matters to attend and will arrive late. I will oversee for now. Everyone behave." When everyone was seated, Ha Long mischievously chimed in, "Yes, Master Mock." She angrily shouted, "All of you be quiet. Do you want me to use the whip?" Looked at Vuqua and asked loudly, "What are you reading?" He replied calmly, "Idle books of Ku Tiu City, just to pass the time." On the spine of the book in his hand were striking golden words, Ku Tiu Hien Tri. The yellowed old pages recorded a long passage about A.M. Sun Lao Tu. Read attentively, more than 100 years ago, Ku Tiu City had a habitual killer. Each line made the image clear in his mind. From noble young ladies to poor commoners, all had fallen victim to those cruel methods. The image of a ferocious old man appeared. A mere frown from him could stir turmoil. The matter once alarmed the capital. Than Thuong sent people to monitor him, but none returned. In the end, he was besieged by fully armed experts. Only with the intervention of the 10 great commanders of Thong Min Tu was he barely severely wounded and forced back to A.M. Sun. He continued reading. That man hid in A.M. Sun and vanished without a trace. Later generations called him Am Sun Lao Tu. He turned and asked, "Long Tu, Inhi, have you heard of A.M. Sun?" Long propped his chin and shrugged. "The name alone sounds ominous." Inhi asked suspiciously, "What trick are you thinking of now?" Vuqua explained, "I read that the place is full of eerie legends. I want to go see and gather material for writing." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, a smile spreading across his face. Recalling how Pham Sat once mistook him for A.M. Sun Lao Tu, he might as well go along with it and head to A.M. Sun to investigate. Perhaps he could even obtain some leftover treasures. Master Mock suddenly entered, startling him. A.M. Sun is a forbidden land of Ku Tiu City filled with countless demonic beasts. If you intend to skip school to go there, I will absolutely not allow it. Queen Nhi happily called out, "Father." He scratched his head and defended himself. "I never said I would go to A.M. Sun. I only planned to visit Min Tam Lake nearby." He saw through it but did not expose him. "Min Tam Lake has elegant scenery, yet I cannot let you behave recklessly. How about the entire school go on an outing together?" The whole room immediately cheered. "Wonderful, wonderful." Only Ha Long and Nhi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry and hesitation. An outing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the lake. A pavilion stood out among layered mountains. A group of people strolled along the lakeside. Vu Qua teased Bai, "Dear wife, if you are capable, come and hit me." She chased after him angrily, hateful, "Stop right there." Deliberately slowed his steps, his figure gliding lightly over the ground. She suddenly said softly, "I think I just stepped on something." Vu Qua was suspicious. "Stop acting. Are you trying to lure me again to catch me like before?" Beneath Bai's feet lay a shattered human skeleton. Upon seeing it, she screamed in terror. "There is a dead person." Long and Inchi ran over at the scream. Inchi hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Ha Long even suspected Vu Qua. "Are you bullying Bai again?" He was used to such treatment and calmly said, "Come and look." Hearing that they stepped forward to look, Ha Long bent down. The moment he saw it, he screamed loudly, "Mother." Before he could react, he fell flat onto the ground, white foam bubbling from his mouth. Nguyen Nhi cast a glance and understood his condition, giving her judgment. She immediately rushed over to give first aid by slapping his face repeatedly. "It is just a corpse. What is there to fear? Wake up quickly." Bai and Vu Qua stood nearby sweating. He even added with hidden meaning, "Take care, brother. Your married life will certainly not be easy." In there, Ha Long finally came to. The mental shock from earlier was nothing compared to the physical pain now. Truly a man tossed upon many waters. Vu Qua asked seriously, "Quien Nhi, you have handled many such cases. You must be familiar with corpses." Quien Nhi crouched to observe the skeleton and reply, "Yes, this is the remains of a cultivator." He looked at the skeleton partially restored by spiritual energy. "A cultivator," she nodded and explained, "Look at the skull. There are faint golden threads. Legend says the higher the cultivation, the more the skull of a peak expert nearly turns to gold. Some are even refined into magical treasures." From afar he spoke up, "There is some here as well." Quien Nhi frowned in confusion. "What is going on? Why have so many cultivator remains suddenly appeared? This is not good. I must report to the prefect." Replied helplessly, "Mock Nhi, your observation skills are truly poor. Fine, let me add something. Do these remains look recently dead?" Nhi shook her head doubtfully. "No, these bones likely date back several decades." He folded his arms and prompted, "Several decades ago coincides with the time of Sun Lao Tu." He turned to Vu Qua, "Very likely. And this place is close to Sun. It may have been the battlefield when Sun Lao Tu was besieged." He said in a low voice, "There must be many more clues nearby." Faint sunlight covered the pavilion roof. Vu Qua said, "This case was already filed long ago. No need to report again. Let us split up and search for traces around here." Everyone answered in unison, "All right." In the dense forest, Vu Qua walked with Bai. Holding a blazing torch, she asked, "We already found remains by the lake. Why enter the forest?" He explained. The skeleton showed signs of natural fractures. Clearly it fell from a height and was carried by water to the lake, and the mountain closest to the lake is Sun. Bai held his arm. "Then why not tell Mok Nhi and let her search blindly by the lake?" He smiled slyly. "With them there, if someone notices we are missing, they will not suspect we entered Sun." Suddenly a green snake bared its sharp fangs and lunged at them. He immediately shielded Bai behind him and swung his hand, slicing the vicious snake in two. "Be careful." Behind Bai, countless dangers from lurking beasts hid in the shadows. She worried, "This place is full of insects, snakes, and monsters. It is too dangerous." He pulled her into his arms and spoke nonsense. "Do not be afraid. Your husband will protect you completely." She retorted helplessly, "You only know how to talk nonsense." He led Bai deeper into the forest. She whispered, "My sister once appeared in Sun, but it was too dangerous, so I did not dare search." He replied, "Then this time we can conveniently look for clues about your sister." Bai looked around and asked, "The matter of Sun Lao Tu was a century ago. Can anything still be found?" He answered frankly, "By ordinary means nothing can be found. But do we not have you?" She pointed to herself doubtfully. "I do not have such great ability." Vu Qua held a black, glossy fragment before her. "This is what I took from that corpse. You are a Dharma cultivator and sensitive to spiritual energy. Try to sense whether a similar aura exists nearby." He angrily struck him. "Do you take me for a dog, you scoundrel?" Vu Qua held his head and hurriedly explained, "Not a dog. You are my little milk rabbit." Bai calmed down and closed her eyes to focus. I sense it," he immediately asked. "Where?" He pointed ahead. "Over there." He dashed forward like the wind. Bai was angry yet had no choice but to chase that scoundrel. "Wait for me." It did not take long before she stopped before a strangely vast lake deep in the forest. It is here. He approached steadily. He picked up a dry branch and stirred the surface to probe. Something seemed to be beneath the water. As he spoke, he pulled up a skeleton dressed in tattered clothing nearly unrecognizable. Yet it could still be inferred. This is the attire of Thong Min Tu. Thong Min Tu has been poor for hundreds of years and still has not changed their uniforms. It seems to be a constable, she murmured. A constable. He set the skeleton down and examined it carefully. Yes, the clothing is identical to Pham Sat. The bamboo iron fan was oiled so it has not fully corroded, Xiao Bai realized. It seems this is indeed the place we seek. Yet she frowned. Wait, something feels wrong. At that moment the calm lake began bubbling violently and a giant snake emerged, its vicious eyes fixed on them. Immediately it plunged back into the water, its massive body sending water splashing. Fortunately, Vu Qua reacted in time and swiftly wrapped an arm around Xiao Bai's waist. Just as a large rock flew toward them, he leapt aside to dodge. Be careful. Vu Qua helped her stand steady upon a high branch nearby. Xiao Bai had not yet recovered. That snake was truly enormous and terrifying. He hurried to reassure her. Do not be afraid. It is only a demonic beast, but such a large one usually guards heavenly treasures. It seems Sun Lao truly died here. Vu Qua suddenly asked her, dear wife, think about it. A martial emperor like him nearing martial ancestor. Why would he fight to the death here? Xiao Bai did not understand. What, seeing her confusion, he explained, I mean with such high cultivation he could have escaped. Why hold his ground until death? Xiao Bai suddenly understood. You mean he discovered a treasure and fought desperately to guard this place? Vu Qua nodded. Exactly. There must be a great secret here driving Sun Lao Tu and Thong Min Tu mad. And after the court won, they sealed this place, likely to conceal that secret. Suddenly the giant snake surfaced again and lunged toward Vu Qua, interrupting him. Yet to him its moves were insignificant. Vu Qua leapt down and reassured Xiao Bai. Rest assured, dear wife, watch your husband. With that he rushed forward like the wind, the snake simultaneously lunging at him with blinding speed. Then it coiled its body and dragged him beneath the water. Xiao Bai shouted anxiously, be careful. Beasts of the same realm are far stronger than cultivators. This one is already a martial king and may be stronger than you. The battle between Vu Qua and the giant snake was fierce, yet the advantage seemed to lean toward him. Even at the most intense moment he still joked, do not worry, how could I abandon you? You still have to bear me many chubby children. He was both angry and worried. At a time like this you are still not serious. I will not allow anything to happen to you. Just as tension peaked, Vu Qua suddenly shouted loudly, startling her. Vu Qua. In her eyes, Vu Qua was dragged straight into the gaping red mouth of the giant snake. It immediately closed its jaws and swallowed him whole. Xiao Bai's eyes widened in horror, her whole body stiff at the sight. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to her knees. Xiao Bai clutched her head tightly, her face pale as paper. Painful memories flooded back. Why does everyone leave me one by one? Tears fell uncontrollably down her face. Vu Qua promises echoed in her mind. From now on you are my wife. Wherever I go you follow. Dear wife, I still want to have many chubby children with you. My greatest wish in life is to eat and wait for death, living peacefully with family and the one I love until our hair turns white and teeth fall out. A grand dream, is it not? Xiao Bai's most desperate moment, a voice sounded in her mind. Let me out. I will help you kill this beast. Only I can avenge him. Foolish girl, you are too weak. Yet unexpectedly Xiao Bai resolutely refused. No, absolutely not. Immediately she charged straight toward the giant snake, her voice unwavering. You killed him. Her eyes flashed with golden light, killing intent radiating from her body. Then I will kill you. Suddenly from inside the giant snake body a long slash burst forth created by Vu Qua. The fatal cut made it howl in agony. Xiao Bai froze in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden turn. His entire body was smeared with the giant snake slime. Vu Qua's face twisted in disgust. Heavens, it reeks terribly. He could not endure another second, and immediately rushed off to clean himself on the spot. After shaking off the sticky filth, Vu Qua walked to Xiao Bai and teased with a grin, Dear wife, why are you standing there blankly? Do you not recognize your husband? Come here quickly and let me hug and kiss you. Xiao Bai's face turned crimson, stammering without forming a full sentence, brother, brother. Finally, in embarrassment, she pushed him away. You stink too much. But using too much force caught Vu Qua off guard, and he fell backward into the lake, attempting to murder your husband in broad daylight, everyone. That very fall made him discover something beneath the water. This is. Vuquo did not rush to inspect it but quickly surfaced. Bai saw him and anxiously asked, Vuquo, are you all right? He replied half reproachful, half joking. You still ask? You clearly pushed me down. If not for my swimming skill, you would already be a little widow. Bai turned away shyly. Your body smelled too foul, so I acted without thinking. Seeing his little wife's shy appearance, he could not bear to scold further. All right, I will not blame you. But I saw a few things underwater, and we need more help. After speaking, Vuquo pulled out a whistle and blew it loudly. 3 guards heard the signal and appeared before him at once. All 3 saluted together. Young master, Vuquo did not waste words and asked directly, what is the situation of the investigation here? One immediately replied, we found several bodies of Thong Min 2 scouts, some old, some recent. It seems they were also investigating the whereabouts of A.M. son Lao Tu. Understanding the situation, he turned to Bai and explained, they are my sworn guards who have been secretly investigating nearby. Later, you lead the others to handle the giant snake corpse. Having said that, he ordered sternly, Lai Trung, follow me to check the lake bottom. Lai Trung immediately responded, understood. Bai, still worried and reminded, remember to be careful. At the same time, in Lai residence, bright sunlight covered the peaceful rooftops. Lai Tran leisurely drank tea with Tam Nguyen and asked, has Kwa Nhai truly gone to A.M. son? Tam Nguyen nodded firmly, yes. Tam Nguyen clasped his hands and reported, I have arranged experts to secretly protect him. Lai Tran was concerned about something else. No need to worry. Kwa Nhai is a martial emperor and dealing with beasts is not difficult. I only wonder why he went there this time. Tam Nguyen replied, he is tracking A.M. son Lao Tu, but a matter from a century ago may be hard to uncover. Lai Tran shook his head, not necessarily. Bai is a Dharma cultivator with strong spiritual perception. With her along, they may discover some treasure. As they spoke, Tam Nguyen changed the topic. Has master arranged marriage for the young master? Miss Mok is also suitable. Lai Tran sipped tea and replied calmly, Ian Nhai already has someone in her heart and suits Ha Long well. As for Kwa Nhai, he has been looking at Bai with affection lately. Tam Nguyen seemed unconvinced. But Bai is only a maid, Lai Tran interrupted. Her name contains the word Ka. If she is related to that family, then she is worthy. Tam Nguyen asked doubtfully, that family. Lai Tran's face suddenly darkened, his voice heavy with pressure. Do you truly wish to know? Tam Nguyen immediately dared not ask further, no need. I just intercepted a large batch of newly transported slaves. This subordinate takes leave first. Meanwhile, under the lake, Vuquo and Lai Trung dived deep and discovered another giant snake head lying motionless, but seemingly without spiritual energy. Tried striking the snake body below with a palm. Its body immediately collapsed and drifted away. Only then did he realize it was merely shed snake skin. Suddenly, a wooden coffin shot up from beneath the water to the surface. Coffin fell with a heavy thud, startling Bai. What is this? Vuquo and Lai Trung climbed ashore together. He wiped his hair and said, we found this coffin under the lake. It may be related to A.M. son Lao Tu. Has the giant snake corpse been handled? He looked at the green demon core on the ground and replied, I have taken the gall and demon essence. You can take the rest yourself, Vuquo picked it up and praised without restraint. Dear wife, you are amazing. The fishy smell rose again, making her frown, stop talking, and check what is inside the coffin. The guards quickly drew swords and worked together to pry open the coffin lid. Lai Trung kept urging beside them. Brothers put in more effort. Not far away, Vuquo and Bai warmed themselves by the fire. She worriedly said, when you were swallowed by the giant snake, I was terrified. He laughed it off. Do not worry, I do not die easily. How could I let you become a widow? Suddenly, Vuquo looked at her with gentle eyes. It suits you very well. Bai brushed her hair, revealing the newly bought earrings, her face shy. Did you notice my earrings? He poured cold water immediately. No, I meant you look very fitting in the Kilin treasure armor, truly like milk buns. One bite would surely taste good. Bai angrily scolded him. You are asking for a beating again. Then she noticed the armor on herself. Such a precious item, why did you not keep it? He replied softly, outside is full of danger and your cultivation is low. How could I bear you getting even slightly hurt? Those words moved Bai, and she blurted out something that stunned him. Thank you. She closed her eyes, waiting for the coming kiss. Vuquo also moved closer. slowly approaching her soft lips. Just as a romantic moment was about to happen, Lai Trung suddenly interrupted. Young master, the coffin is open. Xiaobai panicked as if caught red-handed, and without thinking pushed Vu Qua away. Unprepared, he tumbled into the lake once again. Vu Qua was furious, gritting his teeth and calling each word. Lai Trung. Lai Trung scratched his head blankly. Young master. The day was strangely calm. Inside the coffin lay a young man holding a scroll of unknown content. Vu Qua observed and judged. His aura has reached martial ancestor, and his strength surpasses mine. This must be A.M. Sun Lao to Lai Trung grimaced. Could M. Sun Lao to be a pretty boy? Xiao Bai was doubtful as well. I thought he was an old man. Yet the corpse carried a familiar fragrance Vu Qua had encountered before, while Xiao Bai commented that this man appearance was not bad. While Vu Qua was still thinking, Lai Trung remembered business matters. Young master, the new book Fiend Van Fuck Vu Lu is selling extremely well and sought after by the youth. He proudly replied, it is a romance novel fitting the tastes of young people who dream of love. Lai Trung's face grew somber. But does true love really exist in this world? Qua explained slowly, love does exist, but it is rare. Most are merely marriages between a man and a woman. Lai Trung pondered marriage. Ha Long gazed into the distance, his heart empty, thinking only of one person, wondering how she is now. Time passed quietly, and the group by Min Tam Lake remained busy without rest. Qua returned with Xiao by carrying a plump wild boar and laughing loudly. This trip yielded quite a harvest. Master Mok saw him and scolded, "Brat, where did you wander off again?" Luke Sin only stared at the spoils excitedly. "Finally we can cook." He tossed the boar down and laughed. "It is rare to enjoy spring outings, so let Xiao Bai have some fun." After speaking, Vu Qua suddenly noticed something else. Following his gaze, Ha Long was sitting alone by the river throwing stones by himself. Vu Qua sensed his friend's sorrow and walked over, patting his shoulder. "What is wrong, Long too?" Long did not answer immediately, and only silently looked at his own hand with melancholy eyes. He clenched shattered stones in his hand, and after a long while spoke in a low voice. "Master Mok intends to marry Ian Nha Chai to the son of Master Lam." The news was so sudden that Vu Qua paused for a moment. "Does he truly not know about what is between you and Ian Nha Chai?" Hearing this, he grew even more dejected. He knows. But because of the grudges between the two families, it is hard for him to agree. Marriage is decided by parents. Huyen Nha Chai has always been the beloved daughter of our teacher. What can I do? Vu Qua folded his arms, confidence evident. "It seems someone needs a little help." Long immediately brightened. "I knew you would have a way. If you solve this, I will bring out my 55-year-aged osmanthus wine for you." Vu Qua pretended to be upright and indifferent to material things. "Who do you think I am? Even without wine, I will help." Ha Long sighed. "Fine, then I will not give it." Vu Qua instantly changed tone and spoke at length. "Refusing would mean your wine is not good. That will not do. I must drink it." Thanks to him, Ha Long's mood eased considerably. Ha Long grumbled, "Do not worry, your share will not be lacking. That young Master Lam has decent character, just somewhat lustful and physically weak. Think of a plan," Vu Qua replied confidently. "All right, just wait for good news." Turning from Min Tam Lake, Xiao Bai sat arranging Vu Qua belongings and asked, "You say your things are messy, so why did you not ask maids to tidy before?" He answered while disguising himself, "I do not like outsiders touching my belongings." Xiao Bai suddenly sulked. "Fine, then I will not tidy either." He quickly softened his voice to coax her. "Do not. You are not an outsider." Hearing that she was both shy and annoyed, "You only know how to speak sweet words. You must flirt everywhere normally." Vu Qua immediately denied. "I am not that kind of person." Xiao Bai opened one eye to peek at him, but the person before her was no longer Vu Qua but a strange old man. She cried out in shock, "Who are you?" He smiled and explained it was a face-changing needle bought from the black market. Experts could see through it, but it was enough to deal with the Lam family. Only then did she calm down. "You frightened me to death. You suddenly became so ugly." Vu Qua adjusted his clothes and asked, "Dear wife, when did your sister last appear?" She answered without thinking, "Probably before the examination. The exact time I do not remember." "About a month ago," he asked while writing. "Did your sister appear every time on a crescent moon night?" Was surprised. "How do you know?" "Every full moon I feel exhausted and very sleepy," Vu Qua guessed. "Perhaps every full moon your sister comes to see you. You just do not know." Xiao Bai immediately threw herself into his arms to question him. "So you hope my sister comes very much?" Vu Qua joked further. "Of course, so I can hold both of you." Hearing that she was furious, So you truly have intentions toward my sister. After joking, he had to depart. Enough teasing, I must go. She stood in the room reminding him, be careful on the road. After he left, she closed the door. Looking at the empty room, her heart sank. Why did he leave me alone like this? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hope rose in her heart, and Bai hurried to open it, thinking it was Vu Qua. Scoundrel, did you come back for me? It was Tam Nguyen, his expression gloomy as he ordered, the master wishes to see you. At Lai residence, Bai quickly entered the courtyard. Lai Tran was drinking tea. She respectfully clasped her hands, Master. He did not even look at her and asked directly, does my son know your true identity? She kept her head lowered and replied, what identity does Master speak of? This servant does not understand. His expression darkened. 3 years ago, the saintess of the Kot clan betrayed and fled. Then the assassin Hoi Kot Ai appeared in the martial world. Vu Qua likely does not know that beyond Thong Min 2, the Kot clan still searches for you. Hearing this, her eyes changed and golden energy surged. Who exactly are you? Faced with that pressure, he showed no fear and warned, with your current cultivation, it is best not to act rashly. He added leisurely, if I wish to act, would I need to wait until today? Bai remained wary of Lai Tran, his strength unfathomable and not to be confronted directly. She asked, then why did Master summon me today? He looked at her scrutinizingly. The Kot clan matter is taboo. Vu Qua took you as a maid. If Kot clan experts find you, he will be implicated. Bai fell silent, then asked, does Master intend for me to leave the young master? Meanwhile, at Lam residence, Vu Qua disguised his voice as an old physician diagnosing young Master Lam. His body is purely yin, thus frail. Stroked his beard and explained, the yang energy of the mock young lady is too strong. If they marry, the yin and yang will clash and be hard to reconcile. Master Lam worried. So that is the case, he added. Marriage is minor, harming the young master is major. After a moment, Master Lam asked, your words make sense. If he does not marry Miss Mok, how can my son's illness be cured? Vu Qua responded smoothly, I understand feng shui and medicine and can assist in treatment. Master Lam rejoiced and saluted. If you save my son, you are our great benefactor. He immediately led him into the room. My son is inside, please, sir. Young Master Lam lay on the bed, his body thin and withered like an old man near death. Vu Qua took his pulse and Master Lam anxiously asked, how is it? Did not answer at once, but assessed inwardly. Vital essence depleted, internal body, failing the 5 organs nearly ruined. He turned and asked, has the young master suffered any misfortune? Master Lam sighed. Since his mother passed, he lost appetite and grew weaker. Before he finished speaking, the madam rushed in shouting, why did you bring these charlatans into our home? She scolded fiercely, our son is already like this and you still torment him. Master Lam hurriedly explained, you misunderstand, he is a physician. Vu Qua spoke, no further examination is needed. The young master illness accumulated over time and was caused by someone. Hearing that, the madam became even more ferocious. Nonsense, report to the authorities and arrest him. Master Lam stopped her. Wait until he finishes. Vu Qua picked up a pastry from the table and asked, who is responsible for young Master Lam meals? Someone trembling replied, I am. Broke the pastry and sniffed, then questioned, were all these pastries made by you? Why do they all smell of Mao Enhan herb? That man paled and argued it is medicinal cuisine prescribed by the physician. Mao Enhan herb is fine externally, but ingested causes loss of appetite and cold yin invasion. The young master ate it for years, so he cannot recover. Who prescribed this formula? The physician's face lost all color, stammering without words. Master Lam shouted angrily, I treated you well and you dare harm my son. That man knelt crying injustice. He wailed, Master, this quack slanders me, please see clearly. The madam pulled his arm and added, the physician has served for years, how can you trust an outsider? Report to the authorities and arrest this fraud. Master Lam hesitated, this matter. Suddenly a majestic voice rang out, who wishes to report to the authorities? Mok Ian Nhi entered openly with 2 constables. At the same time, on Bai's side, she sat quietly in the courtyard. She did not expect he carried so many secrets. Feeling she could not name rose in her heart. Could it be that I truly have? Back at Lam residence, a constable reported to Ian Nhi, Madam, these are the evidences found in that servant room. She took the item and compared it carefully. It was indeed the same kind of herb. The evidence laid out plainly before them left Master Lin with no way to deny it. Master Lin furiously pointed straight at Dai Fuck and shouted, Dai Fuck, you dare to commit such a wicked deed. Vuqua stood beside them watching the entire scene and thought to himself, deciding to call Ian Nhi here was indeed the right choice. Driven into a corner, Dai Fuck lowered his head and admitted it, saying in shame, "Master, please forgive me. Everything was ordered by the madam." Hearing herself mentioned, Madam Nhu turned pale and immediately cried out in anger, "Dai Fuck, you are truly capable. You betrayed me so quickly. Do you no longer need me to treat your daughter?" Master Lin suddenly lowered his voice, his cold and sharp gaze sweeping toward Madam Nhu like a blade. She panicked and dropped to her knees, trembling as she explained, "Master, I had no choice. You have always favored the eldest, but the second is also your own flesh and blood. I was momentarily bewitched and committed this foolish act." Not letting her finish, Master Lin coldly cut her off. "The eldest lost his mother at a young age. I care for him more. What is wrong with that? How could you be so muddle-headed?" Two constables immediately stepped forward to seize Madam Nhu. She pleaded in terror without stop, "Master, please show mercy and spare me this once." Vuqua watched the entire matter and could only sigh helplessly. He looked at Master Lin and concluded, the truth is already clear. Dai Fuck urgently needed money to save his child, while Madam Nhu wanted her son to gain favor. The two colluded for their own benefit and framed the young master. Master Lin now regarded Vuqua as a life-saving benefactor, his attitude extremely respectful. "If not for your guidance, I fear this old man would still be blinded. For such great kindness, I offer 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk." But Vuqua waved his hand to refuse. "I do not care for worldly possessions. Please take them back." Then he calmly added, "As for the marriage between Lin Thiu and Mok Ian Nhi, I hope Master will annul it. Lin Thiu's body will need at least 3 years to recover. The girl is in the prime of youth and cannot wait. When Lin Thiu recovers, it will not be too late to marry." Hearing this, Master Lin nodded in agreement. "Your consideration is truly thorough. I will immediately send word to the Mok family to cancel the engagement." With the main matter settled, Vuqua changed the subject. "I have only recently arrived in Ku Tiu City. I wonder if anything significant has happened lately." Master Lin thought for a moment and mentioned the recent poetry gathering. Mok Lao's beloved disciple Li Vuqua composed 2 exquisite poems, each worthy of being passed down through generations. It is a pity his status is lowly. His father is a human trafficker, and recently escorted a group of slaves into Thamsun. Vuqua silently memorized the name Thamsun. Not long after, Vuqua and Mok Ian Nhi left the Lin residence. After making sure no one was around, she sincerely thanked Vuqua. "Many thanks, Li Vuqua. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." Hearing this, he smiled smugly. "With our relationship, how could I stand by and watch you and long to be separated?" The two parted ways at a crossroads. Ian Nhi said she would return to the Mok family. Before leaving, Vuqua reminded her, "Remember to tell Long Tu not to forget my appointment." After removing his disguise as the old physician, he walked while calculating in his mind. Lai Tran has a close relationship with the prefect. He often imprisons slaves in the great jail of Ku Tiu City, then sells them when there is a deal. Passing by a familiar stall, Vuqua stopped to order Aunt Hoa, "Give me a bowl of wonton noodles." The shopkeeper replied while rolling dough right away. He sat down at the table, still without an answer in his mind. What was the purpose of taking the slaves straight into Thamsun this time? Could there be another hidden secret? Vuqua picked up a wonton and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. His gaze unconsciously swept around the shop, quickly noticing 4 people sitting hidden in a corner. Guessed inwardly, all unfamiliar faces. Could they be spies? It would be best to finish eating quickly and leave to avoid trouble. Suddenly, someone forcefully hurled a teacup through the air. Target of that teacup was none other than Vuqua. Fortunately, he reacted extremely fast, pretending to stumble and bending down to avoid the incoming cup. From the other side, Qin Vu stared at Vuqua with icy eyes. He immediately stood up intending to leave, casting a quick, puzzled glance at them. He had not revealed his strength nor provoked them. Why was he being targeted? Better to pretend nothing happened and withdraw. Before leaving, Vuqua did not forget to tell Aunt Hoa, "The money is on the table." The shopkeeper promptly replied, "All right, travel safely." Seeing him leave the shop, Qin Vu stood up intending to follow. She suspected the boy avoiding the teacup was no coincidence. He must have a secret. But Tu Engiu pulled her back and advised, "Perhaps it was only luck. We have just arrived in Ku Tiu City. It is better to avoid trouble." Hearing this, she reluctantly sat down again. "Fine, as long as we complete the task Father assigned." After all, Thong Min Tu is not trustworthy. Tu Dang then chimed in. Young master is wise. The commanders of Thong Min Tu only fight for the position of governor and care for nothing else. We might as well rely on ourselves. After eating and drinking, we will visit the bookshops to investigate. As soon as Vu Qua returned home, he saw Tiu Bok sitting in the courtyard. He immediately teased, "My wife, did you miss me?" She came back to her senses and softly replied, "You are back." Seeing her pout, he hurried over and pinched her cheek with a smile. "Why are you unhappy? Are you angry that I did not take you along?" But Tiu Bok had no mood to joke. "At this hour you are still talking nonsense." Only then did Vu Qua realize she was troubled. He softened his voice and asked, "What is wrong?" She softly replied, "It is nothing serious. I just miss home a little." Excitedly took her hand. "If you miss home, I will go back with you. We can visit mother-in-law and discuss our marriage." But she firmly shook her head. "We cannot return." He asked in confusion why. She lowered her head and answered vaguely, "I cannot say for now." Vu Qua did not press further and turned to leave. "When you wish to speak, then speak." Tiu Bok hurriedly called after him, "Are you angry?" He did not stop walking and only replied casually, "No, I just remembered there is something very important that needs urgent handling." Tiu Bok lowered her head sadly. "There are things I truly dare not say." At this time, in the outskirts of Ku Tiu City, a figure stood in the deep forest, circulating his energy, blue light continuously swirling in his palms. He suddenly struck out with both palms. The blue light shot forward violently, sending the surrounding trees flying in chaos. Dressed entirely in black and masked, Vu Qua bent down to examine the footprints on the ground. The horseshoes were pressed 2 inches deep, clearly a prison cart carrying slaves. It seemed Tiu Van Sun was the Tham son that Master Lin mentioned. He suddenly sensed something unusual and quietly slipped his hand into his robe. Immediately after, Vu Qua swiftly threw a coin toward a nearby tree. The large tree was instantly split in two. Tiu Bok, who was hiding behind it, cried out in fright, "Vu Qua." Seeing her pale face, he yanked off his face covering. He rushed over and embraced her. "My dear wife, why did you follow me here?" She shyly avoided his gaze. "I was afraid you were angry." His heart softened and his voice gentled. "How could I be angry over such a small matter?" Suddenly he paused and pulled her into his arms, his expression vigilant. "Someone is coming." The rider galloped in as fast as the wind, leaving only a cloud of dust. When he saw the figure clearly, he could not help but be shocked. Uncle Tam Nguyen. Vu Qua quickly pulled up his face covering again and told Tiu Bok to hide farther away and wait a moment. She immediately nodded in agreement. Tam Nguyen noticed the severed tree trunk and reined in his horse, pondering. A tree was just cut down. As soon as the thought ended, he immediately drew his sword and poured his strength into a powerful slash carrying thunderous momentum. The sword energy swept across, causing the surrounding trees to collapse. Vu Qua's hiding place was exposed in an instant. He could not help but sigh inwardly, truly powerful. Tam Nguyen pointed his sword at him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Vu Qua held his face covering tightly and deliberately changed his voice. "I mean no harm, merely a passerby." Inwardly he was still astonished. That strike just now had at least reached the martial emperor realm. He had not expected Uncle Tam Nguyen to possess such strength. Tam Nguyen shifted his grip on the sword suspiciously. "Are you from Thong Min Tu?" He secretly speculated. Could that secret have already been discovered? Thinking of that possibility, he immediately burst forth and charged straight at Vu Qua, shouting loudly, "Speak the truth to me at once." Tam Nguyen unleashed continuous attacks, pressing him step by step. He struggled to withstand them while being forced back again and again, constantly explaining that this was only a misunderstanding. Another slash came down. This time the weapon in his hand could no longer endure and was directly shattered by Tam Nguyen. Seizing the advantage, Tam Nguyen closed in and struck heavily like a bolt of lightning straight into his abdomen. Vu Qua's body was sent flying several meters back, only barely stopping when his back slammed hard against a tree trunk. He narrowed his eyes at Tam Nguyen, inwardly regretting that his current body was still too immature, fundamentally unable to unleash the full might of a martial emperor. Tam Nguyen pointed the cold blade at his forehead, his voice low and threatening, "Who sent you here? If you do not speak, I will." Before he could finish, Tiu Bok rushed out anxiously to shield him, shouting loudly, "Stop, he is Vu." But at this moment Tam Nguyen seemed to hear nothing, his mind spinning, his eyes vacant as if drugged. Immediately after he collapsed to the ground, Vu Qua pulled down his face covering and let out a breath of relief. It seemed that thing had taken effect. Tiu Bok asked blankly, "Why did Uncle Tam Nguyen suddenly fall?" He calmly explained, "If we fought head-on I would certainly lose, so I could only secretly use a hidden weapon. Fortunately, Uncle Tam Nguyen underestimated me and gave me the chance. He will not wake easily for a while." Tiu Bok curiously pressed on, "Then how do you plan to deal with Uncle Tam Nguyen? Do you intend to kill him?" Before she finished, he lightly tapped her head. "How could I do that?" Qua suddenly thought of another idea. "But our whereabouts must absolutely not be exposed. Uncle Tam Nguyen often drinks and ruins things. We can use that to our advantage." Not long after, he placed a small jar of wine into Tam Nguyen's hand. He also arranged 2 bare corpses beside him to fabricate the scene. Once everything was done, he stood with hands on hips and smiled. "That should do. This time he will only think he got drunk and fought with bears." Tiu Bok could not help sighing at the sight. He turned to urge her, "You should return quickly. This place is not suitable for you." Tiu Bok was startled and asked, "Are you tired of me?" Vu Qua pulled her into his arms and gently comforted her. "How could I dislike you? I cherish you more than enough. It is just that Tham's son is perilous and unpredictable. I fear an accident and being unable to protect you." Tiu Bok stepped back a few paces, her expression hesitant as she stammered, he asked in confusion, "What is it?" Tears welled in her eyes. After a moment she softly said, "Then." Tiu Bok turned and left, choking as she walked. "Then I will go." Vu Qua smiled and waved, "All right, be careful on the road." Watching her hurried figure disappear into the distance, his heart felt heavy. "Let me go on. My intuition tells me the truth ahead will be cruel beyond measure. Let me bear everything alone." Vu Qua continued deeper into the forest and suddenly discovered a camp surrounded by countless large and small mountains. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. Why would a military camp appear here? But very soon he noticed something unusual. Upon closer observation, those people were all prisoners and convicts, each at the great martial master realm, which made him ponder. Could it be that Lai Tran had always used the guise of slave trading to secretly station troops at Tiu Van Son? Privately establishing a military camp is a grave crime implicating 9 generations. What exactly does he intend to do? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could Lai Tran be plotting rebellion? After returning home, Tiu Bok immediately went into her room, spread out paper and brush, and began writing a letter. Her heart was filled with pain as she thought of Vu Qua, recalling the conversation that morning with Lai Tran. "Does Master intend for me to leave the young master? He even said that if I left, would his son not be heartbroken and miserable?" Lai Tran sighed and continued, "I have observed you for a long time and know you are sincere toward him. That is why I decided to reveal this secret. Vu Qua is in fact not my biological son. The blood of the Nam Viet royal clan flows within him." Tiu Bok was shocked upon hearing this. The Nam Viet royal clan. Lai Tran spoke in a low voice about the past. "In those years I once served as an advisor to the crown prince. As for Tam Nguyen, he held the position of guard, one civil and one martial assisting the crown prince together. Unexpectedly, the brutal second prince in his struggle for the throne framed the crown prince. To preserve the bloodline I had no choice but to swap my own son with the crown prince's child." His voice choked with grief. "My son also died in the arms of the crown princess." Tiu Bok asked doubtfully, "The Kot clan and the Nam Viet royal clan have been enemies for generations. Why tell me these things? Are you not afraid of me?" Lai Tran interrupted, "Because I know you love my son. So I hope you will return to the Kot, then sect to seize power and help Vu Qua reclaim the throne." At this point he clapped his hands as a signal, and 2 guards immediately escorted someone inside. The bound person was Kot Lin. Lai Tran explained, "She is Kon Kot Lin. She is a friend of your elder sister. Back then she used your sister to steal the sacred relic of the Kot clan. I bought her from the black market. If you take her back, you will surely earn great merit." Even so, Tiu Bok still hesitated. Vu Qua's wishes only to live peacefully and idle his days away. "I cannot," Lai Tran bluntly refuted. "The Khotan sect in Nam Viet is regarded as a demonic sect and is constantly hunted. How can you live in peace? Only when Vu Qua reclaims the throne can the stigma be cleansed." He gripped her shoulders tightly, his voice almost bewitching. "This will only last a few years. Once the great matter succeeds, the 2 of you will naturally and rightfully be together. Rest assured, I have already acknowledged you as my daughter-in-law." Ending the recollection, Tiu Bok silently removed her hairpin and murmured, "Vu Qua, your father is right. I am the saintess of the Kot clan. I should not evade my responsibility." nor can I stay and implicate you. Tears rolled down her cheeks. If not for my identity as a member of the Kot clan, I truly would have wanted to stay with you and live that idle life. He placed the hairpin on the letter and whispered reluctantly, if fate allows, we will meet again. A while later, Lai Tran personally escorted Tiu Bok into the carriage. Everything along the road has been arranged, ensuring you return safely to the Kot clan. She bowed in thanks, many thanks, master. Tiu Bok quickly stepped into the carriage, and the driver immediately urged the horses forward. Lai Tran silently watched until the carriage completely vanished from sight. This time, Vu Qua had changed back into ordinary clothes, blending into the bustling crowd while pondering. The military camp is heavily guarded and cannot be entered rashly. I will have to wait for another opportunity and ask Tiu Bok to investigate. Today I left her twice. She is probably very angry. I must hurry back to coax her. A carriage passed by him, a gentle breeze lifting the curtain and revealing a fleeting silhouette inside. In that instant, Vu Qua seemed to sense something and softly murmured Tiu Bok. But very quickly he dismissed the thought. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. Finally returning home, Vu Qua smiled as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. My dear wife, I am back, but there was no response. He looked around in confusion. Not here, my dear wife. I was wrong today. Do not be angry, come out. His gaze suddenly fixed on an object on the table. He hurried over and opened the letter placed there. Qua, I have found my sister. We have gone home. If fate allows, we will meet again. His entire body stiffened. In the previous life, you also left me because of the Van family. Why does it repeat in this life? He clenched the hairpin in his hand, unwillingness surging within him. Could everything truly be predestined? While he was still immersed in grief, Lai Trung suddenly rushed in anxiously to report. This is bad, young master. Several distinguished guests have suddenly come to the bookshop and specifically requested to see you. The moment he stepped into the bookshop, Vu Qua was startled in shock. Why is it these people? Are they not the very group he met while eating wontons? Ling Yun kept her face covered as she smiled and introduced them. Let me make introductions. These three are my good friends, also the three great talents whose fame resounds through the capital. Du Tu Dang on Tu Engiu, Tat Tu Duong. Vu Qua showed no courtesy and laughed mockingly. What fine names, truly fine, Du Tu Dang stomachache, on Tu Engiu blocked nose, Tat Tu Duong itchy nose, so how are you three today? The three of them were instantly speechless and glared at him. When questioned, she calmly replied, I do not change my name when I walk, nor my surname when I sit. Vu Qua widened his eyes in astonishment. How could that be possible? When Ling Yun removed her hat, the familiar face appeared exactly as in his memory, yet she gave an unfamiliar title. I am the scholar Khan Vu. His heart was in turmoil. What exactly is going on? Why do familiar people keep appearing one after another? Yet something is wrong. Before him clearly stands a man. Vu Qua unconsciously stared at the other's chest, his thoughts wandering. It seems much larger. Khan Vu noticed that improper gaze and angrily shouted in embarrassment, disgusting, what are you looking at? She then composed herself and cupped her fists. I have long heard of young Master Li's extraordinary talent. This time we came especially to witness your bearing. Vu Qua asked indifferently, is that all? She hesitated slightly before suggesting, we have just arrived in Ku Tiu City. Could Brother Li show us around? He replied readily, very well. On the way, Kin Vu asked, may I ask if Dai Kim Fong Van Luke and Fien Van Phuc Vu Luke were written by you? Vu Qua answered modestly, who wrote them is not important. Whether the work is good is what matters. Only when it is recognized by all can it be called good. Kin Vu covered her fan and laughed softly. We mean no harm. We only wish to invite Brother Li to the academy in the capital to display your talent and let the world know your name. He replied calmly, I fear you misunderstand. I write only for pleasure, not for fame or gain. Suddenly Vu Qua's expression darkened, his voice turning cold as he emphasized, however. He looked at the masked group brazenly blocking the road. The leader stammered, well, this mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. Vu Qua was speechless. Is that not Pham Keen? Come up with another trick to cause trouble. Vu Qua even kindly pointed out. I say your roadside robbery grows more pathetic by the day. This is a stone road. Where are the mountains and trees? If you want to be bandits, go to A.M. Sun 10 miles outside the city. Yet Pham Keen showed no gratitude and instead flared up, enough nonsense. You are Lai Vu Qua right. He folded his arms arrogantly and replied, it is I. With the answer in hand, Pham Keen shouted, the one we want to beat is you, brothers charge. The group immediately rushed forward with clubs. Vuqua panicked and hid behind Qin Vu, flailing his hands and crying for help. Murder in broad daylight. Qin Vu asked coldly, "Where are your hands placed?" He angrily knocked his head. He complained resentfully, "Can I not at least hold on a little?" Qin Vu looked at him suspiciously. Is this man truly just a scholar who knows no martial arts? Over there, the fake bandits were beaten badly. Qin Vu fanned herself and asked, "Young Master Li, how exactly did you offend them?" Vuqua replied disdainfully, "They are all my defeated foes. Humiliated at the poetry gathering, now they seek revenge." She keenly caught the key point. Humiliated, but young Master Li does not know martial arts. How did you win? He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. I misspoke. Scholars competing with words and verses, then quickly changed the subject. Vuqua shouted to Kan Vu and the others, 3 brothers, do not beat them to death. Just cut off 1 ear each. Fake bandits collapsed to the ground begging, "Spare us, sir. We know we were wrong." Though trembling in fear, they still argued stubbornly. You beat people in the street and still speak of law, Qin Vu retorted. You used clubs against a defenseless scholar and still dare argue. Vuqua stood behind, moved to tears. My beloved has truly grown up. She even knows to shield me. Pham Keen pulled down his face covering, revealing a face swollen like a pig's head, and stammered, "Do you know who I am?" Vuqua feigned surprise and mocked. So it is Pham Keen, usually fond of playing with swords. Why switch to clubs today? Perhaps change your name to Pham Khan instead. That moment hurried footsteps sounded as Queen Nhi appeared. The leading constable shouted loudly, "Who dares fight?" Seeing the newcomer, Vuqua froze, mock Ian Nhi. Seeing the constables, Kan Vu and the others stood still. Vuqua quickly raised his hands, weapons dropped. It is only a misunderstanding. Ian Nhi ignored him and sternly ordered, "Fighting in the street, arrest them all." Pham Keen acted as if seeing a savior, clinging to Ian Nhi's leg and wailing, "Miss Mock, uphold justice. He beat people in the street and even cut my ear." Ian Nhi darkened and shouted, "Let go." The constables dragged him away. Vuqua seized the chance to explain. Ian Nhi, I am wrong. Pham Keen wanted to beat me. My friends from the capital only defended themselves, but she said impartially, "Fighting in the street is wrong even if you win. You will have to drink tea here for half a day." After speaking, she turned and led the group ahead. "All right, all of you follow me back to the office." Before long, the gates of the Ku Tiu city office appeared before them. Vuqua leisurely sipped tea and asked, "Were we not going to jail? Why come here?" Ian Nhi glared. "Did you think I would truly arrest you? But in the future be careful. I am a constable and cannot ignore street fights." He laughed and replied, "Understood, I will cooperate. By the way, where are my friends from the capital?" She answered, "Arranged in another room. They will not suffer." He felt relieved and thanked her. Ian Nhi blushed slightly. "Instead, I should thank you for what happened at the Lin residence." He said warmly, "No need for courtesy. We are like brothers. I also hope things between you and Ha Long succeed. How is he now?" Ian Nhi recalled and sighed. "Recently he has grown much smarter, bringing gifts and wine for my father, even playing cards with my mother. They are both delighted." Vuqua was happy for them, pouring tea as he praised, "That is wonderful." She suddenly noticed the wound on his hand and asked, "How did you get injured?" He answered casually, "Just a minor wound." Yet his heart felt empty. The injury from the fight with Uncle Tam Nguyen had gone unattended. He changed the subject and asked, "How goes the investigation?" Queen Nhi sighed. "What father, the prefect, is busy with a major case and will not bother with minor matters." He asked further, "What case?" She said in surprise, "You do not know of the blood-sucking demon case. Many have died." He shook his head honestly and said he did not know. She did not elaborate, stood up and said she had urgent matters. "You will be released after half a day." He replied cheerfully, "As you command." Ian Nhi left. Vuqua lay bored reading bamboo slips, nothing at all. Perhaps I overthought it. Just then the wound on his hand suddenly began to bleed, as if the bamboo slip were absorbing his blood. 2 blood-written characters appeared on the slip. He cried out, "This is the corpse scripture." Vuqua sprang up and read carefully, "A method to control corpses. This is a forbidden branch of the puppet lineage. Corpse puppets truly sinister." He remembered the male corpse in the coffin and guessed that it was a corpse puppet refined by the old ancestor of A.M. Sun. He pieced the clues together. It is likely the old ancestor of A.M. Sun was heavily injured in a siege and used a puppet double to escape while the true body hid away. But why did he not return for the corpse scripture? Vuqua suddenly thought of a possibility. If the soul were damaged, it would require at least 100 years to recover. Perhaps the old ancestor of A.M. Sun is hiding somewhere healing, waiting for the day to return for it. At noon, Vuqua and Kanvu's group left the office. Tu Engiu stretched and sighed, finally released. Tu Duong suddenly spoke. Have you heard? Kutiu City recently seems to have a murder case. Tu Dang showed disdain. What is so interesting about a murder case? He retorted. How is it not interesting? Finding clues about the Third Keem Academy will earn admiration. Hearing the three words Third Keem Academy, Vuqua was startled and puzzled. That place was designated by the emperor and filled with nobles, descendants. Why would they come to this small city? He pretended to ask Qin Vu casually. You come from the capital. You must have good relations with Thong Min too. Tu Engiu answered proudly. The Third Keem Academy is the path of both letters and arms. How could it be associated with those brutes of Thong Min too? Tu Dang echoed while Tu Duong snorted disdainfully. Indeed, they are all useless. Seeing the excessive reaction of the three, Vuqua paused and replied vaguely. So that is how it is. Inwardly wondering if he had overthought things. Could it be they truly have nothing to do with Thong Min too? Qin Vu silently observed him for a moment before smiling and asking, Young Master Li, could it be you have some entanglement with Thong Min too? Can you tell us a little? Perhaps we can help. Qua chatted while eating with Kan Vu's group. After hearing the story, she angrily said, This is outrageous. Thong Min too actually did such a thing. But rest assured, young Master Li, they likely will not have time to trouble you recently. He asked curiously why. Qin Vu revealed the news she had gathered. A few days ago, the governor of Thong Min too suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. The 10 commanders beneath him are fiercely fighting for the position. If they were not still in the capital, they might already have started killing each other. Vuqua confirmed in confusion, You mean Thong Min too has no time to seek me out, and the one wanting to meet me is not from them? Qin Vu nodded. That is right. The one looking for you is very likely the court. He pondered and asked, Then who do you think it is? Tu Duong speculated. Books fall under the Ministry of Rights. Could it be you wrote something that offended someone there? He immediately shook his head in denial. Impossible. I never wrote about them. How could there be conflict? Kan Vu felt helpless as well. Then I am at a loss. Just then Vuqua saw Ian Nha and Ha Long approaching. Cheerfully greeted them. Oh, you two arrived at the perfect time. Sit and eat. Ian Nha looked around curiously and asked, Vuqua, where is your pretty maid? Why did I not see her this morning? Did you anger her and drive her away? Struck at a sore spot, he answered gloomily. Something came up at her home, so she returned first. Ha Long teased deliberately. That was no maid of yours. What maid has such delicate skin and hands without any sign of labor? Vuqua was too lazy to respond and simply said, Since you know then, why ask? Qin Vu grew even more curious. Just a maid, yet young Master Li cares so much. Her identity must not be ordinary. Ha Long eagerly added, That maid and Vuqua are very close. What a pity. Vuqua shot him a glance. Mind your own affairs. Ian Nhai's marriage with Lin Thiu was luckily cancelled. If you do not quickly prepare betrothal gifts, another young Master Zhang or young Master Yang might appear. Ha Long's face instantly fell. Two families had some conflicts before. Reconciliation cannot happen overnight. Vuqua slung an arm around him to comfort. Come here. If Ian Nha does not want you in the future, I will. You can be my pretty boy. Ha Long angrily shook off his hand and shouted, Get lost. I do not have that preference. Vuqua was rejected yet still grinned. After a while he seriously asked, By the way, Ian Nha, you came in such a hurry. What is the matter? Her expression turned grave. I came to remind you to go out less recently. The blood-sucking demon case is worsening. It appears every night now. It even spares neither old nor young on the streets. Vuqua thought and suggested, If so, should we visit the noble's kennel to take a look? Perhaps we can find clues. Ha Long hurriedly objected. No, too dangerous. What if it is a great demon and Ian Nha is in danger? Qin Vu spoke up. My 3 brothers are skilled. We can help you sneak in to investigate. Tu Engiu echoed. That is right. We just arrived and have nothing to do. Since we are acquainted, we should help. Ian Nha could not have wished for more. She happily raised her cup in thanks. I have seen the skills of you 3. If you assist, I will be deeply grateful. Vuqua eagerly decided. Then tonight we infiltrate the kennel and investigate thoroughly. Night fell at the kennel. Patrols were dense within the courtyard. Vuqua's group supported one another, climbed onto each other's shoulders to observe inside. After only a glance, Ian Nha sensed something amiss. Strange. Why is security so tight at night? It seems there is indeed something hidden here. Ha Long strained to support her until his face reddened yet still asked curiously, guarding a few dogs only. She hesitated, perhaps, usually only a few old night watchmen. Today is completely different. Tu Dang suggested, how about we sneak in first to take a look? As they jumped down, Ian Nhi objected. No, too many guards, we will be discovered easily. Perhaps tomorrow I can bring constables to patrol. This time Vu Qua opposed, not good, bringing constables will alert them. We will find nothing. Let me and the 3 young masters go in. She mocked. Are you going to lead the retreat again? He calmly leapt onto the wall and replied shamelessly, I will be the first to run. When danger comes, I will signal the retreat. Qin Vu also climbed up. Young Master Lai is right. We will only observe and avoid confrontation, Miss Mock rest assured. Seeing this, Ian Nhi said no more, only reminded them to be careful before returning to gather people. Ha Long, left behind, hurriedly asked, then what about me? Ian Nhi handed him a whistle. Stand guard here. If anything happens, blow the whistle to warn them. Ha Long lifted it and tried blowing. The sound resembled a crow's caw. The atmosphere suddenly turned warm. He dazedly thought, does blowing this count as an indirect kiss with Ian Nhi? Suddenly he felt a strange premonition and glanced around. He found his companions staring at him like a fool. Feeling guilty, he shouted, damn it, why are you not inside yet? Someone reminded him, do not blow randomly if nothing happens. The group leapt into the inner courtyard. He could only call after them, all right, be careful. Upon landing, Vu Qua proposed, 5 people are too conspicuous. Splitting into 2 groups will gather more information. Qin Vu agreed, I will go with you. The other 3 take another route. He hurriedly objected, wait, the scholar young master may never have fought, and I am a weak scholar, would that not be dangerous? The group burst into laughter. Tu Engiu said, young master Lai only needs to know how to run. Scholar Wen Ren is the sword immortal's disciple, far stronger than us. He asked blankly, sword immortal? The other explained, yes, the Third Keem Academy has 3 great sword masters, sword immortal, sword demon, sword saint. The strongest in the academy, scholar Wen Ren is the sole disciple of the sword immortal. After hearing this, Vu Qua smiled in satisfaction as if finding support. It seems I have clung to a thick thigh, solid as bronze. He secretly marveled, my beloved actually has such a formidable master. Clinging to such a thigh feels wonderful. Seeing him speak nonsense, Qin Vu angrily walked ahead. Enough chatter. Time is short, act quickly. After a while she said in surprise, I did not expect you to run so fast. I thought you could not keep up. He replied half-jokingly, in Kutiu City it is hard to find someone faster than me. Inwardly smug, even if you are strong I am still myself. He could not help asking, then what about in the capital? He laughed and rubbed her head. In the capital I do not know. That is your territory. Being patted like a pet, Qin Vu irritably shook off his hand. What are you doing? Suspicion rose within her. Has he seen through my disguise? He answered seriously, there was something on your head so I brushed it away, yet felt a trace of loss, unconsciously treating her like the little beloved of the past. But she no longer needed his protection. He then changed the topic. Strange, why are there no dogs in the yard? Qin Vu pointed into the distance. Look there. A dog is locked in a cage. He kept questioning, why are all the dogs so listless? Are they sick or poisoned? Why not release them in the yard but lock them all in cages? Are they repairing the yard? Truly strange. All the dogs in this area showed the same lethargic symptoms. Vu Qua tossed a stone. We will know by trying. He threw the stone, hitting a dog. It whimpered in pain. The patrolling guards heard the noise and rushed over shouting, who is there? Qua grabbed Qin Vu's hand and retreated. Go. She cried out in alarm. Why are you pulling my hand? He replied briefly, hurry, there is no time. They are all old men, what is there to fear? He pulled her hand free. I can go myself. He had to concede, all right, then follow closely. Qin Vu looked at his back anxiously. Damn it. Has he really recognized that I am a woman disguised as a man? At that moment, Vu Qua suddenly stopped. Qin Vu failed to react in time. Her chest collided firmly with his back. She flushed and let out a soft cry. He hurriedly stepped back and asked, flustered, why did you suddenly stop? He deliberately teased, so slender yet your chest is firm. You must have trained for years. She choked in anger. You. Seeing her glare, he raised his hands in surrender. Enough teasing. She snorted coldly and turned away. He focused on business, pushing aside the hay to reveal a wooden board. Qin Vu asked curiously, how did you know this place was suspicious? He explained while opening the hidden passage. The entire yard, only this spot is covered with hay. Is that not suspicious? In no time, the two followed one after another down into the cellar. Before long, they heard coarse laughter. Once this is done, shall we go to the red courtyard? Vu Qua signaled for silence. He peeked out, observing two guards speaking crudely. I heard 2 new girls arrived and are very pretty. The other laughed lewdly. You are not tired of Widow Zhang yet, now craving young girls. I like that about you. Vu Qua pondered. To pass through, we must lure these 2 guards away. Qin Vu irritably asked, lure them for what? Scum like this should be killed outright. No sooner said than done. She immediately closed her eyes and focused, spiritual energy gathering at her fingertips. A cyan sword suddenly appeared hovering in midair. Vu Qua stared in astonishment. The sword can fly on its own. She casually explained, that is the flying sword art passed down by my master, the drunken sword immortal. Right after, while controlling the flying sword with her mind, Kan Vu said to him, watch closely. Sword shot forth swift as the wind, light as a feather, piercing straight through the foreheads of the 2 guards, fresh blood instantly spraying like blooming flowers. Vu Qua could not help but exclaim in admiration, what formidable swordsmanship, inwardly assessing that this was mind controlling a flying sword to slay enemies, something only top masters could achieve. Vu crossed her arms proudly. This sword is called Flying Snow, a coming-of-age gift from my master, Vu Qua praised repeatedly. Truly a rare divine blade. Sword energy as fine as silk envelops it. The spiritual power within even rivals the sun-moon saber. At that moment, other guards heard the commotion and rushed over. One of them shouted loudly. Who is it? Killing intent flashed coldly in Kan Vu's eyes. She extended her hand to gather power, unleashing the move Flying Shuttle Steps on Stars. A series of purple points of light shot forward like drifting rain. The guards struck fell to the ground, managing only pained cries. Vu Qua looked at a loss for words, instinctively raising his thumb in praise. Truly impressive. Qin Vu said calmly, let us go inside. Deeper inside, old and young prisoners lay scattered everywhere. A fierce guard lashed his whip and shouted, behave yourselves. Suddenly a low rumble sounded as the stone door slowly opened, startling him. He immediately turned his head toward the source of the noise. Taking advantage of the moment before he could react, Qin Vu swung her sword in a cold arc. Vile thief, die. Vu Qua sensed something wrong and shouted in alarm, stop. At the same time, something flew over and knocked the blade aside, causing it to stab only into the guard's thigh. He screamed in agony. Kan Vu froze and looked at him. Why did you not let me kill him? Vu Qua answered sternly, if you kill him, who will we question about the situation? Vu Qua swept his gaze around the cellar, almost certain that all of them were corpses drained of blood, very likely connected to the blood-sucking demon case that Ian Nhi once mentioned. Qin Vu abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning solemn as he asked directly whether he had any cultivation. Hearing that, Vu Qua was instantly speechless, as if his mouth had been glued shut. After a moment, he revealed a guilty look and stammered that it was only a slingshot. The atmosphere immediately froze and her expression darkened. Every word he uttered carried heavy pressure. My flying sword is not something an ordinary person can block. Who exactly are you? Vu Qua hugged his weapon tightly and tried hard to justify that it truly was only a slingshot. You can try and see. Qin Vu understood she could not force the truth out immediately, so she set it aside for now and decided to interrogate him later. After hearing that he felt as if he had just been pardoned, he secretly let out a breath of relief, feeling light as the wind passed. That little demon has grown fierce indeed. She almost scared me to death. Qin Vu crossed her arms and stared at him, then decided to ignore it. Vu Qua coldly stepped forward and stomped on the guard's wound, forcing him in a deep voice to explain what was going on and to confess quickly. The pain pierced his bones, yet he still clenched his teeth and swore to die without speaking. Seeing that, Vu Qua immediately yanked out the longsword. He let out a miserable scream. Vu Qua calmly threatened that if he did not speak then, he would grant him a swift death. The guard panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. Young master, spare my life. I will talk. Afraid that he would strike again, he frantically confessed everything. I am only a lookout. Every day many people are brought here and then die one after another. The boss orders all the corpses destroyed and taken to the northern desolate mountain outside the city to avoid the authorities' notice. Vu Qua frowned and asked how long this had been going on. He trembled and answered about half a year. At first they only captured vagrants and beggars. Later, seeing the prefect turn a blind eye, the boss boldly seized commoners. He sternly asked who the big boss was. The guard dropped to his knees in fear, saying he did not know, only that he was paid silver daily and was greedy for money and begged to be spared. Having obtained the clue, he released him. At last, he dragged his crippled body away. kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. Looking at his staggering back, Qin Vu unwillingly asked if they were really letting him go like that. Vu Qua replied calmly that releasing him was only to let him lead the way for them. He froze in realization, meaning he would report to the big boss, so by following him they would find the mastermind. He confirmed calmly that was correct. Tell Du Tu Dong to handle the guards. Wait for Mok Ko Nuong to bring people. Remember to leave marks along the way. Qin Vu quickly agreed. Only then did she realize how meticulous and profound his schemes were. No wonder her father told her to seek him out. After a while, the two followed the man to the city god temple. Qin Vu lowered her voice and said he had already entered the temple. Air around them was gloomy and freezing. She shivered and muttered that in such darkness there might be ghosts. Vu Qua laughed and asked if she was afraid. She stubbornly retorted that this young master was not afraid of mere spirits. He cheerfully told an old story that this place once burned fiercely and killed 13 people. At midnight the souls wailed. Then he made a ghostly face to scare her. He leaned close and whispered in a sinister tone that I died miserably, causing Qin Vu to panic, cover her ears, and shout his name loudly. Vu Qua burst into hearty laughter and said she claimed not to be afraid. She glared at him angrily. He pretended to be gallant and said if she was afraid she could stand behind him. Qin Vu angrily shouted that she was not afraid. Even if it was a ghost, she would cut it down in one strike until it cried for its parents. Vu Qua thought to himself that she was indeed still as childish as ever. Then both of them fell silent. Two quietly climbed onto the roof and carefully removed tiles to peer inside. Qin Vu looked down and widened her eyes in shock. Was that old man not the Chief Dean Don Huang Ha of Ku Tiu Than Academy? At that moment he was furious upon hearing the report that the blood-nurturing ground had been destroyed. Huang Ha asked coldly that since they had found the place, how did he escape? The guard stammered that he had luckily fled and hurried to report and was certain he was not followed. Huang Ha asked in a deep voice whether he recognized the enemy. He shook his head, saying he did not know. That attitude made Huang Ha slam the table and curse him for rambling. At that instant the roof exploded loudly. He looked up in shock, knowing he had been tricked, cursing Chu Laoluk for getting him killed. Qin Vu gripped her sword and leapt down first, shouting that the bold villain should surrender. Huang Ha sprang up and roared, "Who are you?" She hurled her sword straight at him and arrogantly declared that she was the one taking his life. Huang Ha caught the sword tip between two fingers and sneered disdainfully that it was only a little girl. It had been long since he tasted young blood, ordering his men to seize her. As soon as the words fell, countless shadow guards rushed out from the darkness to besiege her. Qin Vu blocked with her bare hands and was forced to retreat repeatedly under the fierce assault. Seeing the danger, Vu Qua kicked off the tiles and leapt down, swinging his sword to unleash icy heart fire burst. Two streams of icy and fiery sword energy intertwined brilliantly. They struck straight into the charging guards, throwing them into panic and screams. Huang Ha halted and realized something was wrong. This was an expert. His face darkened as he flung Qin Vu's sword back toward her. Vu Qua waved his hand and knocked the sword aside, shouting at the same time for the little girl to catch the sword. Qin Vu nimbly seized her weapon and responded with thanks, Senior. Vu Qua drew his sword again in an arc, leaving behind a dazzling streak of golden light. Streak swiftly locked onto Huang Ha, causing him to raise his hands in panic to block. He braced himself, 10 fingers gripping the steel like beam of light, inwardly horrified that the opponent was young yet possessed such seasoned swordsmanship, perhaps an expert in disguise. Suddenly his 10 fingertips were severed. Huang Ha howled in agony. His entire body was blasted backward into the wall behind him, leaving a deep dent before the stunned eyes of the guard. Huang Ha sat collapsed on the ground. Though miserable, he still arrogantly said that if he were whole, Vu Qua would not be his match. Vu Qua ignored the boast and sternly said that he was not Don Huang Ha, asking who he really was. He laughed strangely and instead of answering, grabbed the guard beside him by the collar, making him scream in terror. Then he bit fiercely into his neck, hot blood spraying everywhere as the body gradually withered. After sucking the blood, he even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. His face twisted with bloodlust, and his throat emitted a ghastly rasping sound. Vu Qua felt as if struck by lightning and asked in disbelief, "Are you Sun Lao Tu?" That man slowly stood up and laughed loudly, saying that after 100 years there were still people who remembered his name. He replied in a deep voice that since he had already died then, he could die once more. That man did not respond. his hand hidden behind his back, secretly gathering power as a dark red blood sphere gradually formed. Next, he hurled the blood sphere toward Qin Vu and laughed crazily, saying that if you wanted to kill me, you were still too green. As it flew close to its target, the blood sphere suddenly burst into a ghost-like black shadow, turning into wind and stretching out a hand to seize her. Vu Qua immediately rushed forward to shield her. Sun Lao to threaten smugly, while Qin Vu struggled, saying that if he wished this girl would die at once. Suddenly he changed his attitude and calmly said, "Go ahead and kill her, I am not acquainted with her." His thoughts racing that this matter could not be escalated. "Vo Yu, I will certainly not let you be harmed." Hearing him say that man's eyes instantly flared with anger. "Damn it, you said you did not know her. Then why did you slash at this old man earlier?" That man roughly yanked down Qin Vu's collar and licked his tongue in delight. "Since it has come to this, do not blame this old man for being ruthless." Sun Lao laughed wildly. "Ha ha, you said you did not care about this young lady. Now you know to cherish jade and pity fragrance. Take off your face covering and let this old man see who you are." Vu Qua kept a calm expression and did as told as if complying, yet his eyes flashed with dangerous sharpness. At that very moment, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the sword lying on the ground away. The blade shot toward the opponent, and he said coldly, "I will show you clearly who I am." Sword precisely sliced through the air past that man's arm. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the arm separated from the body. Qin Vu escaped danger because of it. After striking the wall, the sword rebounded back. Sun Lao turned pale and hastily tilted his head to dodge, barely escaping death. Vu Qua reached out and caught the returning sword hilt firmly, borrowed the momentum to leap straight into the air. The sword swept down along with his icy shout, "Die!" Despite the excruciating pain, Sun Lao still tried to gather energy with his remaining hand and roared through clenched teeth, "You dare play dirty." Black energy swirled densely around that man's palm, his gaze shifting toward the weakened Qin Vu, since that is the case. Sun Lao revealed an evil smile and controlled the sinister energy to tighten around his prey, making her cry out in pain. Vu Qua glared as if he wanted to tear the opponent apart on the spot. He immediately rushed forward and yanked Qin Vu back toward himself. Sun Lao looked at the two of them and slowly said that he would remember today's grudge. Once his injuries recovered, he would certainly uncover his identity and wipe out his entire family. As if foreseeing the intention, he swung his sword fiercely at the figure before him, yet a step too late as the opponent had already turned into black mist and vanished. Vu Qua frowned in annoyance at letting him escape, while Qin Vu let out a sigh of relief. Escape techniques had always been Sun Lao's specialty. Back then, he had also relied on this move to flee from the pursuit of the 10 great commanders. He turned his head and hurriedly asked if she was hurt. Before he could finish speaking, she suddenly pulled off his face covering, as expected. "It was you?" he calmly asked when she recognized him. Qin Vu slowly replied that when she was taken hostage, he had hesitated. She never expected the author of Dai Kim Fong Van Luke to be a hidden martial emperor. Vu Qua awkwardly scratched his head and said he did not want to be entangled in the conflicts of the martial world and only wished to live normally. Asking her to keep the secret, Qin Vu sighed and said with such ability it would be hard for him to stay hidden, but she would not reveal it. He sheathed his sword and gave thanks. Qin Vu suddenly called out, "Wait." She reached up and removed the ribbon tying her hair. Long hair cascaded down as she gently said her real name was Ta Lin Van. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Vu Qua's heart trembled slightly. "Vo Yu." Even though he already knew she was a woman, he still pretended to be surprised and asked if Ta Lin Van was the daughter of Grand Preceptor Ta Vo Kai. She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, asking if he also knew her. He replied calmly that Ta Lin Van was one of the 4 golden flowers of the capital. No one in Nam Viet did not know her, and she was unexpectedly skilled in both letters and martial arts. Hearing that, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What? Gentleness vanished as she pointed at his face and demanded when he mentioned her chest he had already guessed her identity. Had he not? He forced a smile and said it was unintentional, making Lin Van's lips twitch. She immediately grabbed her sword and chased after Vu Qua, scolding that it was indeed so, "You scoundrel." He ran for his life, explaining it was accidental, inwardly shocked that Vo Yu had grown stronger than before. While the two chased each other, Lin Van accidentally stepped on a mechanism in the floor. 3 sharp needles shot out from the wall. Vu Qua cried out in alarm, "Be careful." He rushed forward like the wind and tightly embraced her. The two fell to the ground, the sword flying far away. Vu Qua said with cold sweat that Sun Lao Tu had even left behind mechanisms, truly dangerous. Lin Van blushed and softly said, "Could you let go of your hand?" The meaning was obvious. Vu Qua hurriedly retreated, his mind briefly wandering before he pretended to be serious and apologized, saying he did not mean it. She, half believing, half doubting, asked, "Really?" He nodded repeatedly. That moment, the hand he had placed on the floor slipped on water. His whole body lost balance and fell forward, his head accidentally hitting the soft place before him, striking the target. Just then Ha Long led people rushing in and shouted that Vu Qua they had arrived. The sentence suddenly stopped, then changed into a meaningful tone, saying perhaps they should not disturb. Vu Qua shamelessly lay still in Lin Van's embrace, groaning in pain, making her wish to burrow into the ground and shout for him to get up. Not long after, the corpses in the city god temple were carried out by the officers. Long slung an arm over Vu Qua's shoulder and laughed knowingly. "After Tiu Bok left, you must have been lonely. I support you and Miss Ta." He silently rubbed his swollen cheek. Behind them, Tu Dang laughed and said he would not report to the Grand Preceptor. Qin Vu became embarrassed and angry and shouted, "Shut up. There is nothing between him and me." Vu Qua ignored them and went to Ian Nha to discuss serious matters. Since Sun Lao Tu had escaped, how would the case be handled? Ian Nha thought for a moment and said they would temporarily suppress it to avoid public panic, telling outsiders that the group practiced evil arts. It was a pity that the 4 great academies would have to close for a while. The next day the weather was clear and sunny. In the residence courtyard, Vu Qua was strolling when he suddenly saw Lin Van in women's attire standing gloomily and gazing into the distance. He greeted her, "Miss Ta, why are you here as well?" She looked at him and replied that he had saved her yesterday, so she came to repay the favor. The 4 great academies were closed. Later she would go to the capital for the examinations. Perhaps she could recommend him to the Sword Institute. Vu Qua indifferently said fame and rank were not important, and he only wished to live leisurely in Ku Tiu Than. As he spoke, he noticed the hairpin on her head and froze. It was Tiu Bok's hairpin. He urgently asked why that hairpin was on her head. She smiled brightly and said she thought it looked nice, so she tried wearing it. His expression darkened as he extended his hand and said that he had been at fault yesterday, but this hairpin was very important and asked her to return it. Seeing him rarely so serious, Lin Van removed the hairpin and softly said she was not angry. She was only not used to this side of him. She knew the hairpin belonged to that maid. She had left him, yet he still missed her. He replied coldly that it was his matter and not related to her, telling her to give back the hairpin. He reached out to grab it, but she nimbly withdrew her hand and drawled, asking if he wanted it. Lin Van stepped back, waving the hairpin, provocatively saying if he wanted it, then come and take it. Vu Qua angrily shouted for her to stop. Unexpectedly, Lin Van tripped over a stone and slipped. Her body staggered, and the hand holding the hairpin loosened. The hairpin flew out and fell into the water with a splash. Vu Qua rushed forward in alarm, shouting, "Be careful." Unexpectedly, the thing he cared about was the hairpin. He roughly pushed Lin Van aside and coldly stepped down into the lake. She stood stunned and speechless, watching his back. Vu Qua dove and searched underwater like a foolish, infatuated man. Lin Van was so angry she shouted, "Enough. This stubborn fool truly does not know how to repent." Vu Qua immediately flared up, showing no tenderness as he shouted, "Shut up. Get out of here right now. Staying would only bring more humiliation." Lin Van snapped back, "If you want me to leave, then I will leave," then turned and walked away. She felt wronged inside. It was only a hairpin. Was there any need to be so furious? Since childhood, no one had ever treated her so harshly. Vu Qua watched her lonely figure recede. His heart softened as he wondered if he had gone too far. The sky gradually darkened toward evening. Alone in the empty room, Vu Qua felt vexed at not finding the hairpin. Thinking he would have someone dredge it up tomorrow, worrying was useless. He might as well read the Book of Corpses first. Quickly opened the Book of Corpses and skimmed through it. This was a cultivation method similar to necromancy that could control corpses, divided into 3 levels: the 2-bone stage, the decayed corpse stage, and the undying stage. Among them, the 2-bone stage could only control the bones of dead things for a short time. The decayed corpse stage could turn the dying into zombies, while the undying stage could make the dead live again and restore decayed flesh. Looking at the animal skeleton in the wooden box, he calculated that a cultivator at the undying stage reviving a person would suffer severe backlash. It was best to use the 2-bone stage to experiment on small animals first. He immediately executed the hand seals. Purple aura enveloped the wooden box. The animal's skeleton suddenly trembled and then stood up agilely. Vu Qua rejoiced inwardly. It worked. That moment knocking sounded from outside the door. He was startled. He hurried over to open the door and asked who it was. For him stood Lin Van Drench, timidly handing him the hairpin and softly saying sorry. Vu Qua's expression instantly tightened as he softly called out you. Lin Van collapsed weakly into his arms, making him flustered as he exclaimed, "Hey." Seeing her unconscious in his arms, he anxiously touched her and muttered, "Why is she so cold? Could it be she searched the lake for hours?" He murmured, "Truly foolish." The next day, bright sunlight shone everywhere. Lin Van slowly opened her eyes and woke. Vu Qua sat beside her and gently asked if she was awake. She sat up and looked at him worriedly. Did he stay by her side all night? He scratched his head awkwardly and said she was ill, so he had to take care of her. Lin Van asked timidly if he was not angry with her. Vu Qua replied guiltily, how could he be angry? Besides, he was also wrong for losing his temper over the fallen hairpin. Lin Van said softly it was her fault first. Do not say more. He curiously asked what was wrong. Suddenly a sharp scream rang out. Lin Van pulled the blanket over herself and shouted, "What did you do to me? Where are my clothes?" Vu Qua laughed and handed her the clothes, explaining that her garments were soaked at the time, so they had to be changed and washed before being returned. Lin Van panicked and asked did that mean he saw everything. Seeing her embarrassment, he teased that he not only saw but also touched. Lin Van, both shy and angry, threw a pillow at him and cursed go die. He caught the pillow, laughing, and explained he was joking. The maid had changed her clothes. He was a righteous gentleman. Lin Van asked suspiciously, so he was still a pure maiden man. He turned toward the door and laughed that the title sounded unpleasant, but she could take it that way, then reminded her to change quickly. After he left the room, Lin Van slowly dressed. Sitting on the bed with flushed cheeks, she recalled his words and wondered what he meant by this lifetime. A few days later at Ku Tiuin, Mok Ziansheng announced solemnly that the students likely knew the reason for the gathering. Because of Didnt's incident, the 4 great academies would temporarily close. Qua turned to Ha Long and said the court investigation would surely take long. The academy would not reopen soon. It seemed the future father-in-law was in a bad mood. Ha Long replied gloomily, "Do not speak nonsense," calling him that could get you beaten to death. Than Kok then spoke, believing that going to the capital for the examinations remained important. Therefore, a temporary school would be set up for teaching. Especially the 80 students taking next year's exam would be led by Miss Ta into Thur Kim Institute as enrolled students. Hearing this news, the students cheered joyfully. "Wonderful, we can study at Thur Kim Institute." Ha Long immediately drew, thinking that did it not mean he would soon be separated from Ian Nhi. Lin Van smiled and called Vu Qua's name. He stepped forward smiling and asked did it count as her doing him a great favor. He awkwardly declined, saying he did not want to enter the capital because the forces there were complicated. Hearing that she became unhappy, Lin Van threatened resentfully that if he did not go, she would reveal the martial emperor's secret. Moreover, she would not return after going back to the capital this time. Vu Qua was stunned upon hearing it. He sighed, thinking the little girl had grown into a little witch. It seemed this murky capital could not be avoided. Vu Qua reluctantly agreed, but warned her not to use that matter to threaten him again. Lin Van was delighted, yet still smiled, saying it was the truth. At that moment, Ha Long respectfully said, "Mok Ziansheng, Feng Lao Ziansheng, this student has something to report." Mok Ziansheng looked at him and said, "Speak." Ha Long said solemnly that he felt unsuited to the path of study and had found work at the county office. Requested permission not to follow Thur Kim Institute and hoped the teacher would approve. At this time, Vu Qua and the other students had prepared carriages and luggage to set off. Long cupped his hands, apologizing for breaking his promise to go to the capital together. Vu Qua said understandingly, each had his own aspiration. Staying in Ku Tiu was also good. Perhaps if he failed the exam, he would return to drink with him. Mok Ziansheng patted Vu Qua's shoulder, reminding him to seize the opportunity and not be lazy. Remember to perform well in the exam. He smiled and said, "Understood." 2 Nhi also came to see him off. He handed him a bundle, saying she had prepared clothes and travel expenses. He was moved and called mother. She also gave him a letter to carry. Vu Qua took the letter and asked what it was. 2 Nhi's eyes grew moist. She choked up, saying it was a letter from his father. He and Grand Preceptor Ta had an old friendship and asked for care. This half-year journey made her uneasy. He hugged her to reassure. Tu Nhi gave many instructions from matters of love to keeping warm. Vu Qua smiled, saying he knew and would bring gifts back. The carriage rolled toward the capital. Tu Nhi and Ha Long watched and told him to travel safely and return soon. At the same time, at the Lai residence, Tam Nguyen Chap. He cupped his hands respectfully in greeting. Lai Tran smiled faintly and said when there were no outsiders, do not call him master. Tam Nguyen smiled, saying he was used to it, and asked whether to tell the young master the truth when going to the capital. Lai Tran sipped tea slowly and said Ta Vo Kai, and he had once served as retainers to the crown prince. Now he had risen to grand preceptor. Vu Qua was very intelligent. He believed the capital would not trouble him. After hearing the story, Tam Nguyen angrily cursed that old man was never a decent sort. When the crown prince met with disaster, he was the first to flee. Lai Tran Enham and Hi leisurely sipped tea and said in such chaos everyone had to protect his own life first. It could not be blamed. Moreover, opening Thur Kim Institute was perhaps to atone somewhat. Lai Tran lightly tapped the letter on the table and said in a low voice that if not for him secretly covering things up, he could not have trained so many private troops. Lai Tran changed the subject to ask about Bok Kot. Tam Nguyen calmly reported that the girl had handed over the traitor and redeemed her fault, so she was safe and sound. Tam Nguyen continued that the young master had once discovered his camp's soldiers. Lai Tran took the letter and nodded, saying it was earlier than expected, making you pretend to faint back, then truly put you in a difficult spot. Lai Tran smiled faintly and added this was also a good chance for that brat to understand his family was far from simple. The truth should be dug out by himself. On Vu Qua's side, the carriage kept rolling non-stop toward the capital. He sat inside the carriage, his gaze watching the scenery rushing past outside. Vu Qua asked in confusion where were the others. Why were they not traveling together? Ta Lin Van smiled and explained their mounts were one-horn horses at Martial King level. Ordinary horses could not keep up. It was a pity she cultivated both magic and martial arts and lacked spiritual energy, so she could not ride a flying carpet. Vu Qua thought to himself, this kind of cultivation truly consumed spirit pills. With money one could have anything. That moment Vu Qua sensed something unusual. His eyes suddenly sharpened. He pulled Lin Van aside to dodge the incoming arrow and shouted, "Be careful." Vu Qua loudly warned of an ambush. The carriage was already surrounded by assassins. Tu Duong hurried out saying, "Young master and young lady stay inside the carriage." Tu Engiu echoed that they would handle it. Vu Qua was about to follow out when he was stopped. Lin Van anxiously held his shoulder, saying there were many guards protecting them. Did he want to abandon his little honey? Just leave it to them. Outside, Tu Nhu and Tu Dang were already fighting the assassins. Lin Van shouted loudly. She controlled her flying sword to shoot straight at the enemy, killing intent blazing. Sword energy like the wind pierced through the assassins' bodies, just as another volley of arrows shot over. Lin Van was careless and struck by an arrow. Everyone cried out in panic miss. Carriage slowly came to a complete stop. Outside, Vu Qua controlled the horse and said it seemed they had not caught up yet. He lifted the curtain and asked Lin Van if she was all right. He looked at him in alarm and asked what he intended to do. Vu Qua looked at the wound and said, "Foolish girl," he would treat her injury, saying that he tore her clothes open to reveal the burning red wound. After bandaging it, he let out a breath and said it was fine now. Lin Van smiled gently and thanked him softly. Vu Qua helped her down from the carriage and asked who those attackers were. Lin Van answered in a low voice that they were likely from Thong Min Tu. The two entered the forest. Vu Qua asked further, since her father was Grand Preceptor, how dared they make a move. Lin Van explained they did not know her identity. Moreover, though her father was Grand Preceptor, he had the least power among the three dukes. Vu Qua said casually, while there was time, tell him about the capital, inwardly planning to gather information. Lin Van said the capital was very complicated. The three dukes were her father, the Grand Commandant, and the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor led the civil officials and also served as Chancellor. The Grand Commandant led the military officials. The relationship between the two factions was extremely hostile, almost like fire and water. Her father had once been subordinate to the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince was too benevolent and was betrayed. Afterward, her father followed Pho Than Thuong. He had heard that beside the Crown Prince were two capable arms, one civil and one martial. Among them, the martial one was a martial venerable. Hearing that, Vu Qua was stunned. He chewed while thinking that in the entire Hao Thien realm there had never been a martial venerable. Lin Van confirmed it was true. and the civil figure was even more terrifying, calculating like heavenly fate descended. Vuqua asked in doubt if so why could they not foresee the crown prince being harmed. Lin Van replied the killer was someone no one expected. Moreover, those two and her father were still alive, so it could not yet be deemed a failure, truly complicated at that moment. An arrow suddenly tore through the air straight toward Lin Van. Vuqua swiftly caught the arrow, startling her. He angrily shouted for whoever it was to come out, but immediately countless arrows poured in, making him cry not good. He stood before Lin Van shielding her, and said the opponent was very strong. Lin Van analyzed in panic that in the world there were no more than 3 archers so formidable. Vuqua asked who it was. She replied it was one of the 10 great commanders of Thong Min Tu, Enhan Suong Divine Archer Vuong Zion Duong. Vuqua wondered why he chased them here. Lin Van thought and said the Grand Tutor had always targeted her father. Thong Min Tu was close to the Grand Tutor. When she met Vuong Zion Duong in Enham, Chow, she had not yet finished speaking when the ice block before them exploded. Story being cut off also startled Vuqua. He pressed for more. Lin Van embarrassedly admitted she had killed his golden-backed great eagle and roasted it. The wings were delicious. Hearing this, he was stunned. A golden-backed great eagle on the black market was worth 1,000 taels of gold. She truly specialized in causing trouble. Before he could finish thinking, countless arrows struck again. Vuqua grabbed Lin Van's hand and ran. Asking if he knew her identity, she replied no. He only thought she was a rich family's daughter. Hearing that, Vuqua suddenly stopped. He drew his sword, his aura soaring to the sky. Vuqua smiled in satisfaction. Then it would be easy to handle. He stomped hard on the ground with a thud, then leapt into the air to confront the rain of arrows. Duong Zion Duong appeared and split a stone pillar, mocking that he did not expect Ku Tiu Than to have such a formidable dual-blade martial emperor. It was a pity he was about to die. Vuqua calmly replied, was that so? Then open your eyes. After speaking, he suddenly paused. Vuong Zion Duong had drawn his bow, aiming straight at his head in threat. But Vuqua sneered that whose head would burst was yet unknown. The opponent glanced aside in suspicion. Before he could react, Vuong Zion Duong's head suddenly exploded. He screamed, realizing the sword control technique and the opponent's identity. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off. Vuqua brought down a slash and shouted, die. After finishing him off, he smugly thought that every divine archer met the same end of an exploding head, then turned to ask Lin Van, are you all right? She gently replied she was fine. Lin Van was unharmed, but he noticed the wound on her chest was bleeding again. The recoil from the sword control technique had caused it to split open once more. Even though Zion Duong had died miserably, he still could not escape being stripped clean. Vuqua looked at the culprit and could not help sighing inwardly. He never expected Ta Lin Van to be so perverse, truly a genuine little demoness. Yet aloud he still asked curiously, after all, Vuong Zion Duong was a tough man, was this not a bit excessive? As if guessing his thoughts, Lin Van quickly retorted, what nonsense are you saying? I am looking for this. Vuqua looked at the token in her hand and asked in confusion, what is this? Lin Van confidently explained it was the Grand Commander token of Thong Min Tu. Carrying it helped absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Moreover, among the 10 great commanders, there was one who used a blade and looked quite similar to him. Keeping this token could serve as life-saving disguise. He took it and nodded in thanks. She urged him to hurry. Vuqua turned back to gather more items behind him, saying, wait a moment. These are all good goods that can sell for a high price. After walking a while, the two met the people from the residence again. Everyone was stunned upon seeing Lin Van return. Miss, you have finally come back. We even thought you had before he could finish. Lin Van had already erupted in anger, shouting and kicking him repeatedly. You thought I was dead, you pighead. There is a naked male corpse in the forest. Go bury it at once. He rolled on the ground, groaning and begging, Miss, please stop kicking. I will go immediately. At Thinmon town, Tu Engyu glanced back and asked Brother Li why stop here. From inside the carriage came a reply that the young lady's wound still needed more herbs. Lin Van, sitting opposite, asked, was the wound not already scabbed? Vuqua explained though healed it would easily scar. Using medicine would prevent marks. Lin Van turned away shyly, saying whether it scarred or not had nothing to do with him. Vuqua pointed at himself and laughed, what if it scarred and she could not marry and had to rely on him? He angrily rushed forward and struck his chest, calling him a lecher. Vuqua dodged, laughing, and cried it hurt to death. The two attendants saw this and wisely stood up to leave. using the excuse of buying feed for the horses and finding rooms. Tu Engiu sat blankly watching the two brothers flee without a trace. Followed suit, saying he would go to the tavern first, and slipped away. Vuqua dodged while begging for mercy, saying he would not dare again. There were already enough suitors chasing her across the capital, inwardly lamenting that Vo Yu might become a female devil in the future. He tried to slip away, but was pulled back by Lin Van, who said do not run. In the end, he escaped on the excuse of buying medicine. From inside the carriage, a shoe was thrown and hit his head, making him cry out. At the pharmacy in Thien Mon Town, shopkeeper honestly said, "Little brother, there was no black scale armor here, but the other herbs on the list were all available." Vuqua asked in confusion, since this region had many scaled beasts, why was black scale armor lacking? This was truly strange. The shopkeeper explained he must be an outsider. Recently, those who went up the mountain all went missing. Rumors said there were evil spirits, so herb gatherers dared not go. Therefore, no one collected black scale armor. Vuqua thanked him and left. Turning to the Thien Mon Town Inn, Vuqua sighed as soon as he entered. "Will no one comfort me a little?" Lin Van crossed her arms, still angry, saying, "Serves you right." Then tossed the medicine pack over, saying she still bought medicine for him. Tu Dang brought over a plate of chicken to console him, saying a portion was still kept for the young master. The rooms were booked one each. Vuqua smiled helplessly in thanks. At the next table, a group whispered they still had not found it. The holy maiden ordered them to capture the demon beast. If they failed, they would be blood sacrificed. With so many mountains, where to find it? Lin Van softly reminded him not to stare. The people of High Cot Divine Sect were infamous for cruelty. Getting involved with them brought no good. Vuqua gnawed on a drumstick and replied yes. But inwardly he thought the demon beast they sought might be related to the missing people. Following them could help find black scale armor faster. Thinking so, it was worth a try. Late at night, the full moon hung high. Vuqua hid behind a branch, observing the group he had seen at the inn. He thought secretly sneaking about at night like this surely meant trouble. They stopped around a bonfire. Tiu Hoi removed her hood and asked had everyone arrived. The group immediately knelt in unison and shouted, "Greetings, holy maiden." Tiu Hoi coldly ordered, "Bring the sacrifice here." Vuqua hid in shock. Time Tran was actually involved with High Cot Divine Sect. Then where was Tiu Bok? Could she also be related? At that moment, a pair of blazing eyes appeared in the darkness. The Rouge Beast emerged fiercely before them. Seeing the demon beast clearly, Vuqua could not hide his astonishment. It truly was the Rouge Beast. The next scene shocked him even more, as the Rouge Beast gradually disintegrated. Demon core fire essence within it was rare karmic fire, undying and impossible to extinguish with ordinary water. Vuqua stared at Tiu Hoi and secretly guessed their target was this demon core. Unfortunately, he accidentally snapped a branch. Tiu Hoi noticed and turned her head, shouting who is there. She immediately gave chase, threatening, "Stop, or do not blame me for being ruthless." 3 secret weapons appeared in Tiu Hoi's hand. She did not hesitate to hurl them straight at the fleeing figure. Vuqua flipped in midair and shot silver needles in return. Tiu Hoi caught the needles and exclaimed in shock, "Li Vuqua." Vuqua stood on one foot upon a branch and smiled, asking she recognized him. "Time Tran." He flicked away the needles and said coldly, "What Time Tran? What are you doing here?" He frankly said he came to gather herbs because the area was sealed and he could not buy them. Tiu Hoi unconsciously asked, was he ill? Vuqua smiled, saying he gathered herbs for a friend, then teased, was she concerned about him? She snapped back and told him to change places and talk at the pavilion on the mountain. Upon arriving, Vuqua asked directly. She was from High Cot Divine Sect, and even the Holy Maiden. Tiu Hoi coldly brushed it aside, saying that was her matter. He shifted to ask about her younger sister. Tiu Hoi lowered her head, saying it was private. Since her sister chose to leave him, she did not wish to meet again. Vuqua frowned and punched a wooden pillar, saying that was impossible. Where was Tiu Bok? He had to ask clearly. Tiu Hoi immediately swung her staff at him. She warned coldly if he continued to act wildly, she would kill him. The staff pointed straight at Vuqua's face in threat, killing intent soaring to the sky. His gaze suddenly darkened. Then he abruptly counterattacked, unleashing a retaliatory move. Vuqua quickly regained the upper hand. The needle blade pressed close as she questioned relentlessly. You are not my opponent. Where exactly is Tiu Bok? She spoke with difficulty. You. In the end, Tiu Hoi still relented. My foolish little sister contracted a strange illness and did not survive. She was struck by a dark sorcery. That thing has no cure, so. Vuqua froze and blurted out, what? He shot to his feet resolutely. I do not believe it. If alive, I must see the person. If dead, I must see the corpse. He pulled open her robe as proof. This is the inner armor you once gave my little sister. Is it not? This was what she handed over before she died. Now do you believe it? Looking at the inner armor on her body, Vu Qua could not accept it. Could it be that Tiu Bok had truly died? Tiu Hoi slowly recounted. My foolish little sister did not want you to be heartbroken, so she chose to leave. Before she died, she even said she had one regret. Vu Qua immediately asked, what regret? Tiu Hoi answered sternly, regret that she could not personally tell you that she liked you. Qua stood stunned and murmured, Tiu Bok liked me. He placed his hand on his head in self-reproach. Tiu Bok, it was my fault for failing to protect you. Tiu Hoi put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Do not be too sorrowful. My little sister certainly would not want to see you suffer. Vu Qua suddenly embraced her and sobbed, my wife. Tiu Hoi cried out in shock, you. Behind her back, Vu Qua secretly thought, Time Tran, oh Time Tran. This act of yours is far too clumsy. Before Tiu Bok left, I already examined her body. There was fundamentally nothing wrong. Tiu Hoi did not notice anything unusual and continued. Enough, do not be sad anymore. My little sister left this for you. Vu Qua asked instinctively, what is it? She waved her hand decisively. Before she died, my little sister captured a traitor within the divine cult. After that, the traitor was refined into a skeleton. Knowing you study the corpse scripture, she soaked this skeleton in medicinal fluid and preserved it for you. Tiu Hoi spoke at length. The corpse scripture belongs to corpse manipulation arts. It is one of the 3 great secret techniques of the skeleton divine cult. To cultivate it, one must use the bones of a living person, then infuse one's own consciousness into it to control it. That time it will fight for you. Vu Qua touched the skeleton and muttered that it resembled a skeletal warrior from a game. The skull slid into his hand. Tiu Hoi reminded him from the side. As long as you throw these 2 bones outward, they will immediately assemble into a skeleton and turn into the skeletal warrior you mentioned. Vu Qua clasped his hands and bowed in gratitude. Tiu Hoi replied frankly, if you want to thank someone, then thank your Tiu Bok. She turned and left, reminding him, take whatever medicine you need quickly and return. This is not a place where you should stay. The skeleton divine cult has many saintesses with strong cultivation. Be careful, Vu Qua answered softly, then watched her. Following her departing figure, he calculated silently. Although he did not yet understand why Time Tran deceived him, Tiu Bok had certainly returned to the skeleton divine cult, and Time Tran was a saintess. Perhaps Tiu Bok was already safe now. Qua returned to the inn in Thien Mon Town. He stepped into the room and gently closed the door. The sound of the door shutting made him start. Lin Van sat on the bed with her hair loose, staring intently and making Vu Qua break into a cold sweat. You are still not asleep. It is already past midnight. Could you not scare people like that? He replied lazily, I guessed you would go up the mountain. Vu Qua scratched his head and brought out the medicine to conceal it. Just in time, the medicine is complete. He briskly suggested, I will grind it into medicinal paste for you. Just apply it, and the wound will not leave a scar. Before long, he returned and urged, take off the bandage on your leg. How can I apply the medicine like that? Lin Van blushed and stammered, no, you must close your eyes. Vu Qua seriously complied. Fine, I have closed them. Lin Van hesitated and probed then. After confirming, she removed the bandage from her leg. This is fine. Vu Qua closed his eyes and reached out clumsily. I am coming over. He took the opportunity to touch somewhere he should not, the soft sensation stirring his heart. Lin Van angrily shouted, where are you touching? Vu Qua opened his eyes and forced a smile. You told me to close my eyes, so I had to fumble around. Vu Qua was immediately beaten until his nose bled. Close your eyes for me. Even after being kicked away, he still lamented inwardly, so big. The commotion quickly subsided amid Vu Qua reassurance. All right, this time there will be no need to worry about scars. He looked at Lin Van, who had closed her eyes and fallen asleep, thinking that this girl had just been making a fuss, and now was already sleeping soundly. Vu Qua sat alone and muttered, in any case, she is sleeping on my bed, so where am I supposed to sleep? Thinking of that, he covered his face and chuckled. Of course I will sleep on my own bed. Vu Qua quickly pulled her leg, then lay down beside Lin Van. This is fine. Vu Qua closed his eyes in satisfaction. Tonight he would surely have pleasant dreams. The next morning, Tu Dang was still slumped over the table asleep. Vu Qua appeared with dark circles under his eyes. Both nostrils were stuffed with paper. He cried inwardly, miscalculated. He simply could not sleep at all. Not long after, Lin Van slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Vu Qua lying right beside her, she panicked. sat up abruptly and screamed loudly. Vu Qua was also startled and quickly covered himself with his hand, placed a finger on his lips signaling Lin Van to be quiet. Then he gently got off the bed and straightened his clothes. Looking at Lin Van sobbing on the bed, he smiled faintly. "Stop crying. You are still a pure maiden. I have not done anything." Vu Qua avoided her gaze and said, "Can we set off now?" Lin Van wiped her tears and replied softly, "All right." She fiercely clenched her fist and slammed it on the table where Tu Dang was sleeping, shouting, "Wake up now." He jolted awake and answered, "Yes, miss." Lin Van urged without delay, "Quickly go prepare the carriage. We must set off now." Tu Dang hurriedly ran off at once. "Understood, understood. I will do it right away." The scene swiftly shifted to the capital of Nam Viet. Grand Preceptor Mansion was located in an exceptionally prime position within the capital. As the two were playing chess, a voice sounded from behind. "Father, I have returned." Vo Kai turned toward the sound and smiled. "Lin Hai, you are back." Then he looked at the person standing beside his daughter and asked, "And this is?" Lin Van raised her hand in introduction. "Father, this is Li Yuguo, a scholar from Tiu Than who has come to the capital to study at the Third Kim Institute." Vu Qua respectfully clasped his hands. "This commoner Li Yuguo greets Grand Preceptor Ta." Lin Van added, "He is acquainted with you and has a letter to deliver, so I brought him here." Vo Kai frowned and repeated, "Li Yuguo, where is the letter?" After reading it, he widened his eyes in shock. "Your father is." The letter was in fact blank, but Vu Qua immediately followed the momentum and said, "My father is a merchant of Ku Tiu City named Lai Tran." Vo Kai abruptly stood up and exclaimed, then halted. He quickly changed to a cordial tone. "Worthy nephew, you have finally arrived. This old man has waited for you for 18 years, those 18 years. Vu Qua asked curiously, "Grand Preceptor, you know my father?" Vo Kai nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, your father and I were once fellow disciples. From now on, just call me Uncle Ta." He continued, "Worthy nephew, where are you currently staying in the capital?" "Surely in the dormitory of the Third Kim Institute. Since we are acquainted, how could this old man treat you poorly? There are many rooms in the mansion. Choose one to stay in." Vu Qua shook his head in refusal. "Many thanks, Uncle Ta, but this is the Grand Preceptor Mansion. It would be inconvenient for me to stay." Lin Van blurted out, "Why would it be inconvenient?" He carefully explained, "The Third Kim Institute is managed by you, and I am a candidate for the examinations. If I stay here, it will easily invite gossip." Vo Kai stroked his beard and laughed. "Worthy nephew speaks with reason. Then how about this? At Ice Lake Square I have an empty house. It is near the Third Kim Institute. You may stay there." Vu Qua scratched his head hesitantly. "About this?" Vo Kai clasped his hands behind his back and laughed in mock scolding. "Boy, your father and I are close. If you keep refusing, you are disrespecting me." He immediately clasped his hands and replied, "In that case, this junior will follow Uncle Ta arrangement." Lin Van eagerly chimed in, "Father, let me take Vu Qua to see the room." After saying that, the two of them left. Vo Kai watched their departing figures and spoke, "Stop hiding, Lao Tam, come out." Tam Nguyen stepped out at the call, his voice reproachful. "Boy, it has indeed been a long time since we met." Vo Kai went straight to the point. "So many years have passed, and you still have not forgotten what happened back then. How are preparations on the Ku Tiu City side?" Tam Nguyen lowered his eyes and replied, "Everything is ready. We are just waiting for your signal to act." Eldest brother also said to keep Vu Qua in the capital posing as a minor official, convenient for the later plan. Vo Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Leave Vu Qua to me. But before we begin, we must eliminate 2 people first." Tam Nguyen asked in slight surprise, "You mean?" The scene shifted to a room furnished with the 4 treasures of the study. Qua looked around the space in admiration. "The environment is not bad, and there is even a desk prepared for me. Truly considerate," Lin Van said proudly. "The capital is crowded, so you must continue writing Dai Kim Fong Van Luc and Fien Van Fuck Vu Luc." Vu Qua teased with a smile, "It seems you had long guessed I would follow you to the capital." Lin Van covered her mouth and laughed, "Because I knew you would not refuse." Vu Qua looked at her and thought, "This girl is becoming more and more cunning." Just then the maids spoke in unison, "Young Master Lai." Vu Qua looked at the beauties somewhat awkwardly. "Having Lai Trung is enough for me. No need for so many people," Lin Van gently persuaded. "Do not be like that. Lai Trung alone will be very tired. Besides, they all signed indenture contracts. Even if released, they would have nowhere to go." Vu Qua thought to himself, "Indenture contracts. Better not make things difficult for them." Took the initiative to instruct, "You may stay but must keep the rules. Without my order, you are not allowed to enter my room. The maids immediately responded. We obey. Many thanks, young master Li. Lin Van pointed at herself and asked, What about me? Vu Qua smiled and said, Eldest miss, why would you need permission? This is your house to begin with. You may enter whenever you wish. Lin Van exclaimed happily, At least you still have a conscience. Come. Do you want to meet my master? Vu Qua replied eagerly, The Sword Immortal Senior. Then I must certainly go pay my respects. Watching the two leave, the maids whispered, What kind of person is young Master Li to make Miss Ta change so much? Another replied softly, I guess 8 or 9 out of 10 he is our future son-in-law. Enough, quickly tidy up and bring fine wine and delicacies. In the future there will surely be days of comfort. The scene swiftly shifted to the Tharkeem Institute. Lin Van said excitedly, We are here. Vu Qua sighed with emotion. This is the Tharkeem Institute. Truly luxurious, even Hao Thien Academy of Hao Thien is far inferior. That moment music sounded nearby. Vu Qua looked toward the source of the sound and recognized it as a zither. It turned out to be drunken sword immortal, Duong Khan playing the instrument. Lin Van immediately stepped forward and bowed, Master. Duong Khan stood up in surprise, inwardly calling out, Your Highness. Lin Van happily ran over and hugged Duong Khan coquettishly. Your disciple has returned. Duong Khan stroked her head and sighed. Only a few months apart and your cultivation has already improved. Vu Qua stood behind with hands clasped. This junior greets Sword Immortal Senior. Duong Khan laughed loudly. Young friend, you must be young Master Li, whom Lin Nhi mentioned in her letter. No need for courtesy. For Lin Nhi to befriend such an expert is truly beyond this old man expectation. Vu Qua was startled and thought, This is bad, I am about to be exposed. The capital is indeed perilous, but outwardly he still smiled. Senior overpraises me. This junior is merely an ordinary scholar. Duong Khan raised his hand and circulated his force. 3 needles instantly shot out from Vu Qua neck. Duong Khan said, You used concealed needles to seal your acupoints to hide your spiritual energy. Vu Qua touched the spots where the needles had been and thought that he had been seen through, truly worthy of a sword immortal. Duong Khan pondered and continued, But if left too long it will cause your vital energy to fall into chaos. In the end you will explode and die. Vu Qua replied calmly, This junior feared that my abilities would bring trouble to those around me. So I had no choice but to do so. Duong Khan nodded in praise. Young Master Li is indeed benevolent. Let this old man help you. Duong Khan took out a ring glowing with firelight from his sleeve and introduced it. This is the Thatch Nam ring. It is both a storage ring and can absorb spiritual energy into itself. For the sake of my beloved disciple, this old man gifts you this ring. Vu Qua looked at the glowing Thatch Nam ring. He happily accepted it. Many thanks, Senior. His heart blossoming. This time he could finally stay in the capital with peace of mind. In the afternoon, twilight descended upon the capital. Vu Qua stretched until his bones cracked. Dragged around all day by Vo Yu, strolling and accompanying a woman truly left him exhausted. At that moment Lai Trung hurried over to him, Young Master, crossed his arms and asked directly, How is the publishing house? Lai Trung reported honestly, The brothers have finished setting up the publishing house in the capital. In a few days, once we find a courtyard to rent, we can reopen. Vu Qua took out a copy of Dai Kim Fong Van Luc from his robe and nodded. Not bad. He looked at the book and sighed. Dai Kim Fong Van Luc is also due for an update. Lai Trung said worriedly, But young master, some time ago Dai Kim Fong Van Luc was once listed as a banned book. Vu Qua put an arm around him to reassure him. No need to worry. Du Tu Dang father is the chief of the Capital Publishing Bureau. Later I will ask him to handle it. 3 of Tu Dang happened to appear. Vu Qua shrugged and said to Lai Trung, See, they have arrived. As soon as they arrived, they began chattering. You just came to the capital on your first day, so I must take you out to have some fun. During the day, Miss took you to places for women. At night, let us take you to a place for men. Qua replied eagerly, To a place for men. Brother, do lead the way. Tu Dang beckoned, Just follow us. Upon arriving at Thin Tiat Pavilion, Tu Dang placed a hand on Vu Qua's shoulder and laughed loudly. We are here. Vu Qua looked at the signboard and silently judged. A pleasure house named Thin Tiat, truly a waste. Madame Truong greeted them with a smile. Oh, it has been a long time since I saw you young masters. Tu Dang spoke familiarly, Mother Truong. Today we brought a brother to drink. Give us a private room on the 2nd floor. Madame Truong winked and revealed, What a coincidence. Tonight is the day courtesan Muck performs. There happens to be one room left on the second floor. The three of them immediately had their eyes light up and their hearts race. Tu Duong handed over a money pouch in thanks. Madame Truong swiftly accepted it. Young masters, please follow me. Tu Engiu smiled brightly. To see Miss Muck today is truly great fortune. Madame Truong warmly led the way. Young masters, this way, please. As soon as Vu Qua stepped inside, he frowned slightly. Why does this tavern carry such a familiar fragrance? Name suddenly flashed in his mind. It smells like Nulan incense, Mong and Chai. Seeing him distracted, Tu Dang teased. Brother Li, you look around so anxiously. Could it be you cannot wait any longer? Vu Qua smiled politely. Young master, do jests. A courtesan naturally is worth anticipating. Tu Duong stroked his chin and introduced excitedly, Miss Muck is the #1 beauty of the capital. She sells her art, not her body, and has deep ties with the current crown prince. Just seeing her from afar is worth a lifetime. Tu Dang nodded in agreement. Tu Engiu also smiled expectantly. Vu Qua remained lost in thought. Is it my illusion, or has Mong and Chai truly come to this world as well? Suddenly white snow began to fall, drawing exclamations. It is snowing. Tu Dang blurted out. Every time Mucky Saw appears, Thin Tayat Pavilion will have snow. Vu Qua raised his hand to catch the snow. The pine scent of Nulan incense grew stronger this snow. Ears suddenly rang out by his ear. Miss Muck has come out. The crowd excitedly shouted along with He Saw steps. Miss Muck, Miss Muck. Vu Qua stared in shock at the young woman who appeared. Is that truly Mong and Chai? Tu Dang beside him shouted endlessly. Miss Muck, Miss Muck. Last, the breathtakingly beautiful He Saw fully revealed herself. Tu Dang kept exclaiming, Miss Muck is truly too beautiful. As for Vu Qua, his heart was shaken. Mong and Chai is actually her. He Saw danced upon the stage. The men below could not take their eyes off her. Van Chuong stared at her and muttered, He Saw, I did not expect you to have grown to this extent, Vu Qua. He suddenly sensed something amiss, killing intent. He fixed his gaze on He Saw on the stage, inwardly calling that something was wrong. Vu Qua immediately shot out 3 needles to intercept. Van Chuong was interrupted and slightly flustered. She did not expect someone to conceal his aura before her. She quickly recognized Vu Qua, so the treasure has fallen into this boy's hands. Fine then, we will settle it next time. After thinking that Van Chuong immediately withdrew, Vu Qua tilted his head and wondered, has she run away? Forget it, do not cause trouble. Better to focus on watching the dance. He Saw continued dancing on the stage, her movements soft and graceful. It was as if flowers bloomed upon the stage with every step. The people below kept cheering, Miss Muck, Miss Muck. Before long, the performance came to an end. Tu Duong lamented regretfully. It was too short. Tu Dang teared up, my Miss Muck, if only I could marry her. Tu Engiu clapped and laughed. The performance is over. Now it is time for our main business. Beautiful young women quickly appeared. Young masters, we are here. A young woman leaned close to Vu Qua and whispered, Tonight let this servant attend to you. He smiled enthusiastically, very well. At the gate of Thin Tayat Pavilion, 3 people stood looking inside. Immediately after came the sound of hurried footsteps entering. Lin Van stood with hands on her hips in anger. These 3 just returned to the capital and already dragged Vu Qua to drink at a brothel. I am furious. Today I must teach them a lesson. Vu Qua felt something was wrong and ran out. That voice is too familiar, could it be? The 2 following Lin Van hurriedly advised, Young Master Li is a man. It is normal to come to such a place. But she remained furious. No, my father told me to keep an eye on him. I will not let him fall into depravity. Seeing Lin Van about to charge in, Vu Qua panicked and warned, This is bad. Eldest Miss has come to catch us. Tu Duong cried out in shock. What? Tu Dang hurriedly said, Split up and run. I will go to the Third Keem Institute to find Min En-han. Vu Qua quickly called out, Wait, I do not know the way. Before he could think of a solution, Vu Qua frantically ran upstairs. He dashed straight to the window and jumped down. Above him came a shout. Where did he go? As soon as Vu Qua's feet landed, the roof cracked loudly. In an instant, he fell straight into the room below. Vu Qua scrambled up and grumbled. What kind of roof is this? Such poor quality. Why is there also the scent of Nulan incense here? As he said that, Vu Qua suddenly froze when he felt something soft beneath his hand. He Saw clenched his hand, furious. Is this still not enough? He Saw swung her hand and sent a surge of force toward Vu Qua, shouting, Go die. Vu Qua immediately dodged and hurriedly spoke. Miss, please listen to my explanation. Inwardly he groaned. She truly strikes without mercy. He Saw gripped the cloth at her chest and asked coldly, Who are you to dare barge into my boudoir? Vu Qua turned his face away and waved his hand. I am merely an ordinary scholar who lost his way and intruded by mistake. I hope Miss will forgive me. In his mind, he could not stop marveling, truly beautiful. He said it was a misunderstanding. She remained wary. Anyone who can evade my attack is absolutely not ordinary. Could he be from the demon physician divine cult? On his chest was a mark that caught Vu Qua attention. It was the emblem of the skeleton divine cult. Thinking she might know Tiu Bok whereabouts, he immediately asked, "May I ask if Miss is a disciple of the skeleton divine cult?" He saw eyes instantly filled with killing intent. She shouted coldly, "Since you know my identity, you still dare claim to be ordinary. Villain of the demon physician divine cult, taste this move." He unleashed waves of force toward him. Vu Qua hurriedly raised his hand to block. Vu Qua was inwardly alarmed. Why is my body going numb? I do not even have a trace of strength left. He crossed her arms and sneered. No one has ever escaped my bewitching art. Yet the ring on Vu Qua's finger silently absorbed all of the bewitching art. He unconsciously sneezed. Vu Qua wiped his nose and asked, "What is the demon physician divine cult?" He heart jolted. Impossible. Is my bewitching art ineffective? Suddenly there was a knock at the door along with a voice, "Miss Muck, are you inside?" Vu Qua froze and thought, Miss Muck. Could she be the courtesan of Thin Tiet Pavilion? No wonder there is the scent of Nalan incense. It seems she is not Mong and a Chai, but she belongs to the crown prince. If I am caught here, it will be troublesome. Less trouble is better. I should withdraw. Vu Qua dashed toward the window. I offended you today. I take my leave. Inside he shouted, "Stop." Lian and Gok entered and asked, "Miss Muck, what happened just now?" He replied casually, "Just a flower thief who wandered in. I already drove him away." Inwardly she thought, "Those who can resist my bewitching art are few. How did that boy manage it?" Her gaze fell on a golden needle on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. This is. The scene shifted back to the lecture hall of the Third Keem Institute. The teacher was seriously giving a lesson. Vu Qua's mind wandered. Miss Muck's appearance is nothing like Mong and a Chai. Is Nalan incense merely a coincidence, or did someone interfere and alter Mong and a Chai appearance after reincarnation? No, the key is the crown prince. If she reports me, then I am finished. Better to take the initiative to apologize and ask clearly about Nalan incense. The teacher on the platform angrily shouted, "Li Vu Qua, if you are not paying attention, then get out." Vu Qua calmly walked out. Out then out. His attitude made the teacher beard tremble with anger. Yu Xin looked at him and smiled helplessly. "Brother Vu Qua, you truly behave the same wherever you study." Outside, Vu Qua continued pondering. How can I find a way to meet Miss Muck again? Looked at the person ahead and was startled, seeing the royal jade pendant of Viet Kingdom. That person was Tabak. Tabak was tilting his head back, drinking wine. Seeing Vu Qua approach, he handed over the wine flask. Here for a cup. Vu Qua took the cup and drained it, then sighed. "I have never tasted a wine so sweet yet potent. Could it be imperial wine?" Tabak replied leisurely, "Indeed, this is 100 treasure burned from the palace." Then he introduced himself. "I am Tabak. You must be Li Vu Qua, famed for defying your teacher." Vu Qua replied modestly, "Young master to eyesight is sharp. Young master to drinking alone like this. Could it be you have something on your mind?" Tabak took a sip and asked in return, "Young master Li, are you fond of any young lady?" Vu Qua thought and answered yes. Inwardly he added, "And not just one." Tabak sighed and confided, "So am I, but she is a courtesan." Vu Qua was surprised. "A courtesan," he continued. "She is elegant and beautiful. She does not fawn over me because of my status, which makes me cherish her more. But I am of the royal family, so my actions are restricted. I have few chances to see her. I sense she also has feelings, yet has not spoken them. I cannot wait any longer." Inwardly Vu Qua cursed. "Perhaps you are imagining it." Just then Tabak suddenly changed his tone. "By the way, Brother Li once composed peerless poetry at the poetry gathering, and is favored by Grand Preceptor Ta. You must be eloquent. Could you accompany me to meet that young lady and help say a few words to open her heart? I will surely reward you generously." Vu Qua was stunned and replied, "Young master Tu is too polite. I accept this small matter." Inwardly he thought, "Beauties bring endless trouble, yet one cannot offend the royal family." Back patted his shoulder in praise. "Brother Li is straightforward. Tonight I will send someone to fetch you." Vu Qua replied, "Very well, we will meet then." The scene shifted to a luxurious room. A female voice sounded, "Father, have you found out?" Lin and Gok Kin nodded and replied, "Your guess was correct. That hairpin indeed belongs to Bak Kat AI. The one who dropped it is Li Vu Qua, her former lover." He held the hairpin and smiled faintly. A former lover, how interesting. It seems I can use him to contend for the position of cult leader. Lin Gok continued. By the way, Miss Muck, there is another matter, he saw signaled coldly. Speak. Lin Gok leaned close to her ear and whispered. After hearing it, he saw blurted out. It has arrived in less than a month. Truly troublesome. Scene shifted again to another room. Tabak supported the slightly drunk Vu Qua back to the room and said, Brother Li, later when you see her you will surely be captivated by her beauty. Vu Qua replied, Rest assured I am a gentleman. Yet inwardly he thought, why is it thin Tayat Pavilion again? Tabak drew back the curtain and said with a smile, We have arrived. Vu Qua froze in astonishment. Why is it her? He saw was equally stunned. Why is it him? Tabak laughed loudly and interjected. Brother Li, I knew you too would be enchanted by her beauty. Vu Qua replied awkwardly, Apologies, young master, too. I have been impolite. Inwardly he cursed, so Tabak is the crown prince. This time it is big trouble. Tabak sat close to Mucky Saw and introduced enthusiastically, You two must not have met. Allow me to introduce. This is Mucky Saw, renowned throughout the capital. This is Li Vu Qua, a student of the Third Keem Institute. She feigned unfamiliarity. He saw gave a slight bow. I have met young Master Li before. Vu Qua cooperated and returned the courtesy. I have long heard of Miss Muck. Meeting you today is truly an honor. He saw immediately change to a frail demeanor. Young Master too. Lately this servant health has been poor. I fear it is inconvenient to entertain you. I hope young Master will forgive me. Before he could finish speaking, Tabak had already been secretly controlled by her bewitching art. In the blink of an eye, Tabak was completely infatuated, sinking into emotions for her. He instantly became obedient. In that case, Miss should rest well. Vu Qua was inwardly astonished. What kind of sorcery is this? Could it be that last time I was also struck? He saw, smiled, and said, I did not expect young Master Li to be so capable, even considered a distinguished guest of the Crown Prince. He replied with sarcasm, It is all the same. Does not Miss also make the Crown Prince so bewitched that he loses his senses? She held the hairpin in her hand and said slowly, Oh, this hairpin must belong to young Master Li. Vu Qua froze. How did this hairpin end up in your hand? Moved to snatch it back, but she had already swiftly put it away. If you want it then. He saw tossed a slip of paper at him and ordered, Go to the place written on it. When Vu Qua arrived, he saw Lien and Gok already waiting ahead. Clasped his hands and asked her identity. She immediately replied, I am Lin and Gok, just call me Tiu and Gok. The Crown Prince has not noticed anything, has he? When Tabak woke up, he held his head and frowned. Why did I get drunk? I remember nothing. Did Miss Muck say anything? Vu Qua replied calmly. She said she has a good impression of you. It is just that she is not mentally prepared yet. Next time she will give a clear answer. Now Vu Qua quickly denied. No, nothing at all. Lien and Gok turned her back and gestured. Follow me, he thought inwardly. Let her explain it herself. Lien and Gok took out a jade token and activated its power. A vortex of space like a door gradually opened. On the opposite rooftop, Tam Nguyen was sitting and observing. As soon as he stepped through the barrier, he saw sitting, with legs crossed, waiting. Vu Qua went straight to the point. Speak quickly. How did you obtain that hairpin? Saw lifted the lid of her teacup and sneered. Steal it. You dropped it that day. I merely picked it up. But your relationship with the traitor Bok Kot AI seems quite close lately. Vu Qua looked at her and replied, Tiu Bok is indeed still alive. He saw rested her chin on her hand and smiled, of course, after all she. He immediately pressed, after all what? He saw smiled faintly, nothing, we should discuss proper matters. Inwardly she breathed in relief. It seems he does not know that secret. Vu Qua frowned and urged, what exactly is it? Inwardly he confirmed that Tiu Bok being safe was good, but what is she hiding? What exactly happened to Tiu Bok? He said coldly. Bok Kot AI is the saintess of the Bone clan and also a candidate to succeed as cult leader. I need you to help me strip her of that qualification. Once it is done, whatever you want, I will agree. Vu Qua sprang up and roared, You want me to deal with Tiu Bok? Never, he snorted coldly. You have no right to refuse. She unleashed her bewitching art and whispered, Obediently listen to me. Vu Qua immediately recognized the old move, but this time it felt far stronger. As he saw attacked, she speculated, he must have a treasure that conceals his aura. Last time I underestimated him. This time I will use 90% of my power and see how he withstands it. Vu Qua blurted, The ring on his hand frantically absorbed all the charm. Vu Qua clutched his abdomen and trembled. I absolutely cannot be controlled, Tiu Bok. He could not believe it. Even 90% of my power is ineffective. Must I use the full 10%? He recalled what Van Chuang once warned. Bewitching art is a double-edged blade. If 90% fails, you must stop. If 10% fails, then the one devoured will be you. But he saw was unwilling. How could there be someone in this world who resists my bewitching art? Full power. Vuquois raised his hand to block. The charm instantly scattered and was completely absorbed by the ring. It was like a bottomless pit. He said arrogantly, I advise you to give up. I absolutely will not. She suddenly paused. There is no reaction. Is it over? Unexpectedly, he moved close to him without warning. She pushed him down and sat on top of him. He eyes were enchanting as she called sweetly, Young Master Li, Vuquois panicked. What is happening? Could it be that I have been struck by bewitching art? Is this an illusion before my eyes? Yet it feels too real. The closer he pressed, the more flustered he became. Remember, Li Vuquois, you are a gentleman. You still have Tiu Ba. He pushed her away and persuaded Miss Muck. This cannot be. He refused to relent and said seductively, come play with this servant. At that moment, Lian and Gok pushed the door open and asked, Miss, have you two finished talking? Seeing the ambiguous posture, Lian and Gok was stunned. Pulled her over and laughed. Tiu and Gok, you came at the right time. Come join us. Vuquois' eyes widened in shock. Lian and Gok blushed. Miss, what are you saying? He urged. Come in quickly, Lian and Gok. She stepped forward thinking, is this Miss Plan? Lian and Gok let out a sigh. She imitated he and gently pressed close. Young Master Li, Miss, I have come. Vuquois was pressed tightly by two soft bodies until he could barely breathe. He darkened in the face and lamented inwardly. Who could endure this? Just then a group of black-clad men wielding swords rushed in and shouted loudly. Kill Muck, he Vuquois swiftly embraced he and rolled aside to avoid the strike. Lian and Gok drew her sword and charged forward. Blood splattered everywhere. The black-clad men fell one after another, dying on the spot. He grasped Vuquois' hand and asked in panic, what is going on? Lian and Gok replied urgently, it is the demon physician cult. Quickly protect Miss. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Vuquois pondered, demon physician cult. It seems I once heard a young lady mention it. He was still deeply lost in delirium. Young Master Li and Vuquois watched her rush out and guessed that she had been struck by the backlash of her own spell. AI. Lian and Gok fought while sharply questioning Vuquois. What exactly did you do to my young lady? The situation is so perilous right now. Why has she become like this? Vuquois immediately denied it. I truly do not know. I even thought the one who would be hit should have been me. Lian and Gok Fucktrock suddenly understood the problem. Charm art? Could it be that the young lady suffered a backlash from her own charm technique? This is bad. He kept clinging tightly to Vuquois and seducing him. Young Master Li, let us continue. His vision was completely blocked by her and he could only cry out, I cannot see anything. I truly cannot see anything at all. Figure charged over with a loud shout. He pay with your life. Vuquois lamented inwardly. This time it is over. There is no time to dodge. Fortunately, Lian and Gok intervened in time to block it. Be careful. That man was blasted backward by the recoil force. His whole body exploded and smoke billowed everywhere. The thick smoke rolled upward, leaving Lian and Gok seriously injured. Vuquois hurried forward and asked, are you all right? Lian and Gok raised her sword in guard and replied, take the young lady away from here first. Leave this place to us. She handed over the jade piece from earlier and activated a spatial vortex before him. Take this with you. Vuquois did not hesitate to carry he and flee. Be careful, Lian and Gok called out loudly. Escort the saintess away from here. He indeed escaped, running while holding the person in his arms and constantly complaining, young lady, please let me go. When will this backlash finally stop? He wrapped her arms around Vuquois' neck and coquettishly said, I will not let go. I want to stay happily with you. Van Chuang stood on the rooftop watching the scene below, laughing in great delight. You think it is that easy to escape from this old woman's grasp? How could there be such an easy bargain? He gathered her strength, preparing to unleash a powerful strike toward Vuquois. At that very moment, an arm grabbed Van Chuang's wrist. She turned to look at the masked man and coldly asked, who are you? Tam Nguyen tightly gripped her wrist. With just one snap, I can take your old life immediately. Van Chuang cried out miserably in pain, but she quickly broke free. The ice on her hand instantly burst apart and lashed back toward Tam Nguyen. The ribbon wrapped tightly around him, leaving not the slightest gap. Even so, he merely exerted a bit of force and tore the fabric apart. The sight horrified her. Before she could recover, Van Chuang was already seized by the throat by Tam Nguyen. Following through, He shoved hard and sent her crashing back onto the tiled roof. The two of them smashed through the roof and wooden beams, falling straight down. Heavy impact created sprawling cracks across the ground. The surrounding people panicked and hurriedly scattered away. Van Chuang's whole body was buried under bricks and stones. For a moment she could only groan in pain. Those nearby fled in chaos, shouting that it was too terrifying and to run quickly. Van Chuang propped herself up and asked, "May I ask where this old woman has offended you?" Tam Nguyen did not answer directly. He only said coldly, "Once you are dead, I will tell you." Her sunken cheeks suddenly puffed up slightly. "Fine then." Then Van Chuang blew out from her mouth a red sphere engraved with golden patterns. The sphere flew before Tam Nguyen and burst into a dazzling light that startled him. Immediately after, the sphere exploded violently. The entire house was flattened. Everything seemed swept into a storm of destruction. What happened? Where is Tu Lao? Before the explosion struck, he had already erected a barrier to protect everyone. Even so, he was still displeased. "It has been so long since I stretched my muscles, yet I still let that woman escape." In the late night, under the bright moon and cool breeze, a soft call rippled out and broke the stillness of the dark. Lai Trung. Lai Trung responded with concern. "How is it, young master?" Vu Qua instructed. "Send people to monitor the surrounding area. Report to me immediately if there is any movement." He saw in Vu Qua's arms began acting spoiled again. "Young Master Lai, why have you not played with me yet?" Lai Trung smiled meaningfully. "I understand. Young Master, rest assured, no one dares to ruin your good affair." He snapped in irritation. "What nonsense, do you understand?" He gently placed He Saw down on the bed. Vu Qua sighed. "Young lady, you nearly tormented me to death." Seeing him about to leave, He Saw hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Young master, do not go." She lowered her voice and whispered, "Do you not want me anymore?" Faced with that fiery body, Vu Qua nearly had a nosebleed, yet still raised his hand to refuse. "Do not seduce me. I lie, Vu Qua am a righteous gentleman. Although this young lady's figure is indeed exceptional, hardly inferior to Manga Chai." He Saw refused to stop and continued inviting him. "Come, young master, I am yours. Tonight you can play however you wish." He hesitated. Vu Qua's nosebleed flowed even more. He nearly lost control. He forced himself to stay clear-headed and told himself it would not do. She is like this because of the backlash. If I truly cross the line, then when she wakes I will surely suffer miserably. Yet looking at her like this is truly unbearable. After thinking it over, there was only one temporary solution. He took out a red rope and gripped it tightly. He Saw excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, young master, what are you going to do?" Vu Qua swiftly made several decisive movements. The binding method was ambiguous yet alluring. He Saw was tied up without the slightest discomfort. Young master is truly elegant. I like it very much." Vu Qua placed his hand on her shoulder and softly said sorry. He Saw looked at him with infatuated eyes. So young master could not wait any longer after all. Suddenly he used a strip of red cloth to gag her mouth. After settling everything, Vu Qua hurriedly left the room. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would not endure it. Better to stand guard outside. Lai Trung saw that his young master had just entered and then come out. He wondered why so fast. Could it be that it did not work? This cannot continue like this. Otherwise, how will the Lai family carry on its lineage? Thinking so, Lai Trung immediately ordered a servant, "Quickly go to the best pharmacy in the capital and buy kidney tonics and virility medicine." The servant took the silver and obeyed. Ba lifted his cup of wine and drained it in one gulp. He thought to himself, tomorrow and tomorrow again. Why are there so many tomorrows? Saying that next time there will be a proper answer. Do you think I do not know? A young lady, in the end, where am I lacking? Suddenly Van Chuang appeared from nowhere and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Seeing that, Taba shouted loudly, "Who is it?" She once again flung the ribbons wrapped around her hands toward him. "Pardon the offense, Your Highness the Crown Prince." This moment Tam Nguyen was tracking Van Chuang's trail. Along the way, more and more corpses appeared. The attire of the royal guards indicated that the Crown Prince must be somewhere near this area. After that, Tam Nguyen quietly departed. If he alerted the Crown Prince, it might affect the plan. For now it could be considered that woman's stroke of luck today. Van Chuang witnessed that scene and secretly felt relieved. The other party did not pursue her here. It seemed they still feared the Crown Prince's status. This time she could be considered to have the upper hand, while Tabak was tightly bound in the corner of the room. After confirming that the situation was temporarily safe, she raised her hand and removed the seal. "This old woman has once met Your Highness the Crown Prince." Tabak, who was tied up, roared angrily, "What are you to dare detain this Crown Prince?" Van Chuong replied calmly, "This old woman's identity is not important. What matters is that I can help the crown prince obtain what he desires." He listened with suspicion, while she had already calculated in her heart. Now that she had made contact with the crown prince, the plan could begin. Immediately after, Van Chuong struck straight at Tabak's thoughts, mentioning names such as Mucky Saw and Miss Muck. The gentle morning sunlight fell upon the Li family residence. Rays of light streamed through the window frame and shone upon the still drowsy face of the young girl. Saw slowly opened her eyes and discovered that her entire body was tightly bound with rope. She circulated her inner force and easily snapped the binding rope. He saw lowered her head to look at her body and thought to herself, "I did not expect the backlash of the charm technique to be this severe. But if Li Yuguo could resist my charm technique, this person is absolutely not ordinary." Yuguo walked in from outside, and when he saw that she was awake, he spoke. "Oh, it seems you are completely clear-headed now." Just as he saw was about to speak, Yuguo let out a long yawn and cut her off. "Staying up all night on watch is truly exhausting. Let me take a short nap first." Hearing that, he felt deeply grateful. He had stayed outside guarding her the entire night. They were originally strangers. Why would he treat her this way? Her heart suddenly beat abnormally fast. How strange. Why is my heart fluttering like this? Could it be a lingering effect of the charm technique backlash? Yuguo lifted the teapot and poured Hisa a cup. "You still remember what happened last night, do you not?" Hisa froze slightly and gave a soft sound, thinking to herself, "Why bring up what happened yesterday all of a sudden?" He extended the teacup in his hand toward her. "Exactly happened with the Manhwa sect attacking you last night." Hisa did not hesitate to explain. The Manhwa sect is a force that has risen in recent years. Their movements are unpredictable, their beliefs obscure, yet their influence spreads rapidly. They massacre innocent civilians and then shift the blame onto the Skull Divine sect. Therefore, the two sides have always been at odds like fire and water. After hearing that, Yuguo asked directly, "Then your state last night was also caused by the Manhwa sect?" Hisa hesitated briefly before saying, "That matter has nothing to do with the Manhwa sect. It was because I suffered a backlash from my own charm technique." Yuguo smiled half-jokingly. "So it was a charm technique backlash. You should feel fortunate that a righteous gentleman like me was by your side last night. If it had been someone else, things might not have ended so peacefully." Hisa blushed enough, no need to say more. Yet her heart trembled again. This wretched charm technique backlash. Why is it flaring up again? She lowered her head shyly and said, "Thank you. No matter what, many thanks to you for last night." At that moment, Lai Trung led servants in with food. "Young master, it is time to eat." Yuguo replied generously, "No need for formality, eat together." But when he saw the dishes laid out, Yuguo's face immediately darkened. Lai Trung and Hisa glanced over. The table was filled entirely with kidneys. Lai Trung, unaware of anything, raised his thumb with an encouraging smile. "Young master, keep it up." Yuguo sat by the wooden table enjoying the breeze, fanning himself as he ate a few bites of kidney. His nose almost started bleeding, and he quickly drank tea to stay clear-headed. Red jade hairpin was placed heavily on the table before Yuguo. Hisa said, "Return this white bone hairpin to you." After handing over the hairpin, she decisively turned around. "I must return now." Yuguo asked in surprise, "Return? What if the Manhwa sect is lying in ambush at Tingzhu Pavilion?" Hisa explained sadly, "Tingzhu Pavilion is the intelligence organization of the Skull Divine sect. Due to my negligence, it was discovered by the Manhwa sect. I fear it has already been wiped out. I must return to the sect to accept punishment." Yuguo asked worriedly, "Is the punishment severe?" Hisa shook her head. "It is only physical suffering, but the sect must already be in chaos. I have to return to compete for the position of sect leader." He asked in confusion, "Why must it be so?" She recounted her past. As a child, she lost both parents in war, was sold into slavery, and later rescued by her master. Her master showed her great kindness, so she must fulfill her master's final wish, to become the leader of the Skull Divine sect and devote her entire life to the sect. Yuguo immediately objected, "But I see that you do not wish to become the sect leader at all. Paying kindness should not mean trading your entire life. You should do what you truly want. Do not return." But she believed that if she did not go back then. Sa looked at him with sorrowful eyes. "In this world, where else is there for me to belong?" Yuguo fell into memory. In the past, Mong Nhai was the same. Because of the decree of the third prince, she became queen and was forced to leave him. Even though he saw was not Mong and Hi, he could not stand by and watch her be bound by fate and lose her freedom. He decisively grasped her hand. If that is the case, then this place is where you belong. It is also your home. Hearing those words, he saw could not help but be moved. She pondered the word home. Her heart gently stirred. This wretched charm technique backlash, why is it flaring up again? He saw was still hesitant. If I stay here, you will surely encounter endless trouble. The Ma sect, the Skull sect, the Crown Prince, all of them will target you. Vu Qua replied calmly, as long as we do not let them know you are here, it will be fine. Placed his hand on her shoulder and persuaded her. Once I finish the exams, I will take you to Jiu Zhao City. I am very familiar with that place. I guarantee you will not be discovered for the rest of your life. He saw began to waver. A warning sounded in her heart. This is bad. The backlash is growing more severe. In the end, she stepped back. Thank you. I still must return to the Divine sect, but the Ma sect is hunting me everywhere. For safety, I will stay here a few days to recover, thinking to herself that once the backlash completely disappeared, she would leave. This time at the tea house by the lake of the Grand Tutor's residence, two old friends were chatting. Tam Nguyen spoke, from having your daughter lure him, to leading people from Thong Min Temple to attack, then dragging him into the conflict between two sects. You truly put in great effort. Vokai smiled and waved his hand. It was all elder brother's idea. I am only responsible for refining and carrying it out. Tam Nguyen recalled yesterday's matter, right? That day I had intended to conveniently eliminate the Ma sect leader as well. Who would have thought that woman would hide in the Crown Prince's chamber? Vokai speculated. I fear the Ma sect has already begun cooperating with the Crown Prince. The Ma sect alone is not enough to pose a threat. But he suddenly stopped, stroking his beard. Do we truly want Lai Vu Qua to walk this path? Vokai voiced his concern. Lai Vu Qua is the only descendant of His Highness. If something happens to him, how can I face His Highness in the afterlife? Tam Nguyen angrily stood up. When one general succeeds, 10,000 bones turn to dust. Let alone an emperor. There is no turning back now. It is because you hesitate like this that elder brother says you are useless. After saying that, Tam Nguyen turned and left. I am going. Think it through carefully yourself. Vokai watched his departing figure and said in a low voice, truly a path of no return. The Crown Prince's residence, Van Chuong was reporting to your highness. People have already been sent to investigate. The one who abducted Muk he saw on her wedding night is a scholar temporarily residing in the capital named Lai Vu Qua. Vak was startled when he heard that name, Lai Vu Qua. He clenched his fist. I once thought I could become your confidant. I did not expect you would dare steal the woman I love. Van Chuong hurried to flatter him. Please rest assured, your highness. This old woman will immediately send people to seize Muk he saw and bring her back. Bak raised his hand to stop her. There is no need to do that. I want to meet him myself once and make things clear. The sun had already risen high. He saw gradually awoke from a deep sleep. She lifted her hand to rub her eyes, still drowsy. It had been a long time since she felt such peaceful sleep. He saw suddenly recalled the years she had lived in constant tension. At Ting Zhu Pavilion every night she had to guard against enemy attacks. Even the slightest sound was enough to startle her awake. Yet last night, the faint fragrance on the pillow in the room had given her a rare sense of peace. Just as he saw finished adjusting her clothes, Vu Qua pushed the door open and entered, carrying a tray of breakfast in his hands. Miss, you are up quite early. He asked with concern, did you sleep well last night? He saw immediately thanked him. Last night was very comfortable, many thanks. You are the host and I am the guest. Yet you let me sleep in your room. It was truly unnecessary, Vu Qua replied while setting the food on the table. There were no spare rooms left, and I could not possibly let you sleep with Lai Trung. Vu Qua suddenly joked, and even more so I could not let you sleep with me, could I? Unexpectedly he found it reasonable, that works too. After saying that she stepped closer, her hands loosely circling his body. But do you dare? Vu Qua stiffened at her boldness. This seems a bit too much. He quickly stepped back to avoid He Saw's embrace. I do not dare. Hearing that, He Saw seemed embarrassed and annoyed. She let out a soft huff and casually grabbed a bun and stuffed it straight into Vu Qua's mouth, nearly making him choke. In the end, the two quickly calmed down and sat at the table to speak seriously. Vu Qua spoke first. There is still some time before we head to the academy. Tell me about your Skull Divine sect. Since we are on the same side, she did not conceal anything. What do you wish to know? Vu Qua asked directly. First tell me what you worship and what role a saintess like you holds. He Saw smiled and explained. Our Bone clan has no specific faith. We only follow our ancestors' words to conduct the sacred bone ritual everywhere. And the saintess is the priestess who presides over the ceremony and also the chosen successor for the position of sect leader. Hearing this, Vuquois fell into deep thought. If that is the case, then it is very likely that the previous sacrifice of the Rouge Beast at Skull Pass was also part of a ritual. Suddenly he was startled. Wait, both sacrifice and ritual, could it be related to that sect? No, such horrifying matters cannot be pursued further. He hurriedly brushed aside the thought and continued asking, then what exactly are these eerie rituals for? He heard the question and replied somewhat awkwardly. She had only heard it was to prevent the descending calamity hand. As for the specific details, she feared only the cult leader knew. Vuquois felt slightly discouraged upon hearing that. The name preventing the descending calamity hand did not sound like an evil sect at all. He hoped he had not guessed wrong. At that moment the door was suddenly shoved open. Lai Trung rushed in flustered and shouted, "Young master, something is wrong." Seeing Lai Trung so panicked, Vuquois calmed him and asked, "Just speak slowly. If you rush too much you might bite your tongue." Lai Trung hurriedly shut the door, stammering out the two words "Crown Prince," making Vuquois jump in shock. What? Almost immediately after that, he heard the sound of people outside storming into the residence, mixed with the familiar voice of Tabak echoing. "Brother Lai, since we parted you have been well. Today this crown prince has personally come to visit. Why have you not come out to receive me?" Vuquois cracked the door open to look outside, scratching his head as he replied, "So it is brother too. Why did you not send word before coming? Look at me. I have not even had time to prepare anything," though he spoke shyly on the surface. Inwardly he was cursing. This time it was truly bad. That man should not have appeared now. Tabak stepped close to the door, seeing Vuquois standing inside with only a small crack open. He smiled and said it seemed Brother Lai was hiding something. Could there be some unspeakable secret in the room? Vuquois hesitated before replying. "It is merely the room of an ordinary man. What could possibly be hidden?" Before he could finish speaking, Tabak coldly ordered, "Men, search this room, find the saintess of the sea-bone divine cult. Maki saw no matter what." Immediately a group of men rushed straight into Lai Vuquois' room. He had no time to stop them and could only turn to ask, "Young master too, what exactly do you want?" Outwardly he tried to remain calm, but inside he was in turmoil, unable to understand how that man knew he saw was with him. Tabak's expression darkened as he glanced at him. At this point you still pretend in front of me, daring to secretly harbor the saintess of the sea-bone divine cult. Prepare to go to prison." Vuquois was restrained and forced to kneel, repeatedly crying, "Injustice, Your Highness." Before long someone came to reporting to Your Highness, Maki Sa was nowhere to be found. There was only one man in the room. Tabak could not believe it. What? That man stepped forward, grabbed Vuquois by the collar and interrogated him harshly. "Where did you hide Maki Sa?" Vuquois hurriedly explained, "Young master too, I truly do not understand what you are saying. Since the night we parted I have not met any young lady again." Young master to must have misunderstood, he said while secretly letting out a sigh of relief. When he first arrived in the capital, Lai Vuquois feared trouble and had secretly dug an escape tunnel in his room for protection. He had not expected it to prove useful today. Tabak did not bother listening to Vuquois' words. He shoved him aside and continued ordering, "Search again. There must be a hidden passage in this room." Hearing that, Vuquois' heart sank. It was over. The crown prince's mind was still very clear. At that moment, Tabak's actions were stopped by another voice. "Enough, Your Highness." Vokai stepped forward and warned, "Even if you are the crown prince, you cannot casually lead people to storm into and search a commoner's house." He continued, "Moreover, Lai Vuquois was personally brought to the capital by this old man. At least Your Highness should give this old man some face." Tabak's face darkened with anger. He choked out, "Ta Vokai you." Tabak gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, "Grand Preceptor Ta, do you intend to interfere in this matter?" In his heart he quickly calculated. There was currently no evidence. If he used force, he feared those two younger brothers would seize upon it. Dragging the emperor into this would only make matters more troublesome. He turned and led his men away, but did not forget to threaten. "Today this crown prince gives face to Grand Preceptor Ta, but if you dare oppose me, you had better consider the consequences. Take care of your household." Vuquois cautiously thought to himself, that man was threatening him. Vokai immediately asked, "Yesterday you did not go to the academy. Lin Nhi worried something had happened to you and dragged me here to visit." Were the crown prince's words just now true or false? Vuqua did not answer immediately but gestured invitingly. Thank you, Grand Preceptor, for intervening. Please come inside to talk. Inwardly he weighed his options. Opposing the crown prince was no small matter, and Grand Preceptor Ta had an old friendship with Lai Tran. Perhaps if he spoke out he would receive help. Led Vo Kai and his daughter inside to meet He Saw and recounted the entire sequence of events. That is everything. I also do not understand why that man knew He Saw was here. I only know that I have completely offended the crown prince. Qin Vu pouted and reproached him. Impressive, Vu Qua. Just a few days apart and you have already hidden a beauty in a golden house. He Saw smiled lightly in response. Is Miss Ta jealous? Vo Kai analyzed the situation. This old man can only help you block the crown prince once or twice. If he insists on making things difficult, then this old man will also be helpless. Moreover, besides the crown prince, there are the demon garb sect and the sea-bone divine cult searching for He Saw. Matters are far from simple. Vuqua clearly understood his dilemma and asked, Grand Preceptor, is there any way for this junior to overcome this crisis? Vo Kai said in a deep voice, in truth there are still two options. One is to hand over He Saw. As for the crown prince, this old man will handle it. The second option will draw you deep into the vortex of court struggles. Vu Qua silently pondered. If he wished to save a young lady, he would have to give up his leisurely life. But if he handed her over, would he still be worthy of being a man? The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. He Saw suddenly laughed and stood up, saying, you need not be troubled. I will bear it myself. Vu Qua tightly grasped her wrist and resolutely said, Grand Preceptor Ta, please tell me how to carry out the second option. And Vu angrily blurted out, since when has your relationship become so close? Vu Qua ignored her, his gaze firm as he looked at He Saw and said, I already told you, this place is your home. He Saw was stunned. You. Vo Kai was not surprised by his choice. As expected, you would decide this way. He took a sip of tea and asked, you still carry Wang Chuan Yang's token, do you not? Hearing that name, Vu Qua recalled. Was Wang Chuan Yang not the chief commander of the intelligence temple whom he and Vo Yao had killed before? He then took out the token and placed it on the table. It is here. Vo Kai picked up the token, examined it, and said, although the crown prince does not regard this old man highly, he greatly fears the intelligence temple. Therefore, the second option is for you to join the intelligence temple and become the new chief commander. He returned the token and continued, Wang Chuan Yang had a disciple who rarely showed himself. This old man can alter the records to make it your identity. You only need to follow the tide and inherit that position. But there is one thing that cannot be changed. You must pay a price. Vu Qua asked, what price? He replied with a solemn expression, the dragon blood tattoo. Upon hearing this, He Saw turned pale. Carving the dragon blood tattoo required using the blood of a giant dragon to etch into the flesh. The process was extremely painful and even life-threatening. Vo Kai nodded and said that was correct. Giant dragon blood was exceedingly rare. Wang Chuan Yang had exhausted his entire fortune to tattoo his disciple with dragon blood. With this mark, no one would dare question your identity. Qin Vu grew anxious for his safety, yet Vu Qua was decisive. It is only a tattoo. When can we begin? Qin Vu hurriedly tried to stop him. No, Li Vu Qua, you cannot go. Normally you hate troublesome matters the most. Why have you changed so much since meeting this woman? Has she done something to you? Vu Qua reassured her. Lin Hai, it is not only for one young lady. If this matter is exposed, my family in Ku Tiu City will all lose their lives. I endure temporary pain in exchange for many lives. This deal is not a loss. She turned to seek Vo Kai's help, but he immediately interrupted. Lin Hai, this is Vu Qua's decision. You must trust him. This matter should not be delayed. Let this old man go prepare people to begin the tattooing. After a while outside the room, Qin Vu glanced at He Saw with disdain and question. Truly shameless, making Vu Qua do something so dangerous. If something happens to him, can you bear the responsibility? He Saw remained calm despite the accusation. Vu Qua will not easily change his decision. Miss Ta has known him so long, yet still understands him less than I do. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from inside the room, causing the two girls to turn toward the door in worry and call out, Vu Qua. His entire back had turned purplish blue. In the center appeared the image of an azure dragon flickering in and out. The pain made him howl with every stroke of the tattooist's needle. He could not hold back his tears and cried out, "Eh!" At this moment, Vu Qua began to panic. It was still not finished. Damn it. The dragon blood tattoo truly hurt to the point of madness. He was about to be unable to endure it any longer. Suddenly, a gentle beam of light shone directly onto his face. Vu Qua discovered he was standing in a space like a cavern. Around him floated dim purple specks of light, making the place even more mysterious. Where was this? His gaze fell upon a girl chained around the neck, her clothes torn on one side, kneeling on the ground. Realizing someone had appeared, the girl in that space immediately cried for help, "Save me." Seeing that face clearly, a name surfaced in his mind, Quan Tayet. The girl weakly pleaded, "Save me." Vu Qua hurriedly rushed forward. "Tayet and Chai, do not be afraid. Your brother is here to save you." Yet it seemed there was an invisible energy barrier, preventing him from touching her. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, the dazzling light leaving him unable to see anything. When he opened his eyes again, before him was an azure dragon bound in chains. He could not help feeling confused. A dragon, where had Quan Tayet gone? Could everything have been only his own illusion? The azure dragon let out a thunderous roar, its surging energy forming a violent shockwave. Vu Qua struggled with all his strength against each wave of shock, his consciousness swaying violently. He opened his eyes and regained awareness. Everyone had long been standing around him. "Vu Qua, you are finally awake." The moment he saw called out Vu Qua's name, Qin Vu immediately turned and shot her a glare. Seeing that, he saw fell silent. His mind still hazy, Vu Qua asked, "Where did that giant dragon just now go?" Qin Vu was stunned. "What giant dragon?" Okai stood at the side and slowly said, "What you just saw was the will left behind by the life of the giant dragon. The dragon blood tattoo will help you establish a connection with it." After hearing that, Vu Qua asked in confusion, "The life of dragon blood?" He continued, "Enough. You must immediately cultivate now to consolidate the power of dragon blood. Otherwise, all efforts will be wasted. Lin Hai, let us step outside first." Though worried, he saw and Qin Vu still listened and left, allowing Vu Qua to focus on his cultivation. Vu Qua quickly reassured the two of them, "Do not worry, I am fine." After many days of resistance, Vu Qua finally entered cultivation in earnest, the giant dragon's energy spreading throughout his meridians. Vu Qua thought to himself, "Dragon blood truly is a heavenly treasure. My cultivation has leaped to the peak of martial emperor. If I continue to push further, I may even break through to martial ancestor." He stood outside, secretly worried, glancing toward Vu Qua. Suddenly Qin Vu stood behind her with folded arms and coldly said, "Have you looked enough?" Muki Sa turned her head to look at her. "Miss Ta, are you not meddling too much? Could it be that you like him?" Qin Vu pointed straight at Sa and shouted, "So what if I do? So what if I meddle? It is not your turn, you vixen who cut in halfway. Do not think a bit of beauty can bewitch Vu Qua. He did this only because he once promised you." Muki Sa replied calmly, "That is good then. If not for the backlash of my charm technique causing me to lose control for a moment, I would not even bother with someone like him." Hearing that, Qin Vu angrily shoved Sa hard against the wall. "What did you say?" She furiously questioned. "What do you mean someone like him? In my heart, Vu Qua is the best man. He treats you like this, and not only are you ungrateful, you even dare to slander him." Sa felt a heaviness in her heart. She thought to herself that because of her he had been dragged into trouble. She could not let him continue to face danger. Sa brushed Qin Vu's hand aside and coldly said, "Since he is so good, then I will yield him to you." As if struck at her sore spot, Qin Vu immediately flared up. "This young lady needs no one to yield anything. If I like someone, I will take him myself." Sa turned to look at Vu Qua, wondering whether she had truly been moved. It seemed his cultivation was still not perfect. Vu Qua sought out Duong Khan for guidance. The other said, "I have already heard from Grand Preceptor Ta about your matter, young Master Li. You wish to adjust the absorption level of spiritual energy in the ring to maintain it at Martial King. Is that correct?" Vu Qua immediately replied, "That is correct. The one I am replacing only has the cultivation of Martial King. I hope Sword Immortal Senior can assist." Duong Khan did not refuse and even considered it something he ought to do. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from inside the ring. Duong Khan was caught off guard. A strand of pink spiritual energy wrapped around Duong Khan. Vu Qua anxiously asked, "Sword Immortal Senior, are you all right?" Vu Qua thought to himself, "Why does this pink spiritual energy look so familiar?" Suddenly Duong Khan turned his head and said strange words. "Young Master Li, I suddenly find your appearance quite handsome. It makes one unable to resist looking a few more times." Vu Qua broke out in a cold sweat. Duong Khan seemed to turn into a love-struck madman and lunged forward. "Let this old man cherish you." Vu Qua shouted in fright, "Senior, please regain your senses." He tightly embraced Vu Qua and pressed him to the ground like a starving beast. The more you struggle, the more excited this old man becomes. Vu Qua trembled in despair. It was over. He could not break free at all. His face turned pale. Could it be that the purity of his entire life would be ruined by an old man? With no other choice, Vu Qua silently apologized and clenched his fist, preparing to strike. He roared and threw a punch straight at Duong Khan's face. A loud bang rang out as he was sent flying. Sky cleared once more, warm sunlight shining down. Duong Khan regained his senses and awkwardly said, "Ahem, apologies, young master Li. The situation just now was somewhat special. I will explain." Vu Qua forced a smile. "It is fine. What was the reason after all?" He looked at the ring and said, "This ring has absorbed quite a bit of charm energy from a woman with supreme charm bones. Even this old man was affected. I did not expect the Thatch Nam ring to have the ability to absorb charm energy. I was once struck by a charm technique before, so the charm energy must have accumulated from then." Only then did Vu Qua understand. No wonder that young lady's charm technique had no effect on him. It had all been absorbed by this ring. He sighed. She truly was unlucky. Even Sword Immortal Senior was bewitched, yet when it came to me, she failed. Duong Khan continued, "Since you now have the dragon blood tattoo, this old man can upgrade this ring." Vu Qua replied gratefully, "Then I will trouble Senior." Duong Khan began circulating his inner force. Giant dragon energy within Vu Qua's body was powerfully stirred. Duong Khan shouted, "Collect." All the giant dragon's power was drawn into the ring. The ring floated in the air and gradually turned blue. Duong Khan instructed, "All right, now you can rely on the dragon blood tattoo to freely control the ring and seal your strength. I will keep the charm energy as it may be useful at a critical moment." Vu Qua lowered his head in thanks. The scene shifted to Vu Qua gazing at the ring. Thinking to himself, he wondered how effective this charm energy was. He would find a chance to test it another day. Suddenly, Qin Vu appeared before him. Vu Qua was startled. "Eldest miss, why are you here too?" she replied. "I have something to discuss with you. I heard from father that you were at master's place, so I came straight here." He asked in return, "Have you been waiting long?" Qin Vu snorted lightly. "I just arrived. What, are you not welcoming me?" Vu Qua smiled awkwardly. "Of course not," inwardly relieved that the earlier scene had not been seen. Qin Vu hurriedly grabbed Vu Qua's hand. "Come with me, I will take you somewhere." Arriving at the ancestral hall, Vu Qua asked in confusion, "Why did you bring me to your family's ancestral hall?" Qin Vu blushed and stammered, "What do you think of the relationship between us?" Vu Qua stroked his chin in thought and spoke frankly, "After going through so much together, we can at least be considered confidants, very important to each other." Ta Linhai happily turned back. "Really?" Vu Qua smiled and nodded. She excitedly suggested, "If that is so, then let us become sworn siblings." Vu Qua was surprised. "Sworn siblings?" Qin Vu continued, "That is right. I am an only child and have always wanted an elder brother. Moreover, during this time, you have always protected me like one." In his heart, Vu Qua did not wish to regard her only as a younger sister, but seeing her so happy, he indulged her. "Since you say so, then let us become sworn siblings." Vu Qua and Qin Vu knelt together before the ancestral altar. The two of them announced their names in turn and swore together. "In this life and the next we become sworn siblings of different surnames. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, only to die in the same year, same month, same day." Vu Qua turned and smiled at Qin Vu, saying, "It is done. From now on we are officially brother and sister." She suddenly spoke up to interrupt. "Wait." Immediately after, Qin Vu produced a pair of cross-linked wine cups from somewhere and set them down. Qua asked in surprise, "Qin Vu, are these cross-linked cups not used for wedding ceremonies?" She blushed and awkwardly explained, "These are for sworn kinship. Since we are siblings already, why distinguish between husband and wife matters?" Vu Qua scratched his head and let it pass. "Then I will follow your lead." His heart in turmoil, unsure whether she truly did not understand or was pretending. A woman's thoughts were indeed hard to guess. The two intertwined their arms and drank the cross-linked wine, their emotions surging so strongly that even outsiders would feel embarrassed watching. He stood at a distance and witnessed the entire scene. In her heart she felt uncomfortable and thought, "What sworn kinship? It clearly looks no different from a wedding rite. Truly a clever move." He could not understand herself. No, this had nothing to do with her, yet she still cared. The backlash had indeed left lingering effects that were growing more serious. The next day, Vu Qua had already prepared his luggage. Everyone in the residence, young and old, came out to see him off and offer instructions. Okai carefully instructed, Wang Chuan Yang's body has been properly arranged. You should set off. Remember what this old man told you. Most important of all is never to reveal your identity. Then he handed him Wang Chuan Yang's arrow. Vu Qua solemnly accepted it, I understand. He turned and worriedly told Hisa, for now you should stay at the residence of Grand Preceptor Ta. The people of the Demon Garb sect will not dare storm in. Once everything is settled, I will return to fetch you. Hisa shyly lowered her head and obediently nodded. Before departing, Vu Qua turned back to bid everyone farewell one last time. I am leaving. Qin Vu seemed to deliberately raise her voice. Brother Vu Qua, travel safely. Hearing the words brother, everyone was stunned. Tu Dang asked in surprise why Miss was calling Vu Qua brother. Tu Duong said such a form of address was usually for husband and wife. Sun Trang also nodded, saying the two had progressed quickly. Only Tu Engiu stood behind with eyes wide and mouth agape. Qin Vu turned and loudly said to Hisa, why not come to see him off? After all, he has done this much because of you. Hisa shook her head indifferently. He is your ideal husband, not mine. Qua arrived smoothly at the intelligence temple, the entrance through the main gate winding and complex. As soon as he stepped inside, he was questioned by the commanders of the intelligence temple. Li Vu Qua, son of Lai Tran of Kutiu City, Wang Chuan Yang once mentioned having a disciple. But what proof do you have that you are that person? Vu Qua said nothing more and removed his shirt, turning his back to reveal the dragon blood tattoo for the three to see. Please examine it, commanders. The man in the black mask nodded in belief. The dragon blood tattoo appears genuine, but the red-masked man still doubted and stood up. Not necessarily. What if he deliberately tattooed it to impersonate the identity? He stepped closer and interrogated. Your cultivation is indeed at the martial king level like Wang Chuan Yang's disciple, but records in Kutiu City show you never revealed your cultivation. He continued with the key question that made Vu Qua break into sweat. Why did you conceal your cultivation and identity? Vu Qua immediately fabricated a story. Master once instructed that before joining the intelligence temple I must never reveal my identity, otherwise he would kill me. The red-masked man seemed to believe it. That is indeed Wang Chuan Yang's style. Vu Qua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly been exposed. But the red-masked man did not let it go. The records state you arrived in the capital a week ago. So why was the body only brought back now? Vu Qua bowed and replied, I came to the capital to seek Master but could not contact him. So I planned to return to Kutiu City. On the way back I discovered Master's remains. Suddenly a knife shot straight toward Vu Qua. Fortunately he dodged in time. The red-masked man roared, you are lying. Warned coldly, do not think we know nothing. The red-masked man sat sternly, spinning the three-bladed knife in his hand. On the very day of the incident we sent people to investigate. The body was hidden carefully by the culprit without leaving traces. So how did you find it? Vu Qua clasped his hands as sweat seeped out, thinking the people of the intelligence temple were truly difficult to deal with. Yet he remained calm and replied, Commander, please quell your anger. There was a reason I found the body. On my way back I found information Master left before his misfortune. Following the clues I located the remains in a remote cave. After speaking, he presented the arrow. The white-masked man with a green mark took the arrow and snapped it open to examine. Looked at the letter and remarked it was indeed Wang Chuan Yang's handwriting. It seems before dying he shot an arrow to seek help. The red-masked man added that the letter only mentioned being ambushed without identifying the culprit. Famsat knelt to report, my lord. The body of Commander Wang has been examined. The other asked what the result was. Vu Qua recognized a familiar face. Was this not Famsat, elder brother of Pham Keen? Famsat reported the cause of death was a single fatal strike, but several fingers were severed from the body. Perhaps Commander Wang deliberately left clues about the culprit. Seeing those fingers, the black-masked man exclaimed, this aura. It is Yin Shan ancestor. The others also cried out in shock. Seeing their reaction, Vu Qua suddenly recalled the past. When fighting Yin Shan ancestor, he had cut off those very fingers. Shifting the blame onto that man might allow him to escape danger. The black-masked man analyzed. It is said Yin Shan ancestor reappeared in Kutiu City. Perhaps after being injured and fleeing he encountered Wang Chuan Yang and killed him. The red-masked man added that even injured he could not be underestimated. Wang Chuan-yang must have been careless and lost his life. The white-masked man concluded, everything is clear. It seems you spoke the truth. You are indeed Wang Chuan-yang's only disciple. On behalf of the Intelligence Temple, we welcome you to join. Vu Qua clasped his hands in thanks. Outside the main hall, Pham Sat scratched his head and said, I did not expect Brother Li to truly be Commander Wang's disciple. My foolish younger brother once offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Vu Qua did not turn back and only waved his hand. I have always been magnanimous. I do not fuss over trifles. Where are we going? Inwardly he smiled. Indeed, once one holds status, people come of their own accord. Pham Sat replied, Brother Li has never left Ku Tiu City before, so you must not have met Commander Wang's family. Hearing this, Vu Qua felt both surprised and uneasy, hoping he would not be exposed. Upon reaching the gate, they heard the mournful cries of a silver-haired woman and a boy holding a toy. The woman wept and called, Duong, how could you leave our mother and son? She was Madame Wang. Seeing this scene, Vu Qua's heart sank. To survive, he had been forced to kill Wang Chuan-yang, yet the other still had a complete family. Knelt and saluted this unfilial disciple. Li Vu Qua greets Shimu. She helped him up and asked with a trembling voice, You are Duong's disciple. Vu Qua presented the bow. This is Master's relic. I ask Shimu to accept it. Seeing the item and recalling the man, Madame Wang emotionally called Duong's name. Boy stepped forward and patted Vu Qua's head. Innocently saying play play, he was startled. What? Vu Qua turned and asked. The child is, Madame Wang explained he was her and Duong's son. After a high fever damaged his mind, he became foolish. The boy was Wang Chuan-yang's son named Wang A. Dai. Vu Qua thought to himself, this too was a pitiful life. Then he bowed and said, Shimu, from now on Master is gone. I will take his place in caring for you both. This is also my home. She hurriedly helped him up. Good child, rise. Guilt surged in his heart because Wang Chuan-yang's death was related to him. Madame Wang said, Follow Shimu inside for a moment. I wish to tell you a few things. Vu Qua respectfully replied, yes. Entering the room, she handed him a bundle and said, The position of chief commander has been passed down through the Wang family for generations. To your master, it was the 4th generation. Unfortunately, his elder brother was a fool and could not inherit. If this position falls into the hands of an outsider, your master would not rest in peace. Therefore, Shimu wishes to entrust you with something. Vu Qua replied, Please speak, Shimu. She opened the cloth. The Wang family for generations excelled in blade techniques, though your master later neglected them. Shimu hopes you will take the moon blade, inherit the position of chief commander, and restore the Wang family's prestige. Looking at the blade, Vu Qua could not help but admire. A fine blade. It did not even lose to the sun-moon blade of his previous life. He silently resolved that having accepted this blade, he would ensure the mother and son lived peacefully for life. Vu Qua solemnly clasped his hands to Madame Wang. Shimu, please rest assured. I will not fail Master's expectations and will inherit the position of chief commander. She gently stroked his head, her kindly face smiling as she praised, Good child. In the vast main hall, many experts had gathered, the walls covered with urgent missions. Pham Sat's voice echoed, This is the bounty hall of the Intelligence Temple. Missions are divided into heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow ranks. To inherit Commander Wang's position, you must complete a heaven-rank bounty mission. Rows of missions stretched endlessly across the wall. Vu Qua curled his lips and thought, Another mission again. It feels like returning to the days at Thien Vu Academy. He asked in surprise, Even a martial ancestor is placed on bounty. Pham Sat replied, Not at the moment. Most have already been taken by others. But bounties are constantly updated. You may wait and return later to check. A young woman carrying a two-tailed spirit beast on her shoulder walked over and laughed loudly. Well, how did such a cute little brother appear here? She narrowed her eyes with a seductive smile. Just arrived, have you? Suddenly Mai Nai lunged forward, startling Vu Qua. She caressed him all over and laughed, Not a bad body. Do you want to spar with me on the bed? A hand yanked his collar back hard. Pham Sat sternly reminded, Stay away from this woman. He warned, She is very dangerous. Her nickname is Heaven Thousand Slashes. As far as I know, she has devoured 998 men. Vu Qua stood stunned with his mouth open. Devoured, thinking she truly was a demoness. Mai Nai waved her hand and giggled, Wrong. It is 999 now. Pham Sat, are you that afraid of me? Back then in your room, did you not swear eternal love to me? Pham Sat flusteredly replied, I was merely deceived by you. This is Commander Wang's disciple. Li Yuguo, you should restrain yourself. My Nai not only showed no fear but laughed boldly. So what if he is Commander Wang's disciple? Little brother, do you want to become my 1000th man? Yuguo shuddered and finally understood what devouring meant. Escaping the awkward situation, he finally breathed out, still shaken inside. This woman was fiercer than Zhu Qiu. My Nai waved alluringly. Little brother, you are welcome to find me anytime. After walking a few steps, Yuguo suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a bounty board. Heaven rank bounty. Traces of Yin Shan ancestor discovered in Mo County. Though severely injured, his strength remains formidable. The taker must prepare thoroughly. Calculated, I am now at peak martial emperor, and Yin Shan ancestor is injured. Killing him should not be too difficult. Yuguo raised his voice. Wait, I will take this mission. Famsat blocked him sternly. Are you insane? I once encountered Yin Shan ancestor. He is extremely terrifying, Yuguo helplessly thought. The one you met that day was me. And I also spoke up. Even your master could not handle Yin Shan ancestor. Do you truly want to accept it? He gripped the mission slip tightly and declared, if I do not avenge the murder of my master now, when will I? The scene shifted to a luxurious pavilion. Yuguo said first, I have already accepted the bounty. Once completed, I can become chief commander. Okai stroked his chin and spoke deeply. Though Yin Shan ancestor was severely injured by you and Lin Nhi, he must not be underestimated. You must be extremely cautious. He lowered his head and replied, yes, then I will return to the intelligence temple first. Qin Vu worriedly held his hand and said, Brother Yuguo, you must be careful. Nothing must happen to you. He smiled, rest assured, I have plans. Okai let out a soft sigh. Lai Trung saw him and bowed. Young master, Yuguo asked, how is the matter I assigned earlier? He raised a small ring with excitement. All materials are inside. It cost quite a bit. Thanks to young master Du Tu, dang, the bookstore revenue is no longer a concern. Yuguo stroked his chin in satisfaction. Good, we have income but still need an intelligence network. He thought there was no longer a path of idleness. Lai Trung worriedly said, in this unfamiliar capital, how can we build intelligence? He spoke from afar. If you need intelligence, I can help. Yuguo hesitated. But have you not already left the Sea Bone divine cult? She tossed him an item and replied, I have been in the capital for many years and have some connections. Take it. He said, the leader of the Bronze Serpent Gang owes me his life. This is the token. Yuguo accepted it. Thank you, miss, for your assistance. She winked shyly and said, if you truly wish to thank me, then repay me with your body. Hearing that, Yuguo blushed awkwardly. Repay with my body. Thinking she must still be suffering from the backlash of charm. He smiled lightly. I was only joking. Helping you is to repay a life-saving debt. Yuguo nodded and said, I heard Listening Snow Pavilion was sealed by the court, perhaps caused by the demon garb sect. He answered frankly, Zio Yu has contacted us. They have withdrawn. The cult leader sent 3 groups to find other flower houses as temporary intelligence sites. We only do not know how long they can last. Hearing that, he finally understood, so she had known everything. Yuguo patted her shoulder to comfort. When everything passes, perhaps you will live on with a new identity. She softly replied, yes, we will speak later. The sun rose high. Yuguo bade farewell. It is getting late. I will return to the intelligence temple first. He reminded, be cautious in all matters. Returning to his room, he put on gloves and prepared to examine a corpse. Looking at the skeleton, he thought, to deal with Yin Shan ancestor, preparation is essential. It is time to strengthen this skeleton to perfect the beauty frame. Yuguo confidently gave a thumbs up and winked at the skeleton. Pardon the offense. I do not know what you were like in life, but in death I will let you display your value. After several hours, the skeleton had changed form with many pieces of equipment. A protective umbrella bought from the black market, spirit stones inserted to activate energy, and beast armor. Yet Yuguo was still dissatisfied. Without silicone from Ali Mamar, it truly is not ideal. He covered it with cloth and shook his head, lacking that it cannot be called a beauty frame. Knock sounded outside. Knock, knock. Yuguo, are you inside? He hurriedly hid the body and replied, please come in, Shimu. Madame Wang entered and worriedly said, I heard you intend to seek Yin Shan ancestor for revenge. Even your master could not defeat him. You must think carefully. Yuguo answered seriously, Shimu, I know it is dangerous, but I cannot avoid going. Knowing she could not persuade him, she handed him a box. Shimu cannot stop you, then take this. Inside the box was a small bottle. Yuguo asked what it was. She explained, this is the 6-worm master obtained. It loves to devour flesh and blood. Perhaps you will need it in the future. Respectfully thanked her. Thank you, Shimu. I will certainly return safely. The scene shifted to the Bronze Serpent gang. Loud cheers echoed. Boss, keep going, beat him to death. Hisa stood at a distance, with her face covered, watching. Two in the center fought fiercely. In the end, the victor was Lai Trung. The defeated faction cried out in shock, Boss. Lai Trung shouted, I have won. From now on, I am your boss. He turned to Hisa and gratefully said, Thank you, miss. Now I am the leader of the Bronze Serpent gang. The intelligence network is no longer an issue, she replied. It is good that it helped. Lai Trung hesitated and asked, Miss, what do you think of my family's leather shop? Hisa was stunned. Why ask so suddenly? Lai Trung recalled his young master and spoke of him with eyes full of admiration. On the surface, young master always appeared optimistic and open, yet inside he was quiet and sentimental. In daily matters, he faced everything with extreme calm, as if nothing in this world was worth lingering over. Hisa seemed to realize that as well and grew more pensive. Perhaps he had gone through unforgettable upheaval and was always held back by the past. Lai Trung continued to explain on his behalf. Young master cares deeply for you, miss. Before leaving, he even instructed me to take good care of you. I can see it. Young master likes you and you also like young master. She shyly pointed at herself. He likes me. But in her heart she denied it. No, that is not so. Could it be that I have truly fallen for him? Lai Trung continued with worldly insight. If you like someone, then act at once. Do not be like me who hesitated until regret came too late. In the pouring rain, Hisa rushed forward swiftly. She told herself, Lai Trung is right. Once missed, there will be no chance to remedy it. These feelings have nothing to do with charm technique. I cannot keep avoiding them. Vu Qua was standing before the city gate when a call from afar made him start. Vu Qua. He turned and recognized a familiar figure. It was a young lady. Why have you run all the way here? She rushed forward and threw her arms around him before he could react. Miss Muck. Hisa began to confess. May I be like the stars and you like the bright moon, shining upon each other night after night, our lights entwined never to part. Before she could finish, a group of black-clothed men wearing hats and holding swords charged in shouting, Seize Muck Hisa. Vu Qua immediately stepped in front and shouted, Careful, grabbed her hand and ran go. She obediently replied, yes. But before leaving, she managed to unleash a move. A massive wall of ice instantly rose to block the pursuing enemies. The leader roared in anger, Damn it, they escaped. Report to the cult leader at once. Muck Hisa has left the city. The two shook off their pursuers. Vu Qua said softly, It seems they are not chasing for now. He sat beneath a tree and sighed. This time the demon garb sect will surely tighten the guard in the city. I must think of a way to send you back. But she firmly replied, I will not return. I want to stay by your side. He hurried to stop her, but had not yet spoken. He placed her hand over his lips and continued. This is not charm backlash. I am very clear-minded. I have thought it through. I do not care whether you have Bai Gu or Ta Lin Van. I only want to be by your side, Vu Qua stammered, miss. Suddenly he recalled the past. I remember now. Back then Meng and Hi also stayed by my side like this. Without answering at once, he handed her a set of clothes. Your garments are soaked. Change first. Later we must investigate the whereabouts of Yin Shan ancestor. She softly replied, yes. Hisa intended to change right in front of him, startling Vu Qua, who cried out, Wait, I have not turned away yet. She smiled shyly. It does not matter if you see a little. After all, I am your person. Vu Qua nearly lost control, miss. Suddenly he lunged toward Hisa, making her even more flustered. Vu Qua quickly gestured for silence. Hush. Her mood was already tangled by repeated interruptions. Why must it be at this moment? The black-clothed men appeared again. The leader laughed loudly. Finally caught you. Though we failed to seize Muck Hisa, we have netted a big fish like you. Man was forced to kneel on the ground. It was the banner chief of the Sea-Bone divine cult, Nguyen Dai Dung. Vu Qua was startled to recognize him. It seems he is important. Hisa picked up the mask and said, His name is Ngai Dai Dung, banner chief of the Sea-Bone divine cult, specializing in transmitting intelligence. He once helped us, Vu Qua added. You have already severed ties with the Sea-Bone divine cult. Acting rashly will only bring more trouble. At that moment she rushed forward. This man holds many secrets. If he falls into the hands of the demon garb sect, the consequences are unimaginable. Master showed me kindness, so I cannot stand by while the Sea-Bone divine cult faces disaster. Seeing the girl charge in, the eunuch was startled. He flung a blade toward her. Fortunately, Vu Qua blocked in time and knocked the blade away with a clang. The eunuch wielding the blade laughed smugly. Oh, there is still someone helping. Vuqua sternly instructed, go save Dai Dung. This eunuch leave to me, he saw softly replied, yes. Hearing that, the eunuch roared in fury, eunuch. At the same time, he hurled a flurry of sharp darts. You dare call me eunuch? Vuqua swiftly brushed away all the darts and leisurely mocked. What did I speak wrongly? If you have guts, then pull out what is in your trousers and show the world. The eunuch was enraged to the extreme, unleashing a move that dyed the sky crimson. I castrated myself in pursuit of the peak of martial Tao. Yet you dare insult me. I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. Caught in pride, Vuqua failed to dodge in time. He was blasted into the tree behind him, blood spurting from his mouth. Vuqua looked at his opponent and sighed inwardly, careless. I did not expect this eunuch to remain so strong. Eunuch licked his lips and sneered, dare to humiliate me, open your eyes and watch. I will turn you into a eunuch like me. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. The eunuch was forced to turn his head. Before he could react, the girl behind him thrust a blade straight into his throat. At once a wet sound rang out. The arrogant eunuch breathed his last. Tai Mai, with an icy face, stared at the blood-soaked corpse. The man was dead. His subordinates, seeing this, rushed forward. My lord, we have come to reinforce. But she merely cast them a glance. Subordinates immediately panicked and screamed, Ghost, help. There is a female ghost. Vuqua stroked his chin with interest. I did not expect this face to carry such strong intimidation. Scene shifted to the inn room. He saw cried out upon seeing him, Vuqua, you are injured. He only smiled, it is nothing, merely a minor wound. Dai Dung respectfully expressed gratitude. I Ngai Dai Dung thank young Master Li for saving my life. Vuqua helped him up and said, it was nothing, stand up. Why were you captured by them? Dai Dung did not conceal anything and recounted. It is all because the crown prince colluded with the demon garb sect. Vuqua and he saw were both stunned. The crown prince has cooperated with the demon garb sect. He continued to explain, yes, with the crown prince shielding them, the demon garb sect dared act recklessly against the sea-bone divine cult. They captured several spies and tortured them for confessions. From that my whereabouts were exposed, leading to today's pursuit. Vuqua listened and silently calculated. He had not expected that damn man's surname to had joined hands with the demonic robe sect. No wonder that man knew clearly before that a young lady was staying at his place. The current situation was growing more perilous by the moment. He had to seize every instant to take the position of Grand Commander. Dai Dung turned to look at Za and said, today someone intervened to save you, so the sect master will likely not blame you for past matters. Follow me back to the divine sect. Those words made her momentarily stunned. Return to the divine sect. Vuqua interjected in a calm voice. If you want to return, then just return. She did not answer immediately, only saying softly, many thanks for your goodwill. Please allow me to consider a little longer. Dai Dung did not force her and nodded in agreement. That is fine. Think it through carefully. After all, you are one of the promising candidates for the position of sect master of Kai Vai Hoa. I must return to the sect to deliver the news. I shall take my leave. Before truly leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to remind him, right? I just heard a young lady say that Brother Li came here also to search for the whereabouts of Yin Shan, old ancestor. The information I obtained is that he will contact the demonic robe sect in Hua County. I hope this clue will be of help to you. This time Vuqua responded with solemn courtesy. Many thanks, Brother Nguyen. Travel safely. After Dai Dung disappeared from sight, he turned to ask Za, why did you not follow him and leave just now? Za stepped closer and smiled. If I left, then who would help you treat your wounds? He was startled and hurriedly dodged. Do not touch me. It hurts badly. He complained with his mouth. In the end, he still let her bandage him. Indeed, the beauty barrier was hard to overcome. Watching the wound being carefully tended by her soft hands, he could not help but marvel. All right, young lady, you are truly skillful. This time it does not hurt at all anymore. He replied softly, next time do not let yourself be injured again. He avoided those words by changing the subject. Hun hai grass, fuong and gai flower up to bai. I remember correctly, do I not? She nodded in confirmation. That is right. Those are medicinal ingredients for the disguise technique that martial uncle once taught. Once I finish altering my appearance, I can go out with you. Vuqua instructed. Good. Then hide well in the room. Absolutely do not let the demonic robe sect discover you. The moment he stepped out of the door, he saw had already begun to act. Before her eyes appeared the familiar figure of Van Chuong. She exclaimed in shock, Martial uncle. He saw nervously saluted. Martial uncle, it has been a long time. Van Chuong smiled and replied, indeed, since I left the Bone Divine sect that year, until now many years have passed without a proper meeting. Your appearance grows more and more beautiful. No wonder the Crown Prince is so infatuated with you. Hearing that name mentioned, she could not help but freeze. The Crown Prince. Thought flashed through her mind, and Za's face darkened. So the Crown Prince cooperated with the demonic robe sect because of me. Thinking of that, she said coldly, "Martial uncle, you have changed." The woman replied indifferently, "Changed. People all change from the moment I lost the position of sect master. The Ling Yun Chuang of the past no longer exists. Have you not also changed? You even betrayed the divine sect." Za responded. She made her move. Ice arrows condensed with formidable power. I left the divine sect out of helplessness. But martial uncle should not have fallen into the demonic robe sect, nor should you cultivate demonic arts. Van Chuang's expression turned gloomy. You intend to make a move against me. Do not forget that every skill you once took pride in was taught by me. Inside the room, Vu Qua suddenly sensed an unusual aura. It was the presence of a martial ancestor. He immediately rushed outside. "Not good. A young lady is in danger." He shouted loudly, "Young lady." Before his eyes, there remained only the clothes she had worn. Vu Qua coldly questioned the person before him. "Who are you? Where is the young lady?" Van Chuang replied calmly, "You should be careful. Do not accidentally step on her." He was horrified to see that before him was only a child. Is this an embryo? Truly too bizarre. Vu Qua picked up the baby and demanded through clenched teeth, "What have you done to that young lady?" Van Chuang revealed an eerie smile. "I merely made her return to the form she had more than 10 years ago." Immediately after, that woman unleashed countless ice bands that tightly bound him. "Since you have come, let us settle this completely." Vu Qua was blasted away, but immediately drew his sword and slashed apart the ice bindings. "You vicious old hag." Van Chuang calmly blocked the move with one hand, like smashing an egg against a rock. "I will let you see the true gap in magical arts." With those words, that woman swung her staff and charged straight at him, just as he seemed about to lose his life. Fortunately, Tai Mai appeared in time to block in front of Van Chuang. That woman was stunned when her corpse-controlling spell was broken. Tai Mai immediately unleashed a move that sent the opponent flying. Vu Qua seized the opportunity to flee. Van Chuang could only shout angrily, "Damn it." That woman ground her teeth in resentment. "If not for the injury from years ago, how could you have escaped? You can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Lie, Vu Qua, sooner or later I will find you." The scene shifted to the head of a street in Hua County. He looked at the bottle in his hand and softly called. He saw, "Can you hear me?" Though transformed into an infant, her consciousness remained. She replied, "Vu Qua, is that you?" He asked in alarm, "What exactly happened? Why have you become like this?" She honestly recounted, "The person just now was my martial uncle. She was the one who turned me into a primal core. I am sorry for dragging you into this." He quickly said, "Do not speak of dragging me into anything. Stop blaming yourself now. How can I help you return?" Sa replied urgently, "Go to Fiuda Mountain. There is a branch of the Bone Divine sect there. I have turned into a primal core, so my vital energy is very little. I cannot transmit my voice for long. You must be careful." Clenching the bottle tightly, he murmured confidently, "Fiuda Mountain, rest assured, I will definitely save you." Standing before a path paved with monster bones, Vu Qua said in a low voice, "The branch of the Bone Divine sect should be here." Suddenly a voice rang out behind him, "Young Master Li, please stop." He was startled and drew his sword. "Who is it?" Lin and Gok appeared mysteriously. "The sect has set up a spell formation. Intruders all die miserably." Recognizing the person before him, Vu Qua exclaimed in surprise, "Tiu and Gok." He immediately asked, "Za did not come along. He took out the bottle. She is inside this." Lin and Gok recognized this as the technique of turning into a primal core. It seems it was caused by Ling Yun Chuang. She handed him a black cloth and instructed, "Cover yourself and follow me." Vu Qua replied, "All right." Before their eyes appeared 2 simple thatched houses. Stepping inside, Lin and Gok explained, "This place was originally a small mountain village once struck by plague. It was saved by the divine sect and then became a branch." Vu Qua looked around and thought to himself, "Your divine sect still has some humanity." Suddenly a child ran over and called out affectionately, "Mother." She crouched down and opened her arms to hug the child tightly. Gently calling, "Good child," Vu Qua stood stunned and speechless. Ignoring his astonished gaze, Lin and Gok lightly kissed the child's cheek and said, "Mother has something to attend to. I will return to you shortly." The child obediently responded once. As if guessing his thoughts, she hurriedly teased, "Are you that surprised?" Vuqua scratched his head awkwardly. I thought that was your younger brother. Lin Ngok's expression suddenly darkened as she slowly recounted. I was once the young lady of a wealthy family, but my entire household was slaughtered by bandits. It was Master who saved me. That memory surfaced in Lin Ngok's mind. At that time, she was weakly curled on the ground while Master stood blocking the ferocious robbers. Vuqua listened with emotion. I am sorry for stirring up your painful memories. She turned her face away and replied softly, It is all right. Everything has passed. Now I only hope my child can live in peace. Standing before the dark alley lit by torches, Lin Ngok held the torch and hesitantly asked, You have not touched Hiza, have you? If she loses her virginity, she will not be able to inherit the position of sect master. Vuqua panicked and raised both hands to explain. No, the young lady's body is still pure, inwardly sighing in relief that he had restrained himself in time back then. Two continued to move silently deeper inside. When they stopped before a room filled with coffins, Lin Ngok said, We have arrived. This is the storage of the Bone Divine Sect branch. Vuqua replied sarcastically, truly luxurious, using coffins as cabinets. As she opened a lid, she said, We use whatever is available. At this moment, Lin Ngok held a small vial in her hand. She turned to Vuqua and said, Give Hiza to me. He hurriedly did as told, all right. Watching her movements, Vuqua could not help asking, What is that? Can it save the young lady? Lin Ngok answered seriously, This is mother-child spirit essence, a spiritual fluid that nurtures life. She explained calmly, Hiza has been turned into a primal core. She must be soaked in this fluid to maintain her vitality. Then Lin Ngok spoke honestly. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. I fear only Ling Yun Chuang has the method to restore Hiza. As she spoke, she handed the bottle back to Vuqua. His face showed worry. Forcing Ling Yun Chuang to hand over the method to save her is truly difficult. I also do not wish to continue clashing with that woman. Lin Ngok asked in surprise, You have already fought Ling Yun Chuang? He recounted, Yes, it was a fierce battle. Every magical treasure in my possession was destroyed by that old demoness. Lin Ngok said softly, Surviving is already fortunate. If so, I have an ownerless blade. Do you want it? Her hand rested on a coffin. Vuqua asked curiously, What blade? Tiu Ngok lifted the blade and introduced it. This blade is called Fallen Devourer of Dust. The dark purple edge emitted a terrifying aura before his eyes. Vuqua looked at the blade in contemplation. This thing does not seem to bring good fortune. Ngok nodded. Your feeling is correct. This is the cursed blade. Several generations of its masters died young, yet its power is immense. If you can control it, perhaps it is enough to confront Ling Yun Chuang. Vuqua was startled. A cursed blade. He glanced at the bottle behind him and fell into silence. Hiza had become like this. He could not stand by and do nothing. In the end, he made his decision. Moreover, he truly needed greater power at this moment. Having decided, Vuqua reached out and grasped the blade. Immediately, a chilling, demonic aura spread from within. After a long while, this process gradually subsided. Lin Ngok asked, How is it? He shook his head and replied, It is fine. I only felt a sudden chill. He continued, You practice corpse control arts, do you not? Summon the ancient corpse you command and let me see. Vuqua smiled. Your information is indeed well informed. She saw Taimai's grotesque appearance. Lin Ngok forced a smile. Young Master Li's aesthetic taste is truly hard to praise. Vuqua replied awkwardly, My ability is limited. She immediately changed the subject. There are many unused materials in the storage. We might as well remodel this corpse. After an hour, Taimai with a new layer of skin now had a complete body. Lin Ngok looked at the result with pride. Hiza's makeup has always been handled by me. To maintain the title of the capital's #1 beauty, one must have skill. Vuqua praised. Not bad, truly not bad. Lin Ngok further explained, Flesh and blood have been stuffed inside the corpse, and a raven belt has been placed in the throat so it moves no differently from a normal person. Very convenient for you to command. Vuqua rejoiced. Many thanks, Tiu Ngok, inwardly thinking that Taimai of the past had finally returned. At that moment a cat's meow sounded. Lin Ngok was startled and Giu. Realizing something was wrong, she shouted, This is bad. Hiza has been carried off by the civet cat. Vuqua immediately rushed to snatch it back. Return Hiza to me. Lin Ngok quickly urged, Hurry and chase. Two hurriedly ran outside. Vuqua said in panic, We lost the trail. Lin Ngok quickly instructed, Split up and search. We must not let Hiza be in danger. As he searched, he worried, Damn it. Why is there a civet cat in this cursed place? If it swallows the primal core, it will be over. As he moved, the voice ahead made him halt. Well done, Tiumi. Let me see what you brought back for me. As she spoke, my Nai picked up the bottle to examine it. What strange thing is this? Vu Qua froze when he saw her, my Nai. I did not expect to meet you, little brother Vu Qua. My Nai asked directly, why are you staring at the bottle? Is this yours? Vu Qua hurriedly nodded. Yes, return it to me quickly. My Nai suddenly licked the corner of her lips lightly. She casually tucked the bottle into her chest and said, come here and let me take a bite, then I will return it. Vu Qua blushed and told himself that for he saw shame meant nothing. He quickly replied, come then, let us finish this quickly. My Nai lunged like a beast, then I shall begin. Vu Qua shut his eyes tightly and prayed inwardly, Tiu Bak, I have wronged you. Today's situation is special. I hope you sisters can understand. Just as he thought something else would happen, my Nai pressed a blade to his throat. Vu Qua was startled. My Nai, what are you doing? And I said coldly, I followed you the whole way but was blocked outside by a restriction. So I let Tiumi go in to investigate. She threatened, who exactly are you to come to such a ghostly place? Vu Qua panicked, not good. She has recognized this as the Bone Divine Sect branch. I must find an excuse to escape. He hurriedly explained, Sister Mai Nai, you misunderstand. I only fled here because I discovered a shocking secret. Mai Nai was surprised. What secret? Vu Qua continued fabricating. I discovered the Crown Prince colluding with the demonic robe sect, so I was hunted down. I was fortunate to escape Ling Yun Nuong's hands and hid in Qing Mountain, relying on the restriction to survive. And I shouted, slandering the royal family is a crime of extermination. You had better tell the truth. Ling Yun Nuong is that formidable, yet you escaped. Vu Qua's heart pounded, but he continued lying. I was saved by a woman who gave me a robe to hide here. Unfortunately, she was turned into a primal core by Ling Yun Nuong. I was seeking a way to save her when your cat snatched it away. Only after thinking it over did she realize she had been easily led by his words. So that was how it was. It seems I misunderstood you. Vu Qua breathed lightly in relief, so just a few sentences were enough for her to believe him. Truly too easy to deceive. Mai Nai turned and walked away as she said, what bad luck to suddenly learn such a dangerous secret. I have no mood to fool around anymore. I am leaving. It is best not to let others know about this. Beware of the Crown Prince's eyes and ears. Vu Qua was stunned. You are not going to eat me anymore. Mai Nai replied coldly, do you not see what time it is? What if Ling Yun Nuong is nearby? The next scene made him start in shock. Mai Nai transformed into a necklace hanging from the cat's neck. He thought to himself, she can even turn into a necklace. Her voice echoed back, you must also be careful. Do not let Ling Yun Nuong kill you, so I can eat you again next time. Qua adjusted his robe and called out, come out, Tiu and Gok. Lian and Gok asked suspiciously, offering yourself so casually. I am starting to suspect you have already touched Maki Sa. Vu Qua painstakingly explained that it was only to lower her guard. Lian and Gok waved her hand. Forget it, from now on always keep Maki Sa by your side. Do not let this happen again. At the demonic robe sect, Tabak slowly walked inside. And Chuang respectfully saluted. Greetings, Crown Prince, he asked coldly. Did you not say there was news of a young lady? Where is she? Van Chuang replied with a gloomy expression. Please grant this old one a few more days. I will certainly bring Maki Sa before you. Bak grew furious. You dare summon this Crown Prince without finding her. Do you know how precious my time is? Van Chuang immediately soothed him. Please calm your anger. This time I invited you for another important matter. After speaking, that woman pushed the door open. Crown Prince, please look. The one chained inside uttered weakly, blood. Thing no longer in human form howled, I want blood. Bak struggled to suppress his nausea. What kind of monster is this? Truly disgusting. Van Chuang replied, that is Yin Shan, old ancestor, the one who once overturned heaven and earth. Tabak was astonished. How did he become so wretched? Van Chuang explained, because he was too eager to heal his injuries, he devoured too much demon beast flesh and blood, causing him to suffer cultivation deviation. Bak muttered, if he were at his peak, he could still kill a few from Thong Min Tu to vent my anger. In his current state, what can he do? That woman suddenly took out a strange jade. I have a way to restore his power, turning him into a monster that acts on instinct. And Chuang said in a low voice, the enmity between Thong Min Tu and the Crown Prince has lasted long enough. It is time to present them with a grand gift. On Vu Qua's side, as he walked along the street, he pondered. Even with the new blade and Tai Mai's body, it would still be hard to deal with Ling Yun Nuong alone. He must quickly complete the bounty to become Grand Commander and borrow the strength of Thong Min too. As he walked, screams erupted ahead. "Save us, there is a demon." Vu Qua was startled. What happened? Before him stood Yin Shan, old ancestor mutated into a bloodthirsty monster. What exactly had occurred? People from Thong Min too quickly arrived as well. Pham Sat appeared. "Vu Qua, you are here too." He immediately asked what had happened. Pham Sat replied that early this morning they received news of a demon outside the county. When they arrived, they saw this monster slaughtering the townsfolk. Comparing its aura, they realized it was Yin Shan, old ancestor. Vu Qua was inwardly shocked. Last time they fought, he still had a human form. What misfortune had befallen him? Manai spoke up. "Li Vu Qua, you accepted this bounty. Yin Shan, old ancestor, turning into this state has nothing to do with you, does it?" Pham Sat retorted. "Do not speak nonsense without evidence. Moreover, killing Yin Shan, old ancestor, would help him contend for the position of Grand Commander. Turning him into this brings him no benefit." Qua nodded. "That is right, I even met you last night. How would I have time to act?" My Nai smiled awkwardly. "That seems true." Immediately she seized the chance to hug him. "Sorry, I should not have doubted you. In 2 days I will compensate you in bed." Pham Sat was dumbfounded. These two are progressing quickly. The monster was surrounded and attacked by the crowd. Die demon. Vu Qua was puzzled. "Who are they?" My Nai explained. "They are the 2 great generals of Thong Min too." Voice rang out. "The one wielding the halberd is Grand Commander Chu Bang, Vo Hong Din Fong, specializing in external cultivation, known as the Shield of Thong Min too. The other is Chu Truc Than, Chu Bang's younger brother, born with divine strength, called the Spear of Thong Min too. But their attacks were immediately blocked. The monster seized Chu Bang, then hurled him straight into its mouth. Everyone cried out in alarm. Commander Chu. After swallowing Chu Bang, the monster's mouth suddenly bulged. Chu Bang tore open the monster's mouth and burst out. Everyone hurriedly called. "Grand Commander Chu, are you all right?" Truc Than asked urgently. "Brother, are you fine?" Chu Bang shook his head. "For now I am fine, thanks to my protective divine skill. Otherwise I would have become a pool of blood. This monster, even when injured, quickly recovers. And by devouring human flesh and blood, its body continues to grow. If this drags on, the consequences will be unimaginable." The cries for help from the townsfolk still echoed throughout the city. Tabak watched the scene with delight. "Excellent. Those damned Thong Min too who oppose me every day. Today I can finally vent my hatred. You truly have the ability to turn Yin Shan, old ancestor, into this." Yun Nuong smiled. Van Chuong explained that in pursuit of immortality he cultivated the forbidden art of the Bone Divine Sect, but only possessed a fragment. Reckless practice led to cultivation deviation. He must rely on slaughter to maintain his sanity. I merely helped him release the instinct suppressed for 100 years. Tabak inwardly marveled. Truly a vicious and ruthless person. Qua spoke up with a proposal. Although the monster can recover, its speed is limited. If we use a formation to inflict continuous damage, we can break its regenerative ability. Pham Sat nodded. A good method, but what formation? Vu Qua recalled a formation he had learned in Water Cavern Heaven in a previous life. "I once read of a frost ceiling formation, but it requires 30 cultivators to execute." Everyone was confused. "Master," Vu Qua replied, "I am the disciple of Wang Chuan Duong." Li Vu Qua. Chu Bang nodded. "So that is the case." Manai continued. "But this time Thong Min too did not mobilize 30 cultivators." Vu Qua replied. "Then for now there is no other way." Just then someone stepped forward. "It seems you are in trouble." The one who arrived was none other than Tiu Bok. Qua called out joyfully, "Tiu Bok." Chu Bang suddenly shouted, "Bone Divine Sect, prepare for battle." Only then did he realize this is bad. The Bone Divine Sect and Thong Min too are mortal enemies. Vu Qua hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. "Wait, Grand Commander Chu." He patiently explained, "I believe the people of the Bone Divine Sect did not come here as enemies. If they intended an ambush, they would have taken advantage of the chaos earlier. We might as well hear their purpose." Chu Bang nodded. "That makes sense." Yu Bok spoke. "He is right. Yue County has many commoners who support the Divine Sect. We cannot stand by. You lack people to set up the formation. With us added, it will be enough." Chu Bang was astonished. "Bone Divine Sect, that is not right. Were you not previously captured by Yin Shan, old ancestor, to refine pills?" Yu Bok replied at once. "If I did not even have the ability to escape that old thief, how would I be worthy of becoming the holy maiden of the Divine Sect? Why hesitate any longer? If this drags on, the commoners will only die out." Chu Bang fell silent. Hua County has always been under Thong Min Tu's control. If Yin Shan Old Ancestor continues slaughtering then, there will be nothing left to report to the court. In the end, he gritted his teeth and yielded. Fine, this time we will join hands with you, but only this once. Everyone quickly gathered around the formation. At once a surge of light burst forth. Vu Qua stood outside the formation and smiled. Tiu Bok, I did not expect to meet you here. She replied sadly, I am truly sorry, Li Vu Qua. I left in too much haste back then. I should have explained clearly so you would worry less. I was truly afraid my identity would cause you trouble. I intended to seek you only after becoming sect master, but meeting you so soon is truly wonderful. Vu Qua smiled and patted her head. It seems you have missed your husband greatly during this time. After he said that, she blushed. Do not be like this. If others see, it will be hard to explain. Suddenly remembering something, Tiu Bok turned and said, Right, Vu Qua, I have a secret to tell you. Vu Qua asked curiously, what secret? Before she could speak, a loud explosion rang out. It is too late. The mutant lured by Pham sat, and my nigh had advanced. Come here. There is meat here for you to eat. At that moment a nearby child fled in terror and slipped. The boy's mother hurriedly called, Get up quickly. The mutant immediately turned its attention in that direction. It dragged its massive body closer. The little child smells delicious. Pham Sat's expression changed. This is bad. Yin Shan Old Ancestor wants to swallow a whole person again. The mutant lunged forward. The mother hugged her child tightly and trembled. Do not be afraid. Mother is here. At the critical moment, Vu Qua rushed out to block in front, swinging his sword to sever its tentacle. But in the blink of an eye, the severed part rapidly regenerated intact. Seeing this, Vu Qua was horrified. This is bad. Yin Shan Old Ancestor's recovery speed is faster than before. Just then countless vines shot forward and tightly bound its body. Vu Qua was startled and turned his head to look. Tiu Bok said coldly, That is the secret I wanted to tell you. Vu Qua was stunned. You are Bone AI. His heart surged. Tiu Bok and Bone AI are twin souls in one body, and Bone AI is his former life. Vu Qua frowned in thought. Now is not the time to think about that. He must lure Yin Shan Old Ancestor back into the formation. He swiftly took out his storage ring. Immediately, a bundle of items appeared. He remembered these were all prepared by his mother. If Yin Shan Old Ancestor is greedy for food, then these nourishing items should be enough to lure him. Thinking so, he threw them all out. Sorry, mother. The ingredients are wasted. The direction he threw was the center of the formation. Monster immediately chased after them with delight. The mages shouted in unison, The target has entered the formation. Activate. Instantly ice pillars rose and locked its legs. Mutant roared madly and struggled to escape. But the more it struggled, the deeper its body sank. Chu Bang sneered, Still want to run. The mutant's body was pierced through by countless vines. Liu Hoi shouted loudly, Come back here. The vines tightened around its entire body. Formation activated, causing its body to gradually freeze. At that moment, Vu Qua stepped forward, swung the blade, and slashed straight into the mutant's body. Seeing this, everyone rejoiced. Has it succeeded? Everything shattered like ashes. Surely it cannot revive again. Mine Eye looked at the round object on the ground in confusion. What is this? It looks like a rotten boil, truly disgusting. Chu Bang said, That should be Yin Shan Old Ancestor's primal core. For now we will bring it back to Thong Min Tu for study. Vu Qua ran to Tiu Hoi's side. It is indeed you. I knew the two sisters share one body. She cast him a cold glance. Thong Min Tu people are all around. This is not the time to talk, and do not call me Tiu Hoi Hoi. He was about to continue when he suddenly heard a shrill scream. The round object suddenly opened its mouth and bit someone. It muttered, One more is still missing. Vu Qua was startled. This is bad. Yin Shan Old Ancestor is not dead yet. He must not be allowed to recover. The mutant swallowed another person. Its body suddenly erupted with deathly aura. Chu Bang shouted loudly, Be careful. The light dissipated. A figure appeared. Everyone watched the opponent warily. That man smiled and said, 1,000 people have finally helped me restore my original power. Vu Qua broke out in sweat. So this is Yin Shan Old Ancestor's true appearance. Yin Shan looked at Vu Qua and sneered. The brat who injured me is here as well. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, Yin Shan appeared before Vu Qua, just in time to capture you first and test your blade. Vu Qua was horrified so fast. As the strike was about to fall, Chu Bang and Truck Than moved simultaneously, slashing his arm and piercing through Yin Shan's chest. The two shouted in unison, Have you forgotten who we are? There are still two peak martial emperors here. Yin Shan screamed miserably in agony. His eyes suddenly flashed with icy killing intent. What followed was a frenzied massacre accompanied by Yin Shan's furious roars. You damned pieces of trash. 3 of them, including Vu Qua, were blasted far away by Yin Shan. That man gloomily seized the spearhead. Then he hurled it with all his strength toward Vu Qua. You useless waste. Chu Bang activated his protective aura to block the spear. Well done. Yin Shan laughed disdainfully. With trash like you still dream of killing me. Zio Hui waved his hand in signal. Everyone charged together. Yin Shan merely swept his arm once and sent them all flying. Even ants dared to pounce. He slashed down from behind. Die for me. Yin Shan's left arm was severed, the blade continuing straight toward his head. Unexpectedly, it was clamped tightly between Yin Shan's teeth. Unable to cut deeper, he exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Those teeth are truly hard." Losing both arms, Yin Shan kicked Vu Qua away with his leg, HMPH. 2 severed arms quickly regenerated, transforming into 2 gigantic axes. Yin Shan roared madly, "Whoever dares block me must die." He slammed heavily into the ground, cracking the courtyard floor, and was himself gravely injured. Yin Shan laughed viciously. "Brat, this is the price for daring to wound me. This time I will send you to see Yama." He pushed himself up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This man is not only a martial emperor, but also has regenerative ability. Is there truly no way to deal with him? Zio Hui shouted anxiously, "Lai Vu Qua." His mind wavered for a moment. Did I just see time Tran? Is there truly no solution? He suddenly remembered an item. Madame Vuong's voice echoed. "This is the 6-fold worm your master obtained. It loves gnawing on flesh and blood." That thought jolted him awake. Wait, it can be used. He gathered all his strength and rushed forward, slashing straight into Yin Shan's abdomen. It hit. Yin Shan laughed scornfully. "You think such wounds can harm me, truly ignorant humans." But immediately his expression changed. Inside the abdominal wound, worms writhed densely. What kind of ghostly thing is this? He smiled smugly. Crawl deeper. The blood worms exerted pressure until Yin Shan's body exploded. He roared unwillingly, "Damn it." Pieces of Yin Shan's corpse fell down. He murmured, "In the end it was still thanks to Vuong Zion Duong for saving my life." A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He saw a familiar object. Damn it. Could it be the void stone of the bright divine church? The battle ended, leaving behind a scene of devastation and countless casualties. My nice side, Yin Shan was so powerful yet lost to a few small worms. Truly ironic. Pham Sat added, "All things mutually generate and restrain one another. That is the natural order." Chu Bang sincerely said to Zio Bai, "Though I do not wish to admit it, without you we could not have slain Yin Shan ancestor. Thank you." Zio Bai replied politely, "No need to thank us. We merely acted according to necessity." She looked at the surrounding ruins. Restoring Hoei County will likely take considerable effort. He sat silently in a corner, his expression gloomy. Zio Hui spoke up to remind, "Elder sister, Vu Qua does not look well." He clenched the void stone tightly in his hand, gritted his teeth. "That is right. This is the void stone of the bright divine church. That damned prince has interfered again. Why has the divine church appeared in this world?" Zio Bai hurried over worriedly. "Vu Qua, what is wrong? Are you injured?" He trembled as he spoke. "I just sensed something very terrifying. I fear it will become reality." Zio Bai lifted his face and comforted him. "Do not be afraid. I will always be here to help you. No matter what you see, I will still believe in you. You are not alone. No matter what happens, I will protect you." Called softly in emotion, Zio Bai. He regained his composure. "That is right. I am not alone. I still have Zio Bai, Time Tran, Vo Yu. If I have won once, I can win again." He hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Zio Bai." She blushed shyly. Zio Bai handed him a token. "All right, it is not convenient to talk here. After everything is settled, come to Nyan Vu Pavilion to find me. I will tell you clearly the secret of me and TT." He nodded. "All right." He turned to Pham Sat and asked about the situation. "Yin Shan ancestor is connected to the divine church. We must remain vigilant." Pham Sat replied, "Rest assured, Lai brother, Ano Grand Commander Lai. Yin Shan is truly dead this time." Suddenly a hand was placed on their shoulders. "That is right, completely dead." Both of them turned around in shock. Lang Van Chuong. Van Chuong stroked her chin. Such a strong body also had a weakness. It seems the experiment failed. He was puzzled. Could it be that she was the one who turned Yin Shan into that? Her gaze was icy, but it does not matter. In any case, today's target is you. After speaking, she flung out a strip of blue silk. The silk shot straight toward Famsat. At the same time, it lashed toward Vuqua. Be careful. My Nai did not have time to think and rushed out to block the attack for Famsat, the silk piercing through her waist. Famsat screamed in agony. My Nai, the little white cat, cried out miserably. A weak meow echoed before my Nai collapsed to the ground, her body going limp. Famsat went mad and tried to rush forward to stake his life. I will kill you. Vuqua hurriedly held him back and shouted, retreat now. We are no match for that woman at all. Strips of blue silk from Lang Van Chuang shot forward, sealing off the escape route. Chu Bang brothers charged ahead, swinging their weapons to sever the strands of blue silk. Chu Bang immediately signaled everyone, all of you withdraw quickly, leave this place to us. Van Chuang's eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Not a single one of you will escape. Subordinates surged forward from behind in unison, their ferocity unmistakable. The surroundings had been devastated beyond recognition. Back folded his arms and stood aside watching the spectacle, saying coldly to Lai Vuqua, you dared to snatch my woman. Today you will be buried with those nameless fools. On the road of Hoei County, Vuqua signaled to the others, do not get greedy for battle. Seizing the chance, they quickly retreated. The Chu Bang brothers had already been knocked to the ground at his feet. Van Chuang strolled forward and sneered, with just the two of you, you dare to oppose this old woman. Vuqua pointed his blade at her. Then what if you add me? Chu Bang was horrified to sense the aura of a martial emperor. He had not expected brother Vuqua to have hidden his strength so deeply. Io Bai cried out in alarm. Vuqua did not waste words and immediately instructed, you and Famsat take everyone and retreat quickly. Leave this place to me. Do not worry, I will be fine. The three of them charged forward at the same time, joining forces to attack Van Chuang head-on. He let out a contemptuous cold laugh, overestimating yourselves. The silk in her hand shot out and easily blocked Vuqua's blade. She snorted coldly. Tabak still stood silently aside, quietly observing the entire battle. He frowned slightly. Three martial emperors. Can Lang Van Chuang withstand it? The eunuch beside him replied confidently, Your Highness, the gap between martial emperor and martial sect is like heaven and earth. Sect Master Ho Kai Lang has lived for over 100 years. Dealing with them is no difficulty. Tabak gave a low order. I hope that is true. This crown prince does not wish to see that Lai Vuqua alive either. It is not convenient for me to show myself now. Stay here and watch closely. Report immediately if anything changes. The eunuch responded respectfully, understood. Chu Bang swung his axe to block the blue silk but could not hold out much longer. The others have all withdrawn. We should retreat as well. Vuqua dodged the attack and replied, agreed, split up and retreat. At least some can escape. Huck Than shouted and thrust out a sharp spear. Taste this move. The ground beneath Van Chuang suddenly rose into stone walls. She let out a faint snort. In the blink of an eye, her figure was completely surrounded by layers of stone walls. But such petty tricks were nothing more than child's play to Van Chuang. The stone walls were instantly sliced into fragments by Van Chuang. He glanced toward those fleeing and sneered, do you think that will let you escape me? The scene quickly shifted to the dense forest ahead. Vuqua rushed forward with all his strength like an arrow, breathing heavily. Van Chuang pursued closely from behind, the distance shrinking rapidly. He cursed inwardly in shock, damn it, she has caught up in just a blink. Van Chuang laughed provocatively. If you have the ability, then keep running. Vuqua swung his blade to block her attack, letting out a pained roar. Van Chuang was clearly determined to take his life. Lai Vuqua, you have obstructed me time and again. Now you must pay the price. Gravely wounded, Vuqua dropped to his knees. Is everything over? Oh, I refuse to accept this. Time Tran Zio Bai Vo Yo. You are still waiting for me to return. I absolutely cannot fall here. The blade in his hand seemed to sense its master's will, and suddenly erupted with power. Bewitching voice echoed by Vuqua's ear. You need more power. I can help you. Just hand over your soul to me. Vuqua gave a bitter smile. Must I pay a price again? It really is just like the thousand-hand demon. I am about to be killed by that old demoness Lang Van Chuang anyway. Forget the consequences. Come then. Thousand-hand demon laughed in satisfaction. The contract is sealed. Begin receiving my power. Surging darkness poured into Vuqua's body like an endless tide. Van Chuang's icy silk lashes also struck fiercely, died. At this moment Vuqua was no longer weak. He raised the thousand-hand demon and snorted coldly. The massive eruption of darkness startled even Van Chuang. What is that? A violent blade shadow slashed straight toward Van Chuang. Van Chuang's expression changed. Fallen deity devourer, you wretched brat, you dare to use its power. Are you truly tired of living? Vu Qua ignored her words. It seems you are starting to feel fear. He swung his blade repeatedly, forcing Van Chuang to retreat. A deep gash was torn across her abdomen and the wound would not close. I cannot keep entangling with him, since this brat has used the power of the fallen deity devourer. Sooner or later he will die. Thinking this, she leapt onto the icy silk and quickly withdrew, snorting coldly. Qua slashed fiercely at the icy silk. Gritting his teeth, she ran away. His face turned as pale as ash. Vu Qua clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing heavily. His body lost all strength and collapsed heavily to the ground. In his haze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Vu Qua, wake up. It sounded like Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai called anxiously again and again, Vu Qua, but his consciousness grew increasingly blurred, an unusual drowsiness overtaking him. Vu Qua's eyes slowly opened in a daze. Yama looked down from above and snorted, you brat, awake already. Vu Qua jolted upright in shock. Damn it. Yama, am I seeing a ghost? Yama corrected coldly, I am a god. He hurriedly demanded, wait, why am I here? Did I die again? Yama scolded, is it not because you recklessly used that broken blade? Your vital essence was completely drained. Vu Qua sighed dejectedly, it is all because I was reckless, casually using the power of the fallen deity devourer. He clutched Yama's leg and cried as he begged, Lord Yama, give me another chance. You must have a way to let me live again. Yama helplessly pried him off. Let go of this king. You are not dead yet. He was stunned, not dead yet. Yama slowly explained, rest assured, someone has already saved you. I merely have a few things to instruct. So while you were on the brink of death, I pulled you to the hall of Yama. You have already encountered the bright divine church. Hearing this, Vu Qua angrily shouted, was not the bright divine church released by you? Return Mong Na Chai and Time Tran to me, Yama replied awkwardly. The bright divine church is not under my control. I truly cannot do that. Vu Qua snorted resentfully. Not under your control, who would believe that? Yama continued, the bright divine church has always been hostile to the divine realm. The matter is a long story. In short, sending you to that world was precisely to stop their expansion. Vu Qua immediately lay down and threw a tantrum. So it turns out you are asking me to help block the bright divine church. Without benefits, I have no motivation. I might even smash everything apart. Yama was angered by such shamelessness. Do you know how much effort I spent to reincarnate your companions there, and still you are not satisfied? In the end, Yama endured very well to make your mission smoother. This king grants you the Alibaba system. This system was recovered from Deep Quinn after he died in his previous life. Consider it easing your burden. I have little power left to grant more rewards. Vu Qua nodded happily. That is acceptable. He excitedly activated the system. My golden finger has finally returned. Yama reminded him further, if you want to stop the bright divine church, you must become Emperor of Nam Viet Nation. Vu Qua was about to ask more, but was ordered to be escorted away by the ox head and horse face. This king cannot interfere too much. Time is up. You should return. Before leaving, Vu Qua turned back and asked Lord Yama, is he saw the reincarnation of Mong Na Chai? Yama answered vaguely, I cannot disclose such matters. I can only say that your Naplan Mong has already reincarnated into that world. Vu Qua showed a satisfied expression. That is enough. When he woke up, it was raining. Xiao Bai let out a sigh of relief. Vu Qua, you have finally awakened. Male protagonist's eyes opened wide in clarity. He held her tightly. Being able to see you again is truly wonderful. Xiao Bai recalled Tam Nguyen's words. I have restored his vital essence. When he wakes, say you saved him. This waist pendant is immune to curses. Remember to give it to him. Xiao Bai took out the waist pendant. This is a treasure I found in the divine church treasury. It can block the invasion of primal energy. Perhaps thanks to it you were saved. Vu Qua called softly in emotion. Xiao Bai. He embraced her once more. Having you by my side is truly good. Vu Qua looked at the rain outside. It seems it will not stop anytime soon. He suddenly remembered. Can you now tell me about you and your elder sister? Xiao Bai nodded sadly. Everything began after I returned to the divine church. She recounted that after parting from you and returning to the divine church, I kept searching for elder sister, but there was no trace of her, until a clansman said he saw her enter the archive on the night of the full moon. Hearing that news, I searched the entire archive, and discovered the mark elder sister left on an ancient book. Book recorded the soul fusion method, stating that a suppressed soul only awakens on the night of the full moon. I remembered you said elder sister appeared that night, so I understood she had been fused into my body. Therefore, I followed the reversal method in the book and successfully removed the restriction that she could awaken only during the full moon. Bai's voice lowered. Unfortunately, elder sister's body vanished when the soul fusion was performed. Now she can only exist within me and cannot be free. Vuqua frowned. Who exactly did this? Do not worry, I will definitely help you find him. Bai thanked him in gratitude. She suddenly shed tears. But do you find us strange? Two people sharing one body like a monster. Vuqua smiled brightly. What is strange about that? On the contrary, it is rather interesting. Bai asked curiously. Interesting? Vuqua grinned wickedly. When repairing the cart, sometimes it is you, sometimes elder sister. Is that not one arrow hitting two targets? Bai understood and removed her clothes. As long as you do not mind, I am willing. Vuqua was stunned and called softly, Bai. The two kissed as layers of clothing fell away, leaving only burning breaths. Their gazes entwined, and the air grew increasingly ambiguous. Vuqua asked in a low voice, Bai, are you all right? Bai softly replied, I have already decided in my heart. In this life, if it is not you, I will choose no one else. Kisses rained down densely. Vuqua suddenly recalled that in the previous life you and Time Tran shared spiritual resonance, so everything could be sensed. Bai of this life is still you. That is wonderful. Bai's hair gradually turned white. Vuqua softly called out. Looked at the person before him. Hui, you came as well. Hui held his shoulders. Since little sister has chosen you, I have no other choice. Vuqua smiled with narrowed eyes. Since you have appeared, then join in. Later when Bai returns, we will have to start over. That is troublesome. Hui glared angrily. The scene afterwards shifted into a hazy mode. Following content requires additional payment. In his mind, Vuqua sighed with emotion. Time Tran, you are still as valiant as ever. Thus the two spent an unforgettable night together. Only when his stamina was completely drained was Vuqua finally released. These two sisters truly loved to indulge. Lian and Gok's appearance startled Bai. Elder sisters Zio and Gok. Lian and Gok glanced once and understood everything. I did not expect you still could not endure in the end. Bai avoided her gaze but said firmly, I truly like him very much. Lian and Gok held Bai's hand. Give me your hand, making her ask in panic, what are you going to do? Lian and Gok explained, although you are He Saw's rival, I cannot bear to see you punished by the sect master for breaking the taboo. Will use spiritual power to replenish the chastity mark for you. Temporarily it will not be discovered. Bai thanked her gratefully. Lian and Gok reminded her, but remember well, if you violate it again, the chastity mark will disappear completely. At that time, I will not be able to help you either. The man wearing a black mask declared, Li Vuqua, you have excellently completed the mission. Are you willing to inherit your master's position and become the 8th-ranked Grand Commander? Facing that precious offer, he bowed his head and replied, I am willing to assume the position of Grand Commander of Thong Min II and serve the Son of Heaven with utmost dedication. Upon reaching the city gate, Chu Bang and Truck Than were overjoyed. We did not expect you to still be alive. We searched all night without finding you. We thought you were burned to death by that old demoness. He turned back and teased, Old Chu, were you hoping I would die? Chu Bang suddenly remembered and instructed, right? Do not reveal what happened in Hoi County. We suspect there is a spy from the Ma Wai sect within Thong Min II. Truck Than immediately replied as if confirming that speculation was correct. Hoi County was just taken over by Thong Min II and an incident occurred. It is definitely not a coincidence. He turned and nodded, I understand. After that, Vuqua stepped forward and waved goodbye. Seeing this, Chu Bang instructed, good, quickly report the good news of you becoming Grand Commander to your master's wife. We will not disturb you further. He smiled and replied, all right, when we are free let us drink together. As soon as he returned, he happily called out, Master's wife. Madame Vuong hurried out and asked worriedly, why did you return so early? A Dai behind her excitedly shouted, brother. He immediately took out a candied haw skewer and handed it over. See what I brought you. The boy's eyes curved in delight. He, candied haw. After giving the gift, he lowered his head and reported, I have killed Yin Shan ancestor and have now become Grand Commander. Madame Vuong looked at him worriedly. Yin Shan ancestor was so powerful. Did you truly kill him? Understanding her doubt, he took out the large command token as proof. Of course it is true. Her hands trembled as she wiped away tears. That is wonderful. If your master knew in the underworld, he would surely be extremely proud. Madame Vuong happily hugged Adai tightly. Adai, your brother is now Grand Commander. He quietly left, thinking to himself, Vuong Zion Duong. Clearly I killed you yet gained much from your death. Now I take your place as Grand Commander and will protect your wife and child in peace for life. Consider it partial compensation. He pushed the door open and entered the main room. The aftereffects of last night left his body somewhat tired. Last night he was busy repairing the cart with Zio Bai and Zio Hui Hui and had no time for anything else. After entering the room, he immediately activated the system. Finally, there is time to try the Alipapa system. Hopefully, I can find an item to help Esau recover. Seeing the lottery wheel interface appear, he could not help but be stunned. Wait, is this not like the gacha in mobile games? The items even look more premium than Ali Mama. The system announced congratulations. Welcome host to your first use. 10 draws are gifted. Good luck. As he watched, he sighed. This kind of draw is truly money draining. When I wrote Deep Hind, there was protagonist Halo and he got whatever he wanted. But I have no guarantee. If it is all trash, then this system is no different from garbage. After muttering for a while, he still pressed the 10 draw button. Might as well gamble. I refuse to believe my luck is that bad. System screen shifted scenes. An animated Yama brush ran frantically to represent the draw. The effect looked truly awful. Immediately afterward, a series of strange items appeared around him, from chewing gum and hair dryers to spicy sticks. All of them fell onto his head at once. Vuqua cried out in pain. That hurts. Looking at the item in his hand, the original authentic novel of this world, he could only sigh helplessly. Right after that, he angrily threw it away. Yama, to hell with you. The scene shifted to the Lai residence. Lai Tran sat leaning on a chair waiting, unable to hide his impatience. He saw the door ahead open. He immediately spoke joyfully. You have arrived. Lai Tran continued. The plan is progressing extremely smoothly. Vuqua truly lives up to being the future emperor. He dealt with Yin Shan ancestor and rose to become Grand Commander. Tam Nguyen glanced at him and replied in a low voice, there is still one matter that worries me. Lai Tran lowered his eyelids to examine him, then asked with suspicion, you are Lang Van Chuang. Tam Nguyen let out a light breath and glanced over, worry rising in his heart. It seemed that old woman had likely realized he was secretly protecting Lai Vuqua. He recalled the old scene when he had hidden behind a tree and saw her standing close beside him. Lang Van Chuang had turned back intending to strike while Vuqua was unconscious. But because she sensed his presence, she retreated. She must have remembered his aura from their previous clash. So this time she avoided him. If he continued protecting Lai Vuqua, then the plan would certainly be exposed. Lai Tran smiled and shook his head, signaling him not to be too tense. It is fine, you do not need to stay by Vuqua at all times. With the medallion you gave him, he is already capable of controlling that formation-breaking treasured blade. If the demon robe sect comes to cause trouble again, then treat it as a trial for him. In another spacious room, Tabak was furious at the person before him. Truly a useless waste. You could not even deal with Lai Vuqua. This crown prince truly regrets cooperating with you. Van Chuang lowered her head and endured the scolding, stammering an explanation. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This old one failed because Lai Vuqua was protected by an expert. He was stunned upon hearing it, a martial venerable. In the past 100 years, the southern Viet kingdom has had only one martial venerable. How could such a person serve as that man's guard? She raised her head firmly. Every word this old one says is true. If your Highness does not believe it, I can find evidence. He lowered his head and growled in anger. I do not want to hear any more excuses. After that, Tabak turned away with a resentful expression and continued. Although what you did in Hoi District caused losses to Thong Min too, it can be considered some merit. I will give you one more chance. Within 1 month, you must kill Lai Vuqua and seize back muck he saw for me. Vuqua lifted the camera to examine it, then sighed in frustration. The hair dryer has no electricity, so it cannot be used. And now even the camera battery is completely drained. This time he was truly deceived miserably by that king of hell. He was so angry that he could only grind his teeth. Just then a very soft knocking sound echoed from outside the door. He hurriedly stuffed the pile of miscellaneous items into the cabinet, then adjusted his expression and warmly invited the person outside to come in. Amsat stood outside with cupped hands respectfully. Brother Lai, congratulations on being appointed great commander. Vuqua stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes somewhat sympathetic. There is no need to congratulate me on that matter. Regarding my nigh, please endure your grief. He merely lowered his head and responded softly with a sound of agreement. Suddenly, the demon cat on his shoulder jumped down to the ground and let out several meows. It happily ran toward the bag of food in the corner of the room. The two looked at each other helplessly. Famsat smiled and said, "Great Commander Li, it seems this little demon quite likes your place." He immediately retorted, "Not at all. It is only aiming for that bag of cat food." Seeing it keep lowering its head to sniff the bag, Famsat burst into laughter. "I still have to raise a hawk. I truly do not know how to deal with this little demon. Perhaps Brother Li could adopt it." He stepped forward and gently stroked its head several times, then said, "If Brother Fam is still grieving, then leave this little mew to me. But surely you did not come to see me only because of my Nye's cat." Famsat understood and replied seriously, "Indeed, I came to see Great Commander Li for another important matter. Among my Nye's belongings there was a letter instructing the two of us to meet someone at Back Hang Tea House. I wonder if Great Commander Li could accompany me to pay respects to that gentleman." Quickly produced a carefully sealed letter as proof. Vuqua looked at it in surprise. To meet someone. The two immediately set off and entered the dense forest. Famsat walked ahead, leading the way and giving introductions. He observed the surroundings and felt something obscure. This place was quite secluded, clearly to avoid the eyes and ears of outsiders. Gatekeeper saw them and smiled brightly. "You two must be young Master Li and young Master Fam." Vuqua was astonished. "You know us." The man immediately replied, "Please follow me. My lord has been waiting for you two for quite some time." Walking along the long corridor, he could not help but suspect whether this was a coincidence. The letter did not state a time, yet the other party knew exactly when they would arrive and even waited here early. It seemed this meeting had been carefully arranged, likely an extraordinary figure. The man stopped before a large room and gestured, "Please enter." The door slowly opened. Inside stood the figure of a silver-haired person with hair neatly tied high, gazing at the scenery outside. That was the third prince to try. He sat on a chair and turned back with a smile. "You two have arrived." Vuqua stepped forward and saluted. "May I ask who you are?" He cheerfully replied, "Just call me to Tam." He widened his eyes in shock. "To Tam, could it be that you are the third prince to try?" To try raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. At this moment the third prince is still inside the imperial palace. If others discover that I ran out, it will be troublesome. After that he turned to the person behind and spoke loudly. "Famsat, thank you for bringing Brother Li here. You may withdraw." Famsat lowered his head to receive the order. Vuqua glanced after him as if understanding. It seemed he had long been acquainted with the third prince. Before long the sound of tea being poured echoed softly in the room. He sat opposite and asked curiously, "Young master, I wonder why you invited me here this time." Inwardly he calculated. The king of hell once said that to stop the bright divine sect one must ascend the throne of the southern Viet kingdom. This goal was distant, yet frequent contact with the third prince might benefit future plans. Tri smiled lightly and tossed a tiny vial toward Vuqua. "Catch it." His voice sounded slowly. "This liquid can save your mucky saw." Vuqua clenched the vial tightly, full of vigilance. It seemed he knew quite a lot, yet outwardly he remained calm and said, "There is no free meal in this world. Young master, to please state your conditions directly." To try leisurely sipped tea and said, "Father Emperor already knows about Tabak colluding with the demon robe sect, yet he secretly permits it, because he wants the three of us brothers to compete in order to choose the one worthy of inheriting the throne." He extended his hand toward Vuqua and affirmed, "Therefore I want to cooperate with you. I need to borrow your strength to deal with Tabak." Hearing the proposal, he fell silent for a moment. Why must it be me? To try immediately analyzed in detail to prove his point. "First, you have clashed with Lang Van Chuang, and I wish to eliminate the demon robe sect. We share a common enemy." Raised a second finger firmly. "Second, you are young, yet your cultivation has reached Martial Emperor, and you serve as great commander of Thong Min too. Your vision and ability are outstanding. I value you greatly." Vuqua lowered his head and raised his cup in reply. "I have neither power nor influence. Cooperating with me will bring young master to no benefit. It would be better to seek someone more capable." To try rested his chin on his hand, half closing his eyes with a teasing smile. "What if I could help you sit in the position of chief governor of Thong Min too?" In a gloomy cave where people in green robes moved about endlessly, This was the demon robe sect. And Chuang stood upon a large altar facing the purple gem and discussed. The demon robe sect needs to borrow great power to expand its influence. Therefore, the obstacle named Li Yuguo must be removed. The purple gem quickly understood. So that is the case? She raised her head and proposed. Therefore, this old one wishes to borrow your power once more. Light from the gem flared and enveloped the surroundings. It spoke in a steady voice. Very well. This venerable one will help you once more. Immediately afterward, a beam of immense light shot straight into Van Chuang's palm. She looked at the small purple gems in her hand as if holding treasures. Many thanks, venerable one. Elsewhere upon a small white porcelain dish lay a tiny body the size of a bean, bald like a terminally ill patient, lying motionless. Yuguo carefully opened the vial of liquid, still doubtful whether this spiritual fluid would truly be useful for he saw. He recalled to Tri's words before parting. If you wish to become chief governor, you must wait for the right moment. At that time, I will have someone contact you. For now, to ensure safety, we should not contact each other. Thinking thus, he slowly poured the liquid onto the large dish over that tiny body. Trusting to Tri was still better than seeking Lang Van Chuang. Please let he saw return to normal. The tiny body curled upon the dish began to move and gradually grew larger. Seeing this, Yuguo was overjoyed. It really grew. This spiritual fluid truly works. Sa sat up and rubbed her eyes drowsily. Yuguo, is that you? He joyfully stepped forward and asked with concern. He saw you are awake. How do you feel? He saw sat in the dish and drew her legs together. The spiritual fluid helped me recover a bit of consciousness. I can feel my body gradually healing. Thank you, Yuguo. But to fully recover, I fear it will still require time. He anxiously continued. How long will it take? She lowered her head to think before replying. Perhaps several months or even several years. If you find more spiritual fluid for me to use, the process will be faster. He suddenly understood why only one vial was given, inwardly both amused and annoyed. So the third prince's generosity was because one vial was far from enough. Yet outwardly he calmly reassured her. Do not worry, he saw, I will certainly find more spiritual fluid to help you recover. Just then the door was pushed open forcefully as Vu rushed in excitedly. Brother Yuguo, congratulations on becoming great commander. He turned to look at her with weary eyes as if facing his nemesis. Lin Engai, you have arrived. She curiously looked at the small thing on the table. What is that on there? It looks terrifying. Were you talking to it just now? Yuguo awkwardly turned and replied, she is. Before he could finish speaking, he saw had already hugged her head and introduced herself. I am Mucky Saw. When Vu curiously stepped closer to observe and burst into laughter. So you are Mucky Saw? No wonder you ran behind my house before and then vanished without a trace. So you turned into such a tiny appearance. Inwardly she felt smug and delighted. Now that you are like this, what can you possibly use to compete with me? Yuguo will definitely be mine. Saw caught the hidden meaning and crossed her arms, closing her eyes as she replied coldly. Even if I have become ugly, there are still things you can never touch. Upon hearing that, she flared up in anger. What did you say? He stood beside them in silence, watching, only sensing the tense air thick with hostility. What grudge did these two women have? Elsewhere at the demon robe sect, Van Chuang stood high above and coldly instructed the two people below. Beside Li Yuguo, there is a mysterious expert who has remembered my aura. I cannot act personally, so this assassination will be entirely in your hands. The two with similar auras immediately cupped their hands and bowed in response. We obey. She carefully selected two glowing stones, her gaze fixed on her hand filled with calculation. Once the two stones flew toward those two, their light shining with unfathomable mystical power. Van Chuang above reminded them in a deep voice, your strength has been enhanced to match his. You must complete the mission at all costs. Mac Tai declared boldly, sect leader, please rest assured. My younger sister's book of prophecy combined with my disguise art is invincible. Mac Mew behind her also chimed in excitedly. Li Yuguo is certain to die this time. Vu looked at the scene before her and probed. So that means Mucky Saw accompanied you to Fat M Mountain and was harmed by Lang Van Chuang into this state. Afterward, Yuguo cooperated with the third prince to save her. He standing opposite nodded in tacit admission. Roughly so. Then he seemed flustered like someone who had done something shady and added, afterward I had just given spiritual fluid to a young lady to use when you arrived. Every word carried concealment, hiding the matter of caring for two people at once along with Tiu Ba. Vu frowned and reminded him, Vu qua ka ka, if you want to save, he saw, I do not oppose it, but cooperating with the third prince must be done with extreme caution. He saw sitting on the dish also echoed, I have heard of the third prince's reputation. He is scheming and ruthless, absolutely not someone easy to deal with. He understood their meaning and smiled in reply. Do not worry, I have already calculated carefully. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Qin Vu's head. She merely gave a soft sound and blushed deeply. If recalling something, Qin Vu propped her chin and asked, Right, Vu qua ka ka, it seems you forgot to say what happened after Bok Kot AI saved you. He heard this and became flustered, his hand trembling slightly as he replied, yes. She tilted her head and curiously continued, Then how did the two of you spend that night? He could only force a smile and think, is this the terrifying intuition of women? He pretended to be calm and scratched his head. At that time I was severely injured. At night I was half-conscious and fell asleep. When I woke up, Bok Kot AI had already left. Nothing at all happened. Hearing that, she asked, half-believing, half-doubting, really. He saw immediately added fuel to the fire, her gaze softening as she said, But I remember that night I seemed to hear heavy breathing. His heart skipped a beat as he thought in alarm. This is bad. Could he saw have remembered something? Vu angrily grabbed his hand and shouted, heavy breathing, Vu qua, you truly are a terrible man. He panicked and tried to run. That is not it. At that time he saw was asleep without awareness, so she must have remembered wrongly. Just then the demon cat suddenly cried out angrily and dashed forward. It moved like lightning and leapt into Qin Vu's arms. She instinctively caught it and looked in surprise at the creature in her hands. Demon cat widened its eyes in delight and rubbed against her soft embrace while meowing. Qin Vu laughed happily. Truly an adorable little cat. He let out a sigh of relief at the sight before him and said, Tiu Miu, thank you for saving my life. Seeing that Qin Vu particularly liked the demon cat, he stepped forward and suggested, Lin Nhai, do you like it? Lately I have been busy at Thong Min too and cannot stay by your side. I will give you this cat as an apology gift. Qin Vu blushed and lowered her head, hugging the demon cat tightly, her voice slightly aggrieved. I will accept your gift, but that is still not enough. Today you must take me out to have fun properly. The two went out. Under the clear blue sky before the gate of the capital market appeared two familiar figures. She held a gourd in her hand and smiled brightly. Stopped before a large shop. Qin Vu tugged his hand and said, Vu qua ka ka, come in here with me to take a look. He quickly nodded and followed her inside. Outside, a gaze from the demon robe sect was silently observing. Mac Tai glanced over calmly and said, The target has entered the clothing shop without noticing us at all. Mac Mew replied excitedly, It seems Li Vu qua is not as difficult to deal with as the sect leader said. Mac Tai turned her head and asked, Then what will happen next? Mac Mew immediately opened the book in her hand and flipped through it. On the page appeared the scene of he being pierced through the heart by a sword. Mac Mew exclaimed excitedly, Sister Li Vu qua will die. We have succeeded. Mac Tai, still half-doubting, asked again, Truly your prophecy is not wrong. Mac Mew patted her chest confidently. Although I cannot predict the exact time the content in the book of prophecy will certainly come true, Li Vu qua is bound to die. Inside the shop, Qin Vu held a pile of clothes and said excitedly, Vu qua ka ka, I will go inside to change. Wait for me a moment. Stood outside and replied listlessly, Take your time changing. Inwardly continuously thinking of an excuse to get past, he saw. The matter with Vo Yu was temporarily settled, but still required a reasonable explanation. While waiting, he casually opened the system interface and saw that the hidden mission had been completed. Being idle, he checked it and unexpectedly received another draw. His hand immediately could not resist pressing the draw. Immediately afterward, various trivial items such as yogurt and a cat fishing rod fell out from the gap. Looking at the pile of miscellaneous items, he could only sigh. The disappearance of bullets and batteries was obvious. Surely that King of Hell deliberately rewarded these things, calling it a draw, but in truth he gives whatever he wants. Soon he discovered a 1-hour cultivation pill on the table. This was actually a good item. In a few days, when looking for Tiu Bok, it might be needed. Just then a cheerful voice called from behind, Vu qua ka. Seeing she was still wearing her old clothes, he asked in surprise, Lin Nhai, did you not change? Qin Vu immediately replied, I tried many outfits, but still think this one looks best. He could only nod helplessly. Is that so? Not letting her wait long, he picked up the yogurt bottle and handed it over. Lin and Hi quickly try this, it tastes very good. Qin Vu smiled and held the sword behind her back as she replied, all right. Suddenly the demon cat rushed out from nowhere and kicked the yogurt bottle away, causing it to spill everywhere, Mio. The two had not even reacted. Qin Vu forced a smile and said, truly a greedy cat, inwardly cursing angrily. He regretfully looked at the spilled yogurt, such a waste. Not wanting to disappoint her, he immediately took out the camera with battery installed. Lin and Hi, come here, I will show you something interesting. The camera can be used now that it has a battery. He curiously pointed and asked, what is this? He replied excitedly. This is called a camera, a treasure I bought at the black market, causing the imposter inwardly to flare up in anger. This man is truly troublesome and will not let me kill him cleanly. Bent down to adjust the posture and said, stand still, do not move, I will take a photo. The imposter could only force a smile, all right. In just a moment, he discovered something unusual. On the camera screen appeared a figure flickering in and out. What exactly is wrong with this camera? He carefully analyzed and saw that the image in the camera and in reality were completely different. Even a beauty filter could not cause this. In fact, the image looked even uglier. Could it be that there was something wrong with the person herself? Imposter asked in a trembling voice, what is it, Vu Qua Ka Ka? He looked at the person before him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Try being a bit intimate. Sure enough, something was wrong. Vo Yu could not have grown so much. This person must be using magic to disguise herself and approach him. He revealed a meaningful smile. Lin, why today do you feel a bit different? Caught off guard, the imposter could only turn her face away and reluctantly reply, what is different? I have always been like this. Before she could finish speaking, he had already rushed forward, raising his hand, and said, what I mean is this place is not like before. She froze in confusion. Immediately afterward, he embraced her soft body, leaving her no time to react. The imposter could only act coquettishly. Vu Qua Ka Ka, you are so bad. Indeed, it is bigger. Enraged by that lewd action, she gritted her teeth and drew her sword, intending to send him to hell with one strike. You disgusting thing, daring to touch others so casually, die. That very moment, her small hand was tightly seized by his large hand. He raised his head and coldly said, I have caught you. She trembled in panic. The real Qin Vu at this time poked her head out from inside and smiled brightly. Vu Qua, what do you think of my new clothes? Was startled and turned Lin Hai. The imposter seized the opportunity to launch a powerful kick, with her long legs forcing him to dodge hurriedly. Truly dangerous. Watching that figure flee in haste, he said helplessly, trying to run. Qin Vu asked blankly, who was that woman? He could only hurriedly reply, an assassin, quickly chase her. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, Mac T propped herself up with one hand and panted wearily, her face clearly showing exhaustion. Faced with the chaotic scene outside like a disturbed beehive, he helplessly cursed that he had lost the trail. Qin Vu asked in confusion what had happened. He replied that someone had impersonated her to assassinate him, but unfortunately escaped. Seemingly guessing her thoughts, he only turned his head and instructed, sooner or later that person will reveal himself. We split up to pursue. She nodded softly, yes. Qin Vu walked along the city wall in irritation, sensing an unusual aura. Perhaps the assassin Vu Qua Ka Ka mentioned had come here. She had to investigate carefully. Seeing her walking alone with no one beside her, Mac T secretly waited for the right moment. My disguise art can even mimic cultivation and aura, yet Li Vu Qua still saw through it. Where exactly did I go wrong? When she approached a secluded area, the woman immediately released a powerful aura, the figure of Li Vu Qua gradually appearing. Since I have been seen through, I will kill Ta Qin Vu and seize her body. A fake Li Vu Qua suddenly appeared and loudly called her name, Lin Hai. Seeing him appear before her, she ran over in surprise and asked, Vu Qua Ka Ka, why are you here too? The woman hastily fabricated an excuse. That assassin is very strong. I feared it would be unsafe for you alone. As soon as the words fell, a sharp blade thrust straight toward her, causing her eyes to flash with shock. From above, Qin Vu shouted decisively, no one knows the scent on Vu Qua Ka Ka better than I do. You filthy fox, no matter how you transform, you cannot hide that foul stench. Only then did the imposter panic, unable to react in time, blood spurting from her forehead uncontrollably. On the rooftop came Mac Mew's aggrieved sobbing. Sister, why did it turn out like this? Did you forget our oath? Why did you impersonate Li Vu Qua? Mac Mew hugged the book tightly, turning resentment into determination. Fine, if you are gone, then I will complete this mission myself. Suddenly a stray cat leapt out of nowhere. startling her. What? She let out a breath of relief. Luckily, it was only a wandering cat. Mac Mew opened the book. Inside appeared the scene of he holding a cat with one hand while pressing a sword to her neck. This is. Before she could react, the scene behind her unfolded exactly as in the book. He pressed the sword coldly and said, "It seems your prophecy is indeed accurate." She widened her eyes in despair. No. He ran toward Qin Vu. She took out a strange seashell and said, "Vu Kwa Ka Ka, I found this on her." He also took out an identical seashell. "I obtained this from another assassin. It seems they belong to the same organization." Inwardly, he speculated, could it be the demon robe sect again? Qin Vu said firmly, "The assassins are surely not only these two, but rest assured with me here no one will harm you." He smiled and replied, "You truly are reliable, then I will entrust myself to you." His words made Qin Vu blush. "Entrust yourself to me." He teased with a smile, "What, you cannot support your brother?" Qin Vu pulled his hand and scolded with a smile, "I treat you as a brother and you dare to flirt. We are all family." Teasing a little also deepens affection. At the same time, in the demon robe sect, Van Chuang angrily slammed her hand on the chair. "Lai Vu Qua, you are truly troublesome." He shouted loudly, "It seems I must let you two take action. If you fail, then do not expect to return alive to see me." The two women kneeling below were Mac Fong and Mac Van. They answered in unison, "We obey sect leader." Pondered, this place is Neem Vu Lao. After Thin Tiat Kak was exposed, the Bone God sect used this as a temporary intelligence base. It truly suits Tiu Bok and Time Tran. He recalled Qin Vu's playful look today, and thought that after spending the whole day with Vo Yu, he should also visit Tiu Bok and the others. However, he did not notice that Qin Vu had quietly followed him at some point. Qin Vu asked in confusion, "What are you doing in a place like this?" Someone ran out to greet him. "Young Master Lai the Saintess is inside." He nodded and replied, "Many thanks." A cautious voice sounded from inside, "Who is it?" He pushed the door open and stepped in. Tiu Bok was stunned upon seeing him. "Vu Qua." She immediately threw herself into his arms. "Vu Qua, you finally came." He smiled and replied, "I missed you too, so I came here." Tiu Bok and he embraced comfortably. The two were intimate, without realizing that Qin Vu had witnessed everything. The scene before her was like a high-definition live broadcast right in the room. Seeing the person she trusted act like this, Qin Vu trembled with anger. Meanwhile, the two inside the room remained completely unaware, indulging in their affair. Watching that scene, Qin Vu shed tears and muttered that nothing happened that night was clearly a lie. "I am furious." Heartbroken, Qin Vu turned away. "Do as you please. If there are assassins, then handle them yourself." Time passed and 2 hours went by. Tiu Bok complained that he had been too intense, making her dizzy. "This time you nearly made me forget the way back." He inwardly marveled that the medicine's effect was indeed good, outwardly still teasing with a smile. "If you do not mind, I can come find you every day." Tiu Bok blushed and pouted hateful, took out the seashell and asked, "Tiu Bok, do you know this?" She replied that it was the token of the demon robe sect's demon maiden. He concluded it seemed Lang Van Chuang had sent them to kill him. Tiu Bok worriedly asked, "Demon maidens of the demon robe sect came to assassinate you?" He nodded. "Yes, I just do not understand why Lang Van Chuang did not act personally." Tiu Bok thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps because of Uncle Tam Nguyen. Each demon maiden has a unique skill, so you cannot be careless. During this time, you must be extremely cautious." He confidently replied, "Do not worry, they are not my opponents. Moreover, there is also Lin Nhi." Tiu Bok curiously asked, "Who is Lin Nhi?" He broke out in sweat and his face changed color. "This is bad, I misspoke." Hurriedly bid farewell. "You misheard, I am leaving. In 2 days I will come again." Tiu Bok asked in surprise, "Why are you leaving so quickly?" Tiu Hoi spoke to explain. Perhaps he is embarrassed because there is another woman, so he ran away. Tiu Bok asked again, "Really?" Tiu Hoi wondered why she was not angry. Tiu Bok calmly replied, "Of course I am angry, but if Lin Nhi can protect him when I am not here, then other things are not important." As he walked, he complained with a headache, just soothed Vo Yu and now angered Tiu Bok. Truly a chaotic harem. Suddenly he was blocked by Mac Fong and Mac Van. "Sister, look at him making us wait so long. Just came out of a brothel, did you not? Men truly are no good." Their assassination method was too blatant, causing he to sigh, appearing so openly and calling it an assassination. Mac Fong smiled and replied, "We dare to confront you directly because we have enough strength." Mac Van nodded in affirmation. Suddenly Tai Mai appeared from nowhere. She struck unexpectedly. using an umbrella to pierce straight through Mac Fong's body. Witnessing that scene, Mac Van cried out in despair, "Little sister." But before she could react, he struck decisively and sent Mac to her end. Van fell straight to the yellow springs without time for a last word. He maintained an arrogant bearing and said coldly, "If one can ambush, then why foolishly rush into a frontal fight?" Suddenly another voice rang out in response. "What you say is indeed correct." He started and exclaimed, "Lang Van Chuang." She flung a cloth to launch a sneak attack, but he blocked it in time. Van Chuang let out a low, cold laugh. "We meet again, Li Yuguo. You did not think this old one would be foolish enough to send a few pieces of trash to kill you. At last I waited until he was no longer by your side." Hearing that, he frowned and asked, "Who is the he you speak of?" Van Chuang laughed sinisterly. "So you still do not know? Then take that doubt down to hell." He continuously swung his sword and charged straight at the opponent. Countless sharp blades shot simultaneously toward Lang Van Chuang. As he slashed, he explained coldly, "This defeated reality blade will drain the user's vital essence. One slight mistake and death comes instantly." Hearing that, Van Chuang widened her eyes in shock. "Knowing that, and you still dare to use this demonic blade?" He replied decisively, "As long as I can kill you, that backlash is nothing." Van Chuang was not easy to deal with. She immediately retreated to evade. Unfortunately, she was still struck by one of his slashes. Her body sent flying. The impact shook the ground and produced a violent explosion. It landed with imposing momentum. Urgently calculating how to pry from her mouth the method to save, he saw an intelligence about the bright divine set. And Chuang coughed up blood, puzzled why he was not cursed by the blade. He impatiently demanded, "Tell me directly how to restore." He saw, confess, and I will grant you a swift death. Pointed the blade at her face, but Van Chuang only sneered. Relying on a fine blade alone, what is there to be proud of? Suddenly Van Chuang's eyes widened when she saw the glowing medallion at his waist. She gritted her teeth, realizing the medallion was continuously replenishing his vital essence. That martial venerable was actually willing to consume lifespan to craft a medallion for him. Li Yuguo's identity is absolutely not ordinary. Thinking so, Van Chuang said coldly, "If you can kill me, then do so. I will not utter a single word." Losing patience, he tightened his grip on the blade in threat, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Van Chuang merely cast a cold glance. Then she manipulated others to charge straight at him. He brushed past those people and quickly pursued Van Chuang. Taking advantage of that moment, Van Chuang escaped, not forgetting to mock, "Brat, your compassion is your fatal weakness." He could only stand and watch, grinding his teeth in anger. Vicious old hag, stop right there. He raised his head and roared into the air, "Lang Van Chuang." When she vanished, he sighed. She ran fast and even erased her aura. At that moment, Van Chuang had transformed into a beautiful young girl, standing afar observing. She remained silent, her expression inscrutable. After the failure, Van Chuang immediately returned to report to Debak. He waved his fan and asked, "What is it, not yet a month and you have come to plead guilty? Is Li Yuguo that difficult to handle?" Van Chuang respectfully replied, "Reporting to your highness, Li Yuguo received aid from that martial venerable to control a peerless blade. Even this old one was no match. His identity is likely not simple." Before she finished, Debak snapped and cut her off, again blaming that non-existent martial venerable. "I do not need reasons, I only need results." Hearing that, Van Chuang cursed inwardly, truly a fool who only knows his own interests. After pondering for a long time, she boldly proposed, "Please, your highness, return to Li Yuguo's hometown to investigate. There will surely be gains." Debak frowned and asked, "Li Yuguo's hometown?" After thinking for a moment, he laughed slyly. "Just in time, this crown prince also has other plans. Then I will conveniently take a stroll." Returning to his residence, he paced back and forth, thinking about the recent battle. His strength had surpassed Lang Van Chuang. It was time to take the initiative. Now he only needed to wait for the Bronze Serpent gang of Lai Trung to gather more information about the demon robe set. Suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw Qin Vu approaching. He greeted her with a bright smile. "Hello, Lin Nhi." Her eyes were cold. She snorted and called him a scoundrel before turning away. Those words struck him like a fatal blow. He reached out to stop her, but was too late. Qin Vu had already gone far. He scratched his head full of confusion. Where exactly did I anger her? At the same time, at the Lai residence, Tam Nguyen anxiously reported, "Elder brother, the crown prince is secretly investigating Ku Tiu City, bringing only a few guards. It seems to be mere probing. Lai Tran stroked his chin and said everything here is under control, but there is still one matter that concerns me. Tam Nguyen understood and replied, you mean the Ha family and the Mok family? Lai Tran nodded. Indeed, the Crown Prince fears Li Yuguo's status as great commander, so he does not dare touch us. But the Ha family and the Mok family are different. Meanwhile, at the county magistrate court, Tabak sat upright in the main seat. Below, a witness shouted that he saw Ian Nhi put poison into the food, while Ian Nhi frowned and retorted that you are slandering me. Ha Long respectfully said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have known Ian Nhi for many years. She would absolutely not commit poisoning. I beg your highness to judge clearly. Back looked indifferently at County Magistrate Tai Jia. With such clear evidence, what is there to judge? Is that not so? Tai Jia smiled along. Your highness speaks correctly. Ha Long frowned in anger. Slanderous words treated as clear evidence is framing. As Crown Prince, can you act so recklessly? Thinking so, he knelt and kowtowed, begging Tabak to investigate again. As long as Ian Nhi is innocent, I am willing to serve like an ox or horse in repayment. Hearing that, Tabak revealed a crafty smile. Reinvestigating is not impossible. It is just that. Everything will wait until half a month later, the imperial examination. The examination ended. The candidates all left the exam grounds in high spirits. He stretched lazily and said, Years of studying under the lamp were all for today. It is finally over. Chuang Yu, walking beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed. He glanced at Qin Vu, but she ignored him and turned away. He sighed inwardly, not knowing what was wrong with Lin Nhi. For half a month she had remained distant, no matter how he tried to coax her. Yet in his mind, intimate images from before surfaced unconsciously. In contrast, his relationship with Tiu Bok only grew closer with more contact. Pham Keen suddenly appeared and laughed loudly. Brother Lai, what a coincidence. He was slightly surprised. Pham Keen. He had almost forgotten this fellow also had to take the exam. Pham Keen politely congratulated him. Long time no see, and Brother Lai has already become great commander. I was rude before, please forgive me. He waved his hand and smiled, let bygones be bygones. Just then a voice filled with killing intent rang out. Oh, is this not young Master Lai? Pham Keen was startled. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Back spoke leisurely yet mockingly. I heard you are already great commander, and you still have leisure to take the exam. He replied coldly, if I like it, I take it. What does it have to do with you? Hearing such insolence, Tabak roared in anger. Li Yuguo, you are bold. The soldiers immediately chimed in. Seeing the Crown Prince and not saluting yet daring to speak wildly, seize him. Pham Keen hurried forward to plead, Please, Your Highness, calm your anger. But he calmly refuted. The founding emperor decreed that during the examination scholars are exempt from royal etiquette. You have no right to arrest me. Tabak ground his teeth in fury, his face darkening. At that moment Takai appeared and said, Brother Lai is correct. This is a rule set by the founding emperor. If you touch him, you violate ancestral law. Straightforward words made Tabak turn and nod. Third brother is right. I was careless. Then he snorted and left. I have other matters and will not disturb further. Yet inwardly Tabak was resentful. Just wait, Li Yuguo. Next time we meet will be your death day. He cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks, Third Highness, for resolving this. Takai smiled. A small matter, even daring to confront Crown Prince brother, truly a rare spectacle. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, May I know why Third Highness sought me today? Takai replied seriously, Follow me. I will take you to meet someone. Followed Takai back to the residence. Inside the room, Duong Khan was already waiting. Upon seeing him, he smiled. We meet again, young Master Lai. He quickly returned the greeting, Senior O Duong. Kai added with a smile, The spiritual fluid I gave you before was prepared by Senior O Duong. He was secretly astonished, not expecting O Duong Khan to have ties with the third prince. Duong Khan spoke, Let this old man see that young lady. He immediately took out the bottle. Please, Senior, have a look. Duong Khan held the bottle and examined. He saw inside, showing surprise. He, standing beside, thought perhaps he truly had a way to save. He saw. He asked anxiously, How is it, Senior? Duong Khan replied sternly, Lang Van Chuang's technique has advanced. My medicine is almost ineffective. If this continues, I fear the young lady must mature once more to fully recover. Hearing that, he turned pale and broke into cold sweat. Mature once more. Inwardly he cried out, Must I raise her like a daughter? Until when can I be with? He saw. Duong Khan sighed and continued, It seems she still has not let go of her obsession. He curiously asked, Could it be Senior knew Lang Van Chuang before? Chuang Khan answered frankly. Lang Van Chuang was once this old man's adoptive mother. He was stunned for several seconds. Takai, standing aside, smiled. Unexpected, is it not? Even I was shocked when I learned it. He found it hard to believe. It is difficult to imagine Lang Van Chuang as Senior's mother. Chuang Khan said in a deep voice, "She used to be gentle and kind. The Nanmu ring on my hand was a gift from her. Later, she founded her own sect and gradually became as she is now." He hurriedly asked, "Then is there any way to help Esau recover faster?" Duong Khan nodded. "There is one way. That is why I came to see you today. Third Highness, please take that item out." Kai took out a scroll and handed it to him. "Please have a look." After reading the bounty notice for the Huan-Wei eagle, he was shocked. Takai explained, "Father Emperor wishes to craft a feather fan from the Huan-Wei eagle's tail. If you want to become governor, you must win His Majesty's favor." Takai added, "The Huan-Wei eagle is also directly related to saving Miss Muck." He suddenly understood the Millennium Fruit. Takai affirmed, "Where the Huan-Wei eagle dwells, there must be Millennium Fruit. This is the only way to save her." Immediately objected, "No, Millennium Fruit is forbidden. Those who use it may have their lifespan stolen. What if she ages decades?" Just then Esau's voice sounded, "Use the Millennium Fruit." He looked sadly at the bottle. Esau continued, "My condition is worsening. I fear I cannot endure until natural recovery." He could only nod. "Fine, we will use the Millennium Fruit." Inwardly he thought Lang Van Chuang would not help. This seemed the only path. At the same time, Tabak was plotting against he. "You know the situation already. Is there a way to deal with him?" Ha Long cupped his hands and replied, "By my guess, Vu Qua has cooperated with the third prince. This time taking the mission related to the Huan-Wei eagle must be for the Millennium Fruit to save a young lady." Tabak praised in satisfaction, "You are far more reliable than Lang Van Chuang. Continue. How are the Huan-Wei eagle and Millennium Fruit connected?" Long explained, "The Huan-Wei eagle survives by the aura of the Millennium Fruit. Wherever there is a Huan-Wei eagle, there must be Millennium Fruit. When young Vu Qua and I never left the county, so we did not know of Millennium Fruit. The only one who understands is the third prince. Therefore, he will surely accompany this trip." Tabak asked excitedly, "Then what is your plan?" Ha Long clenched his fist. Tears streamed down, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "Kill the third prince and frame Lai Vu Qua." Ha Long hurried home. Inh saw him and joyfully called Tiu Long. She anxiously asked, "What did you say to the crown prince? You did not truly cooperate with him." Ha Long stammered, unable to answer. Inh frowned and continued, "Vu Qua grew up with us as a brother. How can you do this?" Ha Long shed tears and apologized. "I have no other choice. I cannot watch you suffer." Inh angrily pounded his chest. "You bastard." Ha Long painfully reproached himself. "Doing such betrayal, I am unworthy to be Vu Qua's brother. From now on, call me Ha Bat Engia." Soon his group set out toward Dan Duok Mountain to find the Huan-Wei eagle. Keen said fearfully, "The Huan-Wei eagle has peak martial sect strength that is terrifying. Brother, how about we go back?" Pham Sat replied speechlessly, "You insisted on joining Thong Min Tu at first. Now it is too late to regret." He laughed, recalling a few hours earlier when Pham Keen hugged his leg begging, "Vu Qua brother, let me join Thong Min Tu. I can endure hardship." Unexpected.